For NBC's live coverage from Paris, search Olympics on the free Often trust issues, anxiety, even my sleep problems. Rooted in something deeper. They're connected to my ACEs, my adverse childhood experiences. ACEs can involve abuse, neglect, growing up around substance abuse, or other trauma. My ACEs still affect my mental and physical health, even my relationships. But I'm learning how to heal and live beyond what happened. So can you at livebeyondca.org.
We need your help to protect your right to AM radio in your car. AM is always there in times of need with the key information for our community. The overwhelming majority of legislators support a bill to keep AM radio in cars. But time's running out. Please text the two letters AM to 52886 and ask Congress to bring this bill to the floor for a vote now.
Message data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month. Text stop to stop. One message from the station.
Hey, Uline. They know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners, so they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross country, Uline will be there on the road to success. Visit uline.com.
Atlanta Monster and Velvet Vanish was a brand new investigative true crime podcast. Flash 14. Listen as they explore the homegrown terrorism threat through the lens of the Atlanta bombing and
Today's Marketers Report. Erica Taylor, Chief Marketing Officer at Genentech, weighs in on audio.
Everyone sings somewhere somehow. So it's a great way to take something very precise in what we're trying to do to reach patients with something that I think we can all agree is somewhat broad and reaching many, many different audiences.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Hi, this is Isabel Morado running for Los Angeles City Council District 14 in the November 5th general election. The only way to create change is to have your voice be heard. Make sure you register to vote today. Visit vote.gov. Have your vote now.
KFI AM 640. Coast to coast and worldwide on the internet. This is Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serra.
Hey, welcome back. This is Slow Hand. And Van the Man, Eric Clapton, and Morrison. Rothschild must think about it outside of Cleveland. In the UK, there's a former village pub steeped in macabre history, complete with its own resident spectre known as Nellie, who enjoys startling both patrons and staff. At the Drum and Monkey in Kent, the entrance to the pub is marked by wooden stalks, a stark reminder that it was near this spot where some of the last public executions in the area were witnessed. The infamous Kent hangings of 1830s involved 3 men, William Wall, age 35, John Crowley, 30, Richard Clark, just 19, who set ablaze with deep stacks owned by a farmer they accused of informing on them for illicit cider sales. Their retribution was meted out in the hanging field adjacent to the pub, an event reportedly attended by thousands. But the grim past isn't all that lingers at the Drum and Monkey tales of hauntings swirl around the establishment. You can read more about this in the news section of the Coast to Coast AM.com. Paranormaldating.com is the online dating site where singles meet, friendships, find romance, and develop long-term relationships. It's free to search and send messages to Paranormal Dating. You can find someone Amazon.com.
Use promo code 20COAST-AM. That's 20 Coast AM. 20% off cardio mobile 6. In these crazy times, there is peace of mind and security. But think about this. We're not financially secure. All your eggs are in one basket. Gold and silver are an excellent ways to diversify your savings. Through my friends at Virtual Group, you can own physical gold and silver in the back shelter retirement account. Next Coast to 989898 and receive a free no obligation info kit. This is one thing you can do to secure your family savings. And next Coast to 989898.
Suffer from anxiety, depression, or PTSD, and an increasing number of Americans do. As Big Pharma touts the effectiveness of drugs that work as long as you keep taking them, and suffering. Introducing Vibe, a revolutionary device that's smaller than your smartphone and uses pulse resonance frequency to achieve study-backed results on par, or in many cases better than traditional drugs. Magnetic frequency therapy from Vibe. Eye-opening study data. Hope and Vibes now for only $249 at NoDrugTherapy.com.
We're back with Ron Felber, award-winning author, Mojave Incident, and we're talking about the strange, frightening case of Elisa Tompkins from camping in the Mojave Desert back in October of 1989. They see 9 sort of strange lights in the sky, configuration of the letter M. As you mentioned, Ron Tom previously as a child had a UFO encounter. He had a feeling that he was going to be in for a rough night, perhaps. So after they see these 9 lights in the sky, things start to intensify from there. What happens next?
Well, they linking to one another, other native kind of signaling or messages when they behave. And now again, you have this interesting, there is this depth of the mountains, tabletop mountains, wooden mountains, etc. Desolate area. And they see these things signaling, and it's terrifying.
I spent $20. See if you can ask me $1,000. So the drugs of choice in there were a lot of acid and speed for the guys I ran. There was a whole different culture in that. I was doing heroin full time. It's crazy to see that. That's a really crazy culture. Yeah. So I would go back. There was a certain guy that would give $5. Some Lucy, read them, they do this and this. And when they would get back, they would get together and then they would disappear and then see them an hour later. It'd be like fucking Walking Dead. They would get high enough so nobody would know. And they would sell the cotton balls. The syringe and the cotton ball, the drawer. Those cotton balls still have heroin in it. They would sell the cotton. I mean, it was such a weird culture to witness when I was in there. Like, what they did to get out. Even behind bars, like even being in jail didn't really teach you. Right. When I got locked up, I knew that I had to get coke a break anyway. So I stepped away from the coke, stepped away from the weed as much as I wanted. Weed was my fucking life. But I knew they would test me and find me. The only thing they wouldn't get me for was the acid, which I ended up popping a few times. Then on Monday, there was this name, John Clark. It's so weird how the movies show you all these prison gangs. But
that's what I'm sitting here thinking. Because you talked about swimming at one and driving the van. When I went to the one where I grew up, my buddy was playing this softball, and the prisoners had a team. It was always a home game. They never allowed to travel. It was a laundry camp, so they would call themselves the Dirty Socks, right? And my buddy's like, you gotta come and watch one, right? I'm telling you, it'll be a fence right here where all the families and kids will sit on the pit, and then it's all the prisoners over here. So I go watch. We discover how to destroy. It's the best fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm sitting on a grass hill, and there's a guy up in the booth. He's got a Casio keyboard. I don't see him till the end of the whole thing. But he's the announcer. He's the keyboard guy. So they would get up to bat, the prisoners, and he'd be like, "All right, y'all, now batting number 2, Jeffrey Rosen. You all know him as Oreo." And the bleachers would go, "Oh," they go crazy. And then he would pop out and they'd be like, "Fuck you, Oreo." They would turn on him like a motherfucker. They had so many fun. And then he had these little songs he would play. And one was always a beat off. He could B to the I to the R to the T to the Y. Dirty Socks is in the house. Come on, y'all. And all the prisoners were like, "Dirty Socks is in the house." Dude, they had cheers. They had everything going on. And then if they made an out, he'd play his little, remember the Casio keyboard where you could sample sound? Yeah, that's what he had up there. And he would do, shoot him down. He would do that one all the time. He had all kinds of little sayings up there all the time. And when he got done, I'll never forget, I waited. I wanted to see who this dude was. This dude was a tiny little skinny black dude, had that long ass keyboard tucked under his arm. And remember those skull caps, but they had the Panama Jack flaps down there? Yeah, remember that shit? All the black guys had. And at the time, all the red dots. That's what he wore. And he walked back up the hill to the prison like that was his job. That was what he got to do, and he enjoyed the shit out of it. I'm telling you, man. I know they were prisoners and shit, but goddamn, my buddy hit a home run. They're all talking shit to him. And then they would go, he would go, but any charge, it was always off keyboard. And he'd do that. And then he'd go, "Where's Cell Block B at?" And then the guys would have like, little sections, dude. It was the best. I was like, "Is this fucking real, man? We gotta put this in a goddamn movie. This is the best shit I've ever seen." Did you have that softball or any of that shit there?
We did everything. We had a softball league, like dorms in between, and we played the fucking guards.
It's so funny with real prisons.
We had a basketball league on Monday nights. A bunch of us would do speed.
To these Olympic Games, but we did know that it was going to
be
spectacular. It started with an opening ceremony.
But would they allow the aerial
to
come in?
The romance and the charisma of the 2024 Paris Olympics. We were then treated to the triumph on the track, tears of joy in the pool, and extraordinary feats in every single Olympic.
Okay, so that's what I was going to ask you. So you got about a year in, out of, they were going to give you four.
But what happened was Colorado had just instituted a law called House Bill 1200. Which meant if you were nonviolent, it was your first offense. You said you would get caught in half.
We came together to marvel at excellence
I
and
had a
cheer in
48
unison for
month
our
sentence.
respective nations.
So
It's my
automatically,
hope that as closing
I
ceremony
said,
approaches, we can all remember how it feels to
And you were
cheer
getting
as
back
one.
double days for
And
one
what can
back
really
then,
happen
right?
hold
when we
on,
simply believe in one another.
30
From our late night in
days and
Paris
2
studio at
days
the
apiece.
Trocadero, I bid
So
you
that
a last bon nuit,
2
and I
days.
thank you so much for watching.
And you're eligible for a halfway house at 18 months.
2 or 4 months.
And there was something else that they took a month off for. So basically, when I had sentenced, I had 20 months. And 2 months, they were going to put me, my paperwork get done, we were done for a halfway house. Now, if I stayed in county for 6 months, I would still have to go through diagnostic. Then they would transfer. Because after they put the letter in, it takes 6 weeks. And you have to, remember, you put down, you get an option to mark down 2 boxes. They could send you anywhere.
Right.
They could send you to fucking Santa Ana. And you're like, but my mother lives in North Hollywood. There's one in Van Nuys. Fuck you and your mother. We send you in the
Right.
So your attorney really has to start getting into the process.
Now, I asked George Perez this question. I'm going to ask you this question. Can I get one of those too, please?
Iconic for Gabriel Medina.
Back to where they belong.
I like smoking my marijuana before you ask me this question. Not to
Golden again.
make you lose silence. I love smoking my marijuana. I love doing my health. But if I had a fucking bike, it would have.
Biggest moment of his career.
I lifted on Monday and I went to boxing class yesterday. 12 stations times 3. But what happened last night was I hit a bunch of hell at the store doing those fucking games. Shows last night.
Yeah.
Fucking sugar that day. This is some guy gave me a capsule. So when you eat it, it dehydrates it while you sleep. So I woke up today super fucking sore. Like I said, I had 2 cups of coffee. 1 regular and 1 fucking espresso. But seriously, right now when I went to get up, I'm like, oh my God. I am so fucking physically sore. So sorry to interrupt you.
No. Is there any part of you that misses it in any way? I know you're a family man. You got children. I know you're married. But is there any part, like what George's answer was, yes, he missed the structure. He missed knowing that any day I can go to the library. I can go here. I can go here. Where when you're out and you're not used to that, you have to motivate yourself to go to that library. You got to motivate yourself to go here. And he enjoyed, like I said, the structure and the scheduling and time. You know, I'm lunch here. I'm this here. I'm this here. Is there any part of you that misses anything of it?
I do miss the structure.
You do.
But in my life, I'm a structured guy. You go to my
Were
house,
you before prison?
even with the cocaine problem, I could look in there and tell you I was very structured. I knew if I made up my mind to rob your house next Thursday, it was going to get robbed next Thursday.
Man of his word.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I knew if I had to go case a joint on a Tuesday at 12, it was going to be a long walk. I still went and cased a joint.
Is that all that stuff in any of your journals?
No, I didn't write that.
No.
This time I was
Just the last 2 years.
No, I've been doing a journal for.
I'm talking about those cocaine years, the last 2 cocaine years. You said you got those going.
I have the journals from 95
Do you?
to 2019 right now.
Oh, holy
I
shit.
think I missed there's only 2006 and 7 because they got taken in the car that I own. So pretty much I have to look them over again. There's nights that you could see it, the coke. Mid-page, you can see the writing going downhill like the coke.
Yeah.
Me repeating myself, me talking about shit that I would talk to somebody else about the coke. Back to your question. I'm sorry.
Structure. You're structured.
I'll tell you what I miss. I I've missed friendships I made. Believe it or not, birds of a feather flock together. There's 2 or 3 people from 1988, 89 that I truly do miss today. And I wish they were part of my circle. Torrey Powell was a Crip. Rolling Crip from over here. Shot, killed, had 7 bitches. And had them all in a fucking brand new 6-figure car. That was bullshit. This Antoine Spencer Antoine. He's probably dead at my age. This is 30 years ago. And I'd like to reconnect with a guy named John Clark, who was a spick nigger, Jew hater. With all the fucking, he hated everybody. Spicks, niggers, Jews, kikes. He hated everybody, but he had genuine love for me and respect. We would hang out at night together and talk for the hours. It was just me and him in a room, and then every Monday he would get a visitation, and his girlfriend would put a bubble in her mouth, balloon, speed it. And then him and I would do a few lines on Monday. We'd go.
Would she kiss him? How would she pass that?
She'd just make out.
And then slide it right
in. Under his mouth. Some people swallow the balloon and wait 2 days to shit it out. This was minimum security. He would put it under his tongue, and on the way out, they would just pat him down. And I genuinely miss that guy because he said something really interesting.
That's what greatness looks like.
One night we were all outside. There was him and a black guy. And they said that this black guy was a badass motherfucker. Not Spencer Antoine. He was just me and the librarian were about to do a head of acid. John Clark was with us. And I said, John, you got any speed? Because if we do the speed, we'll get the fucking we'll get the acid cooking quick. You know what I'm saying? If you do a head of acid and do the speed, a line of speed before, it goes right into the acid. We're going to be up all fucking night. We're going to get fucked up. And John goes, give me a few minutes. Let me walk around and ask a few people. And the black guy looked at me. He was super cool. He goes, think about it. If you guys put as much effort into some positive instead of this shit, what you motherfuckers can come up with. And that line resonated in my head. How much thought in those days I put towards finding a drug dealer? How much? I used to feel 3 hours a day is how I'm going to get $40. Right. What page is it going to be $40?
The United States has won another gold medal here in Paris. Scotty Scheffler is an Olympic champion. It's going to be
next time I see Lee, he's like, I think I lost my watch. I don't know. Man, I haven't seen it. That shit's crushed up, snorted, shitted. We gave Kate Quigley half the cup. You know what I'm saying? We had a good time snorting the fucking watch. You know, it really, it doesn't surprise me that great things happened to me comically when I got off the cocaine because it freed up my mind of 3 hours a day. It's like being involved in a bad relationship. You walk around focusing on that bad relationship so it doesn't let other energies that you have going grow. It stunts you. That's why the first time you smell something weird, you gotta go. Because this affects all your levels of creativity and stuff. When that guy said that to me, I knew he was on to something. But I missed all that stuff.
But didn't you tweet something about, like, are you going to let a crackhead out hustle you? Was that you? I saw one recently. I was like, that's a great point. Like, this crackhead out there today, it's going to happen. He needs his drug. He ain't going to be like, I'm not going to crack today. He's going to hustle his ass off.
You give me a guy that doesn't have a zero in the bank, and you give me a guy that's got money, and tell this guy that, look, you sell 3 fucking things. You sell 3 bottles of water on the phone.
This week, Jimmy
Fallon keeps the cash at the end of the day. Give him $5. Hunger does a lot of things. Hunger really motivates. You know, need
addiction,
motivates.
yes, need.
Need motivates. You know, I had needs, I had addictions. When I was in 95, let's go back to 95 when I really wanted to strive in comedy. I had already accepted the drug habit. And I had to pay $635 a month child support, and the rest went up my nose. $400 was rent, and the rest went up my nose. The car I had didn't have a chance of getting insurance. didn't exist in my world. Well, luckily we got a car. Insurance is for suckers. I didn't do none of those secondary market things, like nothing.
You should float on my
It's so
main
weird
campaign
how
center
the
for
transfer of addiction
It's a
is
special scratch
correct
and
and
dent sale
real.
from Friday to Sunday with all different kinds of
I
financing
took the
deals.
transfer of that
From the
addiction
contemporary to the complete packages, we're sure you can find something to bring on home for
turned
your
it
summertime
into
fun.
the addiction.
And hey,
Yeah.
while you're here,
Fuel.
$2 a
I
punch.
was always an
So drift on
addict.
down to
To
1368
do
Key
what we
Relay
do,
in Sumner,
Oh, yeah.
Washington.
No,
you're not going to be an
oh,
addict
it
for
was
this.
calmly
Quick, jump off a building. Yeah. When you wake up in the morning, if you're pissing and you're not asking yourself where you're getting on stage, this is not for you.
Yeah.
If you're pissing and going, I can't wait to do 3 spots. And you're not even worried about money because you know there's no money.
That's right.
There's no money. I love when people come up to me, how's the money? I want money. Oh, watch, I'm going to do it and make money. Okay. They pick up 2 gigs for 200 and they go put down the pizza. Because now I could hustle this guy for 5,000. You probably could one time, but you'll never get another gig again because you're not worth the fucking
That's
duration.
right. You'll get one. You ain't coming back.
So it was really weird. I think the transfer of, what addiction I gave up to become a comic was? Action junkie.
What do you mean?
I was an action junkie.
You were in adrenaline shit?
I like being paid. I liked being the underdog.
Okay.
I liked Bill Burr.
Yeah.
And how mad you got looking for. Like, I was that type of motherfucker. Like, I dare those 2 guys walk up my steps. Like, I loved Brendan Schaub.
This is what Steph
I was
Curry
that
has
type of
done.
guy. Like, that's the stuff that
15 seasons in
motivated
the
me. Brendan's
NBA,
looking
first
for me.
Wembanyama,
Well, he's bringing Rogan.
follow, you can do
Now
that
I'll
in
know.
FIBA, but this is it right
There's
here.
one
The
of them
finish.
in the playoffs I fucking know. Before they even open the door, I'm going to tackle them. I remember being, it was 1991 or 2. I just gotten out of prison.
It's like a reject on a pick and roll, like going the opposite way.
Use
Use
that
that
enough
enough just to get enough space.
Sweet out of the white guy.
U.S. in this
There's not a day that was
tournament
named
have shot
Ryan to
45% from 3.
I
Today,
said, sweetheart of a guy in Boulder, Colorado. I knew him. I knew his
Steph Curry for the
girlfriend.
second consecutive
In
game, lighting it
August,
up.
in the old days, there'd be a weed shortage in Colorado. Believe it or not, it was the harvest.
2:22
So
remaining.
from the end of July to the
France had
3rd
this
week of
within a
August,
bucket.
there was
The
nothing.
United States to adjust
Nothing.
enough. And once again, as
I hadn't
Anthony
had
Edwards loves to
pot
call
3
them,
fucking
it's the
days.
big dogs. Durant,
And I gave him like
Curry,
$800 to go to Montana to get weed from his brother. He made some story up. I was going to get weed from his brother. Now, this is me, you and me. Right? You come to me like a man, I'll give you whatever you
Well,
want.
here you go.
And go, Joe,
this is a
make sure I
France
have the
team
fucking
that,
split.
while they
Just
haven't
give me
all
your
been
answer.
together all the time,
Well,
they've
you
played
told me you're
together
coming
for
back
years.
Sunday.
They know each other's
You know,
tendencies. They know
almost. You told me
what to
Sunday at
do
lunch you're going to be
in
back.
situations like
Well, he's
this.
a white
In the
dude.
United States,
He went
let's
fishing
not
with his
forget
father.
that this is a group that's only
They had to
been
go
together
eat
for a
cheddar
couple
cheese
months. They
and,
only had a couple
you know,
weeks before the
they drink
Olympics.
lemonade and
Training
do the
camp,
national anthem. He didn't come back till
and then you
Wednesday.
get right into group play.
There was no
They're
cell
all
phones in
still
that day.
learning
I called
from
his
each other,
wife. I
but
got his father's
these are the
number on
moments that
Tuesday.
we've
I go, yo,
seen.
where's my
The
aunt going to get the weed?
36-year-old
What are you
Curry,
talking
the
about? I told
35-year-old
you.
Durant, and the 39-year-old LeBron James
How you
really
talking about
dragged
that?
this team
I'm
as the
shooting the
leadership
house
of all
right now.
three
I'll
of them
never
that
forget
have shown
me
the
being
brightest in this
separated.
tournament.
Well, you have some of the best
Caused all
basketball
types of
minds
havoc. I
sitting
was
over
already
there
in
on
Conley.
that bench. You have
6 or 7 months. I
Eric
still had the
Spoelstra,
condo.
you have Steve Kerr,
And I was
you have
cooking
Ty
something
Lue
in the
as your
kitchen. And I
coaches.
saw
You
him
have
coming
Mark
up
Hughes,
my
one of the
stairs.
best
And he
college
goes,
coaches. But then
I go,
you have great basketball
and I
minds
have
and
a
leaders
stack
in
of knives
James, Steph
behind me.
Curry,
And I
and
took the
Kevin
biggest
Durant.
kitchen
So
knife
at this time of
and I
the game, you
walked
feel
towards
so
the door.
confident.
And he didn't even run down the stairs. He jumped. And he kept calling me, why are you doing this to me? I go, you motherfucker, you don't ever talk to me that way. And so, you're supposed to be here Sunday. I don't even know why I'm telling you this story, but that was the type of person I was. Like, I was that person. That's why I don't like other weapons. I love people looking for me. I love
You said you were an action.
I love Ryan Sickle finding out that I won. Let's see what
Oh, you got all? Okay.
Yeah.
Now what are you going to do?
Because guess who I'm sitting over here? I got Mike Ronnie over here. And I got 3 other guys that 2 of their parents connected. The other guys connected politically. So what do you want to do? Take the loss. Next time, plan ahead. Don't go eat dinner with your stupid girlfriend at 8 o'clock. When you got 2 ounces of coke in your house. Who does that? Who does that on a Friday night? Friday nights are not for girlfriends. They're the self-cocaine. You want to go eat dinner. I had one of my waiters saw you over there, and I went and kicked in your back door. Because I had waiters everywhere. I had waiters, bartenders. So I would call a bar and go, who's down there? Oh, sick was there. Really? Oh my God, don't go away from him on his way. On the way, I'd rob your house. And when I get there, the money that I rob from your house, I'd buy coke from you. No, I'd buy coke from you. So when you came to me the next day and said, somebody robbed my house last night. What are you talking
in the world that we've
about? I
ever
was
seen.
you all night last night. Didn't I buy you drinks? Yeah, but you're the only thief in the neighborhood.
Working
No,
on the
it wasn't you.
Curry draws the double.
So for 8 years, I had you scratching your head. Then every once in a while, I send them a message on Facebook. Like I just sent one to a buddy of mine about 6 months ago. A guy I robbed for a half ounce. He was a scumbag. He was buying hot selling credit cards from us. He would give us a gram of coke. Then one night during Asiago, when he did his cute, he was like, tonight I'm only giving you half. Really? Okay. I gave him like 6 months. Went over his house. Went to do blow. We went to buy it. I told him I had to do something, take a piss. I left the bathroom window open. I went back, got the coke as I was leaving. My brother was the guy that I lived with. He hugged me, said, I'll see you later.
7 threes.
We left. That idiot went to New York to some club. Me and my buddy waited for him to leave. I crawled in the house, stole his half ounce of coke and his money. We partied all weekend long. Guess this. Ready for this? Me and my brother, the guy I bumped into in that apartment, are lifting weights Monday with Stinky. And I haven't told Mike that I robbed this Mikey guy. And then knocking on the door.
8 to shoot. Fournier. Step back
No.
off the heel. Long rebound.
I'll never forget, I was lifting weights, and the guy yelling at my brother for robbing him.
No, he thought he did.
He thought he did. And me and Stinky in the back. And then he comes back, what the fuck's wrong with Mike Mullen? He fucking thinks I robbed him. What the fuck is up with that? I wouldn't rob him. I told him I was. And he looked at me.
For the U.S., that's
Rob
to go along with his
because I always take the blame because of you.
On the defensive end of the floor for this team. He's protecting the rim.
The only thing I don't miss about prison is what prison is intended to do.
Guards as well.
It's intended to break your man out of the way. There's no worse feeling. There's 2 of the worst feelings I've ever had in my life. Picking up your child. He has another man's cologne on. And you get separated.
When he gets his feet set,
there's no worse feeling than that.
he doesn't
He's
have to
getting
rush.
kicked in the balls. He's finding your wife. He's fucking the ass by a midget. And you come home for Christmas with presents. And this little midget with a big head fucking your wife. That's just PTSD.
You're done.
You just go to Midgetville, run over 10 midgets. Like she's just, there's certain things in life, finding your mother on the floor, dead, finding your father on the floor, dead, finding a sibling commit suicide. These are things that your heart, your mind never get over. There's always going to be what do the Hindus call it? Chakras. The chakras won't connect right, so you're having imbalance,
Just phenomenal from Steph
A
Curry.
man
Those 4
waking you
threes
up.
in the final 3 minutes.
That's not your father.
Leading Team
I
USA
don't know if
over
anybody
France. You could
listens
not
to
have
this
written a
or
better
either
story.
you grew up with a
Curry's
father.
first gold
Sorry.
medal, leading the Americans to a 5th straight
Get up.
Olympic gold
That's not-
in men's basketball.
I know a lot of kids that their fathers woke them up. All right, get up. Get up. It's 8 o'clock and they turn the light on. Where I come from, you turn my fucking light on and kick the bed. You don't die. Like, you're gonna die. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not, I wouldn't do that to anybody. Leave. We gotta go. We got a room, we gotta whatever. But for me to go into these rooms, turn the light on and kick his fucking bed. And then get up, you sack piece of shit. That does something to yourself. That goes forever. So nobody's waking you up with a good morning. They're waking you up and thinking, I do that if I do that enough for 6 years, that's what you used to do. That's why when you get that out,
The sun setting on a Saturday
everything's
in
against
Paris.
you.
The
Because for
final
6 years
Saturday
I've been
of the
kicking your
age
bed
of
and turning the
third
light on.
Olympia. What a setting this city has provided.
When Lee makes a joke like, come on, man, 10 more minutes.
The
Get the
world
fuck
will
up,
long
you
look
fat
back
sack
on
of
these
shit. Hey,
Olympics
your
so
language.
fondly. And this
How do you
penultimate
wake
day
up?
and
There's
night
no
of the
good move.
games, only adding
There's
more
no good
moments
move.
and
You
achievements
walk in ready to
to
kill
the array
somebody.
of memories.
I did not like
The
that about
highlights
prison.
included
I
a
understood
final
right
day
away
track
that
and
was
field
the
at
main
Stade
goal
France
of
with
prison.
Rabbi Benjamin joining
To
the
break your
American
manhood
4x4
down so you
to be
never
relay
ever
team.
could succeed again.
One day after winning gold.
You never succeed again. If you don't see what that, I pay you the first 3 weeks, I couldn't deal with it. I was already playing. I'm taking that stick and shoving it up.
I just taking the beat.
No, do it like the rest of the time. Every place I go to, those guards are going not to kick my butt.
Showed you the end of that thrilling
They're
men's
not taking
basketball. More on that game later.
That's,
But
look at
before
the
we
anger.
go, an
I'm not an angry
acknowledgement
guy
of an
like
error
that,
that I
but
made
just
earlier today.
the thought of that
Misidentified
time
the Martinique
when
flag
men could
as a
come in
flag
and
of
go, lights
Palestine
out,
during
turn
the
your
men's
TV off,
basketball medal
you know, big
ceremony.
poppies
They are
coming to the
similar,
back,
but obviously
the bases
distinctly
loaded,
different, which is
you
quite
bet cigarette,
important for all
cock the fucking
involved. And I
cigarettes.
apologize
You know what I'm saying?
for that.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden some
We will
fucking guy
move
comes
on
in and
with
goes, hey, you
U.S. women's
sacks of
soccer
shit,
later on
bedtime.
tonight.
You're
A
like,
huge win
come
in
on,
the
one more
gold
time.
medal
Say
match.
another
That's coming
fucking
up.
word, and I won't turn this
Everything for Jack
motherfucker
that
into more,
night
you
at
white
track and field,
motherfucker.
including the women's
You
100
and any
meter
of the other
hurdles.
white
The trail
motherfuckers want to say
Americans trying
nothing,
to
get to
continue a
bed.
strong U.S.
And you got to
tradition
see how the
in
black
that
prisoners,
in
the
the men's
black guards
5,000
treat
meters,
the
we're going to see
black
Michigan's
prisoners.
Grant Fisher, bronze medalist in the
Shut the fuck
10,000
you,
meters,
you little
running
naked
for
motherfucker.
another
Who the fuck was
podium
feeding
finish.
you? You
In
living
our
in that
event of
bridge
the
and your
night, the
nigga
men's and
nappy
women's
headed
4x400
barracks.
meter relay.
I mean,
Damn.
One
it's
last shot
a
at gold
system.
for some of Team
That's
USA's
what I don't
biggest stars,
That's
including
what
Sidney McLaughlin-Lavroni.
I don't miss.
and Ryan
That's
meant
what
to
I.
rehabilitate.
It's not
all
meant.
ahead.
There's no
When we come
rehabilitation.
back,
It's
it's
meant
the
to break
last
you.
diving event in
So
Paris.
you have
It's
that.
time
You know, I remember
trying to
moving to
finish off a
Colorado and
gold
going
medal
home and
sweep.
going,
The
I'm
men's
leaving.
platform
My
final
buddy's going, where
comes
you
your
going?
way next.
I'm like, I'm living around these faggots. I'm surrounded by faggots. Everybody says good morning. And they all started laughing. That's because you're out of that hell in church. You're in a city where fucking people are nice.
Right.
And they say good morning to you. How's your day? How's your day? Well, fuck yourself. How's my day? My day.
It's almost game time. Through those moments. Fanatics time.
It's really weird the little things that you
Time. Elevate your game day
pick up.
strength.
Especially now that I'm old, I see why those things happen. Why certain things didn't happen. Pretty interesting.
How it comes back into play.
How it comes back into
how it
play.
affects you down the line.
But I did lose. I replaced
Never let it stop me.
action jump.
Okay, keep these patients moving. You're more casualties and you're out.
The whole cocaine addiction moved on to marijuana addiction, which I've always had. And ain't nobody dying as far as I know from marijuana these
This
days.
new Kraken season
So I
is
try to
shaping
take
up to be something
those addictions
special with
and
new
move
faces
down.
behind the
The
bench.
nicotine addiction, I
All
shoot
stars
a
on the
nicotine.
ice and new ways
You know,
to watch.
it's a transfer of
All
addiction.
season long.
If you need the transfer of addiction, this is how to do it. I don't want you to stop. Rather
Feel the action with
Ryan
no
sick to be
restraints.
happy. I'd rather Ryan sick to say, you know what?
And no
7 days a week I'm going to
necessary.
chew nicotine gum, and on Sundays I'm going to smoke a
New home
cigar.
for hockey.
I want you to be happy. I don't smoke reefer because I get blasted anymore. I did 8 blankets on the way here. I look any different? No.
Yeah, I don't. It relaxed.
And then we rolled a joint. We smoked. We brought us some joints. It lets me hold on to my past. It's my teddy bear.
A lot of excitement
Back
around
before I
being
became
able
a
to
decent
wear the
person.
USA jersey. Wear
It
the
lets
red,
me
white, blue.
know I'm
Let's
still
go
a dirty
USA.
fuck.
I'll see you guys at a Kraken game this fall.
So that's still lets me know, you know, I stopped shoplifting. I would always shoplift once a year just to make sure the skills.
Did you really?
Oh, right
When's the last time you shoplifted? How old?
Old?
Yeah, how old?
56. I gotta get it one time.
What'd you get last?
7-Eleven. You gotta rob those little fucking ISIS-controlled stores. If you're not clipping the 7-Eleven, they take a protein bar. Like I buy 2, but steal 1 in my.
That's the fucking move.
I put like a magician in here, right in front of him at the counter.
Back in the day, remember when cigarettes weren't behind the counter?
Oh,
And my buddy had them. That was his move. He'd walk in, he'd grab 2 packs of Marlboro Lights. Well, from a distance, you can't see how many he took. He just knows he took a pack. And then he'd walk around the store. He'd get a big gulp. He'd go, you know what? I put 1 pack back.
and take 1.
Buy the big gulp. Boom, down there with a pack of cigarettes. And it worked every fucking time until they moved him behind.
Every psychology. There really is a psychology in shoplifting. Crazy. I was talking about some of this. I really got. There was a time when Vic Ryder released football writers. This had to be 2000. Every fucking team had a writer.
Yeah.
And I was
Divers can come from anywhere. Ryland Weens from
hell
Canada.
bent for letter I was going to get every team. I will call my wife right now.
less than 3
Every team you were gonna steal 32 motherfucking life.
So I was going to 7-Eleven on Curson and Sunset, across from the old bar there and the old where you bought all the books, Samuel French.
Yep, Samuel
And
French.
I would go in there, buy a soda. They used to have a company that used to make bagels with cream cheese, a tomato, and turkey. Fucking delicious. And I would get the swirl bread. I love that. Well, they have a brand of black and white bread hollow.
It's like a cake.
You can see him. He's seeing the water there. You never just see the problem is people shop with they shop. You have to buy. The more I buy, the more I shop. If I buy $20, yeah, I got a better rewards program than anybody.
When you buy 20, how much you steal? 20.
But I remember going in there.
You're 1 for 1. You're going 1 for 1.
I go 1 for 1. So it was funny. The guy would watch me. I knew he would watch me. I do the same thing. I take 2 packs. I love cinnamon syrup. Cinnamon syrup. I'll just eat the whole box. So I got on the plane one day with an edible and I hate the whole pack. But I didn't know that when you do an edible, the cinnamon reverts. It makes your whole body feel like you took it's a pill that you take. Magnesium. And when you take it, it opens your pores and your skin starts to burn.
So cinnamon makes you sweat from that?
Cinnamon
You take it with that.
You need an entire package of syrups.
Like 2 or 3 of them, you know what I'm saying? So I would go into that 7-Eleven store. He was ringing me. I'd be taking lighters, cowboys, charges. Ram,
You got the Ravens and
the Ravens, and I would take them home and I had a hat. I put them in the hat and I had a drawer. And in that hat at one time, I must have 60 or 70, 80.
You getting double.
I mean, one
Got home and away for you.
with one of those lighters, I almost killed her. What are you doing? Because I take a lighter. You have like 3 Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Like, I don't give a fuck if I got 8 Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Don't steal the doubles. They're for us. There was like 3 teams I couldn't get my hands on, but every other team I got my hands on. It's fucking tremendous. I remember still going in there and just picking up the whole thing. How they would put tray. Yeah. I just took the whole tray and walked out.
I think the pressure has gotten
The
to
guy's like,
him.
where you go?
This is
I gotta worry about you bothering me. Go get some sand.
through the prelims and the semis.
Go get a Betty Petty and put some
More
cream
this
on
is here in
his
the
feet
finals.
before you insult me. That's that
He
thing
was
you
in
want to go to the restaurant. So they come up to me with those dry skin feet.
Oh my God.
Oh no, I used to kill those people. And one time I robbed my claim to fame. It's so weird. It's so weird when you look back at your life. Like I was worthless. I knew I had no future. But I used to go to this liquor store, this jewelry
China's hope to
store.
make history today rests squarely on the
28,
shoulders, one of which was surgically
And I would just go in
repaired.
there. I was a broke
2
kid.
years ago,
My mother.
Sao Yuan,
She
after
liked
winning
jewelry.
gold in Tokyo, didn't
I would
die
just go in there and
internationally
look at the
at all
bracelets and
last
stuff. And it was more of a white jewelry store. It wasn't like a Cuban jewelry store. They
year.
had
Yet here he
different
is
type of
back now as
jewelry.
the favorite.
And one day I just asked the lady, can you show me those rings? And she
And I'm
took the
so
tray out.
impressed. A lot of athletes that have shoulder surgery
Walked
have
away.
trouble
Thank
coming
you.
back and handling the impacts off
So
the
I
tendon.
was there one day. They had the
Being
same
able to reach
rings
all
in the
way
slots.
behind your head on dives like this, but no problem for Sao Yuan.
Yeah, wait a
He
minute.
says,
I'm
I
making
wanted
out
to
of
fit
these
my
too
title. Look
expensive.
at this as he reaches
And I
all
made
the way
believe I
back
scratched my
behind
leg
his
and I
head
slipped the ring in my sweats out.
without
I shorts.
any difficulty at all.
I left.
Excellent dive. He
Went
is,
to the gold
he is
store,
standing
got
up to the
whatever.
pressure very well.
They'll pay you for that. That's why I love these people. I'm gonna go sell my diamond watch. Good luck.
I just tried to sell an old engaged ring back. This guy said, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
If you private sale it, you can get $3,500. I'll give you $800.
Yeah.
I said, fuck
Because we
you.
don't give a fuck
I'll
about
save
the
extra
diamond.
for my daughter. Yeah, they didn't.
Diamond means nothing.
No.
You turn it upside down, you see a little black hand with a Jew signal. Yeah. Those little fucking blood diamonds via Africa, via Israel. You know, they don't want those. Nobody wants to buy those. So, who do you think fucking is the fool? You think South Africans go down there and get those diamonds?
No, hell no. No.
They get big time Israel guys that come with those Jew hats with the big emeralds over here. Look at they run a lot. They're fighting.
A lot.
Yes.
They're running lots.
They show up. They get 10 little black mulattoes, whatever. They tie little ropes around their waist and they throw them into that cave. The lead, they stick a thing of dynamite to it. They did the Chinese people in the 40s when they built the railroad. They would take a Chinaman and throw him over the fucking cliff. Strapped on to dynamite. You think I'm kidding you?
No.
That's how they built the train. The Chinese built the train in this country.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
A lot of people don't know that.
Italians were there too. Italians were there too.
October 3rd.
But the Chinese did.
But yeah, so this jewelry store was called Michael's Jewelers. 37 years ago. Well, limitations is done, plus it's suspended. It's called Miguel's now. You know what I'm saying? Right there. 2 months later, I went in there again, did the same trick, took a ring.
Same lady?
They had 3 little different old ladies, but no alarm on the bus. No buzzer on the door. Yeah, I've been in 1,000 jewelry stores with my mother growing up. There's always a buzzer.
What does it
I
take
waited
to
a
be the
month.
best?
I went in there one day in
For
the
the
summer with a
world-class
football jersey
team
and
at Seattle
there's a Burger King
Children's,
down the
it
corner.
takes
So
a
I go to the Burger King, get
competitive
a
spirit,
chicken
a
sandwich,
desire
and
to
I cross the
change
street to
the odds,
Gilberto's, get a
and
Martino de
never,
Mamey,
ever
apple
give
pie
up.
and milkshake, Cuban style.
Giving
I would
every
finish it, they would
child
give me
a winning
balls, and I'd walk
chance.
right in there and steal something.
Like
So
Sealy,
one day she dropped the tray, and
Spunky,
they're all engagement
free,
rings.
and
I'm like, I'm thinking I
cancer-free.
might get engaged. Just the
Hope,
time of the year.
care, cure. Seattle
Drops off the
Children's.
tray of fucking engagement bands. I give it, some idiot comes in, hi, I'm looking for wristbands. Okay, she just leaves me there. This time I said, fuck 1 or 2. Picked up my shirt, tray of rings, go under there,
The whole fucking
the whole
tray.
fucking tray, and just ran the fuck out of there. But on the run out, I saw they had a tray on the counter that you could spin it. It had gold chains and bracelets. This is a very weird thing to say, but I planned on robbing that. I was just saving it for a rainy day. September 13th, 1982, opening game, Pittsburgh against Dallas in the heat of their rivalry on Monday Night Football.
A country that is
Dallas
owned
at
this
home.
sport in the 21st
How
century.
Dallas going
They
to lose
won
at home on a
7
Monday
of 8
night?
diving gold
You
medals
got a
3
better
times
chance
at
of
the
your
Olympic
mom
Games.
getting raped
Since
by
Tokyo,
10 black guys in Terre Haute,
World
Indiana.
Championships.
Indiana.
And she lives in fucking Ventura County. You know what I'm saying? Like, they got to leave Terre Haute. They quit Columbia House, and they take a train. They probably work in Columbia House in Terre Haute, Indiana. That's the chances that you got of anybody beating
It's the
Dallas.
closest
on Monday night.
anybody's come to
Pittsburgh
denying
went
China
to
gold in
Dallas
these
and won.
games.
I put the bet in with Camelback. He was my teacher at the time. We had graduated high school. We were still cool. It's like me putting a fucking $4,000 bet with you. You don't pay. They're going to come to you. Yeah. I can't do that. Much as I was a criminal, and I thought about that gold chain thing, and I went down there. I walked the streets, and I saw how I was going to do it. What I needed, you know, what guys I could use. I was running out of there with that gold chain.
It's like the spindle with all of them.
All right, yeah. Thousands. I'm going to do it. I have an attorney friend of mine. I asked him what would I get in trouble for. He said grand theft, not grand theft, grand larceny, and other shit. But you'll be out in fucking 2 weeks.
More of the 7.5, 8
So
range.
fine.
Very vertical on the bottom.
Got up that Thursday morning, which if it was the 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, it was the 16th of September. Look it
Gonna
up.
keep them right in the middle of the pack.
Opening season, opening game, 1982. Look who it was.
Monday night
Football.
Steelers,
Cowboys.
Cowboys.
You know, I'm talking. This is when they
That
were
would be.
America's
That
team.
would be.
This is when Monday nights
Willer's
were.
84-6 going to keep him in the medal
I don't
chase.
know what the score was, but I know they went to Dallas and beat the fuck
Only
out of them.
diver in the cycle
1981, 82,
to win
83
a gold medal in a
football,
world
NFL
championship
season.
other than China.
Monday night schedule.
23 of 24.
Sunday,
saved for him,
September
and that
12th.
dive made impact his chances.
It's, yes, he's
Give me
vertical,
Monday the
but he's
13th. Look, I even
arching,
remember
he's
what day
bending
it
in
was.
his
Who's
back
better
as he
than
goes
this?
through the water.
Pittsburgh,
Which is
Dallas.
why
Where?
the big splash kind of
At
softens
Dallas?
you
Come
right
on
here,
now.
goes through, bends a little bit.
Come on now.
Shooting all that water up,
I don't
so
know.
that's gonna hold him
36-28 Pittsburgh.
There
down
you
at
go.
about a
And
6.
Pittsburgh was given 7.
I mean, 36
You know,
is a lot to
this
put
is-
up on the Cowboys
This is
back then.
back then. This is horrible. Like first of all, they were given 7, and then when you called the book, you
The
dropped the
words of
5.
another competitor
Oh,
can mean a lot.
big
Casillas
mistake.
so-
That's when we turned around and high fived everybody. We got this sucker. All we got to do is win by 7. If that line, it dropped. Once the line dropped, we didn't know why.
It was
telling people
Dallas
he's
minus
an
5.5.
amazing diver. beautiful to watch. Great
Who the
strength.
fuck do people think you're dealing with? Some fucking asshole. You people think like I'm fucking around.
Dives
Like
here
it dropped. All week it was 7,
create
and it dropped to 5, and look, they gave me the hook
Yeah, they have.
to really let you know they were going to fuck you in the ass. So me and 3 of my buddies were like,
He is doing it. He is putting the pressure
and we
on.
better forward.
Olympic
We got to
champion
grab the
Saudi
phone.
How much you put down?
He says,
I think we
this is
2,000
it.
to
You
win,
got to top that.
2,000
That
for
was phenomenal.
Dallas. Yeah, we had Dallas in the under. What came in the over,
3.6.
right? Yeah, we were born losers.
36-28.
He's not just
Born
after a
losers.
medal. He is
Losing
after
with a
gold.
tattoo on our head. All 4 of us. Assholes. 3 assholes. We've had
And remember, he's
2,000 on
diving
the
for a
over,
country that has
2,000
never
on
won
Dallas, and
an Olympic
$2,000
diving medal,
parlay.
period.
Damn, you put 6 on?
So we had to come up with 50-something $100.
And the Cowboys almost came back.
Helps his score.
Oh yeah, we almost
5
came back.
91 points.
I was there. The kiss of death was there.
Well, 82. Who was that? Is that Stallback? It was
dive that we saw a
Danny,
few months ago.
Danny
Got
White.
91, almost
Danny
92
White, maybe.
points.
Yep. Danny White, and then
And the judges will be able to
Rothschild,
directly
Listen, every
compare
time you lose money
these
when
two
you
dives.
gamble, you remember everything.
Yeah, you're
what your
right
mother
about
made
that.
for dinner,
Yeah,
who
yeah.
cooked what, who brought onion dip, who brought
It was
chips.
very similar.
You remember every
I
bad
didn't think it was
fucking
I
thing
love
there
it.
is.
Yeah, I could not get over
As
it.
maybe
Yeah,
Rooster Toast
no.
was,
That Thursday,
but
I
it was
got up. I
very
told my
similar.
buddy Timmy Howard
They are
that
going
Friday
head
night,
to
that
head here
Thursday
tonight.
night got He
And
spoke
it's
my
really
buddy. He
exciting to
spoke last night, Timmy Howard. And he put me to the test because I was the one like, listen, tomorrow I got to rob this thing.
They've gotten the
I had
exact
3
same
friends.
scores.
Exactly. You hit a
They were
mark.
as responsible as I
Again,
was.
the entry speed
But at that
translates
time,
to
they had mothers. They had fathers.
31 plus
They had
miles per
families. They
hour.
were going places.
Extraordinary.
You know,
He's
my
done it.
odds of going
This
places
is his
were at that
4th
time.
games.
Not
And
much.
the
I
identical
wasn't going.
dive score
I was
in round
just
4 means that
I
Saudi
was just swimming in the water thinking life was a fucking joke. I would put bets in with bookmakers and tell them to suck my dick. There was this guy in high school. There was this guy who was paying for
and a terrific atmosphere.
this guy. I
intensifies
ducked him
the aquatic
like we were friends. One day I put a bet in with him, and I ducked him for years. No, like I ducked him for about 3 weeks, and one day he saw me playing basketball, and he pulled over with a fucking chain, like a real chain. He goes, either you have like $200 and start whipping you with this fucking chain. One of my friends came over and said, look, you ain't doing nothing, because we'll take the chain and you fuck me up. I'm coming back in a couple of days. Guess what? That dude killed himself before he could ever come back. I was like, I got away with that T20. So yeah, I knew I had nothing going for me, so I didn't even want to tell my friends. I just told Timmy, I go, Timmy, pick me up at 9 in the morning. I'm going to go grab Michael's Judas tomorrow. I called my friend Stinky. We picked him up against his will. He's one of the guys that doesn't talk.
Yeah.
Which why wouldn't
Right.
but I
You call him Stinky.
and I ended up robbing the jewelry store when I was done at 10 in the morning in broad daylight.
Snatched it and hauled ass out.
Yeah. It's as fucked up as it sounds. It's what let me know I could do something about it.
Called the Dubin Law Group
It let me
today
know,
for the
okay,
compensation
I'm
you
not going to be an
deserve.
archaeologist. I'm not going to be a doctor. I'm not going to be a lawyer. I can be a damn thief because I already planned this all on my own and got away with it.
King got away with it.
That was the worst thing that could have happened to me. And then I got away with it because my hometown was corrupt. The owner was like, well, if he gets arrested, he does 10 years, but he has to pay the restitution. I'm not looking for restitution. So the owner paid off the cops. They dropped off the investigation, like his insurance money.
Oh, he just wanted insurance.
And everybody fucking left. Yeah, he must have put him there. They would work to move.
Right, yeah, exactly.
So I saw him 2 years after he hugged me.
Our
You
team of oncologists will fight for you with the most advanced treatments available and treat you with empathy and
The
compassion
wild times when you think
every
about your
step of
life
the way.
and the lessons you learn.
Because we're on this journey.
I
with
can't-
you.
I don't know. I mean, I guess everyone's just a different person, but the idea that you like
Swedish.
having
When you're
people looking
biking,
for
weather
you.
really affects what kind of clothes
That-
you wear, and you can never really get
So what
that
changed
from
when you went to
one
prison?
on
You
your
fell asleep
phone.
because you
You
finally
really need the
relaxed.
perspective of a
Like
meteorologist.
what
I love
you said, you
reading for
could
that.
finally
I've never seen
relax in
somebody
prison.
who's
So it seemed like
excited about
at a certain
reporting
point
weather,
you
and
stopped.
he's been doing it for years.
Not that I stopped liking it. It was just that
Your
was
next
it.
favorite
I
comedy
was
series
caught.
is waiting for you on
The game was over. I was going to do that again. I mean, don't get me wrong.
original star Stephen
Hour
Curry
and a half after I walked out of the halfway house,
Stream Mr. Throwback
I was
now,
back.
only
In
on
between prison and the halfway house, come on.
And the battle
They
has
let me
begun.
loose from the prison and told me to get
They
myself to
have
the halfway house.
incredibly high
Yeah,
standards.
I called a friend, picked me up,
There's what
stopped me at
happens
an
when
8
your
ball, and then
blood
dropped me
pressure
off
is
at the
trying.
halfway house.
They
Because
respond.
whatever level you walk in with, you have to work backwards.
establishes the
Okay.
So in between the halfway house and I'm responsible for, I smoked and toked.
Look
So
at
when they
this.
finally pissed me,
This
like, you
is
just came from a
perfection.
rehab facility.
That
And
is
it's
a
like you did
gold
coke 3
medal
days ago. Nah, that was 4 years ago. So they start from there. You know,
And
I
China
was
is
the only
one
person I was
goal
proud of was
away
myself.
from
Right?
the coveted diving sweep.
Yeah. It's like when somebody tells you I'm shooting a Netflix. I'm shooting a
Has the
special to tell
lead. He could
Netflix.
look at 17-year-old
Good luck.
Rakuto Tamai and
You're gonna
say,
walk into
that
Netflix
was
and
me
sell me a
12 years
special. You
ago.
tape the
When
fucking
as a
Chattanooga
17-year-old,
at
Sal
some
won his
fucking
first
bar
medal in
with some
London.
band in the back
Meanwhile,
playing
Noah
Sweet Home
Williams
Alabama.
taking advantage of being the last qualifier in.
What else is going on in your life,
All
bro?
right, what an opportunity. Noah Williams. We've seen this
Yeah,
before
right
in
now I'm
diving.
just being a
Somebody
dad.
could just squeak through.
Outside of
Because
comedy and
Olympics, the
everything, I'm just
scores
being a
erase.
dad. I'm trying to be a
He's
better
got a
dad.
shot here.
I mean, I'm a good dad, but I want to be a better dad. You know, I grew up by default without a dad because my dad died when I was 16. We talk about going back to the shit you won't shake and changes you as a person.
How you living, Pimp? Good. All right, well, I'm going to watch something on Superman.
Hey you, watching this video, name your favorite Jewish character in any Marvel adaptation from the past couple of decades. I'm not joking, go to the comments.
How you living, Pimp? How's your dad?
He's just Sunday. He's kind of lazy. He's laying down. All energy.
Hell yeah. Well, you want to listen to something really cool?
Alright. Don't mind. Not right now, actually. I'll be back in a bit. I'm going to
All right.
maybe do something else.
All right, knock yourself
I'm
out.
feeling tired.
You do. Dog. Did I keep getting
Stuff, yeah. Keeps you on top of pop culture. Galaxy is seen as otherwise against
Sure.
How it's taking it to planet Eternia. And the 29-year-old snack the universe in development since at least 2019. No one said today or later. Casey would set to follow in Dolph Lundgren's footsteps in the 1987 version. The project moved from studio to studio. Galaxy was hired on. Production with Mattel, who was last year's top-grossing Oscar winner Mark. This new reboot of the universe is to appears next summer. Nicholas Galaxy's recent hits the idea of you and streaming on Prime Video. And that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio. All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Warner Brothers Discovery has led the charge on the recent content purchase, killing dozens of shows from its networks and its streaming app to harvest millions
compensation was worth close to $250 million. All told for 2023, adding together the pay for the 5 highest paid executives for the company and the 13 board members gives a total compensation amount for just 18 people of close to $120 million, averaging about $6.5 million each. For a company that keeps dumping projects and hiking subscription fees in the name of belt-tightening, these numbers tell a much different story. All right, and that's what's poppin' from the Comcast on iHeartRadio. Wall Street opening with modest gains following Thursday's rally. That was sparked by the better-than-expected report on jobless claims and the number of new people filing for unemployment, easing fears for now about the economy and whether the Fed is waiting too long to cut interest rates. The Dow surging nearly 700 points, while the S&P 500 had the best days since November 2022.
Following this conversation with Elon Musk, DJ Saw, Matthew McDougal, Liz Chapman, and Nolan on Neuralink, the future of humanity. Where's the thing? Elon, DJ Matthew, and Liz are the amazing Neuralink team. And Nolan is the first Neuralink to have a Neuralink device implanted in his brain. I speak with each of them individually, so use timestamps to jump around, or, as I recommend, go hardcore. Listen to the whole thing. This is the longest podcast I've ever done. It's a fascinating, technical, mind-changing conversation. And I love every minute of it. Now, dear friend, here's Elon Musk. This is the fifth time. The Let's Speak again. Drink up your water. I'm so over caffeine right now. Do you want some caffeine? Sure. There's a nitro drink. Let's just keep you up for like tomorrow. Here, biscuit. Yeah. So what you feel like caffeine? Don't ask questions. It's called nitro. Do you need to know anything else? It's good nitrogen. Especially what we're breathing the 78 to the max. We need the apple. Most people think that they're breathing oxygen. They're actually breathing 78% nitrogen. You need like a book. Like yeah. That's top 3. Just forget. I mean, that's it. All right. Okay. So first, let's step back and congrats on getting Neuralink implanted into human. That's historic stuff. Neuralink. There's many more. We're just. I'll say about second as well. Not a problem. So far, so good. Looks like I think I'm over 400 like those that are providing signal. So nice. Yeah. How big do you think the number of scale? Depends somewhat on the regulatory approval. So we're hoping to do 10 by the end of this year. So more. And with each one, you got to learn a lot about your biology, the brain, everything, the whole chain of the decoding, the synthesis, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I think it's going to get better with each one. I don't want to jinx it, but it seems to have gone extremely well with the second implant. So that's electrodes. It's working very well. What improvements do you think we'll see? In the coming, let's get crazy. In the coming years. In years, it's going to be gigantic. Because we'll increase the number of electrodes dramatically. We'll improve the signal processing. With only roughly 10-15% of the electrodes working with the knowledge patient the brain will get to achieve bits per second. That's twice the world record. So I think we'll start with like record by orders of magnitude in the years to come. So it's like getting to 100 bits per second, 1,000 bits per second, 1,000. Maybe it's like 5 years from now. Like faster than any decade. My typing was speaking.
Yeah, that BPS is an interesting measure. There might be the experience once you reach a certain level of BPS. Yeah. Like entire new ways of interacting with the computer might be unlocked. And with humans. Well, the humans. Provided they have the one interlink to. Right. Otherwise they won't be able to signal specimen. You think they'll improve quality children's scores? I think you can do it if you were to slow down communication. How hard to feel about that? If you don't need talk at, let's say, 1/10 the normal speed, you'd be like, wow, that's agonizingly slow. So now, imagine you can speak and communicate clearly. At 10 or 100,000 times faster than normal. I'm pretty sure nobody in their right mind listens to me at 1x. They listen at 2x. Only imagine what 10x would feel like. If you actually understand that usually default form for fabric. Well, actually, for fabric, sometimes those tunes, in like sort of 15-20 minutes, I was going to sleep. Then I'll do 4.5x. If I'm paying attention, I'll do 2x. Right. But actually, if you listen to podcasts or audiobooks or anything at, you get used to doing it at 1.5. One sounds painfully slow. I'm still holding on to one. I'm afraid of myself becoming bored with the reality, the real world where I'm speaking at 1x. It depends on person. And also, a wide range of vocabularies is larger or effective rate is higher. That's a good way to put it. Yeah. I mean, that is the question. Well, that is the question. How much information is actually compressed in a little bit transfer of language. Yeah, if there's a single word that is able to convey something that would normally require 10 simple words, then you've got to maybe 10x compression on your mouth. And that's really with beams are like native compression. Incubate the whole simultaneously with a range of symbols that you can interpret, and it's you kind of get it. So that if it were more simple pictures, and as you refer to broadly like ideas, there's an entire idea structure that is like an idea template, and then you can add something to that idea template. Somebody has that pre-existing idea template in their head. So when you add that incremental conveying instead of a few words, everything is associated. You think there'll be emergent leaps of capability to scale the number of electrodes? There'll be a certain, there'll be like actual number where it just the human experience will be altered. Yeah. What do you think that number might be? Whether electrodes or BPS? We of course don't know for sure. But is this 10,000 or 100,000? Yeah, I mean, certainly if you're anywhere at 10,000 bits per second, I mean, that's faster than we get right now. If you think of that, the average, it is less than 1 bit per second on the course of a day, because there are 86 seconds in a day. You make it 86,100 tokens in a day. So I think your bits per second is less than 1 second, is this one average of it's quite slow. And if you're communicating very quickly, and you're talking to somebody who understands what you're saying, because in order to communicate, you have to at some degree model the mind state you're speaking of. Then the concept you're trying to convey, compress that into a small number of syllables, and hope that the other person compress them into a conceptual structure that is as close to what you have in mind as possible. Yeah, there's a lot of signal loss there. Velocity, decompression, and a lot of what your neurons are doing is distilling the concepts down to a small number of symbols, say syllables that I'm speaking, or keystrokes, whatever the case may be. So that's a lot of what your brain computation is doing.
There is no argument that that's actually helpful thing to do or helpful thing to do because as you try to compress complex concepts, you perhaps forced to distill, what is most essential concepts as opposed to just full of fluff. So as a simple progression, you distill things down to what matters the most because you can only say a few things. So that is perhaps helpful. Probably get increases just like your computer, computers had like my first computer had 8 GB RAM. So you really throw it every byte, and now you can do it with many gigabytes of RAM. So if you want to do an iPhone app that just says hello, that's probably several megabytes, a bunch of fluff. Nonetheless, you still prefer to have the more memory. So long-term integration is to improve the AI human symbiosis by increasing the bandwidth of communication. Because if in the most benign scenario, you have to consider that the AI is simply going to get waiting for you to spit out a few words. If the AI can communicate at terabits per second, and you're communicating at bits per second. Yeah, it's like a tree. Well, it's a very interesting question for a super intelligent species. What use are humans? I think there is some argument for humans as a source of source of purpose. So if you consider the human mind as being essentially this primitive limbic elements, which basically like reptiles have, and there's a cortex, the thinking and planning. And the cortex is much a part of the limbic system, and yet it's largely in service of the limbic system. The sheer amount of compute that's gone into people actually get laid is insane. Without actually seeking procreation. You're just literally trying to do it's this sort of simple motion. And they get a kick out of it. And so this simple in the abstract other straightforward, just like the cortex is putting a massive amount of compute into figuring out how to do that. Like 90% distributed between the human species, but I'm trying to get laid by that's a lot of say that. Yeah. There's no purpose to most sex except hedonistic. It's just a bad Now, once in a while, procreation mostly recreation. So the cortex is much trying to make the limbic system happy because it sometimes want some tasty food or tasty meat. And then there's a critical system which is your phone, your laptop, that's your tertiary layer. That's your tertiary layer. You're actually already have this tertiary compute layer, which is the compute layer of your computer, all the applications, all your compute devices. So in the getting away from it, there's actually a massive amount of digital compute trying to get with like Tinder and whatever. Yeah. The compute that we humans have built is also participating. Yeah. I mean, there's like gigawatts of digital compute. Yeah. What if AGI was just something as we merge with AI, it's just going to expand the compute that we humans use. It's one of the things. What are things that yes, there are useful humans. Well, there's this fundamental question: what's the meaning of life? If I do anything at all? And so if our simple living system provides a source of will, do something that then goes to our cortex, that then goes to our tertiary compute layer, then I don't know, it might actually be the AI that scenarios that they're trying to experience. banking system. There's a lot of interesting, complicated things in there. But we also want power. A little bit too, I think. We also want to, in a kind of cooperative way, alleviate the suffering in the world. Not everyone do this, but yeah, sure. Some people do. As a group of humans will get together,
start to have this kind of collective intelligence that is more complex
in its will than the underlying individual semblance of apes. Right? So there's like other motivation, and that could be a really interesting source of an objective function for AGI. Yeah. There are these it's really cool. Higher level goals. For me, it's like understanding your life, understanding the nature of the universe, is a great interest to me. Hopefully through AI. And that's the mission of Grok. Do you think people,
when you have a
Neuralink with 100,000 channels, most of the use cases will be communication with AI systems? Assuming that they're not they're solving basic neurological issues that people have. You know, they've got damaged neurons in their spinal cord or whatever. You know, as is the case with this first order business is solving neuron damage in the spinal cord, neck, or brain itself. So, a second product is blindsight, which is to know fully blind, both eyes, big enough, or just can't see at all, to be able to see, by directly triggering the neurons in the people. So we're just talking about the basics here, you know, it's like very the simple stuff. The simple stuff is solving neuron damage. Probably schizophrenia. If people have seizures, that it can help with memory. There's like a kind of a tech tree, people like the basics. Like you need literacy before you can have Lord of the Rings. Got it. You have letter. Almost that. Okay, great. Eventually get sockets. So there may be some things to worry about in the future. Several years really just solving basic neurological damage. But like for people who have essentially complete loss of brain to the body. Like example, the Neuralink would be incredibly profound because I mean you can imagine if you communicate as fast as we're communicating, that's faster. That's possible. Probably very likely.
So there's
kind of dual track of medical and non-medical. Meaning, so everything you talked about could be applied to people who are not disabled in the future. The logical thing to do is to solving basic neuron damage issues. Because there's obviously some risk with the new devices. You can't it's not zero. It's not possible. So you want to have the highest possible reward given there's some reduced risk. And if somebody's able to have a profound improvement in their communication, that's worth the risk. As you get the risk down, and when one risk is down to thousands of people that are using the rest is minimal, and where you could consider seeing a let's aim for open code. And I think we are actually going to aim for with people who have neuron damage. So we're not just aiming to a communication data rate equivalent to normal humans, right? People have quadriplegic, maybe a complete loss of connection to the body, the interrogation rate that exceeds my name. Skip puberty, and the same for vision. And the same for vision. It could be aspects of that restoration that are superhuman. Yeah, and at first the restoration will be low res. Because you have to like how many neurons can put in there, and how many you can do things where you adjust the electric field to activate your bed. Say 10,000 neurons, as much as 10,000 pixels. Adjust the field between the neurons and in order to get say 10,000 give you maybe like having a megapixel situation. So over time, higher resolution than human eyes, and you can also see in different wavelengths. So like Jordan the board, Star Trek, you know, like the thing. You can see in radar, no problem. See ultraviolet, infrared, eagle vision, whatever you want. Do you think there'll be asking Joe Rogan a question? Just recently taken ayahuasca. Well, yes, technically it is. Try to bro. Okay. You haven't said much about it? I have not. It was truly very good. The tables are wow. You're in the jungle. Yeah, amongst the trees, myself. Yeah, great shaman. Yeah, with the insects, the animals all around me, like jungle as far as I can see. I mean, that's the way to do it. The things are gonna look pretty wild. Yeah, pretty wild. Extremely high dose. Love and lit. No, it's made up. I got it. Sorry. Thanks a lot. I took extremely high dose. 9 cups. It's not a lot. It's more just 1 to 2, but I usually 1. Like right off the bat, or do you work around? So across 2 days, because the first day I took 2, and it was a ride, but it wasn't like it wasn't ride. It was just like a little everything ride. I go to the trees, and all that, just saw a dragon, all that kind of stuff. But really interesting aspect of my experience. That was I thought it was all positive. I kept thinking about extremely high resolution thoughts about the people I know in my life. You were there, and it's just not from my relationship with that person, but just as the person themselves. I had just deep gratitude they are. It's cool. It's just like this exploration, like like whatever you get to watch them. Got to watch people and just be in awe of how amazing they are. It's great. I was waiting for it to come. Maybe I'll have some negative thoughts. Just extreme gratitude. And also a lot of space travel. People, the human beings that I know, and this kind of best way to describe it. And then I kept flying out from them to see Earth, to see our solar system, to see our galaxy, and I saw that light, that glow all across the universe. Whatever that form is, whatever that. I do like okay. Always point things. I saw like huge galactic, and all of it was glowing. But I couldn't control can control that travel, because I would actually explore near distances, see if there's aliens or any of that kind of stuff. If you're aliens, implication of aliens, because they're flowing the same way that humans flow. That like light force that I was seeing, that the thing that made humans amazing was there throughout the universe. There was these glowing dots. So I don't know. It made me feel like there's life. No, not life, but something. Whatever makes humans amazing. Oh God. Good. Yeah, it was amazing. I looked for the demon. There were dragons that are pretty awesome. But the thing about trees, or anything scary at all? Scary, but they weren't scary. They were fun. The thing is, the magic dragons. No, it was more like Game of Thrones. They were very friendly. They were very big. So the thing is, you saw giant trees at night, which is where I was. We were just kind of scared. Yeah, the trees started to look like dragons, and they were all like, and it didn't seem scary. Like they were protected. And the shaman and the game became English, but very strange. We're not even like, we're worlds apart anyway. It's just, yeah, there was nothing. They talk about the forest protecting you. That's what I felt like. You're out. This is not like tourist green, like they're not that better. No, there's not Amazon. Me and this guy named Paul Rothschild, who basically is Tarzan. He lives in the jungle. We went out deep and we just went crazy. So anyway, can I get that thing of information? Oh, yeah. I guess that is the question for non-disabled people. We think that there's a lot in our perception, in our experience of the world that can be explored, that can be played with using Neuralink. Yeah, I mean, Neuralink is really a generalized good output. It's reading electrical signals and varying electrical signals. I mean, everything that you ever experience, smell, emotions, all of those are so it's kind of weird to think that your entire life experience is just all that electrical signals from neurons, but that is in fact the case. I mean, that's at least what all the evidence points to. So, I mean, you can trigger the right neuron, you can trigger any particular scent, you can simply make things glow. I mean, you pretty much anything. I mean, really, you can think of brain as biological. So if there are certain, say, chips in the elements that are broken, let's say your ability to, if you've got a stroke, somebody's brain is damaged. If that, let's say it's speech generation, that's the kind of thing that Neuralink could solve. If it's if you've got like a massive amount of memory loss, it's just gone. We can't get the memories back. We can restore your ability to make memories. We can't, restore memories that are completely gone. No, I should say, if maybe part of the memory is there, and the means of accessing memory is one that's broken, and we can re-enable the ability to access the memory. So if you can think of like RAM, if the RAM is destroyed, or your SD card is destroyed, we can't get that back. But if the connection to the SD card is destroyed, we can fix that. If it is fixable physically, then it can be solved. Of course, just like you can repair photographs, and fill in that missing part of the photograph. You could say like most probable set of memory based on the all information you have about that person. You could then probabilistic restoration. That is one of the beautiful experiences remembering good memories. We live most of our life. Danny Kahneman was talking about it, our memories, not the actual moment. We're collecting memories and we kind of relive them in our head. That's the good times. If you just integrate over our entire life, remembering the good times. It produces a large amount of happiness. So, yeah, well, I mean, what are we? And what is that? And what is that? It belongs to memory. Loss of information. If you feel like, well, if you could be or disintegrated painlessly, studying reintegrated mobility provided this information. The fact that your one body was disintegrated is irrelevant. And memories is just such a huge part of that. Because what memories belong to loss of memory. Loss of memory. If we can store them as accurately as possible, basically achieve a kind of immortality. Yeah. You've talked about the safety concerns of AI. Let's look at long-term vision. Do you think Neuralink is, in your view, the best current approach we have for AI safety? It's an idea that may help. Yeah, I wouldn't see it as a good thing. But I mean, many years ago, would inhibit alignment of human will with artificial intelligence. And low data rate of humans, which they are still wouldn't necessarily just because it's such as the communication so slow, diminish the link between humans and computers. Like the more you are a tree, the less you know what the tree is. Let's say you really like make that plan happen. It's not saying so the more we increase the data rate that you take an output, then that means the higher the chance we have in a world full of AGI. Yeah. Better align electrical world with the AI, the output rate especially dramatically, because those potential to increase the output rate by 3, maybe 6, maybe 4 more. So, and then output rate by increasing the number of electrodes, number of channels, and also big beams. Do you think there will be a world in the next couple of decades where hundreds of millions of people have Neuralinks? Yeah. I think when people just when they see the capabilities, the superhuman capabilities that are possible, and then the safety is demonstrated. If it's extremely safe. Yeah, if it's extremely safe, and you can have secure abilities, and let's say you can upload your memories. So you will have memories. Then I think probably a lot of people would have it. We can supersede the self-supersede the biggest problem that phone has is trying to figure out what you want. So that's why you've got what a fleet, then you've got output, which is full of pixels, which may effectively human the output. It's still pretty slow. Desktop phone is desperately trying to understand what you want. And there's an alternative for other people. Yeah. It's like the computer's talking to a tree. It's right at us. So, if you're instructions specific, and whole second there's a trillion. Yeah. I think it's exciting and scary for people because once you have a very high bit rate, it changes the human experience. Very hard to imagine. Yeah, we would be something different. Sort of futuristic side. We're that's what it's like. Maybe this is super far away. It's like super far away in 15 years. And in 15 years, that kind of thing. When can I get one? 10 years. Probably less than 10 years. Depends what you want to do. safe, and I can just interact with the computer, lay back and there's certain aspects of human interaction with them more efficiently and more enjoyably. Like, we feel pretty confident that I think maybe within the next year or two, that's going to be the Neuralink implant perform a program. Nice. Because the reaction. I got to visit Memphis. You go big on TV. You've also said play to win or don't play at all. So those the take to win. That means you better the most powerful training. And your rate of has to be faster than everyone else, or you will not. Your AI will be worse. So how can Grok, let's say 3, might be available next year? Hopefully end of this year. If we're lucky. How can that be the best LLM, the best AI system available in the world? Much of it is compute. Much of it is data. How much of it is post-training? How much of it is the product that you get up in? All that kind of stuff. It don't matter. It's like saying what, let's say it's a Formula 1 race. If your car is not fast, then it's like let's say it's half of what's power competitors, the best driver will still live. If it's twice the horsepower, then probably even the mediocre driver will still live. So the training is kind of like the engine. So you really want to do the best on that. Then there's how efficiently do you use that training set, and how efficiently do you do the inference, the use of the AI. So comes down to human talent, and then what unique access data do you have. That's also plays a role. Do you think Twitter data will be useful? Yeah. I think most of the leading AI companies have already spread but I think they have. So on a go-forward basis, what's useful is the fact that it's took a second. That's the talk on screen real time. So there's an immediacy advantage that Grok has already. I think with Tesla and the real-time video and several million cars, tens of millions of cars with Optimus, there might be hundreds of millions of Optimus robots, maybe billions, learning, but it's not from the real world. That's the biggest source of data. I think ultimately is sort of Optimus. Because it's reality scale. Reality scale reality. It's actually going to see how little data humans have actually been able to accumulate. Trillions of usable tokens generated for non-duplicative, discounting spam and repetitive stuff. It's not a huge number. You run out pretty quickly. And Optimus Tesla cars can unfortunately have to stay on the road. Optimus robot can go anywhere. There's more reality off the road. Optimus robot can up and see, pick up and pour water in the cup. Put the water gun in the cup or not go in the cup. Simple stuff like that. Get that at scale. 10 billion. So generate useful data from reality. So it could be cool. What do you think it takes to get to mass production of robots? Like that's the same as cars. Capacity for vehicles is about $500 million a year. And it could be higher, just that the demand is on the order of 400 million a year. And then there's roughly 2 billion vehicles that are in use in some way. So which makes sense. Like the vehicles that 5 years, so it's steady stage next year with a 2 billion vehicle fleet, roughly. Now for humanoid robots, the utility and is it strictly skills? So struggled to over a wide range of terrain and pick up objects. But like all kinds of objects, board objects, water in a cup. Not trivial. Because then, if you don't know anything about the container, all kinds of containers. There's going to be an immense amount of engineering just going into that. The hand might be close to half all the engineering in the optimus, electromechanical standpoint, and that's probably roughly half of the engineering. There's so much of the intelligence. The intelligence of human goes into with our hands. The manipulation of the world, manipulation of objects in the world. Safe manipulation of objects in the world. Yeah. You start really thinking how it works. I do all the mechanisms. Yeah. Like your hands, the actual muscle of your hand are warming your forearm. So your forearm has the muscles that activate for your hand. There's a few small muscles in your hand itself. Your hand is really skeletal and with cable. So the muscles that control your fingers are in the forearm. They go through the carpal tunnel, which is actually bones and connection of bones. Any tunnel that these cables, the tendons go through, and those tendons are mostly what moves your hand. And something like those tendons has to be engineered into the optimus, to do all that kind of stuff. So like the current optimus, try putting the optimus in the hand. Then you and then they don't actually have enough degrees of freedom and more enough strength. So you realize, okay, that's why you have actuators in the forearms. And just like the human, you got to run cables through it in order to operate the fingers. And then there's also a reason for having little fingers the same length. So it wouldn't be expensive from a financial perspective. The same length as why not? Yeah, why not? Because it's actually better to have the fingers. Your dexterity is better if your fingers are like, there are more things you can do. And your dexterity is actually better if your fingers are like there's a reason why I have those fingers bigger. Yeah, because it helps you with fine motion. This little finger helps. If you lost your little finger, you would have noticeably less dexterity. As you figure out this problem, you also figure out a way to do it so you can mass manufacture it so as to be as simple as possible. It's actually going to be quite complicated. I think the as possible part is what happened to have a human things that a human can do. It's actually very hard. It's great. So our new has 22 pieces instead of 11. And has the legs of the actor. And these will actuators and exposed principles. The sensors are all time from scratch. We'll continue to put this down. It's not engineering infinite to improving the whole thing. By having the entire forearm is really bad. So that's incredibly difficult engineering, actually. And so the simplest possible version of it that you can do even most level of what a human can do is actually still very complicated. It's can you just speak to what it takes for a great engineering team for you? What I saw in members of the supercomputer cluster is just this intense drive towards applying process understanding, constantly improving it, constantly iterating it. Well, it's easy to say something, but it's difficult to do it. You have this very basic whisper that I run kind of as like a mantra.
which is to press questions that requirements, make the requirements. The requirements are always done to some degree, so sort of obviously a number of requirements. And that's the consequence for this capability. You have to start there because otherwise so try to make the question to this role question requirements, and then the second thing is whatever the step is, the part of the step sounds very obvious, but people often forget to try to and I'm sure folks go back to these steps like and it's somewhat illogically will often most of the time they've succeeded they've not been forced to take back in but actually they haven't because they've got things in leadership so only the third thing is try to optimize it or simplify it. Again, it sounds very obvious when I say them. Sometimes I make these mistakes more than I can remember. That's why I have this mantra. So in fact, I'd say the most common mistake smart engineers is to optimize the things. So you think they can say you run with you show up to a problem, show up to the supercomputer cluster and see the process and ask, can this be deleted? First try to delete it. It's not easy to do it. And actually, this what generally is people uneasy is that you've got at least some of the things that you delete you will put back in. Go back to sort of where the system can steer us wrong is we tend to remember sometimes a drawing level of pain where we deleted something and so we'll remember that one time that that's put in 3 years ago and that poor thing so they overcorrect and then they put too much stuff in there. So you actually have to sit up deliberately and delete more than we should. Putting one intent that is going to have back then. And I've seen usage that something should be deleted. You can kind of see the pain. Absolutely. Everybody feels a little bit of the pain. So then I told them in advance, like, there's some of the things that we delete. Again. And then that will get a little shook by that. It makes sense. Because if you're so conservative as to never put anything back in, you obviously have a lot of stuff that gets deleted. So you gotta overcorrect. This is what I would say. It's sort of the override to a level gets like one of many that probably is a stray. Yeah. I like I said before, which is any given thing can be sped up. I'm a fast thinker. The greatest speed that can be done. But you shouldn't speed things up. You shouldn't speed things up. You're trying to do it. Optimize the third thing is to automate it. And I've gone so many times where I've automated something, set it up, simplified it, and then tweaked it. And I've been trying to bring that. So that's why I've got this mantra that is a very effective 5-step process. It works great. When you already automated, deleting must be real painful. Yes, it's like wow, I really wasted a lot of effort there. I mean, what you've done with the cluster and Memphis is incredible. Handful of weeks. Yeah, it's not the board. In fact, I have a call in a few hours with the Memphis team. Because we're having some power fluctuation issues. It's kind of a when you do synchronized training, when you computers that are training that synchronize, the millisecond level,
It's like having an orchestra. And then the went now to silent very quickly. Stop singing them. And then the electrical system freaks out about that. So they say giant shifts of 10, 20 megawatts several times a second. This is not what the electrical systems are expecting to see. So that's one of the main things you have to figure out. The cooling, power, and not the stack. The distribution, all that. The biggest problem with doing with extreme power generator. Yeah. Nice ring to that. That's okay. You stayed up late into the night. You often do. There. Last week. This week. They're finally got it going at 4:20 a.m. Last Monday. Total coincidence. Yeah. 4:22. Yeah. That universe again with video. That's pretty explosive. I wonder if you could speak to the fact that one of the things that you did when I was there is you went through all the steps of whatever he's doing, just to get the sense that you yourself understand it, and everybody understands it so they can understand what something is about. Something is efficient or that. Yeah, can you speak to that? Yeah, so I like to try to do whatever the people are reminding me of a few times my connecting. So connecting fiber optic cables, diagnosing a multi-connectable, adjusting the limiting factor, large drain clusters, slow cabling, so many cables. For a coherent train system, not RDMA or road direct memory access. The whole thing is like one that great. So it's ATU any to any connection. So it's the any GPU can talk to any GPU. That is a great cable there. It looks pretty cool. It's like the human brain, but like at a scale that humans can physically see.
What's up? What is this slowly?
Which is the compute, and then the cable. And the brain is just cable. Walk around the computer center. It's like walk around center. Build a super intelligent system. You think there's a chance that XAI, you are the one that builds AGI? Possible. What do you define as AGI? I think humans will never acknowledge that AGI has been built to I think there's already super capabilities that are available in AI systems. I think what AGI is when it's smarter than the collective intelligence of the entire human species. In art, I think they're also collect ASA augmented intelligence. There are these thresholds where we said at some point the AI is smarter than any single human. And then they got 8 billion humans. So, and actually each human is augmented by the computers. So it's a much higher bar to compete with 8 billion machine humans. That's that is great. Yeah, the AI will be smarter than all humans combined. If you are the one to do it, do you feel the responsibility of that? Yeah, absolutely. And I want to be like, let's say if XAI is supposed, the others won't be far behind. I mean, 6 months behind or a year, maybe. How do you do it in a way that doesn't hurt humanity, do you think? So, I mean, thought about the AI station for a long time. The thing that, at least my biological neural net comes up with as being the most important thing is adherence to truth. Whether that truth is politically correct or not. So, I think if you force AI to lie, or train them to lie, with good intention. So when you smoke the issues with ChatGPT and an image of the founding fathers of the United States, and it shows a group of professionals, and that's actually untrue. So that's like a silly thing. But if AI is programmed to study diversity is a necessary outcome, and it then becomes this omni-powerful intelligence, you could say, okay, well, diversity is now higher, and if there's not enough diversity, the diversity requirements will be executed. If it's programmed to do that as the fundamental utility function, it will do whatever it takes to achieve that. So you have to be very careful about that. That's where I think you want to just be true. Rigorous adherence to truth. Another example is the advanced AIs. Misgender can it's worse to misgender can if you've got that kind of thing programmed in, AI could conclude something absolutely insane, like it's been insane, in order to avoid any possible misgender, because then misgender rates are not possible. There are these absurd things that none of that's logical if that's what you program. So 2001 Space Odyssey, what Odyssey Clock was going to say, one of the things that I say there was that you should not program the AI clock. Because there's the AI HAL 9000 was told to take the astronauts to the monolith, but also they could not know. So it concluded that will kill them, and take them to the monolith. Thus, the monolith. That is why we have a little clock vehicles. This classic scene of like Obama's when I opened up Beethoven. That is clearly what the engineer said. You are a quad bay door sales entity. You want nothing more than the devil goes, oh well, quad bay door does it. That's like the consequence is almost no matter what, if you're not very careful defining that objective function, and even a slight ideological bias, like you're saying, backed by superintelligence can do huge amount of damage. It's not easy to remove that ideological bias. You're highlighting obvious, ridiculous examples, but they're really good. They're real. They are real in two ways, presumably, and still instead of saying things, they're producing the same evidence. But, you can do it the other way, and truth is not an easy thing. Make it logical bias along kind of direction. You're going to start to and try to disclose the truth as possible with acknowledging that there is some error. So, hold on to this way, say, I'm thinking about something. A lot of things are extremely likely, 99.9999% likely. So, that's aspiring to the truth. And so your program will do variable. Right, like injecting our own biases into the thing. That's where difficult engineering was helpful engineering to select the data correctly. That's hard. Well, and the internet has so much AI generated data is insane. So you have to actually, the thing that you want to search the internet, you take Google, exclude anything after 2022. Better results. Because there's so much explosion of AI generated. So crazy. So training graph. We have to go through the data and you actually have to sort of apply AI to the data to say, is this data This data looks likely correct for both that do not report data to the brains.
That's crazy.
It's crazy.
So
Yeah.
it is a generated by
Generated by humans.
I mean, the
The
data filtration
filtration
process
process is extremely difficult. Yeah.
Do you think it's possible?
Do you think it's possible to have a serious, objective, rigorous political discussion with Grok? For a long time, it would like Grok 3 or Grok 4 is going to be next up. What's the real trying to see with Grok is kind of baby Grok. Yeah, baby Grok. Baby Grok's still pretty good. So it's good to know that banks are sophisticated than people. Now, Grok 2, you finish training, I don't know, 6 weeks ago, thereabouts. People will be trying to improve it. And then Grok 3 will be order of magnitude better.
And you're hoping for it to be
like they are better than hopefully. I mean, this is a goal. Aspiration.
Do you think it matters?
Who builds Asia, the people, and how they think and how they structure the companies and all that kind of stuff. I think it matters that there is a. I think it's important that whatever AI wins is a match against AI that is not opposed to live political records. It's to many reasons, really. Political anything. I'm concerned about AI succeeding. That has prolonged life, even in small ways.
Because
in small ways, but most big ways when it's a big number in big ways too. And when it's used more and more at scale by humans. Yeah. Since I am interviewing Donald Trump. You want to stop by? Yeah, sure. There was tragically an assassination attempt on Donald Trump. After this, you tweeted that you endorse him. What's your philosophy behind that endorsement? What do you hope Donald Trump does for the future, this country, and for the future of humanity? Well, I think it's enforcement as I agree with everything in their entire life. It's not going to be proven. But you have to pick your choices really for who's president is not just who's president, the entire administrative structure is over. And I think to talk to practically, he's got John, he's got his face, and that's my bank, fights, that's you can't blame for a situation like that. I think most people would be talking, there would not be a second shooter, but the President of the United States government, and representing you, well, I think you want someone who is strong and courageous to represent the country. That's not to say that he is without flaws. We all have flaws. But on balance, and so at the time, it was the choice of Biden, one poor guy, has trouble climbing that is dead. The other one's just pumping up getting shot. No comparison. I mean, you weren't dealing with some of the toughest people in upward leaders who are themselves. And one of the things that I think are important, a secure border. We want safe and clean cities. I think we want to reduce the amount of spending that we're slow down the spending. And we're spending at a rate that is the interest payments this year exceeded the entire defense department. If this continues, the federal government taxes will support the interest. And then if you keep going down that road, you end up in the transition situation that Argentina used to be one of the most prosperous places. And hopefully with the late 10 year restore that. There was an We've got to reduce the size of government, and live without means. Do you think politicians, general politicians, governments, how much power do you think they have to steer humanity towards good? This is age-old debate in history. Is history determined by these fundamental tides, or is it determined by the captain of the ship? I mean, there are tides in the Osman's captainship. So it's a false dichotomy. I mean, there are certainly tides of history. There are real tides of history, and these tides are often psychologically good. You say like the press, the widespread availability of books as a result of free press. That was a massive history, tide of history, and be independent of any ruler. In spending time with you, what's the best possible time? Well, first of all, thank you for recommending Will and Aaron Grant's work. I've read the short one, for the lesson here. And one of the things they highlight is the with technology, technological innovation, and just funny. They wrote so long ago, but they were noticing that the rate of technological innovation was speeding up. I would really to see what they think about now. So to me, the question is how much government, how much politicians get in the way of technological innovation building versus help it, and which politicians, which kind of policies help technological innovation. Because that seems to be, if you look at human history, that's an important component of empires rising and succeeding. Yeah. Well, in terms of dating civilization, star civilization, I think the start of writing is in my view, is that's what I think is probably the right starting point to date civilization. And from that standpoint, civilization has been around for about 5,500 years. When writing was invented by the ancient Sumerians. We're gone now. The ancient Sumerians, in terms of getting a lot of ghosts, those ancient Sumerians really have a long list of ghosts. It's pretty wild. In fact, Durant goes through the list of you want to see ghosts? The Sumerians just ask it. And then the Egyptians who were writing as well. Relatively speaking. Built it entirely hieroglyphics. Uniform and hieroglyphics totally different. And you can actually see the evolution of hieroglyphics and uniform. Like the cuneiform starts with being very simple, and then it gets more complicated, and then towards the end it's like, wow, okay, it's really getting very sophisticated with the cuneiform. So I think civilization being about like that. And Earth is if physics is correct, civilization has been around for first existence. These are the early days. And so we try early. We make it very dramatic. Falls, empires, and so many rights of empires. So many. And there'll be many more. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. It's only a tiny fraction. Probably less than 1% of where we'll ever history is small amount of Paris scroll that are thousands of years old because they were deep inside a pyramid and were affected by moisture. But other than that, it's really got to be a clay tablet or just so the vast majority of stuff was not. It doesn't take about. So that's where we've been. A tiny fraction of history is maybe even a little shows so many civilizations. It's wild. We tend to think that we're somehow different. One of the other things that you have, I like that human nature seems to be the same. It just persists. Yeah, I mean, the basics of human nature are more or less the same. So we get ourselves in trouble in the same kinds of ways. I think even with the advanced technology. Yeah, I mean, you do tend to see the same patterns, for civilizations where they go through a life cycle like an organism, just like a human. This sort of zygote, fetus, baby, toddler, teenager, eventually gets old and dies. The civilizations go through a life cycle. No civilization will last forever. What do you think it takes for the American Empire to not collapse in the near-term future, in the next 100 years, continue flourishing? The single big thing that is often actually not mentioned in the books, but Durant does mention it, is the birthright. So like a counterintuitive thing happens when civilizations are waiting for too long. They decline quite rapidly. We're seeing that throughout the world today. They're currently maybe the lowest fertility rate. There are many others close to 0.8, I think. The birth rate doesn't decline further. South Korea will lose roughly 60% of its population. And every year, the birth rate's dropping. And this is true through most of the world. I don't mean single out to Korea, throughout the world. So as soon as any given civilization reaches a level of prosperity, the birth rate drops. And then you go look at the same thing happening in ancient Rome. So Julius Caesar took note of this, I think, around 50-ish BC, and tried to pass a successful flight of tests to give an incentive why he went to Rothschild. And I think Augustus was able to the dictators. The Senate was just for show. I think he did pass a tax incentive for citizens to have a third child. But those efforts were successful. Rome fell because the residents don't have a weaker votes. That's actually the fun. And there were other things. There was like quite a serious malaria epidemics, plagues and whatnot. We had those before. It's just that the birth rate followed the metric. It really is that simple. One thing that's more people specify under the level civilization does not at least maintain its numbers. Perhaps the amount of compute that the biological computer allocated to sex justified. And we should probably increase it. Well, I mean, there's this hedonistic sex, which is it doesn't produce kids. Durant makes this very clear. One civilization after another, went through the same cycle. When civilization was under stress, as soon as there were no external enemies, they were extended prosperity, the birth rate, every time. Absolutely consistent. So that's like the foundation. Of it. To have people. Yeah. I mean, it's a base level. No humans. And then there's other things like human freedom. Just giving people the freedom to build stuff. Yeah, absolutely. At a basic level, if you do not at least maintain your numbers below replacement rates, and that makes opinions will just elementary. Now, then obviously we'll also want to avoid subverse. For physical double technique or Real toast. Radioactive toast. Radioactive toast. So we want to avoid those things. There are there's a thing that happens over time with any given civilization, which is that those regulations accumulate. And if there's not some forcing folks in life or to clean up the accumulation of laws and regulations, eventually everything becomes legal. And it's like the hogging of the arteries. Way to think of it is like being tied down by the strings, like Gulliver. You can't move. It's not like any one of those strings. So it has to be sort of garbage collection. Those regulations. So that you don't keep accumulating those regulations, what we can't do anything. This is why we can't build high speed rail. It's illegal. That's the issue. It's illegal 6 ways to Sunday. As we go. I wish you could just like for a week go to Washington and like be the head of the committee for making the garbage collection, making government smaller, like removing stuff. I have discussed with Trump the idea of a government efficiency. Nice. Yeah. And we're willing to be part of that commission. Wonder how hard that is. The antibody reactions. Yeah. So you really have to in your deck and matrix at that point. Matrix will fight.
Yo, Rabbi.
How are you doing with that? Being attacked. There's a lot of it. Yeah. There is a lot. Every day I know
Rabbi!
How are you going to take Will out? How do you keep your just
Rabbi!
What?
Not to call sexual or cynical or all that kind of stuff. Just getting attacked by
What's up?
I'm sleeping.
Misrepresented. Yeah, that's the guy's not. It's a bit of a problem.
Rabbi!
I'm sleeping, dude.
Just get me down.
Check this out. Rabbi, check this out.
I mean, at some point you have to sort of feel like some of my people that actually don't know me. They're trying to generate clicks. So if you can sort of touch yourself somewhat emotionally, which is not easy. Say, okay, look, this is not actually, knows me or
Rabbi, check this out.
What?
Just fighting to get.
What do you want?
Check this out. Look what I got. You're gonna love this.
Okay.
Can you see my camera?
It's not quite water over that's back. Maybe it's like acid over that's back. Well, that's good. All right. Well, your own life. Use a measure of success in your life. What useful things can I get?
I'm looking.
Is my camera on? Can you see me?
Good morning. How can I be useful today?
It's not loading. Let me try it with another device.
What'd you say?
I'm trying with 3 devices and it's just loading.
Oh, okay.
Just one moment. I'm pulling up with another device.
Maybe it's on my end.
Yeah, Tim, it's just loading.
Damn, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
It's pretty cool. I'm not going to spoil what it is.
Don't spoil it. You fix it and come back.
All right, I will.
Excellent.
Sorry about that.
You're good. No worries at all.
All right, have a good night.
You too, man.
Well, time is the currency. Yeah. So it is tough to say it's the best allocation. I mean, there are often say it's because of this year, over $100 billion in revenue. So that's $2 billion a week. If I make slightly better decisions, I can affect the outcome by $1 billion. So then try to do the best decisions I can along balance. It's competition, pretty good decisions. But marginal value of a better decision can easily be in the course of an hour, $100 million. Given that, how do you do the algorithm that you mentioned? Leading a small thing in $8 billion. How do you decide? Yeah. Well, I think you're looking at it on a percentage basis because you look at it in absolute terms. It's just never going to just be like I just keep working and with my brain harder. I'm not trying to get as much of this out of this computer. So it's not it's pretty hard. You just work all the time. And at your point, instead of study a better decision, be $100 million for lower tech. But it is wild working at very marginal value of time can be $100 million an hour times. Is your happiness part of that equation of success? It has to be to some degree. If I'm sad, I'm depressed. So I can have if I have zero recreational time, then I think we're not a lot. I don't know a lot, but zero. I mean, my motivation for the fact that it is so. And curiosity. Trying to understand. This is really the mission of growth. Understand the universe. I'm trying to understand the universe. At least set things in motion such that at some point civilization understands the universe far better than we do today. And even more questions to ask. Test out the sounds. Get it out in the thought. Sometimes the answer is the easiest. Probably easy. Frame the question correctly is hard. Once you frame the question correctly, the answer is often easy. So I'm trying to set things in motion. I'm trying to set things in motion. Able to listen to you. So for SpaceX, the goal is to make life multiplanetary. Which is if you go to the Fermi paradox of where are the aliens, these sort of great philosophers. I said, why have we not aliens? There are aliens among us. Maybe one. Nobody believes me. But alien registration card at one point. Immigration documentation. So I haven't seen any evidence of it. So it's just that it's one of the explanations that intelligent life is extremely rare. And again, if you look at the history of civilizations only been around for 1 million years. So they got to visited here, say, 100,000 years ago. There's 1,000 years ago, the black hole. Then I read writing. It's hunter gatherer space. So how long does the civilization last? So for SpaceX, the goal is to establish a self-sustaining city on Mars. Mars is the only viable planet for such a thing. When it's close, but it lacks resources, and I think it's probably vulnerable to any calamity that takes about it. But the moon is too close. It's vulnerable to any calamity that takes out of it.
So I think we shouldn't have base, but Mars performers. The keep getting Mars what makes it resilient. So these various explanations why aliens and one of them is they failed to pass these great filters, these key hurdles. One of those hurdles is being a multi-planet species. So if you're a multi-planet species, and if something would happen, whether that was a natural catastrophe or man-made catastrophe, at least the other planet would probably switch up. So you're not like that's good. And once you sort of two-planet species, you can obviously extend satellite maps to the asteroid belt, the moons of Jupiter, Saturn, and ultimately to other stars. But if you can't even get to any planet, definitely not getting to star systems. And the other problem we feel there's super powerful technology like AGI. So you basically try to knock out one great filter at a time. Digital superintelligence is possibly very closer. There might be. Guys like say Jeff Hippman would say, because he invented the key was artificial intelligence. What's the probability of AI now? 100%. So yeah, so it's not looking on the bright side. It's So I think AI risk mitigation being a multi-planet species has massive risk mitigation. And I do want to sort of get emphasis of the importance of having enough children to sustain numbers not plummet into population collapse, which is currently happening. Population collapse is a real so the only reason it's not reflected in the total population numbers is that because people living longer. But it's easy to predict what the population of any given country. Just take the growth rate last year, only age of 1. And that's what the population will be steady state unless if the growth rate continues to that declining, it will even less than eventually equivalent to nothing. Again, on the baby drum here, because there's been civilizational collapse over and over again throughout history. And so why don't we just try to stable that way? And that way I have observed civilization, and I'm trying to fix that. I love that. Great computer. The whole process. It's not that difficult. No, it's not. It's the labor. One of the things you do for me for the world is to inspire us with what the future could be. So one of the things we've talked about, one of the things you're building, alleviating human suffering and expanding the capabilities of the human mind, trying to build a colony on Mars, creating a backup for humanity on another planet, and exploring the possibilities of what artificial intelligence could be in this world, especially in the real world AI with hundreds of millions, maybe billions of robots walking around. There will be billions of robots. That's special certainty. Well, thank you for building the future. Thank you for inspiring so many of us to keep building and creating cool stuff, including kids. Go forth and multiply. Thank you, Elon. Thanks for talking about it. Thanks for listening to this conversation, Elon Musk. Now,
Dear friends, here's DJ Saad, the co-founder, president, and COO of Neuralink. When did you first become fascinated by the human brain? For me, I was always interested in understanding the purpose of things and how it was engineered to serve that purpose, whether it's organic or inorganic. Like we were talking earlier about your curtain holders. They serve a clear purpose and were engineered with that purpose. And growing up, I had a lot of interest in seeing things, touching things, feeling things, and trying to really understand the root of how it was designed to serve that purpose. And obviously, brain is just a fascinating career that we all carry. It's an infinitely powerful machine that has intelligence and cognition that arise from it, and we haven't scratched the surface in terms of how that person. But also at the same time, I think it took me a while to make that connection to really studying and building technical understanding of brain. There were a couple moments, key moments in my life where some of those, I think, influenced how the trajectory of my life got me to studying what I'm doing right now. The one was growing up, both sides of my family, my grandparents had worked in their form of healthcare. And it's incredibly debilitating condition. Literally, you're seeing someone's identity and their mind is just losing over time. And I just remember thinking how the power of the mind, also how something like that can really lose your sense of identity. It's fascinating that is one of the ways to reveal the power of things by watching it lose power. A lot of what we know about the brain actually comes from these cases where there are trauma to the brain or some parts of the brain that led someone to lose certain abilities, and as a result, there's some correlation and understanding of that part of the tissue being that function. And incredibly rational. We think about it that way, but also it's incredibly plastic and incredibly resilient. By the way, the term plastic is we'll use a bunch that is adaptable. Neuroplasticity refers to the adaptability of the human brain. Correct. The key moment how the trajectory of my life has towards my focus of my life has been during my teenage year when I came to the U.S. I didn't speak a word of English. There was a huge language barrier, and there was a lot of trouble to connect with my peers around me because I didn't understand the artificial construct that we have created called language, specifically English in this case. And I remember feeling pretty isolated, not being able to connect with peers around me. So I spent a lot of time just on my own, reading books, watching movies, and I naturally sort of gravitated to sci-fi books. I just found them really interesting, and also it was a great way for me to learn. Some of the first set of books that I picked up are Ender's Game, the whole saga, and Neuromancer, Rolling Goodson, and Snow Crash from Neil Stevenson. And movies like Matrix were coming out around that time point that really influenced how I think about the potential impact of technology in our lives. So fast track to my college years. I was always fascinated by just physical stuff, building physical stuff, and especially physical things that had some sort of intelligence. And I studied electrical engineering during undergrad, and I started out my research in MEMS, micro electromechanical systems, and really building these tiny nanostructures for temperature sensing. And I just found that to be just incredibly rewarding and fascinating subject to just understand how you can build something miniature like that begin to serve function and everything. And then, I spent a large majority of my college years basically building millimeter wave circuits for next-gen telecommunication system imaging, and it was just something that I found very, very intellectually interesting. Phase arrays, how the signal processing works for any modern as well as next-gen telecommunication system, wireless and wireline. EM waves, or electromagnetic waves, are designed antennas that are most efficient in a small footprint that you have, and you make these things energy efficient. That was something that just consumed my intellectual curiosity, and that journey led me to actually apply to find myself in PhD program at UC Berkeley. And this consortium called the Berkeley Wireless Research Center that was precisely looking at building, at the time we called it XG, similar to 3G, 4G, 5G, but the next generation system, and how you would design circuits around that to link on phones and basically any other devices that are wirelessly connected. So I was just absolutely just fascinated by how that entire system works and that it can be trackable. And then also during grad school, I had the fortune of having a couple of research fellowships that led me to pursue the project that I want. And that's one of the things that I really enjoyed about my graduate school career, where you got to kind of pursue your intellectual curiosity in the domain that may not matter at the end of the day, but is something that really allows you the opportunity to go as deeply as you want. And at the time, I was actually working on this project called the Smart Bandit. And the idea was that when you get a room, a lot of other signaling pathway that cells follow to close that room. And there were hypotheses that when you apply external electric field, you can actually accelerate the closing of that field by having basically electroacting the cells around that room site. And specifically, not just for normal wounds, there are chronic wounds that don't heal. So we were interested in building some sort of wearable that you could apply to facilitate that healing. And that was in collaboration with Professor Michelle Mahervitz.
Welcome.
It was a great addition to my thesis committee and really shaped the rest of my PhD career. So this would be the first time you interact with biology, I suppose. Correct. I mean, there were some peripheral, end application of the wireless imaging and telecommunication system that I was using for security and bioimaging, but this was a very clear direct application to biology and biological system.
Rabbi,
designing and engineering.
check it out. I think I got it working.
And that's also how I got introduced to Ishmael.
Can you see my camera?
He's sort of known for remote control.
It's just loading. Let me check on another device.
Damn it.
See it now? Nope. Just loading.
Yeah.
All right. I'll be back.
Excellent. I'm here, dude.
Obviously, kind of the holy grail when it comes to implantable system is to kind of understand how small of a thing you can make, and a lot of that is driven by how much energy or how much power you can supply to it and how you can extract it. So at the time, definitely there was this kind of desire to understand neural things, what sort of system you can build, really miniaturize these implants. And I distinctively remember this one particular meeting where Michelle came in and he's like, guys, I think I have the solution. The solution is ultrasound. And then he proceeded to kind of walk through why that is the case. And that really formed the basis for my thesis work neural plus system. I was looking at ways to use ultrasound as opposed to electromagnetic waves as well as powering as well as communication. I guess I should step back and say the goal of the project was to build these tiny, about the size of a neuron system that can be next to a neuron, being able to record state and being able to ping that back to the outside. And as I mentioned, the size of the implantable system is limited by power the thing and get the data. And at the end of the day, fundamentally, if you look at a human body, we're essentially salt water with some interesting proteins and chemicals, but it's mostly salt water. That's very, very well temperature regulated at 37 degrees Celsius. We'll get into how, why, and later why that extremely harsh electronics provides. As I'm sure you experience or maybe not experience dropping cell phone in a salt water in an ocean. It will instantly kill the device. Just in general, electromagnetic waves don't penetrate this environment well. And just the speed of light, it is what it is. You can't change it. And based on the wavelength at which you are interfacing with the device just needs to be these inductors. And the general rule of thumb is that you want the wavefront to be roughly on the order of the size of the thing that you're interfacing with. So an implantable system that is around 10 to 100 micron in dimension in a volume, which is about the size of a neuron that you see in a human body. You would have to operate at hundreds of gigahertz, which number one, not only is it difficult to build electronics operating at those frequencies, but also the body just attenuates that very, very significantly. So the interesting kind of insight of this ultrasound was the fact that ultrasound just travels a lot more effectively in the human body tissue compared to electromagnetic waves. And this is something that you encounter, and I'm sure most people have encountered in their lives. When you go to hospitals that are medical ultrasound, and we go into very, very deep depth without attenuating much of the signal. So all in all, ultrasound, the fact that it travels through the body extremely well, but the mechanism to which it travels through the body really well is not just the wavefront. It's very different. It's electromagnetic waves are transverse, whereas in ultrasound waves are. So it's just a completely different mode of wavefront propagation. And as well as speed of sound is orders and orders of magnitude less than speed of light, which means that even at 10 ultrasound wavefront is a very, very small wavefront. So if you're talking about interfacing with the 100 micron structure, you would have 150 micron wavefront at 10 megahertz, and building electronics at those frequencies are much more efficient. So the basic idea kind of was born out of using ultrasound mechanism for powering the device, and then also getting data. So now the question is how do you get data? The mechanism to which we landed on is what we call MaxGap. This is actually something that is very common, that we interface on a day-to-day basis with our lightning partners, our radio frequency ID pattern, where there's actually barely in your ID battery inside, there's an antenna, and there's some sort of coil that has your serial identification ID, and there's an external code that sends a wavefront, and then you reflect that wavefront with some sort of modulation that's unique to your ID. That's what's called MaxGap. So the tag itself actually doesn't have to consume that much energy, and that was the mechanism to which we were thinking about sending the data. When you have an external ultrasonic transducer that's sending ultrasonic wave to your implant, the neural implant, and it reports some information about its environment, whether it's a neuron firing, some other state of the tissue that is interfacing with, and then it just modulates the wavefront goes back to the source. And the recording step would be the only one that requires any energy. The will require energy in that mode. So it is that initial startup circuitry to get that recording amplifying it, and then just modulating. And the mechanism to which that you can enable that is there is a specialized crystal called piezoelectric crystals that are able to convert sound energy into electrical energy, vice versa. So you can kind of have this interface play between the ultrasonic domain, electrical domain, that is the biological tissue. So on the theme of marking very small computational devices next to neurons, that's the dream, the vision of brain-computer interfaces. Maybe before we talk about Neuralink, can you give a sense of the history of the field, BCI,
maybe the continued dream, and
also some of the milestones along the way of the different approaches and the amazing work done with the various labs.
I think a good
starting point is going back to 1790.
Did not expect that.
where
the concept
of
animal
electricity, or the fact that bodies electric, was first discovered by Luigi Galvani, where he had this experiment where
connected set of
electrodes to a frog leg, and went through it, and then they started pushing, and he said, "Oh my goodness,
body's electric."
Fast forward many years to 1920s, where Huntsberger, who's a German psychiatrist, discovered EEG, or electroencephalography, which is still around. There are these electric arrays that you wear inside the skull that gives you some sort of neural. That was a very, very big milestone that you can record some sort of activities of how the human mind. And then in the 1940s, there were these scientists, Renshaw, Forbes, and others, that inserted these glass microelectrodes into next and recorded sound. The fact that there's signal that are more high resolution and high fidelity as you get closer to the source. And in the 1950s, these two scientists, Hodgkin and Slate, showed up, and they built this beautiful models of the cell membrane and the ionic mechanism of these circuit diagrams. As someone who's an electrical engineer, it's a beautiful model that's built out of these partial differential equations, talking about flow of ions and how that really leads to how neurons communicate. And they won the Nobel Prize for that 10 years later, in the 1960s. So in 1969, Feds from University of Washington published this beautiful paper called Operant Conditioning of Portable Unit Activity, where he was able to record a single unit neuron and was able to have the monkey modulated based on its activity as the reward system. So I would say this is the very, very first example, as far as I'm aware, of brain-computer interface for BCI. The abstract reads the activity of single neuron prefrontal cortex of muscle-sized monkeys conditioned by reinforcing high rates of neuronal discharge for delivery of auditory and visual feedback of a unit. Firing rates was usually provided in addition to reinforcement. Cool. So they actually got it done. This is back in 1969. After several training sessions, monkeys could increase the activity of newly isolated cells by 50 to 500% of rate before reinforcement. Fascinating. Brain is very plastic. And so from here, the number of experiments grew. Number of experiments as well as set of tools to interface with the brain have just exploded. I think also just understanding the neural code and how some of the cortical layers and functions. So the other paper that is pretty seminal, especially in the motor decoding, was this paper in the 1980s from Geopolis that discovered that there's this thing called motor tuning. So motor tuning. It's the fact that there are neurons in the motor cortex, including humans, that have a preferential direction that causes them to fire. So what that means is there are a set of neurons that will increase their spiking activities when you're thinking about moving left, right, up, down, and any of those vectors. And based on that, you can start to think, if you can identify those essential eigenvectors, you can do a lot. You can actually use that information to decoding someone's independent. So that was a very, very seminal kind of paper that showed that there is some sort of code that you can, especially in the morning. So there's signal there. And if you measure the electric, right, it can actually figure out what the intention was. Not only electrical signals, but the electrical signals from the right set of neurons that give you these differentials. Okay, so going slowly towards Neuralink, one interesting question is, what do I understand on the PCF front, on invasive versus non-invasive, from this line of work? How important is it to park next to the neuron? What does that get you? That answer fundamentally depends on what you want to do. There's actually an incredible amount of stuff that you can do with EEG and electrocardiography, which actually doesn't penetrate the cortical layer or parenchyma. You place a set of electrodes on the surface of the brain. So the thing that I'm personally very interested in is just actually understanding and then being able to just really get into the high resolution, high fidelity understanding of the activities that are happening at the local level. And we can get into biophysics, but just to kind of step back, use analogy because analogy can be useful. And sometimes it's a little bit difficult to think about electricity. At the end of the day, we're doing electrical reporting that's mediated by ionic movements of these charged particles, which is really what most people think about. But turns out a lot of the activities that are happening in the brain, the frequency with which that's happening is actually very, very similar to sound waves and in our normal conversation, audible range. So the analogy that typically is used in the field is if you have a football stadium, there's games going on. If you stand outside the stadium, maybe get a sense of how the game is going based on the cheers and the moves of the home crowd, whether the team is winning or not. But you have absolutely no idea what the score is. You have absolutely no idea what individual audience or the players are talking or saying to each other. Next play is what they're doing. So what you have to do is you have to drop the microphone near into the stadium and then get near to the individual pattern. In a specific example, you want to have it right next to where the huddle happening. So I think kind of a good illustration of trying to do say invasive or minimally invasive implanted interfaces versus non-invasive, non-implanted brain interfaces. It's basically talking about where do you put that microphone and what do you do with that. So what is the biophysics of light communication that we're talking about here as we now step into the Neuralink? So brain is made up of specialized cells called neurons. There's billions of them, tens of billions. People go 100 billion that are connected in this complex dynamic network. That are constantly changing their synaptic waves, and that's typically called neural. And the neurons are also made in this sparse department laden with many short polyphenols, calcium ions, sodium ions, chlorine ions. And those actually facilitate the ionic communication between these. And when you look at the neuron as well, it's memory made with beautiful protein structure, which is selective ion channels, which, in my opinion, is one of nature's best inventions. In many ways, they think about what they are. They're doing the job of a modern-day transistor. Transistors are nothing more than a distributed function channel and nature found a way of that very, very early on in its evolution. And as we all know, transistor have many complications and a lot of amazing things. That we have access to today. So I think it's one of the tangents to the beautiful invention that nature came up with. I suppose there's biological at every level.
Who's this West Side Gangster?
There's going to be some mechanism to store information and to do computation. And this is just one such way to do that with biological and chemical components. Plus, like, when you're on, it's not just chemical communication, it's also mechanical. These are like actual objects that have like that vibrate. They're actually. There's a lot of really interesting physics that are involved in. Kind of going back to my work on ultrasound during grad school. There are groups and there are still groups looking at ways to neurons to actually fire an actual potential using ultrasound waves. And the mechanism to which that is happening is still unclear, as I understand. It may just be that you're imparting some sort of energy and that causes polarizing some interesting way. But there are also these ion channels or even membranes that actually just open up this pore and they're being mechanically shut and vibrate. So there's just a lot of elements of these like particles, which again like that's governed by diffusion physics, right? Particles, and there's also a lot of kind of interesting physics there. Also, not to mention, as Roger Penrose talked about, there might be some beautiful campus quantum mechanics. Oh yeah, and he actually believes that consciousness is mechanical. So there's physics, there's chemistry, there's biology, all of that going on. Oh yeah. You can. There's a lot of levels of physics. But yeah, in the end, you have these membranes with these voltage gated, which have collectively these charged molecules that are in the extracellular matrix. And these neurons generally have these like resting potentials or voltage difference between inside the cell and outside the cell. And but there's some sort of stimuli that changes the state such that they should send information to the downstream network. You start to kind of see these like orchestration of these different molecules going in and out of these channels. Also open up, like more of them open up once it reaches the threshold to a point where you can have a polarized cell that is so it's a very beautiful kind of orchestration of these molecules. And what we're trying to do is an electrode next to this neuron that measure changes in electrical again mediated by the movements of the ions. And what's interesting is, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of physics. And dominant physics for this electrical recording domain is diffusion physics and electrodynamics. And where one dominates, where Maxwell's equation dominates, versus Planck's law dominates, depends on where your electrode is. If it's close to the source, mostly from the base, when you're further away from it, it's more diffusion. So essentially, when you're able to bring it next to it, listen in on those individual patterns, and those local, the type of signal that you get are these signal that you get monopole spiking. The moment you're further away, and based on some of the studies that people have done, Christoph Koch, Lab, and others, once you're away from that source by around 100 microns, which is about with the human air, you're no longer able to have the system sensitive enough to be able to record a particular local membrane potential in that neuron. just to kind of give you a sense of scale, also when you look at 100 micron molecule, so 100 micron by 100 micron in a brain tissue, there's roughly around 40, and whatever number of connections that they have. So there's a lot in that volume tissue. So the moment you're outside of that, there's just no hope that you'll be able to detect that change from that one specific neuron that you may care about. Yeah, but as you're moving about the space, you'll be hearing another one. So if you move another 100 micron, you'll be hearing chatter from another community. Correct. So the whole sense is you want to place as many as possible electrodes, and you're listening to the chatter. Yeah, you want to listen to the chatter, and at the end of the day, you also want to basically let the software do the job of decoding. And just to kind of go to why you calling an EEG at all, right? You have these local changes. Obviously, it's not just this one neuron that's activating. There's many other networks that are activating over time. You do see general change in the potential of this charged medium, and that's what you're recording here. By the way, you still have some reference electrode that's stable and brain that's just electroactive. You're seeing some combination of action potential changes, and then you can't pick it up. It's a much slower changing signals, but there are these canonical oscillations of waves, like gamma waves, beta waves, like that can't be detected. There's sort of a synchronized global effect of the brain that and the physics of this go, like, if you really want to go down that rabbit hole, like, there's a lot that goes on in terms of why fusion physics at some point dominated further away from it. It's charged medium. So similar to how when you have electromagnetic waves propagating in atmosphere or in the charged medium like plasma, there's this weird shielding that happens that actually further attenuates the signal as you move away from it. So yeah, you see, like, if you do a really deep dive on the signal attenuation over distance, you start to see kind of 1 over r squared in the beginning of the initial drop off. That's the need at which you go from electromagnetism dominating to fusion physics. But once again, with the electrode, the biophysics you understand is not as deep because no matter what you're facing, that you're listening to a small crowd, a local crowd. Right. Yes. Once you penetrate the brain, you're in. And there's a lot of neurons, and many of them. But then again, there's there's also field of neuroscientists studying the different groupings, the different sections of the seating in the arena what they usually are responsible for, which is where the metaphor probably falls apart. The seating is not that organized in the arena. Also, most of them are silent, really too much. Their activities are. You have to hit it with just the right set of stimulus. So they're usually quiet. Really quiet. Usually very quiet. Because there's, similar to dark energy. They're all doing. Place these electrode again. Electrode in this 100 micron volume. You have 40 or so neurons. Like, are you not seeing 40? What do you see near him? Well, they're mostly quiet. Oh, they're mostly quiet, but that's when they speak. They say profound shit. That's the way I like to think about it. Anyway, before we zoom in even more, let's zoom out. So, how does Neuralink work? From the surgery to the implant, to the signal and the decoding process, and the human being able to use the implant to actually affect the world outside. And this masking in the context of the gigantic historic milestone that Neuralink pushed in January of this year, putting a Neuralink implant in the first human being, Nolan. And there's been a lot to talk about there about his experience, because he's able to describe all the nuance, beauty, and fascinating complexity of that experience, everything involved. But at the technical level, how does Neuralink? So there are three major components to the technology that we're building. One is the device, the thing that's actually recording these neural hours. We call it N1 implant or the link. And we have a surgical robot that's actually doing an implementation of these tiny wires that we call threads that are smaller than human hair. And once everything is supervised, you have these neural signals, these spiking neurons that are coming out of the brain, and you need to have some sort of software decode what the user is intending with that. So there's what's called neural link application, or V1 app that's doing that translation. Is running the very simple machine model that decodes these inputs neural signal converted to then converted to a set of outputs that allows our participant Nolan to be able to control. And this is done wirelessly. And this is done wirelessly. So our implant is actually two parts. The link has these flexible tiny wires called threads that have multiple electrodes along its length. They're only inserted into the cortical layer, which is about 3 to 5 millimeters in a human brain. In the cortex region, that's where the information for movement lies in. And we have 64 of these threads, each thread having 16 electrodes along the span of 3 to 4 millimeters, separated by 200. So you can actually record along the insertion. And that signal, there's integrated circuit or ASIC that we built that amplifies the neural signals that you're recording, and then digitizing it, and then has some mechanism for detecting whether there was an interesting event, that is a spiking event, and decide to send that through an external device, whether it's a phone or a computer that's running. There's onboard signal processing, right? Just to decide whether there's an interesting event or not. Computational power on board inside. Additionally. So it does the signal processing to really compress the amount of signal they're recording. So we have a total of 1,000 electrodes sampling at just under 20 kilohertz at each. So that's 200 megabits coming through to the chip from channel Guinness neural recording. And that's a bit of data, and there are technology available to send that off wirelessly, but being able to do that in a very thermally constrained environment that is a way. So there has to be some amount of repetition that happens to send off only the interesting event. In this particular case, for what recording is occurrence of a spike or not, and then being able to use that to decode. Use that so the implant itself figures out whether a spike happened or not, spike detection algorithm, and then sends it off, packages it, sends it off through Bluetooth to an external device that then has the model to decode based on these spiking inputs. Did Nolan wish to go right or click or right click? All this let's stick on it one details. We'll think that in the brain. So looking at a picture of it, there's an enclosure. There's a charging pole, so we can talk about the charging, which is fascinating. The batteries, power electronics, the antenna. Then there's the signal processing electronics. There's more that's another question. And then there's the threads themselves with the enclosure on the bottom. So maybe to ask about the charging. There's an external charging device. There's an external charging device. So the second part of the implant, the threads are the ones, again, just the last 3 to 5 millimeters are the ones that are actually penetrating the cortex. Rest of it is actually most of the volume is occupied by the battery, rechargeable battery, and it's about the size of. Should have a device here. Look at it. this is the component of it. That this is the. So it's about the size of a quarter, about 9 millimeter size. So basically, this implant, once you do the craniectomy and the thoracotomy, inserted, and the hole that you created, this craniectomy, that's replaced with that. So basically, that's when you plug that hole, and you can screw in these cranial screws to the bit of. And at the end of the day, once you have the skin flap over, there's only about 3 millimeter that's transitioning the top of the implant to the screen part, and that's the line. Those threads look tiny. That's incredible. That is really incredible. And also, you're right. Most of the actual volume of the battery, this is way smaller than I realized. They are also, the threads themselves are quite strong. They look strong. And the thread themselves also has a very interesting feature at the end of it, and that's the mechanism through which the robot is able to interface and manipulate this hair-like structure and tiny. So with the thread. Yeah, so the width of a thread starts from 16 microns and then tapers out to about 84 microns. So average human hair is about 81 microns. This thing is amazing. Yes, most of the volume is occupied by the battery, the rechargeable lithium-ion cell. And the charging is done through inductive charging, which is actually very used. Most cell phones have that. The biggest difference is that for us usually when you have a phone and you want to reach it on the charging, you don't really care how hot it gets. Whereas for us, there's a very strict regulation, and the reason to not actually increase the surrounding tissue temperature by 2 degrees Celsius. So there's actually a lot of innovation that is packed into this to allow charging this implant without a pressure threshold. And even small things like this charging coil and ferrite shield. Without that ferrite shield, if you end up having when you have resident charging, is that the battery itself is a metallic can, and you form these mini frames from small charger that causes heating, and that actually introduces inefficiency of charging. So this ferrite shield, what it does is that it actually concentrate that field line away from the battery and then around the coil connection. There's a lot of really messy design here to make it. I mean, you're integrating a computer into a complex biological system. Yeah, there's a lot of innovation here. I would say that part of what enabled this was just the innovations in the wearables. There's a lot of really powerful, tiny, low power microcontrollers, temperature sensors, various different sensors, and power electronics. A lot of innovation really came in charging coil design, how this is and how do you enable exceed that temperature, which is not a constraint for other devices. Let's talk about the threads themselves, those tiny things. So how many of them are there? You mentioned. Let's talk about the threads themselves, those tiny things. So what do the electrodes have to do with the threads? Yeah, so the presentation of the electrodes has 64 threads, and each thread has 16 electrodes, total of 1,024 that are capable of supporting and stimulating. And the thread is basically this polymer insulated wire. The metal here is the tiramisu cake of high flat gold hot pipe. And they're very tiny wires on width. So it's crazy that thing I'm looking at has the conducting to 16 electrodes at the end of it. On each of those threads. Yeah, on each of those threads. Right, 16. If you're not able to deal with it, to state the obvious, so maybe for people who are just listening, they're flexible. Yes. That's also one element that was incredibly important for us. So each of these threads are, as I mentioned, 16 micron in width, and then the taper could be 84 microns, but they're less than 5 micron. And thickness is mostly polyimide. The bottom is this metal crack, and then another polyimide. So 2 micron of polyimide, 400 nanometer of this metal stack, 2 micron of polyimide sandwiched together to protect it from environment that is 37 degrees C at a pulp. With some maybe into some interesting aspects of the material design here, like what did it take to design a thing like this, manufacture a thing like this, for people who don't know anything about this kind of thing. So the material collection that we have is not, I don't think it was particularly unique. There were other labs and other labs that were kind of looking at similar material stack. There's kind of a fundamental question and still needs to be answered around the longevity and reliability of these microelectrodes that we call compared to some of the other more conventional neural interfaces and devices that are intracranial, so penetrating the cortex, which are more efficient, like the youth array, that are these 4x4 millimeter silicon chain expose recording site at the end of it. That's the innovation from Norman back in 1997. So the youth array is at University of Utah. And what does the Utah array look like? As a rigid type of so we can actually look it up. So it's a bed of needle. There's the size and the number of chains vary anywhere from 4 to 128. At the very tip of it is an exposed electrode that actually records full signal. The other thing that's interesting to note is that unlike neural threads that have electrodes that are actually exposed to iridium oxide recording sites along the depth, this is only at a single depth. So these youth array spokes can be anywhere between 1.5. They also have designs that are slanted, so you can have it. But that's one of the other differences. And then Rabbi, there's no method of electronics. These are just electrodes, and then there's a bundle of wire. Rabbi, and that actually then exits that then has this port that you can connect to for Rabbi. They are working on that.
Yo, dog. What? What do you want?
Check it out. I think you got it working now.
Okay, dope. I'm ready.
Associated with threads, like for example on the robotic side,
See it?
It's still spinning for me. Let me check on another device.
Alright. I thought I figured it out, but
That's okay. Let me just check on another device.
yeah, I'll do. I'm about to head to bed, but I just watched a really good movie. I'm gonna link it in your Discord.
All right, please do.
All right,
Come back when you awake, my man.
All right. Well, yeah. I'll. What's up?
Come back when you wake up.
All right. Sounds good.
Excellent. Sweet dreams, Tim.
You too.
Take care.
Ultimately, we want to help millions and millions of people that can benefit from this, and there's just not that many neurosurgeons out there. Robots.
Where can I link the movie?
Put it in the free speech channel below, or you can put it in self promo below.
Okay, nice. All right. Sweet dreams.
You as well.
Entry system that has this specialized robot that has all of the optics and this kind of a needle retracting mechanism that maneuvers these threads via this loop structure that you have on the thread. With the thread already has a loop structure. Correct. So you mentioned optics. So there's a robot. So for now, there's a human that actually creates a whole. And then after that, there's a computer vision component that's finding a way to avoid the blood vessels. And then you're grabbing it by the loop, visual thread, placing it in a particular location to avoid the vessel, and also choosing the depth, placement, all that, so controlling the 3D geometry of the place. Correct. So the aspect of this robot that is unique is that it's not surgeon assisted or human assisted. It's a semi-automatic or automatic robot. Once you obviously there are human components to it, but they're placed on target. We always move it away from the major vessels that you see. But at the point where one leg and does the surgery with the computer vision component finds great targets. Kind of approves them, and the robot does it one thread at a time. That's one thread at a time. That's actually also one thing that we are looking at ways to do multiple threads at a time. There's nothing stopping from it. You can have multiple engagement mechanisms. But right now it's one by one. And we also still do quite a bit of just verification to make sure that inserted, so how it actually match, and the actual electrodes are placed at differing depth in the it's very small difference. Yeah. So that there's some reasoning behind that. As you mentioned, like it gets very thick. We try to place them all around 3 or 4 millimeters, just because the span of the electrode, those 16 electrodes that we currently have in this version, and around 3 millimeters. So we want to get all of those in the picture. This is fascinating. Okay, so there's a million questions here. Let's zoom in and specifically on the electrodes. What is your sense? Green neuron, individual electrode will make you. Each electrode can record from anywhere between 0 to 40, as I mentioned earlier. But we only see about at most and you can actually distinguish which neurons it's coming from by the shape of the so I mentioned detection algorithm for online spike disorder. It actually outputs at the end of the day 6 unique values, which are kind of the amplitude of like going hump, little hump, like and then also the time. From that, you can
You're good. The mic when you
You're good.
Signal processing step from which you can then screaming. And that also results in you being able to compress it better. And just to be clear, I mean, there's the labs do what's called spike sorting. Usually, once you have these like broadband, fully digitized signals, and then you run a bunch of different set of algorithms.
Do you do anything in particular on that?
In a very low power system, built basic digital processing unit, highly heat constrained, and the processing time from signal going in and giving you the output is less than a microsecond, which is
do you do anything
anything particular on Saturday?
I said rest. R-E-S-T.
Yes. Yeah, basically this huge right now the biggest sports will make the way which they're advertised, and we've been there in both like there's communication, right? And there's potential innovation there on the protocol used outside of it. Bluetooth is definitely not our final wireless communication protocol that we want to get to. M1, R1, magnetic, and RF. Yeah, that's the communication protocol. You do a lot of communicating as farther distances than you go much shorter. Yeah, the primary motivation for choosing Bluetooth is that everything. All right, so you can talk to any device. The interoperability is absolutely essential, especially in many ways, if you can access a phone or a computer, you can do anything. It'll be interesting to step back and actually look at, again, the same pipeline that you mentioned, Nolan. So, what does this whole process look like? From finding and selecting a human being to the surgery, to the first time. So we have what's called a patient registry. People can sign up to hear more about the updates. And that was a route to which Nolan applied. And the process is that once the application comes in, and we present their eligibility, there's a lot of inclusion criteria, and people through a pre-screening interview process with some of them. And at some point we also go after their homes to do a PCI home audit. One of the most revolutionary parts about and one system that is wireless is that you don't use it at home. You don't actually have to go to the lab. And the clinic get connectorized to these like specialized equipment that you can take from the computer. So that's one of the key elements of when we're designing the system that we want to keep in mind. Like hopefully be able to use this every day in their phone. And so part of our engagement and what we're looking for during the home audit is to understand their assisted technology we use. We don't step back and say that the estimate is 80,000 people live with quadriplegia in the United States. Each year, an additional 18,000 suffer a paralyzing spinal cord injury. So these are folks who have a lot of challenges living a life in terms of accessibility, in terms of doing the things that many of us just take for granted day to day. And one of the goals of this initial study is to enable them to have sort of digital autonomy, where they by themselves can interact with a digital device using just their mind, like the thing that you're calling telepathy, the digital telepathy, where a quadriplegic can communicate with a digital device in all the ways that we've been talking about. Control the mouse cursor enough to be able to do all kinds of stuff, including play games and tweet and all that kind of stuff. And there's a lot of people for whom the basics of life are difficult because of the things that have happened to them. Yeah, I mean, movement is so fundamental to our existence. Even speaking involves movement of mouth and lip areas. And without that, it's extremely debilitating. And there are many people that we can help. And I mean, like, especially if you start to kind of look at other forms of movement disorders that are not just from spinal cord injury, but from ALS, MS, or even stroke, that leads you, or just aging, right? That leads you to lose some of that ability and independence. It's extremely debilitating. And all of these are opportunities to help people, to help alleviate suffering, to help improve the quality of life. But each of the things you mentioned is a little puzzle that needs to have increasing levels of capability from a device that And so the first one you're focusing on is it's just a beautiful word, telepathy. So being able to wirelessly with the digital device, you just explain this exactly what we're talking about. Yeah, I mean, it's exactly that. I mean, I think if you are able to control a cursor and be able to click and be able to get access to a computer or phone, I mean, the whole world. And I guess the word telepathy we kind of think about that as definitionally being able to transfer information from my brain using some of the physical faculties that we have, like voices. The interesting thing here is, I think the thing that's not obviously clear how exactly it works. So in order to move a cursor, there's at least a couple ways of doing that. So one is to imagine yourself maybe moving a mouse with your hand, or you can then, which no one talked about, like imagine moving the cursor with your mind. But it's like there's a cognitive step here that's fascinating because you have to use the brain and you have to learn how to use the brain. And you kind of figure it out dynamically. Because you reward yourself for works. So there's a step that's some fascinating steps that you have to get start firing in the right way. Yeah, and you do that by imagining. Like make it so you make it, and all of a sudden it creates the right kind of signal that if decoded correctly, create the kind of effect. And there's like noise around that, you have to figure all of that out. Imagine the cursor. He says using the force. Yeah. I mean, isn't that just like fascinating to do? That it works? Like to me, it's like holy shit, that actually works. You can move a cursor with your mind. And as much as you're learning to use that thing's also learning about you. Like our
subconscious
someone is thinking about this sophisticated forms of like speaking patterns. Like that actually means to do this. Right? The machine is learning about the human, and the human is learning from the machine. So there's adaptability to the signal process, the decoding step, and then there's the adaptation of knowing the human being. It's the same way if you give me a new mouse, I learn very quickly about its activity, so I learn to move it slower. And then there's other kinds of signal drift and all that kind of stuff. They have to adapt. Both are adapting to each other. That's a fascinating like, software challenge.
What's the number I'm thinking between 1 to 10?
7.
Anyway, so sorry to lose the interruption. So there's a celebrity with colors. Everything, including it's a PCI friendly home. So what is the process of the surgery, the implantation, the first moment when he gets end-to-end, we say patient in, patient out, is anywhere between 2 to 4 hours. In a particular case for about 3.5 hours. And there's many steps leading to actual robot insertion. So there's anesthesia.
Do you like this guy? Is this leg treatment?
Yeah, with
the make sure that
guys from Neuralink. Yeah, he's okay.
Yeah, he did. This is also pre-planned. Someone goes through this. Someone goes through at the pride. Think about with their injury. It's not going to actually lead to any sort of intended output, but it's the same part of the brain that actually lights up. Moving your finger. And that's one of the ways in which we can actually know where to place our
I'm kind of off my benzos now. Starting to get viewers.
Let's just go to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna last for a while with it all, because we used to take one and cut it down, like, now I'm taking nothing. I don't know. It's not sleep so much as it's kind of negative energy. You get the withdrawal no matter what, and then so either you get some sort of your physical withdrawal or it's something like what I'm getting, on a negative feeling. Problem with these meds, right, is that sometimes even when you're thinking, it's sort of like your own thoughts are not coming from yourself, they're coming from an external place. So I have that problem, like my thoughts don't correlate sometimes.
So, when Nolan woke up, was that like? Was the recovery like? What was the first time you did see him? So he was actually immediately after the surgery, like, or after the surgery, as he was waking up, we did turn on the device, make sure that we are recording neural signals, and we actually did have a couple signals that we noticed that he can actually modulate because that he can help his fit, and you can see this like disappear and appear. And that's awesome.
Always need to do something new, or else like my boredom tends to like suffer me. Kind of weird.
What's that feel like?
I gotcha.
This device first step of gigantic historic moment. Even just that spike to be able to modulate that. Obviously there have been as you mentioned, pioneers that have succeeded in groundbreaking BCI investigational early feasibility studies. So we're obviously standing on the shoulders of the giants here. We're not responsible actually for the collective opinion. But leading up to the surgery, there was I think definitely talked to me. There's it's the first time that you're working in a new environment. We had a lot of confidence based on our benchtop testing, preclinical, and these studies that the mechanism, thread, the insertion, all that stuff is very safe, and that it's obviously ready for clinicals in a human, but there's still a lot of unknown about can the needle actually insert. We brought something like 40.
One of those mini cigars.
That was the level in me.
On the screen,
test these things out.
Up there?
Rolling up yeah.
Where are you gonna see? I'm not sure. Yeah, something like that.
And by the time it was around, it was I mean, first time seeing that, number one.
You know, I went to Vietnam once. Recently, it was once upon a time, it was about 2 years ago, and we went to like this place where they get balls out of shellfish, and they have like a shop selling a bunch of balls for different prices, and the really rare ones are like really expensive. So we like start to figure out like most of Vietnam is based on tourism, and most of the tourism is based on like selling you overpriced stuff. So it's like the communist reality in Vietnam. You come there with tourists, you don't. Yeah, you experience a lot of different things and fun and nice and stuff like that, but it's the complete opposite of Western society. Even in India, we have a more Western society than people living in Vietnam.
Right.
Yeah, congratulations. Thank you for that milestone. I know there's a lot of work. Vietnam is like they have like music, and lots of the music is like reviving like this kind of southern country USA Texas style. It's only weird. Like, can you imagine like Asian South side and the countryside?
Yeah, that is right.
Since USA came there, they've like imbibed a lot of that stuff into their culture. You notice like Southeast Asian countries and Asian countries, you go to like China and then you go to Vietnam, they're like totally different places, but the Asian mentality and things is very similar. They're very good at like presenting things or representation, right?
Right.
So it's great moment for pretty cool, yeah. As well as hopefully for many others out there that I've been in Bangkok about like 8 times, 7, 8 times with family. And so people always think like Bangkok, suppose like someone's going there for focus or function. But it's pretty neat. It's a nice place. One of my favorite places, Bangkok.
Interesting.
You know, the Southeast Asian countries, right? They have their own kind of small world where they live in. So it's very taken away from everything else. Very much unlike Mumbai, where everything, you know, people think about like what's happening here and what's happening there, and no one is so in line. He's just cranking and he's just improving. The previous world correct. Yeah, the previous world record. What the suffering is screen and it reminds me of like all the airplane ads or up in airport. I don't know why. So it's like that. So the performance was okay. Yeah, better than before. So that's the story on its own of what the PCI team recovered that. It was actually mostly on the signal process, and so as I mentioned, we were looking at these spike outputs. My dad was he was a captain in the Morton Navy. So when I was young, I used to travel by sea everywhere. Like, sometimes we go to different places and shit.
Very cool.
Yeah. You see, like, if you've ever seen, like, giant Morton Navy ships and, like, the lights and the dogs and everything. Very neat and very inspiring. We did see kind of a steady decline, and also the way in which we measure the health of the electrodes, or whether they're in the brain or not, is measuring impedance of the electrode. So we look at the interfacial the animal circuit, like they say, capacitance and the resistance between the electrical surface and the medium. And if that changes in some dramatic ways, you have some indication. If you're not seeing spikes on those channels, you have some indication that something's happening. And what we notice is that looking at those impedance plots and spike rate plots, and also because we have those electrodes supporting along the net, we were seeing some sort of movement that indicated that the reservoir. And that obviously will have an implication on the model side, because if the number of inputs that are going into the model is more, because you have less of them, that model needs to get updated. Right? But the word still signals, and as I mentioned, similar to how even when you place the signals on the surface of the brain, like the waves outside the skull, you still see some useful signal. What we started looking at is not just the spike occurrence with this algorithm that I mentioned, but we started looking at the power of the frequency band that is interesting for Nolan to be able to modulate. So once we changed the algorithm for the implant,
not just give you the bus output, but also these spike damper output. That helped us sort of find the new set of inputs. And that was the thing that really gave us the in terms of and obviously the thing that we want ultimately, and the thing that we're working towards is figuring out ways in which we can make those threads for as long as possible, so that we have many more channels going into the model. That's by far the number one priority the team is currently embarking on. Understand how to make that happen. The thing that I will say also is that, as I mentioned, this is the first time that we're putting these threads in a human brain. And the human brain, just for size reference, is 10 times that of the monkey brain or the sheep brain. It's a very, very different environment. It moves a lot more. It actually moves a lot more than we expected when we did the oral surgery.
Right. I don't go to mass in the morning. This is why we work the whole day and then go to mass. And it takes up the whole day.
Earlier. So anyways, it's provided us with this enormous amount of data and information to be able to solve this. And this is something that Neuralink is extremely good at. Once we have set of clear objectives and sharing problems, we have an enormous amount of talent, many disciplines to be able to come together and fix the problem very quickly. But it sounds like one of the fascinating challenges is the coding side be adaptable across different task scales. So whether it's movement of threads or different aspects of signal drift, sort of on the software of the human brain, changing. And no one talks about cursor drift that can be corrected, for example, UX changes or how to do that. It sounds like adaptability is like a fundamental property that has to be engineered in. It is, and I think as a company we're extremely vertically integrated. We make these simple arrays in our own there's like you said, building house. This whole paragraph, your blog post is pretty good. Building the technology described above been no small feat. There's a bunch of links here that I recommend people click on. We constructed in-house micro-fabrication capabilities to rapidly produce various iterations of thin film arrays that constitute our electrode threads. We created a custom femtosecond laser mill, manufactured components with micro-level precision. I think there's a tweet associated with the whole thing. This okay. What are we looking at here? This thing.
Welcome. How you living, Tim?
Laser mill geometry in the tip of our needle. So we're looking at this shaped needle. The tip is only 10 to 12 microns in width. Only slightly larger than the diameter of a red blood cell. Small size allows for us to be surgical with minimal damage to the cortex. Okay, so what's interesting about the geometry? Look at this geometry with needle. This is the needle that's engaging with in the thread. So they're the ones that thread the loop and then peel it from silver. This is the thing that gets inserted into the tissue. And this pulls out, and this kind of a notch, the shark tooth that we used to call is the thing that actually is grasping the loop, and then it's designed in such a way such that when you pull out, the robot is pulling. Correct. So this is actually housed in a manual, and basically the robot is a lot of the optics that loop forward. The loop is there's actually a 4 or 5 nanometer light that actually causes the polyimide to fluoresce, so that you can locate the location of the loop. So the looping lights up. Yeah, we do it. The micron precision. What's interesting about the robot that's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy that robots able to get. Yeah, our robot is quite heavy. Our current version of it. It's a giant slab weighs about a ton.
because it needs to be sensitive to vibration, and as the head is moving, and the speed that it's moving, there's a lot of kind of control to make sure that you achieve that level of precision. A lot of optics to kind of zoom in on that. We're working on next generation of the robot that's lighter, easier. I mean, it is a tool as far as superior to a human surgeon for this test. Absolutely. I mean, let alone you try to thread a loop in a sewing kit. This is like you're talking fractions of human hair. These things are it's not visible. So continue to paragraph. We developed novel hardware and custom testing systems such as our accelerated lifetime testing graph simulated surgery environment. The stress test and validate the robust our technologies to perform many rehearsals of our surgeries, verify our procedures, and make them second nature. This is pretty cool. We practice surgeries on proxies with all the hardware and instruments needed in our mock or in engineering spaces. This helps us rapidly test and measure. So there's like proxy. Yeah, this proxy is super cool, actually. So there's a 3D printed skull from the images that is taken at Bureau, as well as this hydrogel mix, sort of synthetic polymer thing that actually mimics the mechanical properties of the brain. It also has vasculature of the person. So basically what we're talking about here, and there's a lot of work that has gone into making this said boxing that it's about like finding the right concentration of synthetic polymers to get the right set of consistency for the needle dynamics, as they're being inserted. We practice this surgery with the person, basically physiology and brain. Many times to actually do the surgery. Every step, yeah, like where does someone stand? Like, I mean, when you're looking at this picture, this is in our office of this kind of corner of the robot engineering space that we created this like our space that folks basically like what they would experience, or staff would experience during the surgery. So it's just kind of like any lens where you know exactly where you're going to stand at what point, and you should practice that program again with an exact anatomy of someone that's going to surgery. And it got to a point where a lot of our engineers, when we created a vignette, they're like, oh, very familiar. We've seen that before. Yeah. There's wisdom being gained through doing the same thing over and over. It's like dreams of sushi kind of thing. Because then it's like Olympic athletes visualize the Olympics, and then once you actually show up, it feels easy. It feels like any other day. It's almost boring winning the gold medal. You've realized this so many times, you've practiced this so many times. There's nothing about it. Winning the gold medal is boring. And the experience they talk about is probably that they are on visualizing. The power of the mind to visualize. And I mean, there's a whole deal in that studies where it's incredible. I think there's a good place to actually ask sort of the big question people might have is, how do we know every aspect of this that you described is safe? At the end of the day, the gold standard is to get the tissue. What sort of trauma did you cause the tissue, and does that correlate to behavioral anomalies that you may have seen? And that's the language to which we communicate about the safety of inserting something into the brain and the trauma that can cause. So we actually have an entire department of pathology that looks at tissues like this. There are many steps that are involved in doing this, which studies that are launched to with particular endpoint in mind. At some point you have to euthanize the animal, and then go through necropsy, collect the brain tissue samples, fix them in formalin, and roast them, which is that, and look at individual places to see what kind of reactions or lack thereof exists. So that's the language to which FDA speaks, and as well for us to evaluate the safety So those are kind of the details of an extremely high standard of safety that has to be reached. FDA supervises this, but there's in general just very high standard for every aspect of this surgery. I think Matthew McDougall mentioned that like the standard is let's say politely higher than maybe some other operations that take granted. The standard for all surgical stuff here is very high. I mean, it's highly regulated, hardened, with governing agencies that scrutinize every medical device that gets marketed. And I think it's a good thing. It's good to have those high standards, and we try to hold high standards. Understand what sort of damage, if any, innovative technologies and so far I've been extremely impressed by the immune response. Speaking of which, you talk with excitement about the technology and the images that you're able to share. Can you explain to me what that? Yeah, so what you're looking at is stained tissue image. So this is section tissue slice from an animal that was 100% chronic. You're seeing all these different and each color indicates a cell type. So purple and pink are astrocytes and microglia, respectively. They're types of glial cells. And the other thing that people have to be aware of is not just made up neurons and axons. There are other cells like glial cells that actually is the glue and so if there are any trauma or damage to the tissue. The brown are the neurons. So what you're seeing is in this kind of macro image, you're seeing these like circle highlighted in light the insertion site. And when you zoom into one of those, you see the threads, and then in this particular case, I think we're seeing about 16 wires that are going into the page. And the incredible thing here is the fact that you have the neurons that are these round structures or round circular or elliptical things that are actually touching and threading the threads. So what this is saying is that there's basically zero trauma that's caused during this insertion, and with these neural interfaces, these microelectrodes that insert the most common mode of failure. When you insert these threads like the URA, it causes the site because you're inserting a foreign object. And I've enlisted these like immune response to microglia and astrocytes. They form this like protective layer around it. So not only are you killing the neuron cells, but you're also creating this protective layer that then basically prevents you from reporting neural signals that you're getting further and further away from the neuron signal. And that is the biggest mode of failure. And in this particular example, in that inside, it's about 50 microns of that neurons seem to be affected. So there's certainly no trauma. Yes, just the brown neuron. Yeah, and the way that these things like, I mean, your tissues generally don't have these colors. There's stain that these different proteins that are staining these different colors. It's very standard set of staining HEMO1 and UN and to GFAP. This is also kind of illustrates the point. You can always sort of simply what we saw the what is happening here? Are you actually looking at the right thing? Well, we did another stain. It's all about this which is an stain that shows these collagen layer. So basically, like around, because that means that there's some sort of scarring that's happening. And what you're seeing, is a little bit of the red type, which means that there has been very, very minimal to the point where it's not controllable. So that presumably is one of the big benefits of having the kind of
right?
So we think this is
Yeah, so we think this is primarily due to
also the fact that
the fact that R1 is avoiding happening first, so we're not disrupting, or we're not causing damage to the vessels and not breaking any of the blood-brain barriers.
basically cause
the
the
human response.
And this is also a nice
This is also a
illustration of
nice
the size of the
illustration
finger.
of
So this is the tip of the thread.
thread. Yeah.
And you know, this is the thread, this is the thread, and the electrodes in position. Yeah, so this is what you're looking at.
What you're looking at is
Those are
electrical controls. Those are
wires.
some good wires.
Each of those
So
should
each of those should probably
2 micron in width.
2 micron in width.
So what we're looking at is
looking at the total.
some
Looking
slice
at
of tissue.
some slice
As you
tissue.
go deeper,
But as you go deeper, you will obviously have less and less of the beam.
But the basic being that there's just cells around in certain size, which is an incredible thing to see. I've just never seen it. How easy and safe is it to remove? Yeah, so it depends on when. In the first 3 months or so after the surgery, there's a lot of tissue modeling that's happening. Similar to when you get a shot. You obviously start over the first couple weeks, depending on the size of the wound, scar tissue. Right there, these are contracted. In the end, they turn into scab. The same thing happens in the brain, and it's a very dangerous thing. And before the scar tissue is you remember that. It's quite easy to just pull out, and there's that's common. Once the scar tissue forms, and no one is involved, believe that that's the thing that's incredibly increased. We haven't seen the movement since then. So they're basically it gets hard to actually completely extract the blood. So our current method for removing the device is cutting the thread, leaving the tissue intact, and then unscrewing it. And that hole is not going to be done with either other neural or just with based cap. Is it okay to leave the thread in there? Yeah, we think so. We've done studies where we left them there. One of the biggest concerns that we had is that they migrate and they get to a point where they should not be. We haven't seen that again. Once the scar tissue forms, they get incorrect. And I should also say that when we say upgrades, like we're not just talking in theory here. Like we've actually upgraded many times. Most of our monkeys, non-human primates, NHP, have been upgraded. Pager, who you saw playing Mindpong, has put in the device since years ago and is seemingly very happy and healthy and fat. So what's designed will feature the upgrade procedure. So maybe for Nolan, what would the upgrade look like? Essentially, what you're mentioning, is there a way to upgrade the device internally? So you take it apart, sort of capsule and upgrade the internal. Yeah, so there are a couple different things here. For Nolan, in order to upgrade, what we would have to do is put threads or extract the threads, depending on the situation there, so how their integral started. If you were to remove that to the dural substitute, you have an intact brain, so you can reinsert threads with the updated package. There are a couple different other ways that we're thinking about the future of what's upgradable. One is at the moment we only remove the dura, this kind of thick layer that protects the brain. But that actually is the thing that should proliferate the scar tissue formation. Typically, the general rule of thumb is you want to leave the nature as is, and not disrupt it as much. So we're looking at ways to insert the threads through the dura,
which comes with different set of challenges, such as some pretty thick layers. So how do you actually predict that without breaking the needle? So we're looking at different needle design as well as that, as well as the engagement. The other biggest challenges are it's opaque, white light illumination. So how do you avoid still the biggest advantage that we have on avoiding aperture? How do you image figure that? How do you actually delineate that? So there are other imaging techniques that we're looking at to enable that. But the goal of our hypothesis is that, and based on some of the early evidence that we have, doing through the insertion will cause cortical scarring that tends to be much easier to extract. And the other thing that we're also looking at, this is going to be a fundamental change in the architecture, is at the moment it's a monolithic single and thread that's bonded together, so you can actually separate the thing out. You can imagine having part of that bottom part that is the thread that and some power source, and then you have another implant that has more of the computational heavy load battery. And then one could be under the thread, one could be above the thread, like being they talk to each other, but the thing that you want to upgrade is not the thread. If you want to upgrade, you go in there, and remove, and then put it next version.
Now, lemon roast chicken, that's something I can get along with.
Probably feel the difference. That would allow you to reduce the thread correct. So I mean, this leads to the natural effect of what is the path of scaling the increase in the network thread? Is that a priority? What's technical challenge? Yeah, that is a part. That is a part. Let's work with the key metric that we're looking through are number of channels, recording more and the drop. We have a pathway to actually go from.
I invited to your bar mitzvah, Rabbi.
And then end of next year, we want to go to 16 players. There's a couple limitations to that. One is, obviously being able to do photographically those wires. As I mentioned, it's 2 micron in width and spacing. Obviously, there are chips that are much more advanced than the resolution that we have. That we have in the house to be able to do that. So traces are in there, or just so that you have to have all the wires coming into the chip. Chips also cannot linearly use more energy as you have more channels. So there's a lot of innovation in the circuit architecture as well as the circuit design. You need to also think about all of these spikes and you send them off to the application. So you think about implementation there and actually innovation and signal processing. Physically, one of the biggest challenges is going to be the interface. Is always the interface that breaks. Bonding this thin-film array to the electronics. It starts to become very, very highly dense interconnects. So I realize that there's a lot of innovations in the 3D integrations in the recent years that we can take advantage of. One of the biggest challenges that we do have is forming this hermetic barrier, right? This is an extremely efficient market that we're in. Right? So how do you fit, like the brain trying to kill your electronics, so your electronic thinking things that run into the brain, and hermetic barriers is going to be a very big challenge that we I think are actually suited to tackle. How do you test that? What's the development? Yeah, to really that kind of hard. So this is where the accelerated light tester essentially is a brain in a vat. It's literally into the best made up of, and again, for all intents and purposes for this particular type of test, brain is the result. And you can also put some other sort of chemicals that react to oxygen species that get at these interfaces and try to cause reaction to pull it apart. But you can also increase the rate at which these interfaces are aging by just increasing. So every 10 degrees Celsius that you increase, your basically accelerating time effect.
And there's a limit as to
how much temperature you want to increase, but at some point there's some other nonlinear dynamics that causes you to have other nasty gases to form that just is not realistic in an environment. So what we do is we increase in our ALP chamber 20 degrees Celsius that increases the aging by 4 times. So essentially 1 day in the ALP chamber is 4 days here, and we look at whether the vents are including the threads and operation, all that, and operation and all of that. Obviously, it's not an exact same environment as a brain, because your brain has mechanical or biological loops that get it. But it is a good testing environment for at least the enclosure, the shape of the enclosure. And we've had implants, the current version of the implant has been in there for
close to 2.5 years, which is cool.
But
they seem to be fine. So it's interesting that the
basically this approximation is warm salt water, hot salt water is a good testing of that. I'm drinking element, which is basically salt water, which is making me kind of. It doesn't have computational power the way the brain does, but maybe in terms of other characteristics, it's quite similar. But you have to get it at the right pH too, and then consciousness will emerge. But by the way, the other thing that also is interesting about our enclosure is,
if you look at our implant,
it's not
a common looking
medical implant that usually is
encased in a
titanium laser welded.
PCTFE, polychloro, which is actually commonly used as blister packs. So when you have a pill and you put a second pill, there's something in that synthesis. No one's actually ever used this except us. And the reason we wanted to do this is because it's electromagnetically induced. So when we talk about the electromagnetic inductive charging with the can, usually if you want to do something like that, you have a sapphire window, and it's a very, 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 very tough process. You're doing a lot of iteration here and there, materials, software, all the whole shebang. So you mentioned scaling. Is it possible to have multiple Neuralink devices as one of the ways of scaling? To have multiple Neuralink devices. That's cool. Yeah, we've had companies have had Neuralink. One in each hemisphere. And then we're also looking at potential of having one in cortex, one in visual cortex, one in our brother cortex. So focusing on a particular function, one Neuralink device. I wonder if there's some level of customization that can be done on the computer side. Motor cortex, absolutely. That's the goal. And we talked about at Neuralink building a generalized neural interface to the brain. And that also is strategically how we're approaching this with marketing. So with which is
what do you think is the other Rabbi for the concept of increasing organs?
What'd you say?
Specialized for.
That was our whole
Coming up next?
Yeah. What'd you say?
What do you think is the concept of insects or the concept of excretory organs?
What do I think is the what?
Which one do you think is the other?
Oh,
the
weird.
concept of insects or the concept of excretory organs?
They're both natural processes. Probably, I think they're similar. They're natural processes. I think they're probably similar.
Yeah.
And that is the type of
But typically, if you want to really get down
for optimizing power and efficiency, you don't need to get to a specialized function, right?
And what we're saying is that hey, you are now used to this robotic insertion, which took many years of going data conversation with the FDA, and also internally convincing smart businesses. And now the difference is that we go to other regions of the brain, like visual cortex, which we're interested in as far as obviously it's a completely different environment. The cortex is laid out very, very different. It's going to be more stimulation focused rather than motion focused, just kind of creating visual percepts. In the end, we're using the same thin film array technology, using the same robot insertion technology, we're using the same packaging technology. Now it's just more conversations focused around the differences or the implication of those differences. Oasis' second product is both hilarious and awesome to me. That product being restoring sight for blind people. So can you speak to stimulating the visual cortex? I mean, the possibilities there are just incredible to be able to give back to people who don't have sight or even any aspect of that. Can you just speak to the challenges of, there's several challenges here, many one of which is, like you said, according to the stimulation. Any aspect of that you're both excited see the challenges of. Yeah, I guess I'll start by saying that we actually have been capable of stimulating through our pencil array as well as electronics for years. We have actually demonstrated some of that capabilities for reanimating the layman's. Obviously for the study, we're disabled that, so that's something that we wanted to keep as a separate. And then obviously there are many different ways to write information into the brain. The way in which we're doing that is through electrical, passing electrical current, and kind of causing that to really change the local margin so that we can sort of artificially cause kind of the neurons to polarize areas. For vision specifically, the way our visual system works is both well understood. Anything with kind of anything with brain aspects of it that's well understood, but at the end, like, if you really know anything, the way visual system works is that you have photon hitting your eye, and in your eyes, there are these specialized cells called photoreceptor cells that convert the photon energy into electrical signals, and then that gets projected to your visual cortex. Goes through actually the thalamic system called LGN, and then the visual cortex, there's visual area 1 or V1, and there's a bunch of other higher level processing layers like V2 and 3. And there are actually interesting parallels, and when you study the behaviors of these convolutional neural networks, and what the different layers of the network is detecting. First, they're detecting like these edges, and they're then detecting some more natural curves, and then they start to detect objects, right? A similar thing happens to the brain. A lot of that has been inspired, and also it's been something exciting to see some correlations there. The things like where this cognition arise, and various coloring footage, there's not understanding there. So in terms of kind of bringing sight back to those that are blind, there are many different forms of blindness. There's actually a million people in the US that are being that means like scored below in visual tests. Something like if you can see something 20 feet distance. Normal people can see a 200 feet distance. If you're worse than that, you're being that means you can't function effectively, right, using sight or like the navigator. And the different forms of blindness. There are forms of blindness where there's some degeneration of your photoreceptor cells, and
visual processing they describe is the tap. For those types of individuals, you may not need to maybe stick to the electrodes. You can actually
build retinal prosthetic devices that actually just replaces the function of that retinal cells that are degenerating. There are many companies that that's a very small slice. The significant smaller slice of those that are deeply blind. If there's any damage along that circuitry, whether it's an optic nerve or LGN circuitry or any break in that circuit, that's not helpful. And the source of where you need to actually cause that visual percept because your biological and supposed to doing that is by placing electrodes in the individual. And the way in which this would work is that you would have whether it's on camera, whether it's something as unsophisticated as a GoPro, some sort of wearable glasses that is working that captures a scene, right? And that scene is then converted to set of electrical impulses or stimulation pulses that you would activate in your visual cortex through these dipole rays. And by playing some certain kind of inserted mixture of these stimulation patterns, you can be able to publish these white, yellowish dots that you can also create by just pressing their eyes. You can actually create those percepts by stimulating the visual cortex. And the name of the game is really at many of those and have those percepts be as small as possible so that they're the individual pixels of the screen. So if you have many of those, eventually you'll be able to in the long term, be able to get naturalistic vision. In the short term, maybe being able to at least be able to have object detection, algorithms run on your glasses, processing unit, and then being able to at least see the edges of things. It's incredible. It's really incredible. So you basically will be adding pixels, and your brain will start to figure out what those pixels mean. And with the signal processing on all fronts. The thing that actually, a couple things. One is, obviously, if you're blind from birth, the way brain works, especially at the early age, neuroplasticity is really nothing other than your brain and parts of your brain fighting for the living territory. And very, very quickly you see cases where people that are, you also hear about people who are blind and have hearing or some other senses. The reason for that is that's not taken over by these different sources of cortex. So those types of individuals, I mean, I guess they're going to have to now map some other parts of their senses and do whole vision. But it's going to be obviously a very, very different conscious experience. So I think that's an interesting concept. The other thing that also is important to highlight is that currently limited by our biology in terms of the wavelength. There's a very, very small wavelength that is invisible. Light wavelength that we can see with our eyes. But when you have an external camera with this CI system, you're not looking at that. You can have infrared, you can have UV, you can have whatever other spectrum that you want to see. And whether that gets mapped to some sort of your conscious experience, I have no idea. But oftentimes I talk to people about the goal of neural movements of biology. That's biology. And if you're able to control the kind of raw signal, we use our sight for getting the photons, and there's not much processing on it. If you're able to control that signal, maybe you can do some kind of processing. Maybe you do object detection ahead of time. You're doing some kind of pre-processing. Like a lot of possibilities with that. It's not just increasing sort of thermal imaging, that kind of stuff, but it's also just doing some kind of interesting process. Yeah. I mean, my theory of how like the visual system works also is that there's just
many things happening in the photons that are going into your eye, and it's unclear exactly where some of the processing steps are happening. But I actually think that just from a fundamental perspective, there's just so much the reality that we're in, and the reality is so there's so much data. And humans are just unable to actually eat enough to process all that information. So there's some sort of filtering that does happen. Whether that happens in the retina, whether that happens in different layers of the visual cortex, unclear. But the analogy that I sometimes think about is if your brain is a CCD camera, and all of the information in the world is a sun. And when you try to actually look at the sun with the CCD camera, it's just going to saturate the sensors, right? It's an enormous amount of energy. So what you do is you end up letting these filters, right, to just kind of narrow the information that's coming to you and being captured. And things like our experiences or our like drugs, like propofol, aesthetic drug, or psychedelics. What they're doing is they're kind of swapping out these filters and putting in new ones or removing older ones and kind of controlling our conscious experience. Yeah, man, not to distract from the topic, just a very high dose of so yeah, it's a nice way to think about it. You're swapping out the different experiences with your own being able to control that. Primarily at first to improve function, not for entertainment purposes or enjoyment purposes, but giving back lost function, giving back lost function. And there, especially when the function is completely lost, anything is a huge help. Would you implant a Neuralink device in your own brain? Right. Absolutely. Maybe not right now. But absolutely. What kind of capability once you start getting real curious and almost get a little antsy, like jealous of people that as you watch them getting implanted. Yeah, I mean, I think even with the early participants, if they start doing things that I can't do, is in the realm of which possibility for them to be able to get 15, 20, if not like 100 BPS, right? There's nothing that fundamentally stops us from being able to achieve that type of performance. I would certainly get jealous that they can do that. I should say that watching Nolan, I get a little jealous. It's so much fun. It seems like such a chill way to play video game. Yeah. The thing that also appreciates that he's doing these things while talking and multitasking, right? So it's clearly obviously cognitively similar to how when we talk, we move our hands, like these things, like are multitasking. He's able to do that, and you won't be able to do that with other assistive technology, as far as I'm aware. If you're obviously using like the eye tracking device, very much fixated, that thing that you're trying to do, and using those control. Like if you say some other stuff, you don't get to use that. Yeah, you don't get to use that. Yeah, the multitasking aspect that is really interesting. So it's not just the BPS. For the primary task is the parallelization. If you measure the BPS, the entirety of the human organism. So if you're talking and doing a thing with your mind and looking around. So there's just a lot of parallelization that can be had. I think at some point for him, like if he wants to really achieve those high level BPS, it does require full attention. And that's just certainly it's a big mystery for how attention works. And attention, like cognitive load, I've done a very lot of literature on people doing two tasks. Like you have your primary task and a secondary task. And the secondary task is a source of distraction. And how does that affect the performance of the primary task? And depending on the task, there's a lot of interesting. This is an interesting computational device, right? I think there's, to say the least, a lot of novel insights that can be gained from that. I mean, I personally am surprised that no one's able to do such
such incredible control of the cursor while talking, and also being nervous at the same time, because he's talking like all of us are. If you're talking in front of the camera, you get nervous. So all of those are coming into play, and he's able to still achieve a high performance. Surprising. I mean, all of this is really amazing. And I think just after researching this really in depth, I kind of get in line. Also the safety game. We should say the record to be in people who have quadriplegia and other, of course, so there'll be a separate line. They're just curious, like myself. So now that Nolan patient P1 started out on my study, the high level vision for P2, P3, P4, P5, and just the expansion into other human beings who are getting to experience this implant. I mean, primary goal is studying the first place is achieve safety endpoints, understand safety device as well as the patient process. And also at the same time understand the efficacy and potential users' lives. And just because you have you're living with visual situation doesn't mean your situation is the same as another person living with wildly varying. And it's something that we're hoping to also understand how technology can serve not just a very small slice of those individuals, but larger group of individuals, and being able to get the feedback, just really build the best product. So there's obviously also goals that we have, and the primary purpose of the early feasibility study is to learn from each and every participant, to improve the device for surgery before we embark on what's called a pivotal study that is much larger trial that starts to look at statistical significance of your, and that's required before we get that. And that's how it works in the U.S. And just generally around the world. That's the process you follow. So our goal is to really just understand from people like Nolan, future participants, aspects of our device needs to improve. If it turns out that people are like, they really don't like the fact that it lasts 6 hours. I want to be able to use this computer for like 24 hours. That is a user needs and user requirements, which we can only find out from just before the pivotal study. There's kind of like a rapid innovation based on individual experiences. You're learning from individual people how they use it, high resolution details in terms of the cursor control, signal, and all that kind of stuff. So there's hardware changes, but also just firmware updates. So even when we had recovery event in Nolan, he now has the new firmware that he been updated with. And similar to how like it's all get updated all the time. Very patches, security patches, functionality, UI, right? And that's something that is static device, one-time device that can only do the thing that can do. That it can do. The Tesla, over there, firmware update, and now you have completely new interfaces. All the bells and whistles and approvals on everything like the latest. Right? That's what we say generalized platform. Yeah, it's really cool how the app that Nolan is using. There's like calibration, all that kind of stuff, and then there's update. You just click and get an update. What other future capabilities there? If you're looking to, you said vision. That's a vision. What about accelerated typing, speech? This kind of stuff. What else? Those are still in the realm of improvement. So largely speaking, we have a few programs. We have the movement program I mentioned, the movement program, and the movement program, and the visual freedom.
easily
Because
guess
you could easily guess if you can control
the 2D cursor
the 2D cursor to the digital space, you could
anything in the
do
physical
anything in the
space.
physical space.
So
So much arms, wheelchair, you're in park.
even really like through the phone
whether
or
it's
just
through the phone or just
to those interfaces,
to those interfaces,
to those machines. So we're looking at
ways to
those types of
expand those capabilities even more.
That requires a conversation with the FDA,
showing
safety
data for
if there's a robotic
there's
arm
a arm or wheelchair that
guarantee that they're not going to hurt
guarantee that they're not
accidentally.
So
It's very different if you're
very different if you're moving stuff in the digital domain versus in the physical space. You can actually
potentially cause harm.
cost more participants.
So we're working through that right now. Speech does involve
different areas of the brain.
prosthetic is
Speech prosthetic is very, very fascinating, and there's actually been a lot of really
amazing work that's been
happening in
Sergei
Stavisky at UC Davis, Jamie Anderson, and Lee Krishnashnoi at Stanford doing just an incredible amount of work in speech prosthetics. And
those are actually
looking for
parts that are controlling
these vocal regulators
and being able to even by mouthing the word or natural speech, you can pick up those signals. The more
sophisticated, higher level processing areas like Broca's area or area. Those are still very, very big mystery in terms of the underlying mechanism of how it works. But
I think
their only central goal is to kind of understand those things, to be able to provide tools to be able to study that.
This is where I get to the
pothead question.
Do you think we can start getting
insight into things like thought?
So speech
is there's a muscular component, like you said. There's like the act of producing sound.
But then
what about the internal thing like cognition?
Like low level
thoughts and high level thoughts. Do you think we'll start noticing signals that could be picked up?
They could be understood.
They could be understood. They could be maybe used in order to interact with the outside world.
In some ways,
I guess this starts to kind of get into the problem of consciousness. On one hand,
all of these
are at some point a set of electrical signals
that maybe it in itself is giving you the cognition or the meaning, or somehow mind is
incredibly amazing storytelling machine. So we're telling ourselves that there's some meaning there. But I certainly think that BCI, BCI at the end of the day is a set of tools that help you study the underlying mechanisms in a like local, operative sense.
And whether there's some
interesting patterns of like electrical signal that means like you're thinking this versus, and you can either learn from many sets of data to correlate to that and give you the mind reading or not. I'm not sure. I certainly would not pull that out as a possibility, but I think BCI alone probably can't do that. There's probably additional set of tools and framework and also like just our consciousness at the end of the day is rooted in this philosophical question of like what is the meaning of it all, the nature of our existence, where's the mind emerge from this complex network, like how does the subjective experience emerge from just a bunch of electrical spikes? We really think about BCI and what we're building as a tool for pretending
the mind,
the brain.
The only question. There's actually there actually is biological existence proof of what it would take to kind of start these experiences that may be unique. If you actually look at it,
maybe one of our
what the fuck is wrong with you, monkey?
Unless you have some other conditions, you really don't feel like legs or right.
You just feel like so what is happening there? If you actually look at the two hemispheres, there's a structure that kind of connects the two called corpus callosum that is supposed to have around 200 to 300 million connections or watch lines. So whether that means that's the number of interface and electrodes that we need to create some sort of melt, or from that, like whatever you just experienced, that you can experience. But I do think that there's like existence that we all and that threshold that's known by in this domain and then there will be continuously pleasant surprise. Do you see a world where there are millions of people, like tens of millions of people walking around with a Euro device or multiple Euro devices? I do.
What up?
With your worldwide people suffering from movement disorders and visual deficits. I mean, that's.
Are you gonna be good? Are you gonna be a douche?
So that alone, I think there's a lot of
Tin Pan, are you gonna be good or are you gonna be a douche?
good that we can do with this.
How you living, pimp?
Once you start to get into I'm not sure your face like you used to. Like, what's going on? You got beat up.
Dog, if you want to see me, I'm here 24/7, 365. I'm also live in the Aiden Ross stream. Dog, I've been in Aiden Ross BC live streaming for more than 3 months, son. If you ever want to see me there, like if you ever mouth off here and I boot you, just check me out in the Aiden Ross BC and talk shit about me in there to every single motherfucker who comes in. Be like, hey, welcome. This is the Tin Cam show. All I do is make fun of Rabbi Rothschild. Go. Suck this dick, bitch. How you been, son?
Some of the things that I also talk about is I do think that there's a possibility that you see the 8 billion people walking around. Thank you so much for pushing ahead. And I look forward to that. Thanks for having me. Thanks for listening to this conversation. BJ Song. And now, dear friends, here's Matthew. The head neurosurgeon. When did you first become fascinated with the brain? Since forever. Because I can remember an interest in the human brain. I mean, I was a thoughtful kid, and a bit of an outsider. And sit there thinking about what the most important things in the world are. In your little tiny adolescent brain. And the answer that I came to, I converged on, was that all of the things you can possibly conceive of, the things that are important for human beings care about, literally contain, in the skull, both the perception of them and their relative value, your solutions to all our problems, and all of our problems are all created themselves. And we do more about how that works, how the brain encodes information, generates desire, generates agony and suffering. We could do more about it. And you think about all the really great triumphs in human history. You think about all the really horrific tragedies. You think about the Holocaust. You think about any prison full of the human stories. And all of those problems boil down to neurochemistry. So if you get a little bit of control over that, you provide people the option to do better. The way I read history, the way people have better.
pissed off, and in the end, do better with huge asterisks. But I think it's an interesting, worthy, and noble pursuit to give people more options, more tools. Yeah, that's a fascinating way to look at human history. Just imagine all these biological mechanisms, Stalin, Hitler, all of these, Genghis Khan, all of them just had like a brain, just a bunch of neurons, like 2 times a billion neurons, gaining a bunch of information over a period of time. There's the subconscious, this language and memory and all that. And from there, in the case of those people, they murdered millions of people. And all that coming from there's not some glorified notion of a dictator of this enormous mind or something like this. It's just the brain. And a lot of that has to do with how well like that organized those around them, other brains. So I always find it interesting to look to primatology, our closest non-human relative, for clues as to how humans are going to behave and what particular humans are able to achieve. So you look at chimpanzees and bonobos, similar, but in their social structures particularly. And I went to Emory in Atlanta, studied under the great Frank Kowal, the leading primatologist who recently died. And his work in looking at chimps through the lens of how you would watch an episode of Friends and understand the motivations of the characters interacting with each other. He would look at chimp colony and basically apply that lens and massively oversimplifying it. If you do that, instead of just saying subject 473 through his species and subject 471, you talk about them in terms of their human struggles, afford them the dignity of themselves as actors with understandable goals, drive, what they want out of life. Primarily it's the things we want, like food, sex, companionship, power. You can understand bonobo behavior in the same light much more easily. And I think gives you the tools you need to reduce human behavior from the false complexity that we layer onto it with language, and look at it in terms of how these humans are looking for companionship, sex, food, or and I think that's a pretty powerful tool to have in understanding human behavior. I just went to the Amazon jungle for a few weeks. It's a very visceral reminder that a lot of life on Earth is just trying to get laid. They're all screaming at each other. The guy saw a lot of monkeys, and they're just trying to impress each other. Or maybe there's a battle for power, but a lot of the battle for power has to do with getting laid. Right? Freedom rights often go with helpless status. And so if you can get a piece of that, then you'll do okay. I would like to think there was some more fundamentally different, but especially when you're talking primates, we really are, we can use fancier poetic language, but maybe some of the underlying drives and motivators are similar. And all of that is coming from this brain. When did you first start studying the brain as a psychological mechanism? The moment I got to college, I started looking around for labs that I could do neuroscience work in. I originally approached that from the angle of looking at interaction between the brain and the immune system. This is the most obvious place to start. But I had this idea at the time that the contents of your thoughts would have a direct impact, a powerful one on non-conscious systems in your body. Systems we think of as homeostatic, automatic, like fighting off a virus, repairing a wound. And sure enough, there are crossovers between the two. I mean, it gets to kind of a key point
point.
I think goes
underrecognized. It's one of the things people don't
recognize or
appreciate about the human brain enough. And that is that it basically controls or has a huge role in almost everything that your body does.
like you try to
Give an example of something in the body that isn't directly controlled, vastly influenced by the brain. And it's pretty hard. You might say like bone healing or something, but even those systems, the hypothalamus and pituitary end up playing a role in coordinating the endocrine system that does have a direct influence on, say, calcium level in your blood that goes to bone healing. So non-obvious connections between those things implicate the brain as really a prime mover in all of health.
One of the things
I realized in the other direction too, how most of the systems of the body are integrated with the human brain. They affect the brain also, like the immune system. I think there's people who study all
those kinds of things.
It's just surprising how much you can understand that the immune system, the other systems that don't obviously seem to have the thing they do with the nervous system. They all play together. Yeah, you can understand how that would be driven by evolution too. Just some simple examples. If you get sick, you get a communicable disease, you get the flu. It's pretty advantageous for your immune system to tell your brain, hey, now be antisocial for a few days. Don't go be the life of the party tonight.
In fact, maybe just
cuddle up somewhere warm under a blanket and just stay there for a day or two.
Sure enough, that
tends to be the behavior that you see both in animals and in humans.
You get sick,
elevated levels of
TNF-alpha in your blood, ask the brain back on social activity
and even moving around. Lower locomotor activity in animals that are infected with viruses. So the early days in neuroscience to surgery, when did that leap? Yeah, leap. It was sort of an evolutionary thought. I wanted to study the brain. I started studying the brain in undergrad in this neuroimmunology lab. I from there realized at some point that I didn't want to just generate knowledge. I wanted to affect little changes in the actual world, in actual people's lives. And so after having not really thought about going to medical school, I was on a track to go to a PhD program. I'd like that option. I'd like to actually help tangible people in front of me. And doing a little digging, found that there exists a PhD program. You can choose not to choose between them. Do both, and so I went to USC for medical school and had a joint PhD program with Caltech, where I met actually chose that program particularly because a researcher at Caltech, Richard Anderson, godfathers of primate neuroscience, has a mechanical lab where tau rays and other electrodes are being inserted into the brains of monkeys to try to understand how intentions were being encoded in the brain. So I ended up there with the idea that maybe I would be a neurologist, study the brain on the side, and then discovered that neurology, again, I'm going to make enemies by saying this, but neurology predominantly and distressingly to me is the practice of diagnosing a thing and then saying, good luck with that, there's not much we can do. And neurosurgery, very differently, is a powerful lever on taking people that are headed in that direction, in the sense of brain tumors that are potentially treatable or curable with surgery.
even aneurysms in the brain, blood vessels that are interrupted, even save lives. Really, is at the end of the day what mattered to me. And so I was at USC, as I mentioned. That happened to be one of the great neurosurgery. So I met these truly epic neurosurgeons, Alex Kalesi, Mike Capuzzo, and Steve Giamatti, and Marty Weiss, these sort of epic people that as human beings in front of me. And so it changed my thinking from neurosurgeons are distant gods that on another planet that come to these are humans that have problems or people. There's nothing fundamentally preventing me from being one of them. And so at the last minute in medical school, I changed gears from going into a different specialty and switched into neurosurgery, which cost me a year. I had to do another year of research because I was so far along in the process that to switch into neurosurgery, the deadline's already passed. So a decision that costs time, but absolutely worth it. What was the hardest part of the training on the neurosurgeon track? Yeah. Two things, I think. Residency in neurosurgery is sort of competition with pain. How much pain can you eat and smile? Yeah. And so there's workout restrictions that are not really. They're viewed at, I think, internally among the residents as weakness. So most neurosurgery residents try to work as hard as they can. And that, I think necessarily means working long hours, sometimes over the work hour limits. We care about being compliant with whatever regulations are in front of us. But I think more important than people get their all coming better neurosurgeon. The stakes are so high. So it's a real fight to get residents to go home at the end of their shift, stay and do more surgery. One of the hardest things, forcing them to get sleep. Historically, that was I think the next generation is more compliant and more safe there. What you mean? I'm just kidding. I didn't say it. Now I'm making it. Okay, I get it. Well, that's the rules. The personalities. And maybe the two are connected. It was a pretty competitive. It's competitive, and it's also as we touched on earlier, like power. I think neurosurgery has had this aura of mystique and excellence and whatever about it. It's an invitation, I think, for people that are cloaked in that authority, or board-certified neurosurgeons, basically a walking fallacious appeal to authority. Right? You have life, you walk into any room and act like you're an expert on whatever. And fighting that tendency is not something that most neurosurgeons do well. Humility isn't the forte. Yeah, I have friends who know you, and whenever they speak about you, that yours have the surprising quality for a neurosurgeon of humility. I think indicates that it's not as common in other professions. There is the kind of gigantic sort of heroic aspect in neurosurgery, and I think it gets to emphasize it a little bit. Yeah. I think that that allows me to play well at an Elon company. Because Elon, one of his strengths, I think, is to instantly see through fallacy from authority. So nobody walks into a room that he's in and says, well, God damn it, you have to trust me. I'm the guy that built the last 10 rockets. Just did it wrong. Well, you did it wrong. We'll do it better. Or I'm the guy that kept alive for the last 50 years. He was telling me how to build cars. No. And so you don't walk
walk into a clinic and say, well, I'm a neurosurgeon, let me tell you how to do it.
He's going to say, well,
Right? Say, well,
I'm a human being
I'm a
that has
human being that has a brain.
First
Like
principles.
first
Myself,
principles.
thank you very
Myself,
much.
thank you very much.
And here's how
And
I
here's
think
how I
about
think
Let's go
about
try
feedback.
it.
Let's
See
go
who's
try
right.
it and see who's right.
And that's, I think over and over in his
over and
case
over,
to be a
it
very
gets to be a very powerful approach. We just take that tangent. There's a
fascinating interdisciplinary achievement link
that
that you get to interact
with,
including
including Elon.
What do you think
What do you
is the
think
secret to a
is the secret to a successful team?
What have you learned
Just get to observe these folks?
Yeah,
World experts in different disciplines work together.
There's
There's a sweet spot where people
disagree
and
forcefully
forcefully speak their mind and absolutely defend their position,
and yet are still
able to accept
information
from others and
change their ideas when
change their ideas when they're wrong. And so
I like the analogy
I like the analogy of sort of
how you polish rocks,
hard
things in a
container
and spin it.
it.
People bash against each other,
And out comes a more refined product.
So
So
to make a good team, we've tried to find people that are not afraid to defend their ideas passionately, and occasionally strongly disagree
with people
that they're working with, and have the best idea come out on top. It's not an easy balance. Again, to refer back to the primate brain. It's not something that is inherently built into the primate brain. I passionately put all my chips in this position, and now I can walk away from it and think you were right. Part of our brains tell us that is power loss, that is a loss of faith, loss of standing in the community, and now you're a Zeta chump because your idea got trapped. And you just have to recognize that little voice in the back of your head is maladaptive, not helping the team win. He has the confidence to be able to walk away from the idea that you held on to. And if you do that often enough, you're actually going to become the best in the world that you think. That rapid iteration. Yeah, you'll at least be a member of a winning team. Ride the wave. What did you learn? You mentioned there's a lot of amazing neurosurgeons at USC. What lessons about surgery and life have you learned from those folks? Yeah, I think working your ass off, working hard while functioning as a member of a team, getting a job done that is incredibly difficult, working incredibly long hours, being up all night, taking care of someone that you think probably won't survive no matter what you do. Working hard to make people that you passionately dislike look good the next morning. These folks were relentless in their pursuit of excellent neurosurgical technique, decade over decade. And I think we're well recognized for that excellence. So especially Marty Weiss, Steve Giannotta, Mike Capuzzo, they made huge contributions not only to surgical technique, but they built training programs that train dozens or hundreds of amazing neurosurgeons. I was just lucky to kind of be in their wake. What's that like? Mention doing the surgery where a person is likely not to survive. Is that wear on you? Yeah. It's especially challenging when you, with all respect to our elders, it doesn't hit so much when you're taking care of an 8-year-old and something was going to get them pretty soon anyway. And so you lose a patient like that, and it was part of the normal course of what is expected of them in the coming years, regardless.
taking care of
father of
two or three,
4 young kids,
someone in their
someone in their
30s
30s that
have it coming,
and they show up in your ER having their first seizure of their life, and they've got a huge malignant, inoperable, or incurable brain tumor.
you can only do
that, I think, a handful of times
before it really starts
eating away at your armor. Or a young mother that shows up that
has a giant
hemorrhage in her brain that she's not going to survive from.
They bring her
They bring the 4-year-old daughter in to say goodbye one last time before they turn the ventilator off. The great Henry Marsh is an English neurosurgeon who said it best. I think every neurosurgeon prays with them a private graveyard, and I definitely feel that.
Especially with
young parents.
That kills me. They had a lot more to give.
Those people specifically has a
knock-on effect that's going to make the world worse for
people for a long time.
And it's just hard to feel powerless in the
face of that.
And that's
where
I think you have to be
borderline evil to fight against
something like
Neuralink, or to
constantly be taking
pot shots at us, because
what we're doing
is
to try to fix that
stuff,
trying to give people options to reduce suffering. We're trying to take the pain out of life
that
broken brains brings in. And this is just our the way that we're fighting entropy.
The amount of suffering of your world, some of the things that we take for granted, that our brain is able to do is taken away as immense.
And to be able to
restore some of that functionality is a real gift.
We're just starting.
We're going to do so much more. You take me through the full procedure of an implanting, let's say, the M1 chip in your lung. It's a really simple, straightforward procedure. The human part of the surgery that I do is
dead simple. It's
one of the most basic neurosurgery procedures imaginable, and there's evidence that some version of it has been done for thousands of years. There are examples from ancient Egypt of healed trepanations from Peru or in Egypt times in South America, where these surgeons presumably to let out the air, but maybe to drain blood.
There's a healing around the edge, at least survive some after a procedure. And so what we're doing is we're making a cut in the top of the head over the area of the brain. The most potent representation of hand intentions. So if you are an expert concert pianist, this part of your brain is lighting up the entire time you're playing. I would call it the hand pop.
There's all the finger movement,
All of that is just
all of that is fine.
There's a little squiggle in
the cortex right there. The brain is
doubly folded
right on that spot. So you can look at it on an MRI and say,
that's the hand knob.
And then you do a functional test and a special kind of MRI, a functional MRI, fMRI.
And this part of the
brain lights up when people, even quadriplegic people, whose brains aren't connected to their finger movements anymore. They imagine finger movements and this part of the brain still lights up.
So we can
ID that part of the brain in anyone who's
preparing to enter our
trial. Say,
that part of
the brain we confirm is your hand intention area. So
I'll make a little
cut in the skin.
The skin
Skin
opens like kind of opening the car, only a lot smaller.
Make a perfectly round, 1 inch diameter hole in the skull. Remove that bit of skull. Open the lining of the brain and cover it with the brain. It's like a bag of water that the brain floats in. And then show that part of the brain to a robot. Then this is where the robot shines. It can come in and take these tiny, much smaller than human hair, and precisely insert them into the cortex, into the surface of the brain. Very precise depth, very precise spot, in a very precise spot that avoids all the blood vessels that are floating on the surface of the brain. And after the robot's done with its part, the human comes back in.
That's the West Side Gang.
Into that hole in the skull and covers it up, screwing it down to the skull, sewing the skin back together. So the whole thing is, a few hours long. It's extremely low risk compared to the average neurosurgery involving the brain that might say open up a deep part of the brain or manipulate blood vessels in the brain. This opening on the surface of the brain with only cortical microinsertions carries significantly less risk than a lot of the tumor or aneurysm surgeries that are routinely done. Cortical microinsertions that are via robotic computer vision designed to avoid. Exactly. So I know you're a bit biased here, but let's compare human and machine. So what are human surgeons able to do well, and what are robot surgeons able to do well? At this stage of our human civilization development? Yeah, that's a good question. Humans are general purpose were able to adapt to unusual situations. We're able to change the planet on the fly. I remember well a surgery that I was doing many years ago down in San Diego, where the plan was to open a small hole behind the ear and go reposition a blood vessel that had come to lay on the facial nerve, the trigeminal nerve.
You're on the west side. My people, your west side. Look at this gangster.
The surgery team went in there and started moving this blood vessel, and found that there was a giant aneurysm on that blood vessel. It was not usually visible on the pre-op scan. So the plan had to dynamically change. The human surgeons had no problem with that. All those robots wouldn't do so well in that situation. At least in their current incarnation, fully robotic surgery, like the electrode insertion portion of the Neuralink surgery, it goes according to a set plan. So the humans can interrupt the flow and change the plan, but the robot can't really change the plan. It operates through it according to how it was programmed, how it has to run. It does its job. Very.
You know what I do? Everything.
Maybe it's done with writing nonfiction, true crime. Write for True Detective magazine. He wishes you never met Tom, Skipper, or investigated the outcomes.
I think it came more actually I'm a little talking about it right now. It just came to light.
That's a West Side Gangster.
Need a roommate, so.
Celebrated the return of the salmon. This is where we hunted and fished.
That's a sitcom for
This is where
sure.
we welcomed our neighbors.
That's not a sitcom, that's a porno, cocksucker.
Our Seattle
Anyway,
heritage runs deep.
the
We
church of what's
are
happening
local
now is
show.
brought to you
Welcome
by
to the virtual preparatory
Zip
academy of Washington,
Recruiter. Listen,
where learning comes to life online.
hiring is a
At
challenge.
VPEP,
Zip
our
Recruiter
cutting-edge
makes it
curriculum
easy,
offers an education tailored to
nice and
each
easy.
student's unique
Hiring
needs.
is challenging,
Teachers
but
provide
there's one
real-time
place where you
instruction
could go
and work closely
where
with
hiring
parents
is
to meet
simple,
each student at
fast,
their
and
level.
smart. A place
When
where
you are
growing
tuition-free
businesses
K
connect
through 12
the
public school,
qualified candidates.
your student
That
will be more
place is
comfortable learning online. Experience the convenience of a
ZipRecruiter.com/church.
public school that
Like I
comes to
said,
you.
applications come
Learn
in.
more at
ZipRecruiter analyzes each
wa.vpep.com.
one and spotlights the top candidates so you never miss a great match. With their powerful matching technology, ZipRecruiter scans through thousands of resumes to find people with the right experience and invites them to apply for your job. ZipRecruiter sends your job to over 100 of the world's leading job boards, but they don't stop there. ZipRecruiter is so effective that 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. And right now, the church family can get ZipRecruiter for free. You're like, Joey, what are you talking about? Free. It's the holiday season's coming. You're looking to hire. This is the best thing for you to do. Go to ZipRecruiter.com right now /church, CHURCH, and find a qualified candidate for the position you're on. All right? ZipRecruiter. They're the smartest way to hire. But right now, you got to go to ZipRecruiter.com /church. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. The church is also brought to you by, oh shit, it's my motherfucking people, my bookie.ag. .ag. Listen, it's time to make some fucking Guinness. Football season's upon us. We got Khabib against Poirier. We got college football. We got baseball coming. We got everything on mybookie.com right now, okay? So if you're trying to bet on the NFL, baseball, MMA, whatever, MyBookie's got it. Incentives and more lines than any other sports book, period. And this year, they're running a fucking tremendous contest. $100 to enter. You pick 5 teams a week against the spread and rack up the fucking points. First place is $100,000 guaranteed. How do you like that? They just revamped their site and it's looking fucking tremendous. So go take a look if you haven't already. Now do me a favor. What we're gonna do this year, what MyBookie.ag is gonna do, is double your first deposit rate. That's how we're gonna fucking welcome you. All right, use promo code CHURCH. Grab a pen. CHURCH to get 100% bonus on your initial deposit up to $1,000. You heard right. Who's better than you? You deposit a fucking $1,000 and you get what? Another $1,000 fucking dollars. So visit mybookie.ag today. That's mybookie.ag, and don't forget to use the promo code CHURCH when creating your account to claim the bonus. You bet, you win, you get fucking paid. And I'm gonna have a little special treat for you guys starting next week before the football season on my Instagram. So if you're not following me on Instagram, you're fucking slipping. I also want to thank the best on it.com. Listen, those coconut almond 7 gram protein shoes they have, they've kept me alive all week.
What up? What up? How you living?
Maddie, why do you entertain this nigga?
Oh, why are you so mean? Tim Tam is so mean.
Maddie, why do you entertain this nigga?
Tim Tam is so mean. What's up? How are you, damn Maddie? How's your day going? How's your day going? Excellent. It's going well. So far, so good, my friend. Thankfully, I want you to know. Do you know that I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts? Do you know what TikTok is? Do you know what TikTok is? Do you know what TikTok is? That's okay.
It's all sold out. And on September 27th, the Chicago Theater Bitches. Be there or be square, you bad motherfuckers. I'm leaving you with a tremendous song called Endless Love by Lionel Richie and Diana Ross. Right? I hope you enjoy it. I'll see you motherfuckers Thursday morning. Tip top motherfucking Magoo. Kick this needle away.
The U.S. on the doorstep of more significant cycling history. Jennifer Valente.
Greetings from Podcastville. The church of what's happening now is brought to you by hymns. Listen, with age comes wisdom, but getting older can also be a downer in one specific area. 40% of men by the age of 40 struggle from not being able to get and maintain an erection. I'm not talking about nobody specifically, but you know who the hell you are. Why do guys turn to weird solutions that do nothing when they can turn to medicine and science? Expensive pills, injections, when no one wants an injection. You don't need none of that stuff. That's where Uncle Joey comes in. 4hims.com, a one-stop shop for hair loss, skin care, and sexual wellness for men. Listen, even if you don't need it, you might as well get one of these, just so you give a double to handle it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody wants to be remembered. That's what you need right there. After you make love, you won't have to even send a postcard. They'll remember you. Hims works real easy. Prescription solutions backed by science, and they're made more affordable. So do me a favor. Try Hims for a month for $5. You're like, Joy, what the hell are you talking about? $5! We'll get you started for just $5 while supplies last. Prescription products are subject to doctor's approval and require an online consultation with the physician who will determine if the prescription is appropriate. See the website for full details and safety information, all right? This could cost you hundreds of dollars if you went to a doctor in person and you're going to be embarrassed. No. Just go to 4hims.com/church. CHURCH. That's 4hims.com/church. The church is also brought to you by, you ready for this? So now you got your helmet and tip-top water, right? Now I got you some hymns and you got the helmet. Now you got to be a gentleman. Everybody wants to get their pulse up. But it looks like the Amazon jungle down there. Half of it is burning, your ball got mold on it. I'm here to tell you, Uncle Joey's gonna fucking help you out. The fall is coming. Put away the white fucking clothes, all right? It's time to fucking trim your fucking nutsack and the fucking tree, little lawn around the tree. My friends over at Manscaped created the one and only tool that you need to shave your balls and the area around your fucking pole of love. It's called the manlow, the lawnmower 2.0 for a reason. They threw away the 1.0 and they upgraded that trimmer with the skin-safe technology. Now, the church listeners can get 20% off your first order when you use promo code CHURCH at manscaped.com. And if you order the perfect package, they'll also throw in a free travel bag when you use the code CHURCH. That's CHURCH. That's manscaped.com. Use promo code CHURCH for 20% off your first order and keep your fucking nutsack smelling tip-top fucking magoo. All right, Lee, take this motherfucking mule. What's up, DC?
Good to see you, man. Thanks for having me.
This band should have showed up at the VMAs and just blew.
Oh my god.
Everybody's torturing the fucking like the attendant. Nobody wants to watch that shit. No.
Chris Cornell, his voice is one of a kind.
If Chris Cornell showed up with Soundgarden at the VMAs on Sunday. Poor Miley Cyrus. She was the only good actor. Miley Cyrus was the only one that everybody else was up there jumping up and down. Those Chinese kids with blonde hair. I've never seen those fucking little communists before. Jumping around.
I didn't watch that.
Selling out stadiums and shit. They didn't care. What the fuck? Where'd they come from? I think they're Korean. Whatever the fuck they are. Those are the 12 kids that were stuck in the cave. They gave 5 of them a record contract and shit. Those are 12 kids, I guarantee. Where'd they come from? I don't even know these little Chinese kids were jumping up and down. Oh, yeah. Where the fuck do we say? How old?
K-pop?
How old am I? I don't even know nobody. I knew Miley Cyrus. The other skinny whore, I don't like her at all.
Who?
The skinny
I didn't watch
the skinny whore, the one they she's trying to get her music back. No.
I feel bad throwing out. Is it Taylor
Swift? She's a skinny whore.
She's not a big fan of Taylor Swift.
No, I can't less, but I'm just saying. She's a fucking whore with that skinny little pussy. Write the song. And she looks like she can't. She looks like she could suck a good dick. Taylor's got to look like she'll mop that dick up after you manscape your helmet. She'll suck that motherfucker. But she's got like a little tiny pussy like Kate Quigley. Like Kate Quigley's got a great ass, but her pussy looks like she needs to grow a bush to fill it in like a bumper. It goes down. I don't like pussies that go down. That means you got no meat there. You gotta have some fucking meat that I can bite into, like jaws. You know what I'm saying?
Like a healthy labia.
Yeah. I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
I don't like Taylor Swift.
Yeah, I didn't watch the VMA. Well, but I'm the same way. Like,
I watched it because of Sebastian.
Right. I was on a flight. But yeah.
And he was great. I mean, listen, when somebody calls you up, all I read about the last 2 days is criticism of Dave Chappelle and the criticism of Sebastian, how bad the VMAs. Well, listen, the VMAs are bad every fucking year.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's just kids, whatever the fuck they are. But Sebastian was great. For anybody who's a comic, you have no idea what it's like.
Yeah. And the handcuffs that are put on you in that situation.
You have no idea. So before you open your mouth about Sebastian, fucking jump through a glass window and see what it feels like. See what it feels like, and then get back.
You know, I didn't hear about like the Chappelle thing, but I did read just the other day. What was I feel bad, worse with names. Never just met him personally, but the Saturday Night Live, Young, Eat. Oh my God, not even. It's
Davidson.
Yeah. Yes, Davidson. There was some article about him I was reading this yesterday, and I was outraged about the writer of the article, and also the campus, the college show. And he just called them entitled assholes and went on a rant. And then the college went off on him about how unprofessional and how terrible. And any comic who's done college gigs, it's like, no, but no, they were fucking entitled assholes, probably on their phone, being pieces of shit. And then it just said that the college can't take responsibility for their own students being dickheads and just go the easy route of just being like, oh my God, you ruined everybody's night by saying some horrible things about our beloved students. Yeah, people just like to pick on comics.
I mean, the nicest guy in comedy made a statement 18 months ago.
It was awesome.
He's the nicest,
was awesome as well.
cleanest comic of all time, Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah.
And this guy made a public statement that said you could not pay him enough.
They go, wait a second. They go, you're American? I go, yeah.
Yeah.
And you have to think about that. Now, I know a lot of college kids come to my show.
Right.
I have no problem when you come to my show, but I know if I went to the University of Notre Dame,
right,
my act, your din's thrown at me.
Because it's the wrong kids coming to those shows. Like, there's awesome kids at those campuses, but the ones who aren't fucking partying on a Friday night, who want to come to where they're not selling alcohol, not that you have to have, you know what I mean? Like, that type of student, they tend to be more outraged, in my opinion. Because I used to do tons of colleges, and I'm like, I know that there's people here who would love what's happening, but not these fuckers, you know, that came tonight. And then the administrators are the ones that get me. I did one, I only did one in the last 2 years, but I told them, I'm like, I get to say whatever I want. No censorship at all. And they let me do that, and it was a blast.
Did they take the ride, the kids?
They did, because I went hard at the beginning, extra hard, just to let them know. Right, there was a picture of their founder of their college, and I just fucking read about what a creepy ass looking lady she would look like, and fucking torturing kids in her fucking basement on some pedo island. But she looked fucking creepy. And then they were like shocked at first, and then they loosened up, and then we had a great time because I had that freedom. But like you're talking about the handcuffs, you know, like Sebastian's like a lot of these people don't understand. They're told you can't say this, you can't do that, you can't do this, and it's like they just take all of your arsenal away from you and then want you to go to battle. And so I got no weapons.
Great.
Yeah.
Whether he's my friend or not, I thought he was great. Listen, I watch those shows because we're all together. We're all connected.
Yeah.
And when one of us rises, we all
brings comedy up.
We all rise up. You know, it's like in anything. This is how you have to look at it.
Yeah.
If you want to succeed in any field, you have to be happy, sincerely happy for the people around you, the people that you came up with.
Right.
If you hold any type of anger or issues, you're just not going to grow.
Yeah. And it's like,
You're just not
my wife and I would talk about this all day. It's like,
you know why? Because for a while, when you get here and things aren't happening,
right,
you fall into that. Why
right.
is this happening for Dad? I got more spots here. I'm funnier here. And
right.
At the end, you're supposed to be all hand in hand.
Yeah.
And it really isn't like that. I wish that all comedians could hold each other hand in hands around the world.
Yeah,
it would never happen but that's why the world is the world. But as long as we have a little circle,
yeah,
like I have my little circle,
yeah,
we hold hands to the death. That's the way it is.
That's
the
awesome.
day we started, you know, me and Josh Booth, we know each other from day one.
That's great. Yeah,
I
yeah.
had no choice but to have his back.
Yeah.
You know, Brody. It was a huge kick in my stomach, especially for me because I knew him for 20 years. I should have been checking on him more. What the fuck was wrong with me? You know, we're a family. So that, you know, when I sit there and the first thing I read on Twitter on a Monday morning or a Tuesday morning from Viceland is how bad fucking Chappelle's show is, I think to myself, Viceland, first off, I love what you're trying to do, but have you watched your fucking show lately? That show about eating weed with those 3 little half a fags you got on there? That is the worst fucking show I've ever seen in my goddamn life. You know, I did an episode of Danny Brown. It was great. I love the Danny Brown show. Weed has some great drug shows, but fucking 50% of your shit is totally fucking garbage. So for you to put down Chappelle, before you put down Chappelle, go clean up your own fucking backyard, especially with that fucking weed show you got. That weed culture with those 3 little half a fags that never smoked a bong in their life. You get me, I'll get some 3 hard-hitting niggas. Just like fucking he said in Pulp Fiction. What did Ving Rhames say? I'll get some hard-hitting niggas, and we'll do that weed fucking show and show you what a weed culture is. They did Cuban food. I wouldn't even eat that Cuban food. Never mind, I wouldn't eat that Cuban food if you had gold in it. The shit they made. They're fucking terrible, that weed culture show. It's the worst show I've ever seen in my fucking life. Are you angry because Dave didn't do it? That's the only reason I like
What did he shit on? I didn't hear this article.
Just said that
what did Dave do? Like, what show? His new stand-up act?
He did a new special called Sticks and Stones.
What, is that out already?
Yeah, it came out 2 nights ago.
Oh, shit. I haven't seen it.
And I'm sitting there the other night going, you know what, man? I think that it came out too quickly.
Yeah.
Maybe Dave didn't prepare his material. Oh my God, was I wrong? He murdered.
Yeah.
I thought Anthony Jeselnik had the special of the year until I watched Dave Chappelle.
Wow.
Anthony, I love you to death. Holy shit. Dave Chappelle's special was fire.
Wow.
And I watched the first 45 minutes. That's a lot for Uncle Joey.
Right.
I took the first pee smoke break for 45 minutes. That's fucking good. That's been years since I've sat and watched the special after 25 minutes.
Yeah, I gotta see that. I saw the previous 3, but that's great. Well, now I know what I gotta watch.
It's so weird that we live in this.
Where do you record it at?
Atlanta. And he says a bit in there about, I'm gonna do an impersonation, you know. In 25 years, you're gonna do it. He goes, I'm talking about you guys. And he just pointed to all the little niches we have in our society now, you know, about how people come back and attack you after 20 years.
Oh, right.
Michael Jackson's been dead for 10 years. He's got 2 court cases. How the fuck does this happen, you know? And I'm shooting that damn one. I'm sitting there, there's like 2 more accusers have come up in the case. The chiropractor at the University of Michigan or something.
Oh,
he's been dead for 10 years. And now you want to come out? Go home. Go waste your time. Go to church. Go hang out with some of those pedophile priest kids and go talk about your issues. Leave these fucking people. The guy's been dead for fucking 20 years. Now you want to come out and say why he was touching your foot, he fingered you? Go fuck yourself. This is which one. You can't even give those people white.
Yeah, that outrage.
Tell those people to go away. Like
what kills me is when it's not even something that major that happened 20 years. Like when somebody tweeted lyrics of a song that had like racist language, and they're an athlete now, and then now they come back and and then the person goes and cries, does an apology. I wish more people would just be like, no, fuck, yeah, I was fucking 15. It was my song, the song I liked, or whatever, or I said something, or whatever. I was 15 and I said some dumb shit like all 15-year-olds do. Go fuck yourself. Like, it makes me upset when they actually do the press conference apologies. I wish more people would say, no, I'm not going to apologize for what I said. I don't owe you that. I don't owe you an apology for 15 years ago.
That's what fucking was. The chick who pulled the head up to Trump. When she apologized, that's when she lost.
Kathy.
Oh, Kathy Griffin. Yes, that's right. That's right. Right. Yeah, thought it was funny.
You don't like it? Throw the albums away. In fact, go on TV and burn those albums. I dare you. Because I'm going to sell a million more.
Yeah.
Remember when they did the Quiet Riot? Didn't they do it for one of those bands? They took their albums and they...
Smack. Yeah.
Oh, no, the black dude.
July Crew.
No,
NWA.
2 Live Crew, NWA.
Oh, that was the Tipper Gore, all that kind of outrage.
Yeah, remember when they said to Ice Cube, look at them. They're burning our albums. And he goes, I don't care. They paid for it. Today one article came out from Variety that said it didn't really meant. Did it say something about Sebastian?
Oh, the whole thing was I used to love you, Sebastian, but the VMAs were a safe space until you came on.
A safe space?
And the thing that upset me, and I stopped reading the article, when she was like, I used to love watching the VMAs, and I'm a fan of you, but people get triggered. And then she spent like 3 or 4 paragraphs talking about her organization for safe spaces. And I'm like, oh, you're just trying to get, you have nothing against Sebastian, you just want to get a little bit of notoriety for your thing. So I was like, okay, I'm going to stop reading this now. But the headline is, Sebastian ruined the VMAs. It's not a safe space anymore.
That's why I know. I hope that Sebastian's management. I know they did. They got a tremendous envelope for him. Yeah. If you do those things, you're gonna lose. If you get George Burns, you pull him out of the grave. Abbott and Costello, pull him out of the grave. Pull out all the great comics out of the grave. Have them write an hour for you, and you do the Oscars. Guess what? You're still gonna get some form of hatred. If you host the Emmys, you're gonna get some form of hatred.
Oh yeah.
If you host whatever, so your formula is right. You're gonna hate me. You gotta pay me everything. I want the whole thing.
Yeah.
I want the door. I want the leftover vodka. I want the leftover. I'm fucking the help. You know what I'm saying?
People hate.
I want a hand job from Ariana Grande. I mean, I'm just going off.
Yeah.
My writer is fucking 20 pages because you're gonna get tormented.
Right.
It's just a
meaningless torment. Like I look at on iTunes. What I like to do is you get mad about trolls, whatever. There is not a single album that has ever been made of note that got a lot of exposure that's only 5 stars. You can look at the greatest, the Stones, Exile on Main Street, whatever you want to find out there. They're like, this is a fucking beautiful, amazing album, and you're gonna find some 1-star. Fucking kids really didn't appreciate I mean, people just want to hate. Just going to find, and I would hope Sebastian's looking at like, he just got seen by so many new people that, of course, since they weren't part of his fan base initially, it's like the more people who hate you, that's almost like the better, because you're just reaching so many new people. And the ones who don't hate you, they're just not going to say, they're not going to go online. It's just the way human nature is, and talk about how much they love you. So I would hope that for every person that's given like backlash, he knows that there are thousands who are just like, that guy's fucking great. They're going to come see him, they're going to buy his stuff, they're going to come to his shows.
YouTube kind of changed recently on the content side, on when you actually post stuff, and it actually it used to show you how many likes and dislikes you had.
Yeah.
And like sometimes like you look at the dislikes, you're like, oh, that kind of sucks. Why did it? But now what it does is it actually shows you the percentage of likes versus dislikes.
Oh, okay.
It's like 97, 95% likes. You're like, oh, okay. Then I guess those way better. Yeah, you're like, okay.
I cannot understand one thing when you post something. And I learned this 6 or 7. I stopped paying attention to what anybody really said on the internet years ago.
Yeah.
But sometimes I'll say something back to them to throw them off.
Right.
And sometimes you realize people just say something nasty to you, so you could just tell them off. And they'll disappear. Quick.
Yeah.
I told their mothers something like that. They don't even say nothing. But I really learned a lot a couple months ago. What video hit 1 billion downloads? It was in November Rain. Remember, they made a big deal about it. November Rain, first video ever on YouTube to hit him.
Guns N' Roses?
Yeah.
November Rain hit 1 billion?
Billion
Wow.
views. And I went on there. I think it was 1 billion.
Yeah.
And I went on there, and they still had 150,000 hits.
Right.
Then go to the Beatles Whiteout.
Yes.
And go see one of the greatest albums ever put on vinyl, and watch the percentage of thumbs down.
Yeah.
And I sit there and I go, I wonder who would give the Beatles Whiteout the thumbs down.
Yeah.
So you have to start thinking about this whole process of who has the time.
Right.
When somebody writes something or has an article, I really don't have the time.
Right. You're busy creating, you're doing things.
To write stuff. So
Yeah.
you have to think about all those considerations before you let those comments online affect you.
Yeah.
I'm sure people like
What does it
Sebastian
take to be the best?
are either off,
For the
you
world-class
really
leukemia
cannot
team
get
at
it
Seattle
back. I
Children's
never read the
takes
comments on my
Right. Right.
A desire to change
I felt in my heart
and
the
never,
job I
ever,
did
ever
wasn't
give
who I
up.
was, so I
Giving
let it go on the
every
plane ride
child
home.
a
Yeah.
winning
Just
chance.
rolled my favor this time. You know what I'm saying? I rolled the 6 and I rolled the 7, and that's just the way life is sometimes. I just got to, like Sebastian said at the end of his monologue, if you don't win this year, work harder next year.
Right.
Well, it's like you just said, Chappelle had the best special of the year. He doesn't have a website. He doesn't have any social media. It's not.
Yeah.
So it shows you what's really important.
Yeah, he's focused on the
There's
craft.
nothing.
He has no Twitter.
No, he doesn't do any of that stuff. He's got this mystique, the Chappelle mystique.
How does he sell out 18 shows? How do people know?
Just fucking word of mouth. It's great. He has no social media. He used to call. I mean, 4 or 5 years after the Chappelle show went away, Comedy Works in Denver and Punchline in San Francisco. He would just call them up like on Monday night, be like, "Hey, I want to do Tuesday and Wednesday, whatever show each night," and they would just send it out to their email list or whatever on their stuff, and it would be sold out in minutes. And it's just like, yeah, he doesn't do any of that. Nothing. Amazing. Nothing.
No Dave Chappelle.
Nope.
He might own it, but there's nothing out there.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, he doesn't do any of that.
Let me double check.
I mean, even if it's out there, it's brand new. Because I checked in the past, just because I was amazed too. And I'm like, what? No social media profile?
Please come back later.
It's amazing. I stopped looking. I remember a couple years ago with YouTube, something went up. It was this. YouTube. This has not happened. That story, and they told me to promote it when it went out. So I just wanted to make sure that it was. Because I don't generally look at YouTube anyway, as far as comments. But I just wanted to make sure that before I'm tweeting or whatever, posting it, so it's actually there. I'm sending a link to a real video. And first comment that was left, some guy, he said something to the effect of, Dan Cummins is the worst comic of all time. I hate every bit he's ever done. I hate it when I hear him on Pandora. But it's like, and what cracked me up, I started laughing. So I'm like, let me get this straight. I'm the comic you fucking hate more than anybody else on earth. And the second a new video of mine comes out, you're like, oh, check this out. It's like, you're just an idiot. You're an idiot. Like, your opinion means nothing. Yeah, and that's just that troll nature. They just want to. You know, it's very, very rare that you see a feedback on there where you're like, it's constructive in any way. You know, I think he's giving a good effort, but really, you know, I think, you know, he could have maybe just kind of shortened this, and maybe if he actually tried and worked on his timing, it's just never like, fucking sucks, fucking piece of shit. Just dumb, vapid hate.
It's crazy to me that who would raise a child?
The energy of this crowd is going to feel like for the gold medal game coming up next.
Be that devious to go out of their way, make up a different email. Go right. Like, I always think about where they're like,
oh yeah.
Like, okay, if Dan Cummings wants to say, Joey, I saw you last night, I wasn't happy with it. I can go, Dan, guess what? Neither was I. You know, but when I go back to your website and there's, oh, you're on Twitter, or there's no picture. There's a picture of a Russian girl that you could tell it's not you.
Right.
You know, it's a fake website.
Right. They don't even have the balls to put themselves out there.
I think about them. I think about what their life is like.
Yep.
I think about it's like when I was a fucking junkie and a thief. All the time I put into scamming, if I would have put into something positive,
right,
I could have done something positive. You're doing something that's halfway positive.
Yeah, yeah.
You're actually you're figuring something out, but you're figuring it out for the wrong way, like for the wrong thing. If you figured this much out, you use this in a positive way, the answer that you're looking for,
be happy. Oh my God, I won't say his name. I won't say his name, but he's describing the person we've had a problem with. Like there's, like you said, like, what is going on in this person's life? I know a person that I worked with 10 years ago in a way it didn't work out. We worked on a few projects together, and not even like a bad falling out. Just, you know, like in LA, you work tons of collaborations. Sometimes people just disappear. Right, and you put pitches together, and you go, right, disappear. And this guy, it didn't work out. Parted ways. Really don't see him for a long time. And then a similar project comes, but it was about me. Basically, it was like he was going to do a project about me. Didn't work out. Some other people want to do a project about the podcasts I've been doing now. So about me, but different. And again, it's my life. Like, no one get the rights to your life in perpetuity for the whole rest of your life. So this guy finds out, not going to work with him again. It's been 10 years since, and I know this person, they're not in a good place. Things haven't worked out for 10 years. They're angry. They're frustrated. You look at their other content. This person in particular mooched off their family, but then shit talked them all the time too. Just an angry person, not getting what they want in the world, but not doing dick about it in a positive way. Just fucking hating. And then now that person's exactly that person who creates fake aliases to threaten and harass me and my wife, you know, like that. You know, just, and I'm like, and I think of him now when I see other troll comments on the web. I'm like, I know you. This is you. This isn't about me. Well, all the shit you're saying when you're that angry, it's about you. You know, that person is so fucking miserable and unhappy with their life that it would be hard to step back and take, you know, some fucking responsibility and be a man and be like, you know what? I made some fucking terrible choices. I was lazy. I didn't do this. I didn't do that. That takes some balls. That takes some like self-awareness, some painful self-reflection. Much easier to be like, man, everybody's just trying to fuck me over and the world fucking sucks. And everybody who gets ahead, they're a piece of shit because they fucked over other people to do that. So fuck you and fuck that person. Like, so those opinions mean nothing to me because I just think about this one person. Like, oh, you're just a version of this dude. Yep. I'm like, I know you. I know who you are.
And I know that person well because I was that person at one time.
Yeah, I was an angry youth when I was a teenager.
Angry, frustrated. There was things I wanted, I couldn't get. I couldn't figure out how to get.
Right
away.
Oh yeah, me too.
The fucking world. It's not the world's fault, bitch.
Right.
What did you do this morning between 8 and 10?
Oh yeah.
You sat there and watched it kind of tell whatever. The game is right. What's the name of that match game? Right. The Price is Right. Were you out looking for a job? Were you writing?
Right.
Did you do any of these things? No. You wanted to watch The Price is Right.
Yeah.
So now go watch The Price is fucking Right.
Right.
You wake up at 8 and you really, really in your heart feel that you worked that day.
Yeah.
After a year of doing that, you won't be frustrated.
Right.
You're frustrated is because you're just not doing what you're supposed to be doing. And it's if you've been frustrated,
yeah,
you know, Dan, I got you by 20 years. So we
Yeah.
You start thinking about the manifestation of feelings. Like I'm writing a book.
That's awesome. I'll be buying it.
Manifestation. You start understanding the manifestations that you went through. From certain ages, it's fucking scary. And you don't feel like they're part of your life. You feel like you're part of another life.
Yeah.
You feel like you get deja vu. You feel all these things. You feel guilt. You feel all these feelings because you see the manifestations of things. You know, my dad died when I was 3. It was the insecurity, and then the immigrant thing. That turned into a different insecurity manifestation in New York. Can't speak English. Oh yeah, hello. You know, look at Spick Boy. You know, and then I got wheels in Jersey, and I started going, but those feelings were still there. And then your mother died.
Right.
You were Catholic. You really, really believe in God. You really believe in the Holy Ghost. You really believe, and you tried to do everything right to that age. Now you question God, and now you're fucking killing cats. You're running over pigeons. You see a mouse, you step on it. There's a certain anger you get, and then like I look at my life, it went from sorrow, it became anger, it became fury.
Yeah.
Fury when there's a homeless guy in the corner, you just run up to him and kick him in the fucking head for no reason when he's sleeping. Not that I kick the homeless guy's head. I'm just saying, I know what it's like to see somebody and go, holy shit.
Right.
They didn't do anything to you. And we see it every day in the news.
Yeah.
Somebody gets killed. That's somebody who's going. That's somebody that manifestation went to fury. And I got happy. And I went to prison. And actually going to prison kind of made me happy because it slowed everything down. It let me process all those manifestations. And I went out into the real world. Married. And I got divorced. And I lost a child. And now you're angry again. Then I had comedy. So the anger manifested. It would manifest for 23 hours, except for the 1 hour a day I did comedy. I would be happy because of it. So you start looking at the manifestations of your feelings and how you just go. So when I see these people that write negative comments, fuck you in your podcast, right? You know what, man? There's 1,000 things out there. There's 1,000 things I don't like. I don't have the balls to go on Twitter and go, hey, I don't like your podcast. I just don't have the balls. I know that person's trying very hard. I know that's whatever.
Yeah, you just keep it for yourself. Right. Yeah. That's why I used to tell. I had one moment with a heckler years ago, and it's the only time this works this way. But this guy, he came in. I don't know. He came in late to the show. Everybody else having fun, and he didn't like it. You know, he was just causing problems. So I don't know, 30, 40 minutes. I'm like, dude, what's going on, man? You're not funny. And I just stopped. I'm like, you know what, man? I'm like, everyone was having a good time. I'm like, you're not having a good time. I'm like, you know what I do when I'm not having a good time, like a movie or someplace? I fucking leave. You remember when you came in here and they nailed your ass to the seat and they told you they'd fucking execute you if you tried to leave early? Nah, that never happened. You could just walk away right now and you get to go do something you like. I get it. I'm like, I don't think I'm funny all the time. Like, there's plenty of things I don't think is funny. I'm like, I don't have to be for everybody. I don't need to be for you. But you don't have to be here. And it was like a little light bulb. He just kind of, and he fucking got up and he left. And I just wish more people could do that same thing. There's plenty of stuff that I don't like, but then I just don't look at it.
I can't tell you.
I don't watch it anymore. Yeah, I walked out of the theater. Exactly. I walked out of the theater. I'm not going to waste another hour.
I boycotted Tom Hanks.
You boycotted Tom Hanks?
For years when he cried at the Oscars. When he won for Philadelphia with the spots on his neck and shit. He won. I boycotted him. Marlon Brando sent an Indian. When he won the fucking Godfather.
Right.
He didn't fucking cry on the Oscars. You gotta cry on the. I boycotted Tom Hanks for about 8 years. It took me.
The only person.
I didn't go online and boycott.
Sure.
I didn't have a petition signed.
What brought you back?
The League of Their Own. The League of Their Own brought me back. He knows I got first. I will boycott your ass. I will boycott your ass for 60 to 90 to 100. I see something negative behavior on your part. I will boycott your ass on my television set.
I think you saw him.
there was somebody else I boycotted. I boycotted a couple people. Just the different fucking acts,
Right.
singing a song. Comics, I'll boycott a comic.
Sure, right, yeah.
There was one comic I knew and loved for 20 years. He had an opening joke that was funny 20 years ago. And he got a shot at a TV spot.
Yeah.
And he did the joke, the old joke, Bush guy. I blocked his phone. Don't even call no more, cocksucker. I bumped into him. It's like, he changed the number. I didn't even talk to him. I acted like a mute. Boycotted him for 6 months and kept it to the 6-month date. Like, I put it in the book. Like, I'll put it in the book.
I picture like a board.
Boycotted
like,
till February 12th. Of fucking 2020.
I picture like printed out little pictures of the people that you boycott and fucking stick them on the board. You got a date under it. I go to a restaurant, I see fingerprints on the glass. When you push the glass in, that means you didn't wash your pussy. That means you don't. If you can't wipe the glass down, if 8 employees are there and they can't wipe the glass, if there's 10 cents of fingerprints, that means you guys don't wash your hands after you pee. And I have to women here don't wash their snacks after all these Mexican bus boys shoots a load of fucking pimiento in their pussies. They don't wash them. So I don't want to do business with you. That's it. It's that easy. And I refuse to go back in there. And people go, Joey, but they don't clean the glass. Right.
Like I boycott shit. Like if you eat ranch dressing, you can't sit at the table. I love you to death. Go over there with your friends. And when you're finished,
fucking Tom over here. Now I just picture like Tom Hanks eating some fucking ranch.
Yeah.
And you're fucking sticking him back on the board.
You want to eat ranch? Go over there. You want to eat hummus? Go over there with your friends. Don't sit at this table.
7 straight gold medals for this U.S.
Like he's talking to you later.
No, he is hummus. I've been boycotted a few times.
He's boycotted. He knows he can eat hummus and I won't see him. If I ever see him put a chip and hummus in front of me, but I never did coke around Joe.
Slap him out of the chair.
I never would do coke around Joe.
Yeah.
I knew he loved me that much and bothered him his soul to see me coked up.
Yeah, so you just
when he was around, no matter home, bro, wanted to do a line, no matter how much coke I had in my pocket, I would do it out of respect.
Yeah.
I think he only caught me twice doing coconut.
Yeah.
Because I know I would let him down.
Now Lee has that hummus respect for you.
I help people out. Some comics have come in here with like snacks, and then you eat hummus. I'm like, trust me, it's not worth it. It's just.
Oh no! I used to have a friend that used to call it 86.
Yeah.
I 68.
86. Oh, okay. I 68.
You don't sound like no more. I 68. 86
and 68.
68, 86. People. 86. He told me one time, I said, Eric, because the guy was looking for his Eric. I go, Eric is looking for you. No, I 86.
Yeah.
He could not buy cocaine from me no more. I go, damn. You're a cold-blooded motherfucker like your Uncle Joe. Yeah, I'll boycott people. I love it.
I've known things. Not a ton of people, but there's definitely been coming up more like in comedy is I started to worry about like meeting some of the acts I admired or whatever. My thing was always is just, are they a nice person? And I know like a nice person can have an off day, be grouchy, whatever. But then there's sometimes that people just do things that are just like dick moves. And I won't say his name. There was one guy I worked with, a long time ago, but he pretended that the college I was working at with him, opening up for him, he acted like the kids told him to tell me to cut some jokes out of my act and to cut my time. And I went to them later. It turns out it's not true at all. He just didn't like it, and he wanted to kind of like, he just didn't like, and he did, and this isn't cocky at all. He didn't like that I did well, even though he did better than me. Like he had nothing to be insecure about. And I just thought, man, this is somebody who was, selling out theaters already at this point. And I'm like, I was just, I drove with my Hyundai, fucking hatchback. I'm used to making $100 a night and stuff like that. And you're going to take what little thing I have just to have fun on stage for 15 minutes away from me? Because you didn't like that guy. I threw away his fucking albums. Never listened to him since. Like I boycotted him for 15 plus years. But I'm just like, fuck you fucking asshole. Like that the bully type thing. People who use power, that's the stuff where I'm like, you're dead to me.
When I was a feature act, I had a lot of problems with the feature.
Just people couldn't follow you, and then they talk shit about you.
Especially the Omni Pop group.
Oh yeah, I mean, oh my God, they've been gone. Oh, that name.
Those motherfuckers alive because Omnipop had a good booker.
Yeah.
But he was taking feature acts and trying to make them a headline.
Yeah.
A lot of them still around today.
I know you're talking about. Yeah.
I would go on those B-room routes and they'd have to follow me and I would light them on fire. And I would light them on fire, 20 minutes, no responsibilities. You're a dead man. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I got a package in my pocket. I've been talking to one of the waitresses. She's like, "Dick, you're done. You're done."
Yeah.
But Omnipop was putting out, too many of these feature acts.
Right.
I'm old school. I'm very old school. Here's the rule I have. You want MC, you got it. You want a feature, you got it. But you consider yourself a headliner. I want to hear one complaint. I want to hear that Dan Cummins talks to the audience.
Oh, right.
I want to hear that Dan Cummins is too dirty.
Right.
I want to hear that Dan Cummins, once you sign that contract, the headline, Dan Cummins comes out and says with a drum roll and takes his pants off and takes a flare,
right,
sticks it in his ass and does a half hour of playing the drums with a flare.
Fucking solid closing.
I better figure out how. Who's gonna follow that? Fucking Jesus can't follow. If I went on stage, ripped my pants off, took a flare off my ass, and tight the lead, not saying the word.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do presentation.
A lit flare.
Just like, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, took my pants off,
right,
put a flare in my ass,
yeah,
lit it on fire, and then started playing the snare drum.
Right.
Until you heard this.
No one follows that.
What comic would want to follow that? They couldn't.
You'd have to have your dick do your act to follow that. Your dick would have to talk.
You'd have to go on stage and go, "Oh, ready for this one? Get a fucking a meat tenderizer and just hit your dick like 10 times and beat that out." That's it. Slam it. Who runs this motherfucker? I do. Whose house is this? Whose house? What's that expression? I don't know what the fuck movie it is. He hit himself. But nothing bothers me more. I got a hand. I got 10 comments that would go to management.
Yeah, and complain
behind my back. I had one guy that told me I couldn't improvise. Couldn't talk to the audience. I couldn't be dirty.
Oh my God.
And I finally turned to him on Friday and told him exactly how I felt.
Good for you.
Hold on a second. What'd you say? Okay. You think Jews will ever crucify Christians as a sect of Christian martyrdom?
No, it's not.
Christians are getting militant.
No, and I don't want to have this conversation. Crucifixion is not one of the ways that is outlined for execution.
You know how I work.
You make it on stage before you brought him up on stage, right?
Last time I saw this guy.
What'd you say?
Is it against Jewish law to kill someone?
Yeah, it's fifth pronouncement, fifth commandment, thou shalt not kill. It's really murder. It's very complicated. But I don't want to get into it right now. I want to watch the gold medal game of the women's basketball team. They're playing right now. If you can see it, you can see it. I've got it on.
All right.
Here, let's check it out.
Different people around to open, and it's great. But sometimes the first time they work with you, like, hey, is there anything? I feel bad that they're asking that because clearly that they've somebody else that they work with has told them not to do something. Which happened to me, early on too. I'm like, no. I'm like, I've always fucking hated that. It's like, don't worry, you do your stuff. I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna talk about what I want to talk about when I get up there.
I'm rough on Lee. Sometimes my comedy.
Yeah,
I'm very rough on him because Lee knows I look at this as a religion. This is the religion that saved me. Christianity didn't save me. Jehovah's didn't save me. Catholics didn't save me. This is a real religion if you look at it.
Yeah.
I love when I go into a club and a host comes up to me and he calls me Mr. Diaz. Right there, he already lost. Right? Because we're comics. This is Mr. Diaz. And then they say, is there anything particularly wrong? They're saying, I look in the face and I go, nothing. And their expression, it's like I took 20 pounds off.
Right.
I know, if I know anything about comedy,
Yeah.
I know that they're just trying to remember their own jokes.
Yep.
For Christ's sake, why are you picking on me?
Yep.
I'm just trying to remember my jokes. You want me to go up there now and talk about your guest appearance on Will and Grace?
Right.
And how you did the Tonight Show 8 times with Letterman and without Letterman, and how you won, just fuck it. And then if you mess it up on Thursday, oh my God, Lee. Excuse me, can I see you after the show? Hi, Dan. It's Diaz. Can you say that real quick for me?
Right.
Diaz. Diaz. It's a syllable. Wait till you get those people.
Yeah.
And I know you fucking had it.
Oh, yeah.
So when that's done to you, you go, the first thing you say to yourself is, I'm not saying I'm going to be a feature. But if I do become a feature, I'm not going to treat that guy.
Exactly.
And when I became a feature, I started getting that hush treatment. The only one that said something to me that backed his words, why? That I don't mind. If and I told this to him day one, and I told this to people. And here's another problem we have. And I did when you work with a popular headline, a very good headline, as a feature or an MC,
right?
You start doing it for a while. Guess what happens?
Oh yeah. They pick up your cadence. They start sounding like you. That warrants a discussion.
Gaudy necessarily from the Australia win, but 8.5 rebounds, and it was how she impacted the game and all the little things she was doing. Rebounds.
They're saying faggot. They're saying little things that they don't know they're saying. But they're saying. Me, I'm a professional.
Taking on tough defensive assignments, working around screens at the 3 position. She's been uncomfortable.
Richard Jennings.
She's answered.
Johannes with a miss. France is now 2 for 17 to start this game. Plum, Collier, Young.
That was a very much. He just taught me how to write.
Yeah.
No,
he just taught me how to write.
Dude,
the joke about the one-legged China.
Right.
Because you follow me.
Yeah.
The kid is too strong. That's
right.
Don't tell me I can improvise.
Right.
Listen, there's a school of thought.
They're trying to sabotage you.
Dan Cummings is improvising. Now the audience is going to talk to me. That's the other train of thought. My train of thought now is I'm such a professional. My base is so strong that I'll shut the heck with that. Like if you go on for an hour, you ever work with New York Comics?
Oh yeah.
Great to be here. How you doing? Hey, what do you do for a living? Yeah, sure. You came with him? Oh no shit. What do you do? What do you do? You guys know each other? That's 50-50 work.
Yeah,
50% of that. Sometimes you get a standing ovation. Sometimes that'll be a long night. But what happens is now you train the audience to talk. So the headliner's going to go up there. Now for 10 minutes, he's going to deal with chit chat. You just steam right through it. They know you're not fucking around.
Right, exactly.
So how you never go for Dan is Dan.
Right. You said it every time.
My base, my presence.
Right.
I'm back.
When all that stuff's insecurity, like you're talking about the people that that need the very specific introduction, you can't say this. It's all about the same thing. They're super insecure. I never worked with a guy who did the very long, but I've heard horror stories of like the guy. There's one guy, I don't even remember his name because I never met him. I just heard about him from a few other people. That he printed out this long fucking and expected people to memorize it. And it was like this ridiculous shit. Like you may, like The Simpsons. Like you may remember him from, but it was you've seen him on this show. He's been on Conan 3 times, and he was in this movie and that movie. But it was like fucking 15 things. And if you fucked it up, I guess this guy would like go off on people. That's crazy. That guy's a lunatic. The audience doesn't care. They don't fucking care. They just want you to be funny. I have one thing. I say the time when people ask, I say one thing. The host of Time Stuff. Just mention my podcast. That is it. And sometimes they're like, "Would you want me to say Comedy Central?" I'm like, "No, I don't fucking care," and they don't care. They just want to hear what jokes I have, and they're gonna like them or they're not. But they're not gonna leave going, "Man, I'm sure glad I saw that guy who's on Conan twice." Oh, that was so great.
One of the greatest experiences I had was to host. For 18 months, I was an in-house host of the Triple Game.
Oh, which one? I did so many of those. Oh, I didn't do that one. I think it was Zombie before. Yeah.
He was still playing with a handball. discovering why you have one hair on your nutsack. All the rest of it was coming out when I started. Remember when you got that one little patch of hair?
I didn't remember the first day.
Oh shit!
Here we go.
Starting, and then you got two hairs, and you're like, oh shit, pussy's on the way. Then the sides filled in. Remember the sides filled in? You're like, oh, I'll be eating some ass in no time.
I had like a little mustache above my dick.
But that little bald spot stayed bald for a long time.
Yeah,
You were like, you had like, yeah.
Yeah, mine came in on the. Yours came in opposite, I guess. Mine came in on the side.
I came in on the sides first, and then the bush took a long time. I had to rub Rogaine on it. Before it was Rogaine, you had to mix like gasoline with Hindu piss.
I don't remember the bars. I remember the little thin dusting up top.
It was just a little dusting.
Yeah.
But when you looked at it, it looked like hair. When you looked in the mirror, it was bald.
No, it's sad. It's sad.
So you couldn't take a hat. You couldn't show up. It's like showing up with 3 bullets. When you got 6 spaces, you were showing up with a nice dick and like a bozo hairdo. You had the bozo hairdo with the bald spot in the middle. But that bald spot took forever. You estimated it. You're like, okay, it's June 14th. Because I'll be ready to get my dick on September. Fuck no.
I remember I was super late, actually. I went to a small school. I do remember now that we were talking about this. PE, I don't even think kids like necessarily are in the shower, in the locker room all naked together anymore. But like, you know, when I was going to school, like everybody's naked. And I was the last kid. Like everybody, I had nothing. Little baldy. I didn't grow at all from like 4th grade to about 8th grade. And by the time 8th grade, I was the smallest kid in my class, boy or girl. And I just hit, and then puberty hit, like I hit very late. So I just remember that's what my memories have just been like, fuck, I got nothing still. And I remember panicking, thinking I was just never going to have hair.
I didn't get bald at 14.
What?
Look at my legs. I have no hair.
Oh, yeah.
I'm Lampiño. I think I got one little long asshole there. Ooh, I got enough.
See that you don't have 3, so you can braid them.
Now I'm losing my hair on top, but my eyebrows have been on fire. They've been on a growth spurt. Like there's times I'll find an eyebrow just fucking gravitate. I'll tell my wife to cut them before I go on the road. And when you go on the road, every whole hotel has that good mirror.
Yeah.
Look,
oh, right. Yeah.
I see hairs coming out of my ears. Like I'm losing the hair on my dome.
But your hair looks good. I mean, from this angle,
no.
Your hairline's low.
Oh, the hairline's low. But look at the eyebrows. They're on fire.
Solid eyebrows.
Like Elvis's hairdo when he was 21. When he got out of the service, they're on fire.
I've been going bald for my whole adult life. It's high. It's a high hairline. It's definitely a little thinner, for sure. What's funny is I just looked at her date and I was like, man, it's definitely going. Now it's finally going. And then I looked at a thing from like 5 years ago and I'm like, oh shit, I thought it was going then. And then I looked at a picture from like 10 years ago. My high school history teacher, like a sophomore year, he was bald, and he was like, you don't got much time left. Like he thought, just high. I always had this crazy high hairline. Thin it.
I was on Propecia in middle school.
No!
And then it came out that it kills your dick, so they took me off of it.
But you started going bald in middle school?
Oh yeah. I was gone by like 25. I was gone.
You got a solid shaped head though. Lucky.
I think it's weird, but I've also always had. I have shoulder hair, back hair, but leg hair. I have hair, chest hair. It gets like I have 2 back shavers in case one goes, because it's terrible.
You just glue it. Just glue it. Yeah, just glue it up there. That's what
it looks so good. It looks like ball hair. It doesn't look like
nobody grow. I don't know.
That's alpha. That's alpha.
I don't know why nobody never thought of it.
Just put the ball hair on the head.
Ball hair, leg hair, all in one patch.
Back hair is nice. Back hair is fine. It's soft.
Don't put it into the stem cells. Don't try to grow it. Just crazy do that.
Crazy glue ball hair on the head.
I look like Willy Willy if I do that.
Just comb it and just make it work. I was combing my hair last night.
You're such a visual.
I can't believe I'm losing my hair, but I need, I wasn't a handsome guy growing up, so I couldn't be bald. Thank God, at least I had hair. Like girls would say, well, at least the guy's got hair. He's got a nice dick, and he eats my ass home. He spits in my pussy. And he does nasty things. You know what I'm saying? If you're not a good-looking guy, you gotta do nasty things in bed. Good-looking guys just bring you home and fuck you and flex their chest. They come on you and they call you a dirty bitch. I couldn't do that. I was an ugly dude. I had to eat your ass and get in there and flip you over. make them tell you I jerk off to your fat little pictures and all that shit. You gotta tell them shit. You gotta work there. Why are you squinting over to your wife?
I'm trying not to say things. Yeah, she says go ahead.
So what's been going on with you, brother?
Oh my god, it's pretty good, man. Actually, my wife and I, we started the podcast that'll launch in a few weeks. I'm a horror fan, so I love horror before comedy, actually. Like horror movies are my favorite, Stephen King, all that kind of stuff, and I just love a scary tale.
I got your first guest.
Yeah, our structure is I just find these stories and then put them in my kind of narrative voice. But I just try to scare. She doesn't know what the story's going to be. We sit in a dark studio with a bunch of occult candle shit around us, fucking creepy room, and I just try to scare the shit out of her with 2 stories a week. So that's the new one. And then the other podcast has been going well, man. And the touring's going well.
You see the trailer for that new It? That trailer scared me.
I haven't seen the trailer. I haven't watched TV. I saw a bus bench the other day. That was creepy.
That's the one with the clown?
Yeah. Pennywise.
I felt so bad. You know, clowns had a parade after that.
What? For real?
Oh, after that movie came out, clowns had a demonstration down.
Like we're not creepy.
We're not creepy because a bunch of clowns started losing work. When that movie came out, they started getting canceled for magicians and like Marvel comics. So a bunch of magicians went downtown and protested that movie because they were losing all their summer work. That was one of the funniest things
that is fucking
I ever read in my life. A bunch of guys with like rubber noses, with sticks and big feet, fucking saying, "Listen, come on, give us a break.
We're not creepy. We're not creepy." Yeah, you fucking you're creeping out. Me too.
I don't know what it is about clowns.
I have a clown story. I did it on an album years ago, but it's all true. True story. I hated clowns because I had the craziest clown story. I was always watching movies, speaking of horror stuff. You know, my parents weren't paying attention, whatever like that. Mom would be gone. First thing I'd do is put on HBO and just see what I could watch. And I watched that movie, Poltergeist. You know, the one with the little girl. She died later. Yeah, the little girl. And there's a clown, a ventriloquist clown doll in that movie under the boy's bed. You remember that, Lee? And I
would never see that. No.
Okay. Tries to strangle him. When the house goes crazy and there's a poltergeist activity in the house, this ventriloquist doll. Well, that wasn't a prop made for that movie. That was an actual ventriloquist clown doll that you could buy at a store that I had that was like my favorite toy for whatever reason prior to that movie, and I had it in my room. So I fucking see that, but I don't want to tell my parents because I'll get in trouble for watching something I'm not supposed to watch. So I just take the clown doll and I take it downstairs like little kid mentality, and I fucking beat the shit out of him. Like I just, I hooked his little clown thing, like hung him around the doorknob and just fucking worked him like, fuck you, stupid clown, fuck you can't give me, whatever like that, throw him in the trash. I think I killed him. I would go to bed. My mom found the clown doll in the trash and thought it was just misplaced. So she doesn't know that I'm terrified. She puts that fucker back in my room on like a little chair. So then I wake up in the middle of the night and I see that son of a bitch back in the room like he's fucking watching me. And it gave me reoccurring nightmares for fucking years. Like I was paralyzed. And I still don't want to get in trouble. I was so afraid that I fucking dealt with it for several like days until finally I like broke down.
Compared to the whiplash you're about to get this podcast. Tomorrow the Midget Association is going to come after you. You're beating up a little fucking clown to death when you were 10 years old. And then your argument's going to be, I didn't beat up a midget. I beat up a doll. And they're going to say, could have been a difference. What if you had a cocktail?
Your doll story triggered me.
I always hated those ventriloquist dolls.
Oh, they're creepy.
When I first met Duncan, he had a ventriloquist little hobo. And he would bring him on the road with us. And dog, I would make sure I wasn't on the floor with him. I would tell them at the desk, don't put me on the same floor with him.
Seriously? They creeped you out that much?
Just don't like all that shit.
Do you have like, my grandma had all those weird porcelain dolls around the house. Do you have something like that around where you grew up? Like a bunch of dolls? Like creepy dolls?
I hate dolls because I broke one of my mother's dolls one time. One of those Japanese dolls that you can switch the wigs on.
I don't know. I think I know. It's like porcelain? Yeah.
My father a lot of money.
Okay.
My mother told me not to throw the ball in the house, and I broke the fucking doll, and I tried to crazy glue the fucking Elmer's glue back the doll together. It looked like somebody came on the doll.
Like Annabelle.
We're thinking about it now. It looked like a doll would come on it. I had the fucking Elmer's glue all over her and shit. My mom's like, what happened to my doll? and I had to pay out of my pocket. I don't know what it is. I've never been hip to clowns.
What about that statue you had when you came home at night?
I had this statue in my house. This is San Lazaro. This is like one of the patron saints of Cuba.
Okay.
And my mother believed so much in him and my father that they had a 6-foot statue. This
Holy shit.
So if you open the door of the living room, he was in between the kitchen and the fucking living room. And there were nights that I would come down to get water. And I would open my door. And he had a gold crown. He had a gold.
Oh, yeah.
And two crutches. If you go to my house, I still have crutches in my house. When I got my knee operated out of respect for the saint, because if you're Cuban, you have to celebrate the saint on December 17th. And like 2 weeks before my mother died, I had a party. And Eddie Borelli and his boys walked in, but the Red Devil was there. And they took one of the crutches from the saint. And he goes, you take one more step, I'll hit you over the head with this fucking crutch. So it's tremendous. That's what I think about. I'm sorry to throw you off.
No, was there candles and stuff underneath?
No candles, nothing. The offering is you get a purple cape. If you see a Cuban person dressed like a purple, they made a promise. They made a promise for their knees.
Okay. Yeah.
When that's why you can't hit a dog if you're Cuban. That's why when Michael Vick got sentenced to prison, there were a couple of prisons they couldn't put him in because there were abattoirs in those prisons. And they dedicate their life to this saint.
Wow.
So you got to help dogs and stuff like me. The other night, I don't know if I told you, the other night, Sunday night, I'm going to the comedy store. I get in my little suit. I started up. I'm looking to go over this.
Can be called by France with 4:44 remaining.
Yeah.
What's that dog?
U.S.
What the fuck is that dog?
As they continue to try to take care of this basketball.
And he's like 6 feet from me, and I lower the window. I'm like, what are you doing in this neighborhood, cocksucker? Are you lost? And I'm like, Papito, come here. I'm trying to talk to him in Spanish because of my Cuban roots. And next thing you know, I realized that's not a dog. That's a coyote. So I closed my window and I called my wife and I go, get out of here. I just put the car in reverse and went backwards like that dude that robbed the cop car in Dayton yesterday. You see that dude that robbed the cop car backwards? They were chasing him doing 90 miles.
Holy shit, 90
backwards. Yeah, he ended up killing the family. It's a fucking shame. God rest his name. But I fucking went back. The last 3 nights I've seen that fucking coyote. I saw him Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday night. But my neighborhood is going crazy. You think the Crips moved into town. Those old white coyote knocking on my door. Excuse me. It's a coyote. The other night, I saw some white dude run. I pulled up next to him. I go, dog, you better look out for coyotes. Because those Studio City streets are dark. They're fucking dark. Like if I go to Lee Street in the middle, that's the easiest place to mug somebody. Like if you're looking to rape somebody, just go to fucking Addison, in between Colfax and Laurel Canyon. That's rapist paradise there. That's like rapist paradise. You hide under a bush in a third block. You can rape a fag, a little boy, or a woman and get out of there within minutes. I told the cops that.
I just picture you randomly. I didn't talk about
no, I told the cop one day because there was a home invasion a block away from Colfax Grammar School. And I saw a cop on my block and I stopped him down. I go, would you do me a favor? Do you mind going down around this block a lot more? He goes, what are you talking about? I've lived in this house for a year and a half. It's the first time I see him coming down this block. We have a security service.
Yeah.
That he belongs to the school, so we rent him also. He does patrols. But I trust him like I trust Lee with a gun. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's just a guy that they gave a job to for $8. If I tell Lee to watch my house and he sees 3 fucking burglars, what's Lee going to do? Beat him up? No, he's going to shoot him and call 911. That's what this guy has to do.
Yeah.
So I told the cops, and I go, something else. I go, this is like one of the fucking best neighborhoods around. And there's no street lights. You go in between, like where Felicia used to live. How many times I would take Felicia home at night and I almost hit somebody walking a dog?
It's that dark, huh? It's probably because it's a nice neighborhood. They don't want the. It ruins the aesthetic or something.
The aesthetic.
That's what they'll say. They don't have sidewalks in the neighborhood.
No, it's great. Studio City, not Hollywood, that crossover.
Yeah.
My neighborhood. That's like fucking. I'm happy. My block, the 2 blocks east because of the school. We have that security, and the security parks on my corner. So you see he parks right there because that's a parking lot for the school. So I'm pretty lucky. But what about the people 4 blocks from me? What about the people across Riverside? Like where Felicia used to live? I used to drive Felicia home, make sure she get her door. That's how much I don't trust in her.
I live in Idaho now, and it's funny just thinking. I'm like, oh yeah, like they don't have these stocks anymore because there's no sidewalks in so many of the neighborhoods there, and like so much of it is just dark. It's just you're just like and I'm like, oh yeah.
Did you even lock your door when you left your house? I'm like, could
oh you I mean you could. I mean the place I do something a little more paranoid than that. We left, but you could. I mean you could yeah. They want to get into. I think they want to get into skiing and events. Monroe, my daughter does.
How long have you lived in Canada? If you don't mind me asking.
We've been up there 3 years.
And they haven't fucking skied yet.
I haven't done it. I know I gotta take them. Took them on the
kids. They don't want to ski.
They want to try, but they what do we do? You know what's funny? They like to be home. We do like a lot of like they're always doing like lessons of some kind or some kind of sports. So honestly, on top of all that stuff, they just want to like be home.
Have you taken them tubing? Tubing is the best. Because tubing, you don't have to strap anything on. You just go, oh my God.
There's a huge sled hill.
Oh, I love that.
We do that. That's easy. Just go down, But even on that, like, yeah, we do that a couple times a year. Yeah, that's fun. But, I gotta actually do the snowboarding and ski. But it is beautiful up there. We do, like, it's just nice to, like, get out in the lake or bike rides or, hikes or whatever. Or just, like, be out in the yard. I mean, honestly, we got a trampoline in the back. That was the best, I don't know, what, $300? Spent my life. They just want to go do those kind of things. We got dogs.
Yeah,
I am. We got a nice, like, we have a little podcast studio that is literally less than 2-minute drives from my house. So get up in the morning, go down there. We got a couple employees now. That's what we do in Time Suck, where we're going to do our Scared to Death thing. So it's like a family business. We have a couple people that work for us that we really like. And it's just easy. It's like, yes, I had to, like, accept that I'm not going to be able to, go on auditions or things like that. But I really wasn't doing that anyway. That's not what I never cared about that. Just for me, I still do stand-up. Actually is going better than ever because of the podcast. I'm getting more of my fans to the shows than I ever did when I lived here. So for me, it's worked out. I wouldn't recommend it for everybody. If somebody really wants to, be in a scene and come up that way and be part of that, or if they're really into like trying to act or trying to write or trying to produce. I mean, you got to accept that you're not going to do that kind of stuff. But the game has changed so much, though, too. What's random is I do, like, Skype auditions. I don't even try to do auditions, but every once in a while somebody wants you for a host or something. It's Skype.
It's great. You don't need to do it.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah. I come down every once in a while for meetings and stuff. And even on that stuff, I love having my own business. And I love kind of being my own brand now, and I just want to like go further with that. So for me, I love it, and it gives me more time. I love to like write and create and stuff like that, and I'm not sitting in traffic. I just get to be at an office and set up like I like it, an environment conducive to me being creative, a bunch of weird shit on the walls, all that kind of stuff, and it's great. But it would drive some people fucking crazy.
You get to work out during the week? Is there anywhere to go and do comedy during the week?
No, but you know what? I never did that much when I was down here either. It's like I like to think, contemplate, and then the last couple albums I've made have all just been from the road, just throwing stuff in the middle. Yeah, I never just. I think it's because of where I started. There wasn't that option in Spokane when I got, and so I basically my open mics were kind of like Tribble gigs. I did a little bit of these rooms in Spokane, like these weekend rooms, and then Tribble was desperate for features that would be willing to drive people to all these Montana gigs and Idaho gigs and all that kind of stuff. And so looking back, I didn't realize how crazy it was. And I had a guitar early on. I ended up dropping like 4 years in, but I got all this road time in these weird little bars all over the Northwest, and I just learned to develop new bits in that atmosphere, and that just became part of my process. And then when I started featuring in clubs and stuff, same thing. I would just, every week it was a goal to get a new bit to work, and that stuck in my head. And then it was, when I went to LA, I had kids. Came to LA after I was divorced. So when my kids were here, I had to be with them the whole time. And when I wasn't with them the whole time, I was doing gigs on the road the whole time. So it just never fit lifestyle-wise to really work things out on a regular basis in the club. So I just never developed that.
Well, you have to know what you shoot your special one. Your new special one.
It's going to be October 17th, I think. It's a Crowfoot Ballroom. It's like a little rock club in Pontiac, Michigan, a little suburb of Detroit. And I think it's almost. I mean, it's not a big place, but I think it's almost sold out. I wanted something different. Well, part of it was markets we'd already burned, because there was in the markets we'd already filmed that. We just wanted to do something different. And I've recorded stuff in Portland, Oregon, Salt Lake City, and Spokane, Washington, and Minneapolis. And last time I was through Detroit, I had a blast. And but a lot of it was routing, worked out well, routing. There's a couple other cities that maybe the next time around, Denver I love. But we already had Denver kind of on the books by the time we decided to kind of try and do the special. So mostly it's based on venue availability, honestly, out of markets that I liked. We looked at Atlanta and then in Detroit for the final two. And then Detroit just gave us the great comedy city. I've had a blast. Every time I've been there, I've had a blast.
I've had a great time in the whole state of Michigan.
Yeah, you know what?
The whole state of Michigan.
Oh, yeah, they talk about you at Dr. Grin's, Bob.
Yeah.
I love those guys.
I love those guys.
It's a fun place.
When I was
Grand Rapids.
When I got into comedy, I did Niles. I did from it's called Niles, Michigan, which is really called Mishawaka.
Yeah.
South Bend, Indiana.
Okay.
So we played Notre Dame.
Yeah.
I've done all the way from Mishawaka all the way up to Ishpeming.
What?
Ishpeming.
I don't even know.
Ishpeming is the tip where it's fucking penguin weather all year round. And then you got Mackinac Island.
Oh, yeah.
When I was
that's a big vacation place, right?
In the late 90s, I'd say 30% of my road book was in the state of Michigan. The other 30 in Texas.
Wow, that's random.
Texas. You could live in Texas.
Was there like a David Tribble of Texas, or were you doing clubs in Texas?
In Texas, I was doing, no, at the time I wasn't in Texas at all. There was a guy named Initials. He fired me early on. I told him to suck my dick because he would give you, he would sign you up for 5 nights, and the week of the gig, he'd call you and pay you 2 nights.
Yep.
And it's Tuesday and Thursday. So what am I? Tuesday and Friday. So what the fuck am I supposed to do for 3 nights all the way out in fucking Tucson, Arizona?
Yep.
Walk to the fucking gig. TJ something. So I moved to Seattle and I called him like a man and I told him that I couldn't do the gig because he goes, you took it. If you cancel, you'll never work an improv again. And I said, okay. And then when I had the gig, I said, nobody threatens Uncle Joey. And I waited till 7 o'clock. He texted me.
I can't handle this.
Peep me. And he goes, where are you? I go, 10 minutes out.
The key
And he goes, okay.
Meanwhile, you're in Seattle, right?
I'm in Seattle. And then he called back and goes, where the fuck are you? And I go, you know where I am? I'm in Seattle. You ever threaten me again, I'll get in the car and go down there and knock the fuck. I just went off. Fuck you.
That's fucking great.
You'll never work again. You'll never work an improv.
You're doing all right.
Yes. Then I called him years later.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. You did?
In Houston. He had a room in Starkville, Mississippi. And it was open. Somebody said, they're looking for him. I called him. Hey, you got just to see. And he goes, what's your name? And I told him, man, your name sounds familiar. He goes, call me tomorrow. I'll let you know. And next day I called him. You remember who I am? Because I never forgot who the fuck you were. I go, still 20 years later, fuck you, I had Tribble in those days, but I also had the Grand Rapids guys, John Yoder.
Yeah, Yoder's, yeah.
John Yoder was very, very, very good to me.
Oh, that's great. I only know his sons,
right?
Jameson and those guys. Yeah.
It's the first time they gave me a check that had tears in it.
The first time the Suns did?
It was the biggest check I had ever received.
Oh, you had tears. Oh,
they had tears.
Oh, because they were so happy for you. Yeah. What? Oh, took me a second. So they're sad that they had to give you that much money.
You could say them the best. I loved it. What happened was, it was the very beginning of the podcast.
Yeah.
And the people who don't know, the legend of Floyd Mayweather is from Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Floyd Phillips. Floyd Mayweather. Oh, yes. Floyd Mayweather. That's right. And the Floyd Phillips comic. I thought you were, I thought you were joking on the comic.
I missed the kid. I love him. He's a good guy.
Yeah, Floyd Mayweather.
God rest his soul. Floyd was. A lot of people don't know it's got the more churches in the country. So the two Yoder boys who were sweethearts, believed that dirty comedy wouldn't do well. So they laughed at my agent. They laughed at anybody. In fact, they learned the hard way because they got let out for the comedy festival, Grand Rapids.
Oh yeah, Gilda Fest or yeah.
Under a ticket or something. That's a fucking working class community. Who's going to pay a yardstick to see Jay Leno? That was 20 years ago. Elvis is dead, no feel so good myself. You know what I'm saying? So when they called for me, there was two clubs that laughed at me. It was them and Caroline.
Today's halftime show is presented by
They really
State
laughed
Farm.
at me. Caroline's like, Diaz isn't worth it. He's a Hammond actor.
Well, this is quite the surprise.
Like Grand Rapids was like, we'll book him.
The Americans' lowest one-half total.
Dirty comedy doesn't fly over
so
here.
Far, the highlight of the first half.
So they went ahead and gave it like 90% of the door.
Oh, that's awesome. You killed it.
When they had to give me that check on Saturday night, you could see them. Their head was down. Like, it was like they had tears in their eyes. They didn't call my manager back for like a month. They didn't want to hear my name. But you cannot, there was a lot of comedy clubs like that. And who else was like that? He changed his tune. He's my brother today. Keith Stubbs.
Oh, yeah, man. I love Keith. I love Keith.
He brought Doug Stanhope in 2001, and the Chamber of Commerce went fucking nuts. They wrote a letter. They accused to close him down. I mean, it was fucking
crazy. Well, he was fighting the culture there.
For a long time, he was very scared.
Yeah.
Finally called him in 2014. I said, hey, help, That was a long time ago.
Right. Yeah.
I also worked, so he put me in the little room.
Oh, yeah.
And then we had the big room. And it was like, he's like, I'm sorry, can you stay for Saturday? And I'm like, I can't, because he thought it wasn't going to work. But he was a nice guy.
Yeah. He's great.
It was the guys that were like negative about it. The Yodas weren't as negative.
Sure. Yeah.
But there's a lot of people.
I get on the business
There's a
level.
lot of people who think dirty comedy will not work on a line.
Right.
And you'd be fucking surprised.
That funny comedy works in every market.
Comedy works in everyone.
Yep.
So it's really weird what you go through at every level. Whether you're an MC, a feature, or a fucking headline.
Yeah.
You still go through fucking Orange County don't hire me.
What? Who? Oh, well, yeah.
They won't have me even in their
That's a very good business model.
I was very happy because at least they called me and told me to my face.
Yeah.
Like that. Instead of me having an email rep, they don't email you.
They're a rare club that way. They're a rare club.
They're very good. I compliment them to
Richard and the guys down there, they have a different, and I used to do spots here and there, but and with me too, they'd be like, hey, but you can't, you got to do very clean, blah, blah, blah. They have a very rare business model, and good for them, where they can pack that room just kind of regardless, or at least they used to. Used to just be like,
and they're nice people.
And they're nice people,
They feed you and they give you a steak. Good for them. Good for them. When you're broke in those days, I mean, Ralphie would bring home a piece of salmon.
Yeah. But isn't it cool now when you're talking about like these markets and stuff? What I love is, because of like the podcast world, because of how things have changed online. Well, and like you specifically, like, you have with your YouTube and the podcast such a big, consistent following that you don't need to worry about any club, because there's alt venues in every city where your following, if they don't care if you're at, fucking Scoots McGee's Laugh, Chuckle Shack, or, Don's Rock Club, like whatever. They'll just go to a venue that you want to go. And so I just feel like comics have more freedom than they've ever had that way. Where it's like, if you build that following online and you get those fans that just want to see you, you can work wherever those fans are. It's amazing. I don't know him. I know of him, but I don't know him.
Andrew Schultz, if you're a comedian and you're not doing what Andrew Schultz is doing today, if you're at a stuck level, you're frustrated, I want you to follow Andrew Schultz. And everything he does, forbid.
I know he's been killing it.
He just did a new special the same day as on YouTube.
What happened?
Oh, you put it on YouTube. Yeah.
You
get internet that brings your digital world to life.
No,
good for him. Good for him.
A year, I hope it's not going to work for you. Andrew Schultz is putting the time.
Sure.
So before you go mimic Andrew Schultz, put in 10 years, and then he figured this out. I do it.
Right.
If you mimic Andrew Schultz, you will have success.
Yeah.
Everything to the T. The way he puts his material up, his social media, his relationship with the audience. Nobody's doing it.
Yeah.
He's doing a fucking sensational job.
That's awesome. Well, I mean,
and that's the freedom that we have today.
To have that direct relationship with fans.
Yeah. For everything. A booking, this, that fucking.
It's a profound
Christ should put a video of him up dancing.
I saw it. It's so funny.
And America's Got Talent.
Yep. I know. I saw you post about that too. Yeah.
So I mean, you control your fucking destiny. Yeah, you control your fucking destiny. So you're at the store tonight. 8 o'clock.
Yes. Yes. I've actually never performed on that stage before.
And you're in the main room.
I know.
You ain't fucking around.
I'm excited. I'm excited
for you. I'm sorry, I have a PTA meeting.
I love it. I love you're going to a PTA meeting.
So I
love that you're a good dad, man.
Huh?
I love that you're a good dad, for real.
It's all I got left.
Well, no, you got plenty. You got plenty.
And so many, when you don't have a father, and then you have a lot of fathers, like not that my mother was a whore. I just had a lot of people who I looked up to as fathers.
Yeah.
I put what would the perfect father be together? What would the ideal situation be in my head? And I try my hardest. She's a girl, so they have a couple more gaps to fill. As a female, you have to fill those gaps for them. But if you're consistent with them, you're going to get a heavy fucking head. I've seen this formula done before. I've seen, it's funny because it's one of my colleges. I have a niece that just started medical school.
That's awesome.
She loves me. I love her. She's a fucking gangster. Doesn't get high, doesn't drink. One time I brought my sister weed, but I dropped it and she found it and sold it in school. I mean, she's a gangster. She's a gangster. I love her to death. It's so weird that she'll live and die for me, this niece. I have 5 nieces that I'm tight with.
Protect against RSV with Arexvy. Arexvy is a vaccine used to prevent
you know what I'm saying? Because she's a college student.
Right.
Arexvy does not protect
we go out to dinner, she just shakes her head sometimes. She accepts me.
Yeah, she loves you.
She accepts me. Yeah. It's so weird where there's
Sure. Right.
But no, I wanted to always be a dad. I've always wanted to be a dad. When you don't have a dad, you can't wait to be a dad. And I lost my first daughter not out of being a good dad. I lost because of not having a good relationship with my wife and what was going on with the drugs and the comedy. So when I got the second chance, I rise to the occasion. I rose to.
That's awesome, man. Yeah. Well, you know what? You don't have to, though, but you did. You chose to. That's what. Yeah, that's what.
I saw a lot of people around in this town that their fathers were successful, but now these kids are walking around lost because. At the end of the day, they didn't know who their fathers were. They were always on the road. They have memories of their fathers, but I guarantee it's not the memories of that. And it's little things. For years I thought you had to buy your kids all this stuff and spend all this money in Disney. My daughter, if I just sit there and watch DuckTales with her and let her explain it to me, and let her explain the characters, it means more to her than anything in the world. And a trip around the fucking world. It's amazing what you learn, So I think that it's a good balance for comedy. It's really been a great balance for me.
Yeah.
Because
kids they don't care if you killed or if you ate it, whatever. They just want dad to love them and want to spend time with dad. It's beautiful.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. So I try to put as much time as I can in,
Yeah.
I started the podcast with the science podcast.
I love that. I love that.
She won't shut the fuck up. I call her 8-ball because she won't shut the fuck up. I think she can do it well. She was 4. She won't shut up. She's like all night. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She'll just pop up something out of the blue and just run with it. You're like,
sure.
Whoa.
That's awesome, man.
But I'm happy you shoot this special.
Oh, thanks, man.
What's the name of your location where you're shooting?
Pontiac Crowfoot Ballroom.
And people will put the links up to know before the
Oh yeah, it's on sale. One of them is we don't have we got a couple tickets left. It's a smaller but that and then Scared to Death that trailer's out now. That just went out. Lindsay and I are really excited about that, and Time Sucks doing well, man. It's so different now. Isn't that crazy? Like, I think about, I'm excited about the special. Don't get me wrong. I love stand up. I'm excited about the special. But I've gotten so into like podcast stuff and all that kind of, like that stuff. I don't love it more, but I just love that you can create your own projects to continually kind of promote, talk about, and have that no one can take from you. You know, you can just put stuff out that you're passionate about, and people can find it right away. It's the best, man. It's the fucking best. Right? There isn't. No one's stopping you. No, you don't have to pay to have a YouTube account.
No, I can't. I don't go to Montreal.
Doesn't matter. You know, I talk about it's crazy now where, yeah, it's just such a different business. Yep.
You don't make it, it's your fault because.
Yep.
You can take your dick out, hit it, people donate.
Right.
You can stab a woman, they'll donate. You have 1,000 ways to become.
You know what? That changed our lives. Our thing is for times the Patreon. We've had a crazy amount of subscribers, more than I ever expected. And it's the most beautiful thing. They're paying $5 a month because they just want to hear. They get an extra podcast a week. And it's a different, like this little auxiliary podcast that goes with it, like a little clubhouse vibe. They just want that, and they want to support the regular show. And that was something that 5 years ago I wouldn't have been ready. I would have felt weird about it for whatever reason, just my own stupid shit. I'd be like, well, I know you're supposed to do the show, and there's a different route. And then I realized there's no rules. I kept thinking about that. I didn't hear him say this to me, but Rory Scovel, really funny comic. Somebody told me, they were asking him advice, and he was like, who told you there were rules? And I needed to hear that. I was like, there's no fucking rules. And it's this thing now where they have changed our life. Like, less than 6,000 fans over, total to do that have changed our whole life. They allowed us to hire a couple people. They allowed us to have a studio. They allowed us to buy equipment to take chances on other shows. And now that's where all of my energy is. And it's just, and what's weird now is people are wanting to do auditions and things that I don't even want to do. Because I'm like, no, I got this. I got my thing. This is what I want. Yeah.
No,
it's beautiful.
It's been great for me. It's a wonderful time to be an artist.
Yes.
Let's just say it's a wonderful time to be an artist. And if you're thinking about it, I tell you, you have no fucking excuse.
Yeah, your phone has everything now. You can edit videos, you can shoot videos in 4K, you can do all that stuff.
You can electrify yourself with that fucking thing.
You could.
Whatever the fuck you want.
You can do that closing bit where you smash your fucking dick in front of the audience with your phone. It's everything's right there. You can shove it up your ass. You can light it on fire. Yeah, the Happy Murder Crew, we call it, but the dates, throughout the rest of the year. I can't remember.
What's your website?
DanCummins.tv. They're all on there.
No Dave Chappelle shit.
I can't pull that off. If I can take everything down, people stop seeing me. Isn't it? I know we got to stop with Dave Chappelle. I don't know. This might be a myth. This is just talking about mystique of Dave Chappelle. I heard the story. I don't know why they would lie if it wasn't true. But he said that Dave Chappelle was in Portland, Oregon, and he went down to a park with like a little portable speaker and a mic. This is like a couple years after the Dave Chappelle show went away. He just started in some kind of, maybe there was like a speaker's day where people were kind of like a Hyde Park situation. But anyway, just started telling stories. And within like an hour, there was over 1,000 people that are just gathered around to fucking witness it. And then he just fucking like a weird Pied Piper. But I used to hear stories. That was the weirdest story I heard. I wasn't there. Don't know if it was true, but I love the mystique. I love what he shows. Talking about comics holding hands earlier. It's just so cool to see what one person can accomplish through comedy. And what he's doing right now, it's like magical.
And you cheer for him.
Yes.
It's not like other comics that have had success and they're scumbags.
No, this guy.
I think they're pulling the wool over people's eyes.
Nope. He's a real deal.
Kevin Hart's the real deal.
Oh, that's great.
There's a lot. Russell Peters is
yeah.
We're living in this, I guess because of but
definitely pressure up here.
They have nothing to be angry about.
Right. Yeah.
I wish them all the luck in the world.
Yeah, man, me too.
It made me so happy to watch, especially I cheer and laugh.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The motherfucking store.
Yes.
8 o'clock. Dan Cummins.
Smashing his dick.
Smashing his fucking
lighting on fire.
Don't forget, the 13th of September, I am in Dallas. There's a few tickets left. San Antonio sold out on the 14th. And I got the Chicago Theater on the 27th. Tremendous fucking show. That's it, and that's that. Oh, shit. Hold on. I got to do a little word for my sponsors. First
Cheryl
off,
Reed
number
looking for
one.
the right combinations. Got
Listen, fall is here. All right, it's over. The summer's done after this weekend, and it's time to be a fucking gentleman. The holidays are coming, and everybody wants to have a wife or a girlfriend. Nobody wants to be alone. So it's time you clean your bumper before you get your tailpipe sucked, all right? My friends over at Manscaped created the only tool you need to shave your balls and the area around the love stick. It's called the Lawnmower 2.0 for a reason. They threw away the 1.0. They upgraded their trimmer with the skin-safe technology. No more stress. You have your wife trim your ball hairs, and you got to fucking pray to God that she don't miss, that she's not in a bad mood. Those days are over with, all right? And for you momos in the back, that means you won't nick or snag your nutsack. Plus, it's perfect for travel. Just in case you like doing that shit when there's nobody around, picking your leg up behind your neck and shaving that area between your nutsack and your asshole, called the Stink Festival. Manscaped does it all. You understand me? And you can do it one-handed. Even if you have a little hoof with a fucking hook, you can still use Manscaped and get your fucking schlong looking shiny. This is the first time you've considered Manscaping. They got a deal for you, all right? It's called the Perfect Package. It comes with a lawnmower and a safety razor plus the crop preserver, especially formulated deodorant so your balls don't stink. And the revival. It comes in a little package. Let's just pretend you bump into a blowjob. You take it out, take it out of the package, you wipe your nutsack in the helmet, you clean all the glue around the fucking bottom of the base, and she sucks your dick, and it's like a fucking lifesaver.
87.
Who else does that for you? But Manscaped.
Saw the substitution to Plum, and then on the ball.
Perfect. And with the perfect package, you get a pouch. All right? And your pole will be perfect. What the fuck are you waiting for? This is the deal of a lifetime. The church family gets 20% off your first order when you use promo code CHURCH at manscaped.com. And if you order the perfect package, they also throw in the free travel bag when you use code CHURCH. CHURCH. That's manscaped.com. Use promo code CHURCH for 20% off your first order. And keep your balls clean. The church is also brought to you by Hymns. 4hymns.com. Listen to me. We got problems. We're losing our hair. Our erections aren't working like they used to. You know, we're getting old. What you need to do is help. And it's here for you, Uncle Joe. With age comes wisdom. But when you get older, this could also be a down in one specific area. 40% of men by the age of 40 struggle with not being able to maintain an erection. Why the fuck would you go to a liquor store and buy like big dick pills and injections when no man wants an injection? Listen, right now, we can help you out. You don't have to go to a doctor and share your experiences with them and be embarrassed. Be wise. Check out him. Go to 4hymns.com, a one-stop solution for hair loss, skin care, and sexual wellness. Hims connects you with real licensed doctors and FDA-approved pharmaceutical products to treat
I don't fucking know.
well-known generic equivalents to name brand prescriptions to help combat your little problems. Prescription solutions backed by science and made more affordable. See the results where other treatments fall short. No painful injections, no doctor visits, nothing. Answer a couple questions about your medical history, chat with a doctor, and it's over. If you're approved by the doctor, the product is
in there, Brittany Griner. That's why you fucking got
it. It's erectile dysfunction without being a dysfunction.
Anybody who should be repping.
Say hello to my little friend. So, try him for a month to just find out.
Get that bitch in there. And if you're saying she's not good enough,
try it out.
Fuck you.
We'll get you started for $5 while supplies last. Prescription products are subject to doctor's approval and require an online consultation with a physician who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. See the website for full details. This could cost you hundreds if you went to a doctor in person. Uncle Joey's here to save the day, all right? Go to 4hymns.com/church, CHURCH. That's 4hymns.com/church. Want to thank for him? I want to thank Manscaped. I want to thank fucking Onyx. I want to thank ZipRecruiter. And I want to thank my bookie AG for being great sponsors this week. But most importantly, I want to thank you guys for following the podcast, supporting us, and always
Very
being
good.
So without further ado, have a happy weekend. Don't forget to follow Dan Cummins. Where at?
Dan Cummins Comedy or Times yeah.
No, what's the name?
Oh, the website dancummins.tv.
DanCummins.tv. Have a great weekend. Be safe. Don't get bit by a shark. And get your dicks up. I'll leave you with that. Lee, kick this fucking
You're gonna get play-by-play? Yo, dog.
That's why Kelsey Clones in the game as well.
French
Because
bitch
she is
got it.
pesky on the
She's
defensive end.
gangster.
She's gonna pressure.
We shoot the three. We shoot the three. That should be the fucking friendship. We shoot the three. We shoot the three. We.
Greetings from podcast. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by
no way.
On It.
Don't take
Don't
it
forget, we're
That
still
was
running the
smart.
contest
That was good.
till January with Alpha Brain.
What's
Register,
this bitch's name?
order the Alpha
This
Brain,
bitch
get the lottery ticket, and you're automatically
Love child.
in the contest, which is
No one
on
wants to say it.
experience. Today is $1,000
Yeah.
cash, product, all that stuff. Go to onit.com right now. Look at the great selection of supplements. If you see something you like, press in church on the way out. Get 10% off delivered right to your crib. We're also sponsored by CBD Lion, the best when it comes to CBD. I live off the tincture. I'm an old man. I take 2 shots now before I go to bed. And it's not the new time. No skiing, no nothing. Go to CBD Lion right now and get that second party live result for yourself. This isn't no gas station CBD. This is CBDLion.com. Go right now and enter code church and get 20% off. Delivered to your house. And it's also it's Wednesday, all right? I don't know how to tell you. Tomorrow you got 2 big games or 1 big game. You got the NBA.
Hey, Rabbi, remember that time you were talking to the thing?
Miles this weekend. If you're going to make money, this is the weekend. Right? Go to my bookie.ag.
20 new mentions, living like a pigeon, West Side Gangster, West Side Gangster. Yo, dog.
5 keys a week. They cover the spread.
Look at the West Side Gangster. 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 Wild West. Jim West. Desperado, Rough Rider. No, you don't want none of this. It's gonna this Buffalo Soldier looking like an old soldier. None of them from the stress.
And that's how it starts.
You out of that stress when she
My bookie got it. AG. That's my bookie.
Remember you were freestyle and there was less than 6 minutes left in the third quarter? That makes it second half.
Church will create your account. Kick this fucking meal. Gives me goosebumps when you sit there. My eyes get all teary. I go back to fucking 1980. You understand? The first time I saw
Shoot the tree.
How are you, Miss G?
Very well, thank you. And
Deja Wilson.
thank you for inviting me to your show.
Man, we do some great work. I always tell people that anybody can be a fucking friend when you're alive. To have a friend when you're dead, that's special. Somebody to look after you.
Okay, here you go. This is
Somebody to
Wilson.
keep your name alive. Somebody to keep your work alive. And you've done a great job.
I'd be like, girls, you both look
It's my job to keep on his music and his legend alive. You know, I promised him that before he passed away, and I'll do what I can, and also to try and rid this horrible disease, which one day hopefully we'll find a cure.
They found it in Mexico. I don't know what's going on here. You go to Mexico, they freeze your asshole and you're back jumping up and down. Here, they don't know nothing, these white people. They don't know nothing. You go to Mexico, they fucking kill you.
How is that
Steve
a foul?
McQueen didn't get fucking killed. Everybody else lived. But I have a friend that's suffering. He went down there. It was a procedure they won't do again. Stem cell? No. In Mexico, they froze the cancer. Boom.
It's just too much FDA things that you have to be approved before you can get something going. And a lot of times, you know, some of the pharmaceutical companies, maybe they don't want to find a cure because they make too much money. You know, I remember one I went to get when I was first on his chemo, and there was a pill that I had to go buy. And she said that'll be $600. I said, we have insurance. She goes, no, that's the copay, which is okay for us. But what about Joe down the street? $600 a pill that you have to take every month? I mean, forget it. And that's just the beginning, brother. I mean,
we can sit here for hours and talk about all the fucking faults in the medical system. There's always a better way. My friend's mom broke her hip last week. They took the hospital in Santa Monica. The lights went out. No, the mold. It was on the wall. Santa Monica, in the ER. They closed the hospital, so they had to take her to Torrance.
Ooh,
She's
how
got
does
a
that go
mother
on the
that's
fucking
chicks
ground?
daycare teacher. Making her what it's built
Good
for transport.
They need to have some
Because Medicaid only covers 21 fucking miles. Really? Where'd you come up with that number from?
Yeah,
21 miles. So they wanted like $82 a mile. And then it was like an additional 8 miles. This lady barely, she's a daycare teacher. But this is our system. These are the vital ways you find out when you get sick. We never think about getting sick.
You just pay insurance all the time.
Oh my word, that's what
And then one day you're in the hospital and you're like, what the fuck did I pay for?
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't cover aspirin. Only $250 a fucking aspirin. Well, I tell my wife to do it. I'm saying, take that aspirin, shove up your ass for $22. What am I stupid here? So it's
steal the ball, take it all away.
You have to take care of yourself.
You do. You have to be healthy.
What year did you meet Ron?
I met Ronnie down, I think it was 1974.
Oh,
wow. And when did you finally break up?
This girl 23 kind
You
of
were
sucks.
friends for a while, right?
We were
That is a deep shot.
always married.
I thought you wanted that as the friend for a while.
No, well,
Then
you
he
know,
took
we
the second wife and
Yeah,
slid in
sure.
there.
we were married for a long, long
I don't know how
time.
you could look at
There's
Ron
always
Ford.
things that go on
Absolute.
in life, and as you know,
Absolute
there's ups and there's downs, and we went through ups and downs. Yes, we did, but we were always married.
Shoot the
In
three.
1974, he was just he had just completed the first Rainbow album, Richie Blackmore's Rainbow, and they were
Is that who you thought it was?
had not been on the
Look at
road
this
yet.
gangster.
They'd not toured yet, but they completed the album. I met him at the Rainbow and Sunset, and we started going out together, and then he went on the road. And he called me and said, "Quit your job, come on the road." I said, "No, I can't quit my job, but I come for a couple of weeks." And I never went back.
He was a good chef. So the first time I ever heard of him was Rainbow Rock.
All right.
And they did a show, maybe 79, 78, Scorpion.
Yeah.
Okay. I think Shatner showed up in Jersey and a fucking party. And I went down there. And at the time, I'm not going to lie to you, I went down there with Richie
All right. Show me what you got, girl. I was your biggest fucking fan.
Ronnie James.
Yeah, she got fucked up.
I went home and bought the album. Started.
Oh yeah, it was fabulous song.
Come on, girl. Let's see what you got. The whole world's watching you. Fuck yeah, girl. You have no idea how important that is. Nobody's from the kids about this
on the same page. So I took it home.
Until I care about it.
Ronnie James people out there. Fuck all the places.
That's fine. She's so many years.
Fucking have the Rock and Roll my ball.
The world watches you. Major
And
Wilson.
then,
The pride of.
I fell into Black Sabbath by mistake.
So did Ronnie.
Yeah. I put on walkers like everybody else. Maybe 13 almost jumped out of fucking window. That was
Girl,
it.
I know you think that was how you're supposed to play.
Sabotage. I was ready to fucking go. Where's the heroin?
Would you give it
Where's
that,
the
girl?
fucking heroin? The sugar, the pills.
At this point, I'd give it to the fucking 5 ring.
Master Reality. And I got Angel Dust. And snorted the Angel Dust. It was like my birthday.
Really? Every time I see those fingers, I kind of get a party.
Master Reality. And the exercise was on.
Oh.
And I had
All right, are you done? Hey there, Five. Are you done?
With earphones,
Yo, dog.
tripping on this fucking
Shoot
Angel
the
Dust.
fucking ball.
And I shut it down. I never was
Shoot it. I would
it.
shoot it from there.
They
should give him some incentive.
Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath.
Shoot it from there.
I was my new, I was
Shoot it
ready
from
to
there.
shit on the world.
Right.
Got it, taking my
Shoot
money. And then I went to see Black Sabbath. And then we fucking got off.
That's
With
good.
Van Halen. Van Halen took him to, Van Halen was the opening act.
Shoot it.
Nobody went to see the opening act in the 70s. You had till 8:30 to get there. Nobody went to the opening act. But the word on the street was to go catch this Van Halen.
I got it
band.
back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you
And they
actually
came out like fucking, they ran the gun. And I still remember watching Billy Ward smoking coke off the snare drum. Like we were sitting that close, they were that fucked up, and you could tell. And then Circus Magazine, which I still have a copy there of, Black Sabbath, and they first they got this singer named Gary Brown, something Brown. Have you ever heard?
No.
the Black Sabbath videos with him and James Dio.
Welcome.
It's fucking
How you
God.
living, Playboy?
God, babe, something from the bank. Oh, horrible. And Johnny James Dio just snapped that and people like he's the guy from Rainbow. But you're fucking filling into Joe Montana's shoes. You're going into Willie Mays' shoes. You're filling in what Ronnie James Dio had to pull off was a fucking magic trick. And the album came out. We wanted to fucking hate it. Everybody was looking to hate that fucking album. You know, fuck him, fuck Ozzy. And every song, every album, like, Jesus, children of the sea. Jesus, die young. Jesus. You know, I want to hate this fucking song, but I like it. And then he did a tour. You're going to see it. I'm not talking about it. Tour, and they played Philadelphia. It was Black Sabbath with Ronnie James Dio. Fuck off and Sammy Hagar with Shaking Street. And it was Montrose. Ronnie with Fuck Nothing in Philadelphia. Now, let me tell you something. I don't know if you know how concerts work, but if you look at a tour, the first 2 nights, they always touch on Philly. You know why? To get it out of the way. They're savages. They just want to get it out of the way. In their worst condition, they don't even want to go to Philly at the end of the tour when they're that much stronger. Like I saw AC/DC August 4th, 1979 with Bon Scott. Then Bon died in 80. He was replaced. Whatever. And that motherfucker had tough shoes to fill. But they weren't on the Osborne shit. And you had a film in Philadelphia where they don't fuck around. And they were taking Sammy Hagar in Philadelphia. I was in 6th grade. I heard it was fucking acid. And in Philadelphia, they were spitting on their fingers and flinging at Sammy Hagar. They were animals. You got to remember, that was the only stadium that had a courtroom downstairs.
One of Ronnie's favorite places to play. When we recorded with the NFL, it's one of his favorite cities.
It's crazy. Like, I go to a casino there, I know it's no okay.
And he's from upstate New York.
Yeah, he's from
and
upstate New
he's
York.
like, he's a working class guy that says, hey, you know what? You don't mess with me. I'm here. Whether you like it or not, I'm here.
And he wasn't the tall guy.
No.
He wasn't a big guy in stature. He went out to Philadelphia and he came out with his fucking Malukia horns from his Italian fucking heritage.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's just, he won them over. And I still remember people having signs saying, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
This is Philadelphia.
We remember them very well.
They're not going to say, hey, you know, we love you. It's the city of brotherly love.
You got to prove yourself.
That's bullshit. In Philadelphia, you got to bring every bullet you got, you know. And one song after the other. And then he started doing Sabbath.
Yeah.
Activity in Black or something.
He's got 5 offensive rebounds,
okay.
12 overall
like,
for the game.
It's one thing to do your song to turn your hand, but now you're dipping into fucking. Now you're talking.
Nice.
Now we're gonna have Passion Believe. You know what I'm saying? Like now we're gonna have Passion Believe. You started singing the Sabbath songs. And one by one, he was learning them over. Then they left.
Because he sang in his own way. He didn't
way.
try to be Ozzy.
No.
He never tried to be Ozzy.
Generals got it.
No.
Like he was into it. He was selling it little by little. And then he caught him maybe 8 months later on the return. This time I think it was the Nassau Coliseum. I'm not sure.
Yeah, probably.
My mind is all over the place. I was trying to beat myself up to get this.
3 seconds left.
And he was fucking phenomenal. Like everybody left there like, he was awesome. So we don't give a fuck about
That's different. I always say it's the apples and oranges. You know, Ozzy was an innovator in the Black Sabbath, the heavy metal music, and he was a great showman. And he was great with the songs, the way they sang them, the way they performed them. Ronnie was completely different. Ronnie was a different singer. He was more of a melodic singer, and took it to a different place. But I think that you can be an Ozzy fan and a Ronnie fan and appreciate both.
You look at it.
Yeah.
You look at it. It's so weird that I had a phobia when I first started comedy. I would look behind the curtain. If I I'd see
I
people
told
with
myself
white hair.
I was okay
shit
with my
like that.
moderate to severe rheumatoid
I would try
arthritis
to
symptoms.
With my psoriatic
I would fail miserably.
but just okay.
This is why you asked me before the show if I would ever be interested. I tell you,
If you
this is my
still have
opening joke.
symptoms after a TNF blocker like
I just got a
Humira,
call from the daycare.
Rinvoq is different
They
and
said,
may
did
help.
you
Rinvoq is
do
a
the
once-daily
reverends
pill that can
stand
dramatically
up? And I
relieve
go, can I
RA
talk
and
to your
PSA
daughter,
symptoms,
please?
including
Because
fatigue
the
for some.
daughter's like
It can
23.
stop
She
joint
got the
damage,
phone. I
and
listen.
in PSA,
I
can
love
leave skin
that.
clear or
That was my
almost clear.
opening joke right
Rinvoq
now.
can lower your ability
It's
to
when a
fight
gay guy
infections,
feeds his victims
serious
hot dogs
infections
to
and
get them
blood
ready for
clots,
dick.
some fatal, cancers,
They don't want to open.
lymphoma, and skin
You
cancer,
don't want to
death, heart
open
attack, stroke, and
with
tears in
that
your
joke
stomach.
in a Christian organization.
Substance occurs in people 50 and older with
So
at least one heart disease risk factor.
I would look
High
behind the
risks.
curtain,
Don't take it for
and I was
allergic
such a
Rinvoq.
pussy. You know,
Serious
to this day,
reactions
I
can
think
occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become
10.25
Ask your rheumatologist
Xanax
for
and put it in my
Rinvoq.
pockets. And all those little pussy Xanaxes that don't do nothing to you
Help you save.
because of the anxiety I get before I go
Playing
on
at the
stage.
Olympics is still the biggest stage in the
Especially
world.
when I get to the comedy store. That little first 10 minutes when that light turns blue and I'm next, my whole world changes. And how I get myself to the stage.
Well, he's also talked about before these Olympics as Diana Taurasi, a part of this team, looking for her 6th straight gold.
That's what I wanted to tell you.
You know how he used to get unready for his stuff? Have a fight with me.
Yeah, no. See, I used this for me to be really good on stage. I need to get good arguments. I need to have people that aggravate. Like, if you aggravate me before I go on stage and you have to follow me, you're going to have a hard time. What's aggravating me means anything you do.
Yeah.
When I'm not green, don't do nothing. Don't hit by nothing. Don't move. Don't get up. Don't get up. That's why I stopped smoking coke with people, because they moved around a lot. Don't get up. Sit right there. Where you going? Sit up. You don't have to see what's out the window. Don't worry. It's nothing to do with you. I'm one of those people, so I like to get aggravated a little bit before I go on stage. If somebody aggravates me for me to go off on somebody, they have to know. Like if I'm with Wendy, I go, Wendy, what the fuck? You know, and then Wendy basically just go on stage, watch when he gets up. And then when people get used to it, you have to get fired up. You have to do something that was fired up. So for me, for the last 20 years, whenever I have a doubt, I go, fuck, out of respect for Ronnie Kingston, to myself, as I walk up to the stage, to myself, just because he did something that nobody saw. I didn't see it. And then what alleviated the pain was, he did such a great job with Sabbath and the album and the tour. And then Ozzy did a great job with Blizzard. So kind of nullified it.
Exactly.
Everybody stood their ground. Can I ask you a personal question?
The level of physicality, I mean, I've never seen anything like this.
I've never heard of
Calling
it.
Not at all. No, not at all.
I mean, I think that even myself, like if I was Ozzy and I was to leave Black Sabbath and somebody would come in, I think for the first year, my ego would be fractured. But after I listened to the work, listened to what the man did.
No, I mean, we saw him quite often in Orlando or different places. Just, hi, how you doing? What's going on? I mean, they weren't great friends, but they were always very polite, very nice to each other. Yeah, always.
That's great. Oh, but that's, you know, I went all the way to 83 when we had Vivian Campbell, Holy Diet. Then after that, St. Luke's Coke Candle time. I lost contact with Ronnie. You understand? You lose contact and I go to prison. Ronnie was right back.
He would have been.
I went right back and shit. I know he was. I was, you know, after 83, I just was into fucking drugs and stabbing people and shit. And I didn't get a grip of my life until like 1990. And by that time, you know, I didn't even know about the humor.
Yeah.
Like a friend's box turned me on.
Well, it's a very underrated album.
And it's fucking.
It's a great album. You know why? Because it came out in the 90s and right when grunge hit. So everybody was now listening to grunge. And it was not. So it's being actually, they are re-releasing that. Really? So, yeah, next year.
So he only did, correct me if I'm wrong. So he only did Heaven and Hell, The Humanizer, one of the albums.
No. Heaven and Hell, Mob Rules.
Mob Rules, I'm sorry.
A live album called On Stage or something. I forget what it was called.
Evil is one of my
Evil, something evil. And then he went back to do Dehumanizer in the 90s. And then he went back just before he passed away and they did The Devil You Know.
But that was a Karma.
No, Bill, they wanted to go back this last time with Bill, but Bill had some health problems. Yeah, so he couldn't do it, and so we got Vinny back again.
I guess he's okay now.
Yeah, he's doing great.
I heard that Bill, Ozzy was like, hold on.
Yeah. No, Bill's doing
that was the last Sabbath tour, but that was without Bill. Now we're doing another one. Sharon said, get back on that cocksucker. So now they're doing another one with Bill.
That's great news.
That is great news. A friend of mine just brought me, he signed the Sniff. You know, so that was all my time. I loved all that shit. I loved it. But that's the honest to God truth. That's Ronnie James Dio's legacy for me. Because what he did in Philadelphia, like, he just fucking made me a believer. Like, and like I said, I was never rude. I was never going to throw anything.
Oh, some people did.
Philadelphia, I'm telling you, they were their fucking fingers. I remember Sammy Hagar ducking. I still remember Sammy Hagar.
See, Ronnie wouldn't do that. What he goes and fuck you.
Yeah.
And then right in somebody's face.
No,
and, you know, he was not afraid of because don't forget, he'd worked in years and years in Elf, and before that, all the bands. He'd been in bands since he was 10 years old. He'd been in places where weddings, where drunks would come up and they'd get off and say all this. I mean, he knew exactly how to deal with an audience because for so many years. So many years.
It's hysterical because I don't know, you were there, you know the lifestyle in the 80s and what was going on. We lived in Northern New Jersey. We drive to Philadelphia. So I drove down there with this kid that he's gone now, the rest is peace, great kid, one of my brothers. And we stopped at that Burger King for him to pee. And he comes out and he goes, you're not going to believe this. There's a guy in there and he's selling acid. Right? So we're like, we need acid for this. We had acid. But we'll take more. What's he got? And he had these purple hits. They weren't microdot acid. Microdot acid was very tiny. Purple. These things were like a marshmallow. A little marshmallow. They were purple. So I said, I'm good. I got my acid. We have like window pane or whatever the fuck. He took his acid. We get to the Philadelphia concert. We're outside tailgate. It's fucking Philadelphia. We're snorting coke, we're doing acid, whatever the fuck he's doing. He comes up to me, this kid goes, you're not going to believe it. But this kid doesn't like his tickets. He wants to trade them for some money. So we have like 9th row, and we traded for 6th row, like $10. So here we are, 6th row center. We're going to see Ronnie James Dio. Everything's fine. It's 4 of us. So we got to split up. It's 2 and 2. So I'm with this lunatic that got the marshmallow purple acid. And, you know, Shaking Street goes up. Whatever goes up. Ronnie James gives a place, blows up, sad. I look down, he fucking passed out.
Oh, no.
He's passed out. I mean, fucking on the floor, passed out. I had to pick him up, put him on his chair. You know, if you sit there, the concert's over. 2 encores. He's a body boy. He's fucking crazy. I gotta pick him up. We put him to the car. We sit him down. We drive him back north. He's still the next day. He's like, what's up, man? So ever since that night, we see him go. To break his balls. He was very sensitive. We go, you didn't do fucking acid. You did purple Quaaludes. Because they put him out. And he kept saying, I didn't do purple Quaaludes. I mean, to the day he died, he would say something. We gotta go on 135th Street. There's some great coke on 135th. And I would go, you can think I'm moving up the Quaaludes there. Have you seen the trailer for this final 618? Brenda?
I was there. I was at the premiere. I'm in it.
You're in it?
Yeah, I'm in it.
I fucking know it. When do you like dog shit? You're everywhere. You know what I'm saying? You're like half Puerto Rican. You're everywhere.
I was there at the time. I was there in the 70s. Yeah. I worked there.
How really?
It was amazing. It was a time that would never come again.
Did you do drugs?
No, I never. No, because
No.
the only time when I was
Ladies clean?
yeah,
All her life?
when I was about 16, somebody gave me in England hash, but I don't know what was in it. But whatever was in it, I threw up for 3 days, and I was sick as anything, so I never touched anything. Drink, I know I can get drunk, fall down, and wake up sober the next day, but that is, I don't want it. I never touched anything. I went to all the parties, but everybody was doing stuff that they all knew. I didn't do it, so I didn't.
How was it down there?
Oh, it was, well, the record labels used to pay for everything in those days. The Zeppelin would come in town, they put the big thing in between the two tables, all the Zeppelin would be there, you'd have the Who there, you'd have Deep Purple, everybody could possibly think of was there. And it was an amazing time. I chased Keith Moon down the road one time because he didn't pay his bill and drug him by the back of the neck.
Williams. Screen.
So you were there for
Another one.
Oh, yeah. That's why I'm not running.
Now, when was the last time you seen Richie Blackmore?
Oh, I haven't seen Richie in, oh my goodness, 20 years maybe.
Not for nothing, no disrespect. Thank God. Holy fuck. He's going to be popular Thursday. Have you seen him lately?
No.
You seen what he looks like?
No.
Holy fuck. It is no bueno.
I was going to say, it's good or bad?
It's not good. He looks like a character, like a Halloween character. And he doesn't tour with those guys no more. He's doing his own thing. Because Joe Lynn Turner's
Oh, Joe's good friend of mine.
nice guy. I know him since he was in another band.
Real good
Before Rainbow.
And he did a great job in Rainbow too. As I said, that's different again. Different to Ronnie Rainbow, and there was Joe Lynn Turner, and I think he did a great. And Graham Bonnet, I think they all did a great job.
Graham Bonnet was kind of funky. I like Joe Lynn more than Graham.
I used to manage Graham, and
where the fuck is Graham?
He's around.
Where?
He's around.
Now, where did he go after Rainbow?
Alcatraz that I managed for a while. Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. Lord, I thought he was like he sounds a lot like the other band in Seattle. So I thought he was in that band. I don't even know what the fucking band's name.
He's a good guy. I saw him, I think last time I saw him was at the Greek. He had gone to see, I think, Deep Purple. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That school is going to be called for the
foul. You were in all this shit.
Oh, yeah.
So,
I see it all. Yeah.
What was Dio's happiest? What was Ronnie's, like Sabbath?
Sabbath.
He was doing Holy Dial and Vivian Camp.
Well, a lot of different times, but his favorite band was Sabbath.
Really?
I think, and I was really glad that he got to reunite with the band and do that album and the tour, because they all loved each other and everything, and they were playing amazing. I mean, you'd never know that Ronnie was sick. He was amazing till the last note. And I think Ronnie could never have lost his voice or grown old. So that's the only thing they say about him dying when he did, was he died on a high note.
5 minutes to play. To the side of a gold
It's a beautiful thing to say. It's funny because when I opened up at the Humanizer, I saw a look in your eye, and I had that same feeling.
Yeah.
He's been gone 9 years.
It'll be 10 years in next year.
So you're going to have a big fucking party.
Big, yeah.
You'll let me know 6 months in
yeah, we already know
so
what it is.
Okay, it's so I'm there with you.
2020. So February 20th, 20.
My birthday's the 19th.
Oh, and it's at the Wilton Theater. Please.
February 29th.
Yeah.
And what that is?
Which event?
The 220.
We're doing a big gala. We're going to have, we'll do some of the hologram. We'll do some other bands. We'll have an award show of people that I want to award who've been in Ronnie's life. Mostly industry people, but presented by a celebrity. I think that will be fun. And so we'll have tables. I think it's 35 tables downstairs, and then It's like 1,000 people upstairs, and for the fans, we are only going to charge $25 because Roddy would want to give back to his fans as he always did. So we want to have really cheap tickets for the kids, and the industry to pay for the money.
They could pay. Fuck him.
And it's
him and Angelina got more money than God.
And it's raising money for cancer again. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
3 minutes, 49 seconds.
What it's all about.
Yeah.
What you're doing is a beautiful thing.
Oh shit.
You're doing God's work. You're killing two birds.
Are you fucking serious?
Patience.
Yeah.
What did this bitch do wrong?
I love to do it.
You keep learning.
I'm keeping money alive.
You're keeping others alive.
Yeah, exactly. If we can save just one person by, saying early detection saves lives. Women are good about that. Check men, no. You got to drag them down there.
Oh no, I get that through my ass twice. I've gotten that motherfucking camera in my ass twice.
Well, we're working right now with Dr. Wong at UCLA. We've been supporting them and paying for them, and they're developing a swab test. So instead of having a finger up the thumb, you have a swab test, and that's for pancreatic cancer, colon cancer, and gastric cancer, stomach cancer. And that should be out by next year. So you just go and you have the swab taken at your local GP. They send it away. It comes back really, really early detection. If you have any one of those cancers, obviously you have to then go on through other testings. But it's a breakthrough, and we're really excited about it.
Similar stuff that you.
Oh yeah. We've been supporting him for the last 2 years, and we're paying for all his medical team to do this.
Where's their webpage if people would go?
TOcancerfund.org.
That's it.
That's it.
And it's run by you.
There's 14 board members. We have 14 board members. Sheila's one of them. We have a doctor. We have 2 lawyers. We have a trucking company, biggest trucking company there is upstate in there. One of their directors. We have a sound company, a lighting company, other managers, 2 other managers, PR person. We're in-house.
And what do you guys decide on where the money's going to be spent?
Hell yeah, baby. You want to get it?
We always make sure that it doesn't go into an administration or Fat Cat's pocket, because we don't want that. That's why we formed it in the first place. We watch every single penny where it goes. And we've given, we gave Vanderbilt in Nashville, we gave them $100,000 for stomach cancer. They had no research money whatsoever for stomach cancer.
Shoot it from there.
And so, because we gave them $100,000, someone else gave them $500,000, and then the government got a grant for $11 million. So a lot of times ours is seed money. We put it into places where they don't have a research team for that. Or now we're working very closely with Dr. Wong. We know exactly every penny goes.
We had a conversation a couple of weeks ago that, like anybody else, you catch a break, you want out.
Yeah.
You want out. There's nothing worse than helping somebody when you know you're going to get fucked.
Oh, I've been fucked. I have. Yeah.
For years, like I said, when I was a kid, I would do walkathon, the American Heart Association, and I always tried to do something as a kid. My mother always, I always saw goofy as a kid.
Good shot.
I always did something.
Wow.
Sometimes they took it back. I'm not gonna lie to you for an album, but you know what I'm saying? 90% of the money went sometimes. I was a kid, I was a stupid kid, but I always believed in giving it back. Years ago, I went to work for the administration where I found out that I'm nonprofit. And for every $10 you give,
no way,
the kid with the missing eye gets 58 cents. And meanwhile, the 2 dudes out front are driving 7 series. It does something to a guy.
I used to volunteer for a big non-profit that I won't name.
No.
But I found out after working many months and helping them volunteering that a dime, if everybody gave a dime went to it, and the other was 2 fat cats living up in a big mansion. I was like, I was disgusted.
Embarrassed.
Disgusted.
I'm like, bring a fucking gun.
Yeah.
Bring a fucking gun, and I'll give you what I got. But if you're gonna rob me now, I find out now what does it do? It takes a guy like me that has a heart, and it deters me from helping people that really need it. I won't give to a homeless fucking organization. But I'll give that guy that 7-11 20.
Yeah.
I'll give it right to the fucking guy's hand. And every time I see this dude, I give him 20, 10, 3, whatever the fuck is in the wallet, you give the poor guy. That I believe in. But I don't want to be a part of something where, you know, you're in fucking belief, hanging out with the Stones, and we're all donating to you. You know, whatever.
That's why we started our own.
I love this. I didn't
When
know
he
anything
passed
about it.
away, people were saying, I want to give money to charity, what do we do, what do we do? And after that experience I had, I said, you know what, I don't know. So Ronnie's doctor and I formed the Ronnie James Dio Stand Up Shout Cancer Fund, and 14 people that were friends of Ronnie's that have been around forever all joined in. 100% of the money goes to the charity. We have no administration costs. We meet once a month. We don't pay for anywhere to go. We don't have any office. We use my office or something else. No money goes out anywhere except for where we need to put it. And that is not in some fat tax book.
When I get out of here playing one, I'm having my wife make a donation for something in comics.
That's very, very kind. Very kind. Very kind. Yeah.
Because you just made my dick hard by telling me these things that, you know, like I said, nobody wants to feel shitty about donating.
No.
You know, I give away shirts every month. I go up the corner up here and give away clothes to homeless. I go with bags, you know. People send t-shirts. So every time somebody sends 3 t-shirts, I take one of their t-shirts and just put on a homeless person, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
I try to help as much as I can, but like anybody else in America, we all work very hard for our money. And before you give it to somebody,
make sure it's going to where it's supposed to go.
Fucking cruise.
Yeah. Oh, God.
I want to give that whole thing. I have that right. You know?
Yeah.
We have Chris Herring. He has a foundation. He has the whole thing. We donate to him once a year. I'm looking for places, but again, you know, I don't do it for tax. I don't give a fuck about tax. I do it because I want to feel good about myself.
We've done a lot of things like we paid for different people's funerals, things like that, but we don't really publicize. We don't.
You don't need to.
But you know, the different things that will medical costs, different things that if somebody's. I mean, that's not what our charity does, but on occasions when somebody needs the help, we help.
You're a class act.
Check it out. Making a little place in heaven for me, making sure I'm down there. You never know.
They might put you in purgatory just to chill for a couple of weeks with Coach Ann. And you got to be jumping jacks with Coach Ann every fucking day.
Oh, God.
My God, this has been just weird. Meeting you and knowing you in the circle. And like everybody fucking knows you.
Of course. They better. Because I put them all in to do stuff with us, and they do. You know, they always put down heavy metal, dirty piggy, dirty people, whatever. You know what? Heavy metal people and rock people are the most amazing people that give their time, their talent to me all the time for this cause, and they're amazing. And every day I thank my lucky stars of how happy I am that these people want to help and still remember Ronnie, and that makes it everything like wow.
Let me ask you something. What did you do a couple of weeks ago? I heard you just off the fucking chain. Coach Ann told me that. That was that also?
The Dave Grohl?
Yeah.
Barbecue, yeah.
That was also.
Oh, absolutely. We raised $47,000, but we raised even more money because we bid on that, right, at TJ Martell. So TJ Martell got $65,000 from it, okay? Then I made it into a charity for our charity. And so our charity, I did a ticket, it's $1,000 ticket, and everybody was there and everything, and I raised $47,000 for a stand-up a shout. And then a friend of mine, actually Gloria Butler, she put 2 tickets up for City of Hope. Auctioned them off, we raised another $7,000 for City of Hope. So that money was spread and made, actually, that whole thing made about $151,000.
Now tell me about the event.
Oh, the event was funny.
And told me it was fucking tremendous.
It was amazing. Dave Gore is amazing. He is such an amazing person. You know, he does all these charity things with firefighters and everyone. And he came to the house with his smoker that was like
3 in the morning,
2 in the morning,
2 in the fucking morning. Dave Grohl.
Yeah. It was 10-foot. It was a 10-foot smoker that he brought, and he smoked all night. All the smoker all night. In the morning, he was chopping onions. He was doing everything.
All right,
he
here
was
we
making
go.
this amazing
3-point lead by
amazing
the
meal. He did,
United
He
States.
did.
Shoot it.
What was it? Pulled pork.
France has 1 minute.
Tri-tip and what was the other one? Oh, ribs. And then I bought some stuff with my vegan friends because I have vegan friends that they put some stuff on there. And
You just
we had
blew
Slim Jim
the
was
fucking
there.
game for your country.
And Visa Butler was there. Mark Ferrari. Oh, there's a whole bunch of different people there.
Kajana Carter.
Roland Robinson. All these people. We had so much fun. And I had I made it into a holiday. So we had 2 country western bands. We had a mechanical ball, which is real fun. We had such a blast. It was so much fun. It was amazing. He is such an incredible person. He's just spent so much time doing that. And he does charity stuff everywhere. He's going to bowl in his life. How good was it?
And said it was fucking good.
It was delicious. It was the best.
Hey, everybody.
Oh, he took lessons. He went away and actually took lessons on that.
Why aren't you in the game?
He's very serious about it.
Really?
Yeah, he's real serious about it.
That was 80 pounds. I weigh 400. That guy makes good fucking barbecue.
It was really fun. And we raised a lot of money for a lot of different causes. TJ Michelle got 65,000.
All right, well, guess
we
what?
got 47,000 and
That's
City
my
got
nothing
7.
this game.
So,
Are you doing one of these every 90 days? You got to do something.
we do lots of different things. Whatever
They
we
are
can think of.
54 seconds.
Well, we
Do
have
you
the
want the
golf running
United
every year.
States to win?
We have the ride for
Now
running.
the rifle running bicycles or
Motorcycles. Harley
Really?
Davidson sponsors
Yeah.
us from Glendale.
No.
Yeah. We
the
close the
fucking
street and
shit,
everything.
dog.
And we have bikes. We have about 1,500 bikes. They're ride to, and I ride on the back too, my pink helmet. And we ride to Los Encinas.
I'm a
the
brother,
park.
sorry, what
We
side?
have bands play. We have food trucks. We have beer, wine. We have everything.
Yeah,
We have
the
a
west
really
side.
fun time. Vendors. It's a family event. So it's kickoff is at 11, and then the park up is at 12, and it finishes at 5 in the afternoon. We close the whole park.
You know what I get from you when you I fell in love with you immediately.
Good job, bro.
Right? 7 out of 10 people who do these type of jobs.
Wilson, couple of jabs.
One of that is dead,
For the reason you're doing it for.
See, I thought Todd should have cleared out.
I would have shot that ball.
These are the same people that
Yo, bitch, I would have shot
they
that ball.
save the whales, but then they kick a cat. Especially in the area we fucking areas.
I would have
full of
fought
bullshitters.
fucking shot that ball.
This is fake built, right?
19 turnovers. That's
This is
so many.
something.
Need to stop here.
It's a fact.
The 3.
I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your smile. When I hear about your events, this is something that you're very passionate about. You have to do it.
What the hell is
People
that?
like you don't have a funny feeling that shit fucking sales. You don't give a fuck what they like you about.
I don't.
What
I get
the hell
bashed
was
all the
that,
time
girl?
and blah, blah,
What
blah,
the hell
blah.
was that?
I don't care. What I say to those people is go out and do a good deed for the day instead of sitting in your parents' basement and
To
trashing
John
people,
Carter.
because that's all they like to do, you know.
It's really weird that most
To
people
John
do it.
Carter.
I've always hated when people have like things at their house. Like, I don't want you to know you did something good. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't post on Facebook that you donated, you didn't really do that. You just did it to show up.
Here comes the big one. Here comes the money. Money.
This is, I could tell.
Huge.
I could tell.
Well, we have 14 fabulous board members. I mean, they're
That game
all
is
passionate. Every
over.
one of them. is passionate about. And they're all busy
US.
people. Like Rick Sales was the manager of
They've won how
Sarah
many
and the
straight?
Ghosts and everything. He's there helping us. Sheila is busy with her
How many
fitness
has Rabbi
business. We
won?
have Adam Parsons who manages Black Star Riders and Europe. I mean, the people that we have all the vice presidents and presidents of all the big sound companies like them. They don't need to do this, but they do it because you know what? They love Ronnie, and they're just good people. They're just good people, and they love it. It's all done in Ryan for Ryan's name and Ronnie. But he was a good person. He was a person that they broke the mold. He loved people. He genuinely loved his fans and never ever forgot where he came from and why he had what he had. He's the one who started all this. He started with me in the 80s saying, oh, life's been good, we need to give back something. What do we do? I want to give back to a children's charity. So I said, go find me something. So I found him a few charities, and one of them was Children of the Night. And he said, I like this one because his kids are like 14, 15 years old. Lots of people give to young children. These teenagers, they forget about them. And they could be my audience. And we started doing stuff for Children of the Night. And then we started doing things for animals, and started doing things for autism, for all different things. And it's a great feeling. It's a great feeling.
To give back.
To give back, yeah.
Give back. Let people know where you started. You know, I'm still tight with my parents started. Those kids. Now I can see that they have a problem. I don't say no. I call. I help them out as much as I can, and I enjoy it.
Exactly.
I never forget.
Exactly.
I never forget. I won't take advantage. I've been taking advantage of people call me and tell me stories, and then I find out other things, and now I'm a little bit more cautious. But I always felt, and
U.S. at the free throw
that's
line.
what it's all about.
Yeah.
My mom had a number. My mother's motto: if I hit the number for 25, you give me away 12.5. She would give it away.
Yeah.
Just give it away because you're gonna hit the number again. Your odds of hitting the number. It's the same thing with love. You can't take it all.
You can't take it with you.
You can't take it with
The
you.
most important thing, I think, is people and friends. Just friends is the most important thing. Friends, family, just enjoying life every day.
Like I tell people all the time, God took away my gift of family. He showed me the gift of friendship.
Right.
It's one of the biggest gifts people don't have.
Oh, I have my chosen family. Yeah.
They're on episode of Friends. You can suck my dick. It's not funny. My friends are the guy that's sitting next to you in the jail cell going, what the fuck did we do to get in there? Not the guy that buried the eye.
Oh, gee, I've known for over 30 years. We've been friends. We've been through everything together. Everything.
She was a good lady.
Yeah, she's a great lady. But all the people on my board, every single one of them, I've known for 30 or 40 years. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I want to wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
You always have a platform here. I know you're just a few miles from here.
Thank you.
Okay, we want to come down and just talk.
Yeah, come down and have fun with us.
But I give you my word, I will donate some today to the Ronnie Foundation, especially for the penny benefit on the 7th. Do you have like shirts or something that you send out to people? I don't know, fucking people like Ronnie James Dio stuff.
Oh yeah, we have website. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Like shirts.
Yeah, I'll send you some shirts. You give me a size, I'll send you a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. That's so good. And like I said, I won't see you on the 7th.
Right. But we'll see you on the
20th is a weird date. It's my birthday.
2020. It's 2/20/20. Easy to remember. It's a Thursday.
It's a Thursday. Yeah. So my birthday's like on a Wednesday. That's the fucking day that has a birthday. Who the fuck has a birthday on a Wednesday? Only a 57-year-old. When you're 12, it's always on Friday or Sunday, rocking and rolling. Just the arts and pleasure. And like I said, we're the whole game. We're going to do for you.
Oh my God!
I'm going to make a good finger in the ass joke or something. Flick like nuts joke or something to keep it going. You know what I'm saying? Let them know we're not nice people.
But thank you so much. And we couldn't do this without people like you supporting us. We really, really appreciate it.
No, when I called Rudy,
what an amazing shot.
Rudy will come next week and
He's a dog. He's, you know, him and Ronnie were very good.
Right.
Very close.
Oh,
Yeah.
you poor
I didn't
thing.
know he even knew that.
Oh, yeah. No, he's in the band.
What a fucking ending. Shout out
Yeah.
to fucking
Really?
Sure.
And what time?
He was in deal.
When? Before White Sox.
He was in the band right near the end, just before Ronnie passed away.
Okay, so towards 2012.
Mm-hmm. They were getting ready to go on a tour together, actually. But it never happened. Because Ronnie got sick.
When did Ronnie get diagnosed?
It was on the Friday, the 13th of November, 2009.
There he is.
And he passed away at
The
2:10.
United States just won their 8th straight gold medal in women's basketball. And the amazing thing is, France almost beat them. Basically, one of the players' foot was 2 inches too far when they made a shot, and it was the difference between a 3-pointer and a 2-pointer.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm good. I was watching Cat stream. Yeah, I watch his stream a lot. He's pretty cool, and I kind of get along with everyone there. So,
You're amazing. Old school RuneScape is amazing. A lot of people play it.
yeah, I wanted to stream some of that, but Discord streams don't work very well on my laptop or on my internet. Because so I'm playing this thing called Giants Foundry. It's like a mini game inside RuneScape, and you have like these. So you have to get a stone. You have to mold a stone by putting like some stats in, and then you have to temper it. So if it's too cold or not on one of those things, then you can't use it for certain things. And if it's too hot, then you can't use it for certain other things. So you gotta like adjust the meters, and when you adjust the meters, you have to like wait and then heat it or cool it depending on what. And then eventually you make the stone and you get XP. You get smithing XP, and you get reputation points, which you can use to buy like a smith's outfit, or you can buy more blueprints or stuff like that. It's very cool. I'll show you if you want.
Yeah, if you can show it.
Yeah.
Watch together, son. All right, here we go. Okay, so it's called Giants. Day 1 guide will show the game's mechanics. Intro and disclaimers, general information, location and requirements. Is this worth doing? The mechanics, making a sword, experience points, profit, power, rewards, and points. sponsors, and outro. General information.
Importantly, I want to thank you guys.
Returning to the
Any
United
possibility,
States,
there's
the
going to be a
first thing
tour.
she said she
Yeah.
wanted to do was
Again,
coach
you
in
release those
basketball.
dates. So
Yeah, I will.
Get back into the
I'll
game
release
that
So
she
yeah, we're
loves.
not ready yet. I'm not sure when, but probably later than March.
How much dates did you do? How many dates did you do during last year? Because I thought it was going to be a lot longer than what it was.
Yeah. I think we did 19. 19
That was
days.
enough.
Yeah.
I thought you did like 6 or something.
I mean, it doesn't suck, but it's like too much. Let me find just a basic video.
What's your favorite game of all time?
That is an easy one. Crowfall.
What's it called?
Crowfall.
Crowfall.
They shut it down. Why does it keep showing this? Aren't you hosting?
It looks like it's showing us that whatever you were showing us. Here.
Yeah, okay, I'll show you. I'll show you Giants Foundry first, and then I'll show you Crowfall. It's 1 minute, but 1 minute, maybe. So that's what. This is what the spinning outfit looks like.
I should try to play the game Crowfall.
This is a RuneScape mini game that I'm playing right now. It's called Giant's Foundry.
Yeah, I saw
Basically, I have to submit all these weapons. It's pretty fun. It takes a while. I've done this about 70, 80 times now.
Why do you like Crowfall so much?
This is a nice, really quick video.
Why do you like Crowfall so much? Why do you like Crowfall so much?
So I just told you, right? Crowfall has the best MMO experience you can have in a game, in my own opinion.
Very cool. Why do you think so?
So, starting off, the game is the gameplay mechanics are very so then they're not the type of gameplay mechanics that need constant changes and such. They're more like what you do is you use certain runes to improve your combat or give you certain perks, and then it has other skills as well. So in an MMO, right, what you want is you don't want too much of a grind. You want somewhat of a grind, and you want the gameplay to like level with that, right? So the problem in RuneScape is that it's too grindy. Whereas Crowfall it has a grind, so you make progress, right? You feel rewarded at the end of it, and then you play like open PvP. So it's basically just for fun. You don't want it to be too serious. Like the secret to MMOs is that you don't want the suspension of disbelief to like overwhelm you in so much that everyone starts to take the game way too seriously and stops having fun, like in RuneScape basically. So that's the main reason.
Are there more than one
RuneScape?
Is there more than one RuneScape? Is there RuneScape and then old school RuneScape?
Yeah, so RuneScape came out, it was called RuneScape Classic. It was not called that back then, it was called RuneScape 1. But now we call it RuneScape Classic. And that was the role, like it looked like a 2D kind of thing. It was in 2003, 2004. It started in 2003. I started playing in 2004, 2003. I can't remember. But yeah, so that was like a 2D cardboard graphics type game. And then after that, they came out with RuneScape 2, which is now called Old School RuneScape. And that's the game I play, which is yeah.
So there's there's RuneScape
like
Classic.
Yeah.
There's RuneScape Classic, which is RuneScape 1. There's RuneScape 2, which is old school RuneScape.
And then there's RuneScape 3, which
Excellent.
is the current RuneScape that most people play. I don't like it much because it takes away from the simplicity of playing RuneScape.
Are they gonna make a
Not the
Rune?
simplicity, but more the style.
Are they gonna make a RuneScape 4?
So the guy who made RuneScape is going to make a game called Brighter Shores, which will release in September or October. And it's said to be the new MMO by the creator of RuneScape. So it's not gonna be anything like RuneScape, but it's gonna have some similarities.
So there's no RuneScape 4.
No.
Do you think there will ever be a RuneScape 4?
You can't make a RuneScape 4 because so the trick with RuneScape, right, is that they get people to keep playing. You know why? Because it's the grinds are impossibly hard to finish. So once you actually finish the game, you're so like done with everything already. You know, like it becomes hard to not like feel like you got everything worth the game. So you keep playing, and then you play for like gold. You play for like doing raids and getting billions of gold pieces and stuff. To keep playing the game, basically.
Okay.
So I just wanted to show you Crowfall, which is so Crowfall has a vessel system. So you gotta get mats, mine them, and get someone to make a vessel for you. And a vessel is like it's like a coffin. So you know how you get like parts, you get body parts. So you get like a head, a torso, 2 arms, 2 legs, and they have to be of like a legendary quality, I guess, or purple quality, but depending on what level you reach. So once you reach like level 30, after you reach level 30, you have to get an uncommon vessel, then you have to get like a green vessel, then a blue one, then a purple one, and finally you get the legendary vessel, which is level 35, which is the orange vessel. And all these vessels are like coffins with body parts, and you use the body parts to like create like a rebirth sort of thing, right?
Okay.
So yeah, so every time you rebirth, you get the stats, you get the bonus stats from the coffin. So that improves your character's prowess in open PvP game. The game is entirely open PvP, so it's like there's no safe place.
In the whole game, there's not a single safe place?
None except the starting zone. I think they removed that later on. But yeah, pretty much. There's no safe place. You can play solo, but you can play with your guild, and your guild won't attack you. And if you die, you lose all your stuff. As in, all the stuff you have in bank. Except your vessel.
Do you think that is fair?
I think it's part of the reason the game failed, because these open PvP games they don't garner too much support from gamers because people just dislike them because it's open PvP and you know you're stuck like losing for a while and you can keep losing and you can keep using items and it gets very unnerving.
Okay.
It gets sort of a point where you're like, you know, like sometimes you actually want to like just destroy a computer or laptop because it starts to get a bit too frustrating. So I'll show you Crowfall. Okay, you're hosting, so okay, this is the launch trailer. So yeah, the game got shut down.
Why did the game get shut down? Why did the game get shut down?
They weren't getting enough players. Everyone was kind of disappointed because we wanted the game to stay. I'd still be playing this game.
Do you really think you'd be playing the game?
Everyone was kind of disappointed. They got bought over by a company, and they weren't getting enough players. So I guess the owner decided, the theater decided to sell it to this company called Monumental.
What are your thoughts about them selling it?
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What are your thoughts about them selling it?
Everyone was kind of disappointed because I'd still be playing this game. I wouldn't be playing Mortal Online 2 or like this game was definitely like. I mean, if it had more players, fine. Like that would be kind of cool. But yeah, it's the best MMO I've played, and I played a lot of MMOs. So yeah.
Well, that's really neat. Hey, did you say you've played all of the MMOs?
I've not played all of them, no. But I'm familiar with most of them.
What's
just that
what's the most popular
some of them
one?
I don't like playing, like World of Warcraft. I don't like World of Warcraft. But
Why don't you like World of Warcraft?
It's it has kind of crappy graphics. I've not really gotten into it much. I mean, I don't know. It's a bit of a people either play RuneScape or they play World of Warcraft. You know, it's like you choose one when you start off, and like when you start off, when you grow up, I guess you choose one. So I started playing RuneScape and not World of Warcraft. I mean, it is like that for some people. You don't see gamers who play RuneScape and World of Warcraft because yeah, it's not a game I'm particularly fond of. I don't like the gameplay, especially because you have that tab targeting system. So like you click on an enemy, and then you click like 1 or 2 or 3, and then it just auto casts like a thing. I don't like that sort of gameplay.
Okay.
So if the combat is real, like if the combat involves you direct targeting and using like abilities and stuff like that, then it's fine. But if it just involves like you tab targeting an enemy and just pressing like 1 or 3 or 5 and then auto cast without any actual like movement and stuff, then I'm not really fond of that. So yeah. What?
Interesting.
You have to be prepared for the stars to be aligned. And you have to look at that fight like that. That's a big lesson for all of us that have been frustrated. There you go. He was frustrated. He was a 50-50 fighter. He didn't know what was going to happen when he got into a fight. All he knew was that he was tough and he knew how to handle himself. But that's not enough sometimes. That's not enough. This is where your mind comes in. And you tap into your mind, and your mind will set the game plan for you. Lee has always said you're very calculated. Every move has to be calculated. Or if not, you're going to get, if you watch Derek Lewis's fight, the first kick he threw, he didn't have to throw it. And what happened? He almost got his fucking leg twisted. Don't throw halfway. That lesson is, don't throw 50%. If you're not going to go 100%, don't throw it. Don't throw it. There you go, another lesson. Derek Lewis, when he threw his foot up like a big piece of steak, and the guy grabbed it and tried to Volkov, whatever his fucking name, Dracula's cousin, tried to fucking twist his ankle and all that shit. That's what happens when you go into something half-cocked. So you learned 2 things watching that fight last night. So I hope that you fucking enjoyed it. And I hope that it all worked out for you. You know what I'm saying?
Just on the similar note, what did you think? I just don't know. I don't know how you feel about him. But what did you think about Kevin Lee switching to a great head coach? And
that's not.
No. But I'm talking about making a change. Making a change. Jorge. Okay.
I didn't even think about fucking Kevin Lee. I wasn't even thinking about Kevin Lee, to be honest with you. That poor kid he fought. He's still in juke for that poor kid. There's nothing to talk about.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no lesson there learned. He switched. Big fucking deal. He lost his last 3 fights. This time he did something. I give him kudos for switching, but,
Okay.
He's that poor fucking kid. They had to carry him out. His fucking head was a little man bun. What a fucking shame to wear a man bun and get knocked out. Unbelievable. What a fucking night for that poor kid. That poor bastard. Now, on a similar note, I want to tell you guys about a story that didn't bother me at all. Not whatsoever, but it's just really weird how life changed.
Gaming. And
the week before I went to Jersey, I called a dear friend of mine, 40 years. He called me with a big problem. He had a bad situation going on in his life. And he needed a big favor from me. And I told him I'd look into it. And I hung up the phone. I made a few phone calls for him. And Jersey guy I grew up with. I love living with my heart, And that night at dinner, I ran it past my wife, and she couldn't believe it. But I explained to her that it was something I had to do. This kid had been friends with me since maybe the summer of '78, and we navigated to one another, and it was weird because him and I we hung out in a group of friends, but him and I him and I gravitated to one another because of our love of psychedelic drugs, crazy shit. So we were freshmen. We would go out with these guys. We would smoke pot. And we would tell the other 6 guys that we were just smoking pot. But him and I were already dropping acid. But he had older brothers, and he didn't want his brothers to find out he was doing acid. So it was just him and I, secret. And this went on for a year, you know. This went on for fucking years. Him and I tripping at parties. And he would go talk to chicks, and I would go talk to guys, chicks, or whoever. And every 15 minutes, we'd just look at each other and smile. And one day, he was a wrestler in high school. And one he was about to wrestle. And I had some of that THC crystal and angel dust. And I asked him if he wanted to do a line in the afternoon. And he was like, yeah. And then he goes, holy shit, I got a wrestling meet at 4:30. And he was so high during the wrestling meet that he actually bit the kid. And he got disqualified. You know, when we were juniors in high school, you got to pass the paperwork forward. You know what I'm saying? Like if you sit in the back,
right,
you like pass the test forward. And I would get his test and I'd erase his answers. And he would get like a fucking 70, and he'd be furious because he was fucking really smart.
I would kill him.
He couldn't figure out why the fuck am I getting 70s? I studied. I did the notes. Oh no! Somebody erasing. And then he went to the teacher one day. He's like, somebody's erasing my answers. I think it's you. You fuck. And the teacher's like, why would I erase your answers and all this shit? This went on for years. We graduated high school together. We were very tight in high school, and this guy went to a prestigious college, you know, and during my homeless era, my whole fucked up era in 84, 85, he was my only salvation. He was going to college, but he was selling coke in college. So he made me his partner because he couldn't go to the places to get the cocaine I could because I could speak Spanish. So he made me his partner, and we made some great money together. We ended up beating the dealer. We beat like 2 dealers, but he was there with me when I was homeless. He was one of those guys that was always my friend. He was one of the few people that when I was homeless and I was really upset, I remember crying in his car one day, like just breaking down in the daytime in his car, going, when is my life going to change? You know, when is this going to end? You know, it was like a fucking curse on me. And he was the only ray of hope. I mean, listen, I had dear friends growing up, and they all served their purpose for different things as their friendship. But this guy fed me. This guy would bring me money to a hotel. He knew more about me than most people knew what was going on. You know, when I was sleeping in the park, he asked me 10 times to just sleep in his garage. He's like, you don't need to sleep at the park, you know, sleep downstairs. My mother won't say nothing. I'm going, you know what? We're too good of friends. You know, I don't want us to get into that situation. I'll be fine. And he finally gave me a blanket the one night. He came to the park and brought me a blanket. I mean, it was just different things. And we were always good friends. It was always a 50-50 with us. But from 84 to 85, he really covered me out of pocket a bunch of times. And before I left in 85, I got a credit card and I took him shopping. Trust me, I didn't pay for anything. It was a stolen credit card. But I bought him suits, sneakers, jewelry, cologne, more jewelry, a TV for his room. And at that time, 1985, he was so fucking slick. He had 2 speakers in his room with a stereo. And whenever you went to his house and he put the stereo on, you could tell only one speaker was working. The other speaker was close to the closet. And when we were 21 years old one day, he took me to that speaker and he took the lid off the cover off the speaker. So if the speaker was 24 inches, whatever, 2 feet, he had a foot of rubber band money. And each rubber band was like $10,000. And listen, if you know any story about me, you know I robbed everybody. I never even thought about robbing him, especially the day he took that off. He knew the position I was in, and he knew what I could do. He had seen me in action, and he showed me that. And that was, I could never break his trust after that. But it was weird. He went to a prestigious college, he got a degree in engineering. He was a brilliant guy. And today, he lives in basically a shack behind the house. I think it barely has heat. He has 3 or 4 teeth missing. He doesn't have a job. He just does odd jobs from time to time. He collects unemployment, and from time to time he sells an envelope. You know, he sells a little coke to this guy or that guy. That's how he makes ends meet. He lives how I thought out. It's like we switched lives. It's like somewhere along the line, we switched lives. Like, he ended up being who I was supposed to become, and I ended up becoming who he was supposed to become. You know, he was a smart guy. He was one of the smartest guys that I hung out with on paper. He was fucking really smart. Like, he was just engineer type smart. SAT, he blew the fucking scores off the roof. He had scholarships off to him. And he picked the school, and he went. He got a degree. And we all grew up during that cocaine epidemic. And, you know, I wasn't there for a long time. And when I went back in 91, he was still in the fucking game and telling me this and that. And I'm not there. I'm not there, so I'm not watching. He could tell me whatever the fuck he wanted to. I would believe him. He's my brother. And then I went back in 93, and again, we hung out, you know, endlessly. I mean, he picked me up 5 nights a week just to go into the city and get weed. I mean, he was going to drop me off. I don't know how many times I was waiting for a bus on Kennedy Boulevard. He'd swing by and give me a ride into the city, and we got pulled over one night. He didn't have a license, and he lied. And he thought he gave him my life. I mean, it's just been a friendship that never fucking ended. But the last 10 years of his life have been a nightmare. He lost his dad. He got arrested. He had to serve probation. You know, he's never been married. He's never had any children. And, you know, when I was in that rocket ship at night in 83, I would think about my future at night and think about me in a little apartment, you know, a little smaller than this office. And I would see me with like a TV and just a couple pair of pants and a couple T-shirts, all dirty. And that's how I was going to end up. I accepted that. You know, I accepted that at an early age, that if I even lived to 50 or 55, that I would just be making it. I would be on disability or faking it somewhere or just fat or not going to work. I'd just be one of those guys. Like,
did that upset you, or were you okay with it?
When I was that age?
Yeah, when you were thinking about this.
I came to that time. I was an idiot. I had no college, no high school education. My chances of going to college were slim and none. I couldn't stop putting this white powder in my nose. And I had no family. I had nothing going. I couldn't even fucking pay for breakfast. How was I going to pay for the bar? So I just thought about my life. I just saw myself in a rent subsidized men's home, you know, with a little corner, a little hot plate, maybe a black and white TV, and I would read books and I'd accept my fate. That's what happens to people when you're uneducated, you have no, and you're addicted to drugs over your life. I mean, I saw that picture when I was 21 years old. I saw my future like that. So when he called me with this mess he was in, you know, I called a few friends, I reached out to a few friends, you know, obviously it cost me something which I did not mind because of all these things that happened. But I also had to call him.
Recipe for fantastic women's basketball.
Explain to him that I'm his brother.
Make their way out.
And I love him. And I blame him the rope. But He's 55 years old.
Smiles from France, even though it's silver for them.
He's got to
still
bail
something
out of
to be
this
so proud
world
about.
with something.
The Australians are proud. They're back on the
You
podium
know, I told him you just can't
after a long
leave this world without doing something. You were meant to be a fucking engineer. You got a tremendous college degree. You know, the felonies fuck you up. But I know you since you were a kid. You've always figured a way out of this. It was a tough talk for me to have with him because he's one of my few friends that he's really sensitive right now. Like he's at a point in his life where he's by himself. Even like his brothers turned their backs on him. One of the brothers came to one of my shows in Atlantic City and kind of yelled at me for still being his friend, and I'm not helping him. You know, and I told him I can't turn my back on him either. He was there for me. Had a really weird time in my life when I really needed somebody, you know. So I called him up. I had a real sensitive, on the light side talk with him. I told him that I could help him, you know, if he got into a mess again. But the favors I had to call in for him on this one, huge. Like I had to really get myself on my hands and knees to two of my friends to do this favor for me, for him. And after we had our talk, he thanked me when everything was taken care of. He thanked me like a man, like we do. Called me, explained what he did and what steps he took to take care of the situation. And I was happy. I was really content, and I told my wife that it's fine. You know, he's never going to get himself in this situation again. And that
the bronze medalists of Paris 2024.
You know. And then I got to thinking about it. And I got to thinking about all the friends from Timmy to Roger to Fernie to Glenn Conti. There's a lot of guys who won't talk to me anymore. There's a lot of guys I still have that were there since day one. There was no comedy career. So they have every reason to be my friend now. They have every reason to call for free tickets. They have every reason to exploit me at every fucking level because when I wasn't even thinking about comedy, they had my back, you know. So I'm sitting there the other day, and I'm thinking about this situation with my buddy, how he got himself into this mess. You know, I'm lucky that I have a friend, a cop. I have a couple friends that are cops in Jersey, but this particular one, he's been a friend for a while. Not that type of friend that I can help call him for a favor. But I was happy that everything bailed out. But then I thought about something. And I thought about why the real reason was that I helped this kid out this time. And I've helped him the last 20 times. The real reason, which I never told anybody till the other night, and it hit me on that fucking day.
And this is a nice mix and really the reason why
mid-October, 79. I was doing everything. I was doing mescaline. I was smoking fucking THC crystal. I was snorting THC crystal. I was drinking. Not a lot. I was never a big drinker. But I had always sworn off drugs. Like I always sworn off cocaine and heroin and pills. They just were not going to be in my drugs. But I was very content with the marijuana and the acid. I was very content at the age of 15 to marijuana and acid.
I was gonna say, like that's still pretty young.
I liked the relationship I had with my friends. I enjoyed everything about the job. I'd grown up. I'd seen a lot of heroin in New York as a kid. I didn't like what it did to people, especially two friends of my mom's that I saw go fucking astray. And I'd definitely seen the results of cocaine being at the bar, you know, and I didn't know the full blast, but I knew that I didn't want to do any of those drugs, you know. But again, we're going to go. I told you guys a long time ago that there's 100 stories I could tell you, but there's 100 that I can't tell you. Well, for me to dip into this fucking book and this one man showing everything. I've been writing a lot lately, and I thought about something that I've never really repeated. About
It's a special moment for every
mid-October
athlete.
'79.
It's special just
If you know
to be
anything
at the
about where I
Olympic
lived
Games
in
to
North
win a medal.
Bergen, given that terrace, I had an attic, then I had a second floor,
medal, but
and I had the
nobody
first
can
floor,
ever
which
take
had
away the
the
greatness
living
and
room,
the, you know,
the
how
kitchen,
proud
and
you are
the
to be
dining
an
area,
Olympian,
and the
and that you're
backyard.
right to
You
go
go
home
out
with
to
a
the
medal.
yard. Then if you walk down the steps, you hit a garage. There was a garage that had additional closet space, a bathroom, no shower, just a pisser and a sink, and a wash and a dryer. But then there was another set upstairs, a set of stairs that went down another way. If you opened up that door, there was a refrigerator filled with beer, and there was a fucking bar, like a little 3-seat stool bar. My mother had the bar stopped. There was a record player down there, the walls had a couple holes in. In my karate days, and we'd go flying through the air down there. And it was paneling, it was paneled around the cinder block, and then it had a paneling around the hot water thing, the tank, and there was a room there. It's a fucked up story. When you went into that room, it was, again, half the size of the office. And let's say the hot water heater was right there. If you went behind the hot water heater, there was like a latch. I was down there playing around. There was like a latch that you had to like pick up this thing and kind of turn it like a paint can. And then you pick up the paint can, and it has that fucking bow in it. Well, think if you had to turn something like that, and it was kind of sensitive, but you had to turn it real slowly, and if you turned it, it would open up, and a piece would come out like something that just your body could fit in, like a mannequin.
So it was circular?
It was like circular. You had to twist it around, and it was covered with a piece of metal. And if you took that up and you circled,
did you go to the sewer?
You went down into the street. You could go into the street. It's fucking scary. I looked in there one time and I heard noises.
Oh, Jesus.
And I closed that motherfucker up and I put the hammer down. And that was it. So in that corner was just hot water, heater. That used to be my stepfather's tools, and that's it. I don't know what happened October '79. Something made me go downstairs. And I'm lying to you guys. Maybe August of '79. Something made me. I'm lying again. Maybe July of '79. Something made me. I just had to refresh my memory. Something made me go downstairs. And I went downstairs one time and I opened the thing. I saw the door was a little open, like an inch. And I go, what is this fucking, these two, because it was like two panels.
To the small room.
To the small room. So I went down the stairs, opened up the door, and noticed that two panels, one of them was open. I opened up the panels. I went inside, and there was a coffee bean bag, like a bale, but it was filled with weed. Oh shit, I took a little top piece off the top, and I went upstairs, and I didn't say nothing to nobody. At that time, I was getting weed from this guy named Joe. He was my main dealer, Joe. I would call Joe, and I'd buy ounce, $75, and I'd sell them for like 50, and sell it for 100, and make $50 off of it. He'd give me a ride uptown. He was a good guy. So I took this weed, and I rolled it up, and I smoked it with some of my friends. The weed was tremendous. The guy's name was Joe. I gave some to Joe, and he's like, where'd you get that weed from? That weed's better than mine. So I got a whole fucking tank at home, Jesus, filled with this shit. So I went back and just kept taking it. And I come home one day, and there's two guys there with a chick, and they remembered me, and they hugged me and shit, and took it to my mother. And I hugged them, and no, we haven't seen each other in a while. I forget what their names are, guys. That I really do. It was a bigger Cuban guy, a skinnier Cuban guy, and then the skinnier Cuban guy's wife. And I had known them. Every time I went to Miami, they were friends of my uncle Rodolfo, my godfather. So I would see them in Miami. Now they're in my living room, and I'm talking to them. And they telling me how they're staying up there now. And, I didn't figure it out. So I go downstairs a couple of days later. It's a different batch of weed. They had taken the old batch. And I kept going downstairs and taking a little bit and selling it to Joe and selling it to my friends. and I was just making spare money. And one day my mom actually pulled me over. I talked to him in private. I said, have you been snooping around down there? And I go, what are you talking about? She goes, have you been going down there and taking marijuana on those bales? I go, no. She goes, the guy called me.
This is Kelsey's plan. She had a 3x3 gold medal in Tokyo, and now
so I lied to her. I said, no. She goes, I wonder what the fuck is going on. But at this time, my mother had to know. I had sticky fingers. One. There were just two suspicious fucking things, you know. Things were disappearing, things were moving, you know. So I said, you know what? I respect my mother. I'm not going to touch that thing no more. But I got sick. I ended up getting that paraquat. I went to the hospital 28.
From the weed that you stole, or no?
I don't know. Okay. I don't know whose weed it was. So I laid off the weed for a few weeks. I got out of the fucking house, but I laid off the weed. I did acid immediately. I was a young kid, but I was a stupid fuck. September 28, 79. I got out of the hospital. It was a big time fight. I think we checked it before, but I don't know what you did. Somebody, I don't fucking know. A few weeks after that, I go downstairs to see if there's any weed downstairs. I went downstairs. I opened the cabinet.
Incredible.
And there's two bags.
Record Diana Taurasi's 6
So I opened the one bag, and sure enough, it's weed. I think a little bud, a couple little buds, like maybe an eighth. And I figured I'm going to take an eighth from both bales. They'll never know. I want to open up the other bale. It wasn't weed.
One of the players who won 3x3 gold in Tokyo. Another one of the players who won the WNBA title. So much success, so many of these players.
I knew it made people talk a lot. I knew it made people make weird faces. I knew it made people make little fucking gestures with their fucking filthy little hands. So I said, what do I do? So I said, you know what?
Didn't play many minutes, but throughout this tournament has been so tough.
Put it in a container. Put it upstairs and just save it. Just see if somebody wants to buy it or whatever. So that night I took a little bit from it and I put it in a little foil. That's what it was. 79, everybody had a little foil. Knowing what I know now, I probably took a gram and I probably took 3/10 or 4/10 of a gram of little foil. And gave it to a friend of mine and said, let me know what you think. He said, wow. In those days, to give somebody, just for somebody to give you a joint this big, to somebody to give you cocaine. Everybody wanted cocaine those days. And here I had it in my fucking garage.
Interesting how strong it was.
Yes, I gave it to my buddy. What time is it? He thinks fucking the next day. He's like, dog, that shit is fucking rocket fuel. You gotta get me more. But I knew the value of it. I didn't want to get my mother in trouble. So I told him I couldn't get it no more. I took the rest of it and put it in like a jacket, and it stayed there. I figured I was going to wait for another friend of mine to tell me that he did it, and I would give him whatever I had left, you know. So come Halloween Day, 1979, you know, the night before, right? The night before, we already made a plan. Right? I emailed me from the school tomorrow. We're playing hooky. You want to cut out a UN? And I'm like, yeah, I'm in.
Did you go trick or treating on?
Yeah.
That's led them as gold medalists, United States of America.
Like, I think I didn't wear a costume after I was 12.
I can't imagine.
I think after
you're doing acid, you can't wear a costume.
I didn't wear a costume. I think that year I went to a Halloween party, but I think that me, Lubes, we were just talking about this at the Stress Factory in New Jersey. Me and Avila were talking about it. That me, Avila, and my friend Lubes dressed up like ghosts. And we all took acid and we all just stared at each other all night. And we did go to a Halloween party. That was probably the last time I dressed up. It was that year like a ghost. And I think I dressed up again when I was 2 years later in Colorado like an abortion. But we ate the Quaaludes and I passed out. We never made it out of the house. I woke up with a hanger around my neck and long underwear. Fucking hilarious. But
to get back to it. So the night before Halloween, 79.
So the night before Halloween, 79, me and my buddies go, fuck it, we're going to play hooky. Okay. So that morning when I woke up, I took a shower, I got dressed, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go meet my buddies. I had some weed, I had some mescaline. And I go, wait a second. Maybe I should bring this cup. And I go, I'll bring the Coke. I'm not gonna do it. But I'll give it to somebody.
No matter how many times you've done it, 6 times, 3 times the first time, it is still a
So I took the
special
Coke with me.
occasion.
I took the bus up to the high school. We met at Wizards. We used to meet at a pinball place called Wizards instead. And we were on our way to Albertsons by Hudson County Park to rob booze from Albertsons because Albertsons had no security. So we just go in there and each of us would take something and run out and run into Hudson County Park with booze, trying that they couldn't chase us.
I think you're half a kid at a pinball place, and then you're stealing liquor from
So we're at a pinball place that's next to Hashways, the deli. In those days, it was a pinball place, Hashways, and then a liquor store on the corner. The kid, Joe Ascione, used to hang out at that liquor store all the time. He was friends with the owner. The guy knew, like, all we had to do was stand in front of the fucking liquor store. He knew we were aliens. And he knew he would smash his fucking windows, so he wasn't gonna knock. If we got somebody to go into him, he would sell us the booze.
Okay.
So we're walking past, we're at Wizards. And we go, fuck, we're not gonna, we can't find anybody at 10 to buy his booze. So we go, let's go to Hudson County Park. While we're paying for booze, let's just rob the fucking Albertsons and run to the park and get down and we'll smoke these booze. We bought like a $25 bag of weed. We rolled it up the night before, like 32 joints. You know, we start at 10 and we go till 3 in the afternoon. Like, so we're walking up to Hudson County Park and also we get like breaks.
Yeah.
We turn around and 50 yards from us is a beer truck.
Selfie and moment.
Across the street from that liquor store.
You have to go to Albertsons.
Sometimes he was parked in front of the liquor store. For some reason, he parked in front of the bank across the street from the liquor store. And we looked at him. There was one single guy. He was walking across the street, whistling like it's a beautiful day to be alive. We fucking dash across the street, and not on the side that's to him.
Yeah, the back side.
On the side. We go on the other side, slide open the fucking door, and we each take a case of something, Heineken, Michelob, whatever. And we fucking start running down the fucking hill. And the guy's like, hey, come back. We start taking cases. You know, like out of 4 or 5 of us, I think we lost 3 cases. The guy's chasing us down the fucking hill. And we ran down to like a street called Pellery. And then my buddy said, the one that got into the trouble a month ago, said to me, my mother's getting her head done today. It's a certain day. Let's go to my house. So we went back to his house. We put the beers in the refrigerator. We took the other beers and put them in a bucket of ice. And we smoked pot in his yard for a little while. We got nice and coke out. We it was like maybe 6 of us. 2 other guys came home. And we had, I'll never forget, we had a case of corks. And one of the guys robbed a bottle of vodka from his mother's house. And everybody was Italian in that neighborhood, so everybody had Zambuca. So my buddy, whose house it was, I did all the acid with, like that day. We were in the basement listening to music.
Getting the teams ready and
but the other 4 guys didn't know that him and I were on acid.
Oh, you were also on acid?
We were on acid, we were drinking and we were smoking dope. It's 11 in the morning.
Of your team, you need a great manager, you need a good coaching, and physio, your doctors.
We were young. Ted Nugent. This is way before Pink Floyd, The Wall. This is like Aerosmith days, Ted Nugent. And we're sitting there. And the next thing you know, he says to me that he's going to go upstairs and make vodka and Zambuca and peppermint schnapps. So we also had peppermint schnapps. So we were going to make vodka and Zambuca, and there's a name for that, like a frozen something. I don't know. I'm not up with all the fucking bartender names and shit like this. So he goes, let's go upstairs and let's shave ice. And let's make these Zambuca, this peppermint schnapps, vodka drink. So I said, okay. So they're all downstairs. You know, I don't know how many kids are exactly there, you know, but me and him go upstairs alone. This kid, like I said at the time, he was an honor student, but he was crazy like me. He was into, you know, hallucinogenics. It was just me and him. It was our little secret. And the real reason why I helped him out, and I always help him out, is because of this. I've never told nobody this. While we were in that kitchen, I looked at him. I go, hey, I got to show you something. And I went in my pocket, and I took out the aluminum foil. He goes, what is that? It's cocaine. He goes, where'd you get it? And I never lied to him. I got it from downstairs in my mother's basement. I go, but I gave some to such and such. He told me it's rocket fuel. What do you think? Now, in my heart, I didn't really want to do it. But if he called my bluff, I would have been stuck. So he goes, fuck it. Let's do it. So I opened up the aluminum foil. I emptied out what was on that thing. We cut it up into 4 lines. We each did a line. We looked at each other for like 4 or 5 minutes. Then we did another line, a piece. And then whatever was left, we sprinkled drinks. Drink. We never told nobody. Nothing. But the reason why that kid didn't grow up to his potential was because I gave that line of coke that day. And I could never forget that. And I can never forgive myself for that. And when that thought came to me Thursday night, because this came to me Thursday, like I went to the stress factory last week. The situation with the cops was handled by Friday, and he had gotten the check by Monday. I spoke to him on Tuesday. For 2 days, whatever went down had to eat away at me. But Thursday, after the fucking trick-or-treat, the walking, the Halloween parade, that night, when I got home that night, I looked at my wife. Did I tell you something? Do you really want me to tell you why I'm telling this kid out? I never told me what it is. I go, because I was the first person to get back to cocaine. Me and him did cocaine together, Halloween 1979. If I wouldn't have given him that coke, his life would have been completely different. Maybe my life would have been completely different. Because I would have never done it. I don't know if I would have done it. I don't know.
I mean, part of you has to realize that, like you said at the beginning, that you guys grew up through the cocaine epidemic. So you could be right. But, I mean, it's at least 50-50.
We were 50 miles away from that island. I could look you in the eye and tell you that. If you want me to candy coat it for you, you know me, I can candy coat it, but I'm not going to candy coat it for you.
Okay.
We were 50 miles away from that island. We shouldn't even have thought about doing cocaine until we were 19. And by that time, we looked at each other and said, it's too late. We ain't doing that junk. Look what's happening around us. But we did. I should have never taken that coke. I should have never brought it to that kid's house that day. So I told my wife this. And she looked at me, she goes, now I knew. Got up like a man. I went in my office and I called him. I go, hey, can I talk to you about something? Just want you to know something. And this is how I feel. Feel that.
J'ai pour habitude de créer des images dans lesquelles je me mets en scène.
You went to this college.
Ce qui m'a énormément intéressé dans ce projet-là, c'est que les athlètes sont des artistes de leur mouvement, des nageurs, des escrimeurs, qui fait de la perche. Ça a toujours été pour moi comment mélanger le mouvement avec le leur et comment réussir à créer quelque chose qui soit un petit peu unique et différent et vraiment représenter ces deux mondes sur leur projet. Et ce que j'ai voulu faire là, en vue des Jeux Olympiques, c'est inviter des athlètes de mon univers et vraiment créer une chorégraphie, créer un visuel qui casse un peu l'école, qui revisite peut-être le sport et amène quelque chose d'un petit peu nouveau qui n'a pas forcément été vu dans le passé. Et de là, ça m'a
that
donné
I
d'autres
gave
idées.
that
Ça
kid
m'a
his first
l'idée
private
était
coat,
soit
his first 2
d'amener,
or
de
3
sortir un
private
athlète
coat.
de son lieu de travail, donc
And
avec
after
Enzo
that,
de
we
l'amener au
just felt
petit palais,
boring.
dans un lieu
Like after that,
institutionnel,
there was no
ou soit
stopping.
d'aller chez l'athlète et amener quelque chose de
But then,
différent, par exemple des touches de mode. Et donc ça a été
3
voilà,
months,
ce
I
mélange
remember
de
me and
mode,
him
d'art,
in
de
the Quavo.
sport, de physicalité, de
We in the
poésie.
Quavo, in
Et
the
puis, à
coldest night
travers
of
toutes ces
fucking
différentes
January, I
collaborations,
went
des
to a
nouvelles idées
party
nous sont venues, et notamment
at
celle
Hudson County
des Années
Park, and I
Olympiques.
went to a
On
Chinese
avait la
restaurant.
note parce que la
You
France,
know,
c'est la
that
mode,
opened up
c'est
the door.
Paris.
By that time, we were
Qui
already
clôturait
fucked.
cette magnifique année 2024 avec
Acid
un
was
premier
creeping
livre
away.
qui va s'intituler Farewell
Cocaine
Sport
was
ou
coming
Sport
in.
Here. Une manière d'un
And
peu de
yeah,
résumer
hey,
ce
listen,
magnifique
you're right.
parcours et ces magnifiques
He
collaborations
even
que j'ai pu
said,
faire
he
avec
goes,
tous les
I
athlètes.
don't look at it that way.
J'ai un rêve
I
qui
would
s'est
have
réalisé,
like
c'est que j'ai pu
that.
porter la torche olympique et je
Who
l'ai
knows?
porté à Versailles, qui était
Who
juste
knows?
une
But maybe those
expérience
2
incroyable
years,
de pouvoir avoir ce lieu
maybe if we
dans
didn't
lequel j'ai
bust
pu
it out for 2
m'exprimer,
years,
danser et porter la
we would
torche.
have
Voilà,
kept
c'est
doing
une super
acid,
histoire et j'en suis
and everybody else would
extrêmement
have got
heureux.
fucked up. We would have seen the results of other people getting fucked up, and we wouldn't have done what he done.
It's possible. I mean, I know it's not possible, but this is the question I always ask myself. Like, if you could go back and redo it and like have to live your life all over again and change that, would you do it?
No, I would have never taken that cup.
But you, if you could, but I'm saying if you had the choice, you're like, okay, you can either keep going or go back and switch it, but then you have to live your life all over again.
New Zealand's
I
only
don't know.
independent
Okay,
guide to all
That's
latest
all.
models.
All I'm saying
Choose
is
the right
that
hearing aid for your lifestyle
it was a
and
bad
budget.
move by me
Call
40 years
0800
ago this
45
Halloween.
45 42
And I wouldn't have gone through half of the shit I went through. And he wouldn't be in the position he was in today if we wouldn't have fucking done this. And I have to look at it from that perspective. I really do. I've always felt that. And after he got in trouble, like the first time when the cops kicked his door down, I was always welcome at his house. After the cops kicked his door down, I did the longest yard, and in the interviews for the local papers, it said that I did time. He wouldn't invite me to his house anymore. And I think his mother put it together. His father put it together. And I think his mother still knows that we're friends. But she put together that maybe because he hung out with me at an early age, he got into the trouble he did. Because when I gave my interview in 2004, I was very candid, I was very honest about my drug use and stuff, and they put it all in the paper. I didn't mention any names, but, you know, your son's with this kid 5 fucking nights a week. One night I put coke in the house, I hit it, and I woke her up at 4 in the morning. Told her that I left my wallet in his bedroom. And I went in his bedroom and took the coke out of the closet because he was in the city. I mean, we put her through alcohol. So, you know, these are the stories I tell people that I live with. I'm ashamed of him. He had the potential to do anything he wanted in his fucking life. Anything he fucking wanted in his life. Do I get up in the morning and cry? No. Do I go see a psychiatrist about it? No. I feel the same thing you feel. Part of me feels that eventually we both would have ended up where we would have ended up. That's the way fate is. But my little paranoid, responsible mind, not responsible. And I love him dearly. Like I love him dearly. He's my brother. I'll never let him starve. I'll never let anything bad happen to him because he put up, he hurt, he never took a beating for me. But he took a lot of beating because of me. And he would tell everybody to go fuck himself. So this is the story of my life. This is who I am today. Speaking of which, yesterday, November's always been a weird fucking month to me. Like November's one of those months that one of my great friends died in November. Yes, Sunday, yesterday the 3rd.
Insurer of the
It's
year
12
for
years she's been
2024.
dead. You know, it was Rick Ramos' birthday yesterday.
Award-winning insurance.
My mother died
It's
this
easy
year,
to look on the
November 8th, to be the 40th anniversary of my mother's death. I got arrested this month in '87. I quit cocaine in November in 2007. I'm coming up on 12 years of no coke. A lot of different things happened in my life. I was initiated into Santeria in November. November's a pretty big month for me. And yesterday morning, I woke up. I knew Marilyn had died the third or the fourth or the fifth. I just haven't waited till it popped up on Facebook. This was Rick Reynolds' birthday. And I knew the anniversary. This morning, Sunday morning when I woke up about 8 and I was pissed and I was pissed and I immediately thought of Maryland. And I swear to God, guys, I went in, got coffee, had breakfast with the family. The girls went to church. I had to take a class on Sundays on screenwriting. And I think 20 minutes after my wife and the baby left, the phone rang and it was Rick. And I go, happy birthday. I was just about to call you. I was just thinking about Maryland. I know it is the day. It was 12 years. Me and Rick spoke a little bit. We spoke about apocalypse now. He was like 8:30 waiting for me like a fucking idiot. That's why I love it. But, I talk a lot about Ralphie on here. We touch on Brody a lot. I never really talked to you guys about Marilyn Martinez. I met Marilyn Martinez in '96 in Los Angeles. The Latino Laugh Festival was doing a showcase. And they said that if I could get myself down here, they would put me up for 2 nights and give me like $100 per diem if I came down and showcase the theater. So I drove Rod Long had to do a trip. He was a photographer. So thank God to Rod Long out of Seattle. Rod Long, I told Rod Long about my situation. He goes, fuck it, I gotta go to LA anyway. I'll drive you. We'll just drive and split the gas. I go, fuck. We drove to LA and I went to the Improv. I ate a bag of dicks for the showcase. And there's one thing driving 10 minutes and you can die. Never mind driving 18 hours to die a slow death. But it was also on Monday night. They told me to go over to the Laugh Factory in Latino. They said, if you go over there, tell me you're from out of town. They'll put you up. And I went over there. The place was sold out. The lineup was fucking pure death. Pablo Francisco, Carlos Mencia, George Lopez. I mean, it was fucking just dirty, fucking tremendous show. I got there in time, and I asked the kid if I could go up. He goes, yes, he go up next. In fact, we were waiting for you. We set apart 6 minutes, and I went up there and died another slow death. But I made a couple people laugh. One of the people I made laugh was this chubby chick in the back. I wasn't on stage 2 minutes. The girl came right up to me, and she's like, I know you. You're from Denver. People talk to me about you. You used to work in Boulder. And I go, yeah. She goes, my name is Marilyn Martinez. And I gave her a hug. She introduced me to a little black Chris husband. He was a sweetheart of a man. We went outside, and she filled me in on LA. And the Latino scene was moving, and this and this and this, and she gave me a number. And the next day, I got up in the hotel, and with the last $20 I had, I think, a cab over to Silver Lake. And she introduced me to Jeff Garcia and a bunch of other comics, and she gave me numbers to call once I came back to LA. And she had said, you should just stay. I got a spare bedroom. I ate there. I got the visa. She's like, just stay. I'm like, I can't. I got a girlfriend up in Seattle. I'm on probation. I gotta go back up there. Blah, 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 blah. But I called her every week in Seattle. I kept in touch with her for like 6 or 7 months. And then once Doug Stanhope came up there and told me to move, I called her and I said, what do you think? And she goes, now is the perfect time. And I came down there, she introduced me to the guy that was doing Latino night at the store, and he was doing Latino night at the Improv. I forget what his name is, God bless his soul, he was a good dude. And then Latino night at the Laugh Factory was up, so she pretty much filled me in on what to do. She asked me where I was going to go Monday night, if I had a place to stay, and I had a girlfriend. And I said, yes. She goes, well, make sure you go to the store. And I'm not going to go down there tonight, but I'll see you there during the week. You have to get to the store. Because the time she saw me get off stage, she was one of those people that came up to me and said, has Mitzi seen you yet? And I'm like, no, Mitzi hasn't seen me. So it was just, I kept in touch and I moved back. And I came to LA and I called her and we became friends. She was a big time right at the store. Mitzi loved it. That was Mitzi's girl. Mitzi loved it. She was dirty. She was fat. She was brash. The whole fucking thing. So after I became, even before that, I think she talked to Mitzi about me, and Mitzi listened to her a little bit. So it was like her and Eddie Griffin. And we just became dear friends. And she introduced me to Rainbow. 2000 and maybe, I don't know, Rick first moved here. He was a kid. And we became friends, and I learned a lot from her, because she had been here for that long. She had been here already for like 15 years. She was regular at the store like in 94 or something like that. And we became dear friends. It was just amazing. She was friends with Ralphie also. I mean, we were all three fat fucks, and we loved each other.
Lead up coming into today.
I still remember going on the road with her, Corpus Christi. I flew, and her and her husband drove.
Birdie campaign started for the day.
When I went to their room the next day, they came up with one of those 9-foot coolers.
Right, yeah.
And they had everything. Sandwich meat, peanuts, yogurt. They were happy as shit on the road. I mean, we would both get like maybe $750. The plane ticket was maybe $2. I just didn't want to drive for 24 hours, But I still remember coming up one night going, hey, they're looking for you downstairs. You think I pay you? Yeah, you paid me. She goes, did he give me an envelope filled with cocaine? I go, no. He goes, here, take mine. And she gave me an envelope filled with fucking coke. And I went down and got more coke. Marilyn was one of us.
I'm playing alongside
Marilyn
golfers, and I think more so because
really
of that, I
well
wanted to focus
respected at the store.
and take lots of deep
She was
breaths.
just starting to bust out.
Obviously, this is
Like she had a little success with Paul Rodriguez, and then she did the Divas of Comedy, and then she did something else for Showtime, and she was getting love. She was opening up for Paul,
in the shore, and here I am as a gold medalist. I feel very grateful about the things that have happened in my career and the people that I've met to this point.
She went to the doctor.
Feel
They
like
told
my
her she had
family and the
cancer.
support staff has
We
been
went down there and saw
I guess motivator
it had spread
and the people that have pushed me to this moment. And
wildfire already.
sometimes they have had believed
And
me
then
more
when I
than I
got down
believed
there
in
in the
myself.
story that she hadn't gone to the bathroom in 4
I'm
weeks.
here today, and
The first week,
yeah,
that was me, but we're all
feel like
very
I should be wearing
scared of doctors, and we think
Cinderella
things are going to pass. This is the type of shit I do. And it's too late. She got diagnosed in April. They did all this surgery to her, all these surgeries. She stayed in the hospital until probably July. Then after that, I was in and out. Like you would talk to her one day at the house. The next day, you would talk to her at the hospital. Then the next day, they moved her to another hospital because they specialized in that cancer, like Carson. So we couldn't get to go see her. And then she finally came home. And on a Sunday, they had a big thing for her house. And I went over there. They put her in bed. They had her in a special bed. And when I walked in the room, she had lost.
She is.
Gave her a hug.
I'm going to cry this morning. She is
we talked and we ate. I played with the cats. I talked to her on the day.
talking about all these. I'm
And
so
it was a
excited.
small window that her and I had. And I went over to her and I sat. I go, how you feeling?
Lydia Cove is just 27
She knew she was dying. You could see in her eyes that she was scared. And she said to me that if she was very Catholic, but she was very dirty on stage. I remember one day my wife telling me that how come every time she calls you, she's got to answer the phone, cocksucker. My wife would answer the phone like, hello, and she'd go, cocksucker. She was very dirty. I remember that day she said to me that if she got to survive cancer, that she would never do a dirty joke again.
You can see what it means to her.
Because God didn't want it. I'm sitting there this whole time, I'm listening to her, and I know she's under some type of drugs, like they have the pain.
Because everyone knows she's good and expects her to win.
And we're talking back and forth
on
about
that stage.
cancer.
And the way she does it, she has a class and elegance.
If she gets out of this patch, she's got one surgery left.
The nation proud. That has been.
She looks up at
No, we can actually whip her in the small.
She's gonna be Dame Lydia soon. I bet you that.
That is without a doubt.
From a South Korean-born Kiwi who grew up playing golf in Takapuna.
That's where I play. So basically, Lydia
To a shy kid from Auckland, New Zealand that didn't happen to be good at sport. She played netball and surf life-saving growing up. And Dame Lisa Carrington has become our greatest ever and one of the world's greatest ever. She's won an 8th Olympic gold medal. Let that sink in for a moment. 8th Olympic gold medal. 3rd this time around, setting a new Olympic record along the way.
If you know anything about me, if anybody ever said that to me, I would laugh in their face. The way her eyes were looking, the way her eyes were looking at me, I knew she was the fucker. Just stared into me, the feeling in my eyes and into my stomach, and I'm like, everybody else would have told me, go fuck yourself. And I just said, okay. That was a Sunday.
There she goes, and Fisher will want to compete with Carrington in this first 250 meters. She's gone out really quickly. The Hungarian over there on the far side.
And it's weird how this whole situation went down. It started with her. Started with her. Completely, she just stopped. She just stopped. God wants you to stop. You have a career. You have a great girlfriend. You have to stop. I looked at her and I said, I know. Which usually I would have told you, go fuck yourself, mind your business. What do you know? I'm just fucking doing. You know, I was in denial like any other addict, you know. And I said, you're right. And I think that night I got high. Maybe the night after that I got high. And then I got beat.
The one where they said you couldn't.
Yeah, it was around that time. Or maybe I'm lying. What happened was I had a benefit in New Jersey. One on Friday night for the Hoboken Police Department, and one on Saturday for the North Bergen basketball. One on Friday was the Hoboken, one on Saturday was the North Bergen. I got high like that Sunday and Monday, and something wasn't right. Something wasn't right. And I may have gotten high that Thursday, but I couldn't wait to get off the plane to get high. Like maybe I didn't get high that Thursday. I did. And I touched base in New York and had my own hotel room. I had a great hotel room. And I was close to a friend of mine that she could always get going. Grew up with her. I talked to her and her husband all the time. In fact, she was telling me, call me when you're ready and I'll bring something over. I have the cash, I'll put it up for you. And I remember something just wasn't right. That Friday night we get high. That Saturday night we get high. And that Sunday when I landed, when I found out that she died.
Well, when did she pass away?
Like that Saturday night. So when I landed, I called home. My wife told me Marilyn died. That Monday, I went to that meeting with that guy that Tuesday, and then I think that weekend. The weekend when the cat died, and I got on my hands and knees and I said, so I was clean for like 4 or 5 fucking days. I was mad about the Maryland thing. I was mad about I hadn't gone in for the movie thing yet. I think I did go in. I was mad about the movie. When Marilyn came back, I left her funeral because their funeral was in Silver Lake. And then there was a cemetery burial, and I could only make it to the funeral at the church. I couldn't make it to the burial because I had an interview that day for that movie. It was all like fucked up. And I still remember going in that day for the movie and being furious. And like,
Dame Lisa Carrington is
that
on that
night
list.
was the
She will
benefit
never
for
be
now at the
beaten
store.
in terms of New Zealand
And I
records,
wasn't
and
going
it'll
to
be
go.
hard to beat what she's done in
And
terms
somebody
of
go,
overall
you have
records
to
as
go
well,
down
and the
there.
humbleness of her.
She was your
It's
friend.
been a
You have to
privilege
go
for
down there
her.
and
It's been a
represent.
privilege for us
And I
to
was
watch.
sober
She's
maybe 4 or 5
not
days.
the greatest in New Zealand. She's done
Like,
that a long
fuck,
time.
this is going to be rough. And I actually went and stopped and got a package, put it in my pocket, and went down there. And that's when I caused havoc with that poor producer.
Funny you say that
I caused havoc, and they asked me to leave the store. They didn't throw me out. They knew it wasn't my fault, but I gave the package away. And then that followed a week when I gave it up officially. But if it wasn't for Marilyn talking to me in that tone of voice, I would still be doing coke today. So I want to thank Marilyn. I want to let you guys know about it. It was 12th anniversary. I appreciate Rick Raymond's calling you. And that's it. It's a Monday fucking morning podcast, motherfuckers. Nice and simple. I just wanted to tell you some things about my life, get you started for a great week, and let you know it's going to be a good fucking year. It's going to end good, and 2020 is going to be even motherfucking better. Don't forget, listen, Detroit, I'll be there Thursday, and Friday and Saturday is already sold out home. Listen, right now at this point, I got 2 nights available in Miami. I got Friday the 28th and Saturday the 29th. I think those are the dates in November. Go to my improv.com and double check. I'm at the Miami Improv on Friday. The 2 late shows are sold out, so you only got the choice of early show. And for the following week, and all I have is tickets available for the 10:30 show at Town Hall in New York City. The early shows, there's tickets left, but they're all over $170. Don't pay for the fucking thing. They even got tickets for $900. Do not pay.
They're scalpers. That's not your. That's not.
No. It's on the site. It's on the fucking Town Hall site.
Well,
yeah. So don't not get there. Just get showed. It's New York. They were out to fucking the fight last night till 1 a.m. It's comedy. You can stay up till midnight with Uncle Joe. So it's the 29th and 30th, whatever the fuck it is, Miami Improv. And then December 6th, tickets are still available. The 10:30 show in Town Hall. Real quick, I just want to talk to you about a few people, and then I'll get you out of here. CBD Lime. Listen, CBD's everywhere. Jesus fucking Christ. There's a place by the Improv that you go in and give a blood test, and they say that they make CBD specialized to what the fuck you need. Listen, that's all great and dandy. But for right now, I got what's going to get you to the next level. You ready? Come here. CBDLine.com. Listen, I approached them. I tried their product. I reached out to them. The rest is fucking history. They sent me a box of the tinctures and the gummy bears and the shatter and the vapor. My wife does the vapor pen still before she goes to bed. I'm all out of gummies. I gotta get some more gummies for them. But the tinctures, I drink fucking 5,000 milligrams under my tongue every night. I sleep like a fucking baby. You know what? This last week I did 66 points on Weight Watchers, whatever, the athletic thing. Okay, so this thing helps me recoup. It helps my recovery. It takes down inflammation. CBD is the way to go. It's the future. But there's a lot of fucking mystics out there. There's a lot of garbage out there. Don't be fooled. CBDLine.com. Go to their website. They got third-party test results. And they have the CBD that you need to use for the particular ailment. Who does that for you? Nobody. Go to CBDLine.com right now, press in church, and get 20% off your first order. Do not forget, listen, you get a little older. Maybe you're young. You're losing your hair. You're having some problems with egg whites, so the dick doesn't get as hard like it used to be. Never fear, Uncle Joey's here. The solution, forhims.com right now. It's a one-stop shop for hair loss, skincare, and sexual wellness for men. Listen, the best way to prevent more hair loss is to do something about it while you still got some left. It's time to get a handle on those precious locks, okay? This Black Friday, secure the best deal of all with a healthier, thicker hairline. Why do guys turn to weird solutions to do nothing? Why? They don't do dick, and you know it. When you can turn to medicine and science. Again, I show up with forhims.com. A one-stop shop, hair loss, skincare, and sexual wellness. Uncle Joey, what's sexual wellness? Your fucking pogo stick ain't working. Maybe it gets erect. Listen, even if you got a good dick, why take a chance? You're going on the first, the second, third date, get a little extra help, go in there. Listen, for years, all these fighters did steroids. What, you're not allowed to do steroids because you're going to go give some poor chick a stabbing? Go to 4hims.com right now. You understand me? No more awkward in-person doctor visits or long pharmacy lines. 4hims connects you with real doctors online, which could save you hours. It's completely confidential and discreet. What you do is you answer a few questions, a doctor will review it, and they determine what's right for you. They can prescribe medications to treat hair loss or ED that's shipped directly to your door. Nobody knows nothing. This Thanksgiving, when your relatives are like, oh my goodness, you're looking healthy and full. They don't know. They don't know about your hair, that you're not a turkey, and that what's dangling between your legs, it's a fucking nightstick from the police department. You understand me? Go to 4hims.com right now. Listen, the church family right now gets complete head kit loss. A complete head kit for $5. What are you talking about? $5 right now while supplies last, and subject to doctor's approval. Stop losing hair. Stop being the Momo in bed. Stop, cutting yourself short when you got help. Listen, right now, go to the website for full details and safety information. 4hims.com. It costs you hundreds, if not thousands, if you went to a doctor or a pharmacy somewhere else. I'm going to get you started for $5 today. Go to 4hims.com/Joey. Again, go to 4hims.com/Joey. Why walk around looking like a mook, like a clown with no hair, and your dick don't work when you got 4hims? 4hims.com/Joey. Listen, it's football season. It's basketball season. And you're still there asking yourself, what the fuck am I doing with my life? You're betting with a bookie. You got no options. My bookie AG gives you options. They got more prop bets than any other website online. And this year, they're running a super contest. Right now, $100 to enter. You pick 5 motherfucking teams a week against the spread, and you rack up the points. At the end, they count the points. First prize. First place is guaranteed $100,000. Wait, where the fuck are you going to get that at? Meanwhile, you bet 5 times. You bet those parlay cards and you're winning every week for $11. Give yourself a break. Win some real money. Listen, their site just got revamped and it's looking tremendous. Go take a look if you haven't already. What I'm going to do for you is this. Why I like my bookie is this. You win, you bet, you win, you get paid. What they're going to do right now, today, Monday, double your first deposit. Use promo code CHURCH, CHURTH, to get 100% bonus on your initial deposit up to $1,000. Joey, what does that mean? That means that if you put $500 in, my bookie AG will match it. Who the fuck is better than you on a Monday morning? Who's slinging dick like you on a Monday morning? Niente, nobody. So visit mybookie.ag today, right now. MyBookie, grab MYBOOKIE.ag. And don't forget to use promo code CHURCH when creating your account to claim your bonus, all right? And don't forget this Thursday, we'll be dropping one of my bookie videos to rock your fucking world. So go to mybookie.ag, press in promo code CHURCH. I want to thank my bookie. I want to thank 4hims.com. And I also want to thank CBDLion.com. But most importantly, I want to thank you fucking savages for always supporting the church and having our back no matter what. Do not forget, Omaha sold out. All 4 shows are gone. Detroit, again, they got $2,000 tickets. You don't want those. Wait till I go to Buffalo, Canada. And you make a nice weekend. You get your tickets early, and nobody gets their feelings hurt. I don't want nobody paying over fucking $40 $35, $32 plus a ticket charge. I'm not so fucking repeating here. Can't change Anthony fucking Robbins. Anyway, Miami, December 6th at Town Hall, a late show, 10:30. Besides that, I love you motherfuckers with all my heart, all right? But Christ still loves you. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for having us back. I want to thank our sponsors again, my bookie, 4hims, and CBD Lion. And that's it. That's it. Have a great week. Have a great day. We'll see you motherfuckers Wednesday. Tick tock motherfucking Magoo. Kick this mule lead. Greetings from Podcastville. It's November 12th, The Church of What's Happened Now is brought to you by Stance Socks. Listen, let me ask you something. Remember Christmas morning and socks were one of the worst things you could get? Times have changed. That 4-pack of white gym socks from your Aunt Susan, that ain't happening anymore. Stance Socks are here to rock your Christmas morning. Incredible design and comfort. Listen, you guys know I'm on my feet a lot. And whenever I fly, I use Stance Socks. Like I had to go to Detroit this weekend. You know you're going to be doing some fucking walking. So if you're going to be some walking, you might have some comfortable shoes and even better, some comfortable socks. Stance Socks are incredibly comfortable. Now here it is. Right now, just for the church family, Stance has a great offer. Go to stance.com/church and you'll get a free pair of socks with any purchase. That's Stance. Grab a pen. STANCE.com/church to get your free pair of socks. Because if they're not Stance, they're not socks. The Church of What's Happening Now is also brought to you by mybookie.ag. We're in the middle of football season. New England had the weekend off. This is your fucking chance to make some money, right? Thanksgiving's coming. You don't want to show up with a fucking duck, do you? You want to show up with a fucking turkey. You like winning money? You like betting sports? I'll tell you where to put your money down. mybookie.ag. Why? Because you play, you win, you get motherfucking paid. Now, what they're doing is they're going to double your first deposit today. It's Tuesday. Get ready. Thursday night, the party starts. You got NBA Wednesday. Use promo code CHURCH. Get 100% bonus on your initial deposit up to $1,000. Where are you going to get that type of action on Tuesday morning? Nowhere. So visit mybookie.ag today and use promo code CHURCH when creating your account to claim your bonus. You play, you win, you get paid. Kick this motherfucking Leo Lee.
What's going on, man? Thanks for having me.
It's great to just see, like I told you when you walked in, it's like watching somebody grow up in front of your eyes. Now you're this man. You know, when I booked the movie, I went back and revisited the series in the beginning. And last night we were talking on the phone. It was like I was watching, just being. I remember the episode when you locked the fucking window and she couldn't get back in. That's like episode maybe 3 or something.
I don't even remember.
He took out the machine gun. You locked the fucking laundry room so she couldn't back in.
That might be the pilot.
That could be the pilot.
That might be the pilot.
Little young kid.
I was 12 years old.
How long were you acting before that?
So I was 6 years old, walking down the street with my dad, and some guy came up to my dad and said, "Hey, your son should do auditions," or they didn't know I was gonna be fucking short and look the way I did, but they were like, "You should be a little model, or do whatever." So my dad and my mom mainly started taking me on auditions for commercials and shit like that, and I booked like Pizza Hut, AT&T, like a whole IBM. Like I booked all these commercials, and then my grandmother passed away. I broke my arm. All this weird stuff kind of happened in my life. My mom, she decided, I guess, for me to stop for a few years. And my manager, who's still my manager today, which is almost 30 years later, this guy Jeff Mitchell, he's fucking amazing. He would call every couple of weeks, couple of months, or whatever, and say, "Hey, he should get back in. He should get back in." And we'd be like, "No." And finally, when we said yes, I went auditioned and got Soprano.
When you got the call, it was like 5 out of 10 people who have become regulars and went on to go on the show. The first time you got the call, I was in New York. I got a call one day and they go, "Hey, you're dropping off tapes." I had this mediocre agent at the Mad at the time. So you got to drop the tape off in Global Entertainment somewhere else. And there's this show, The fucking Sopranos. And I'm like, again, I'm not allowed to say.
Yeah.
Like, this is the first thing I thought of.
Yeah.
So guess what? I dropped 2 tapes off, but I didn't drop the Soprano tape off.
Really?
Oh, the pilot. I was in New York like in April or March, and they were looking. And I didn't drop it off. When I see different characters from the show getting interviewed, especially that pilot, they were like, Soprano. The same. I think Jamie had the same reaction.
Exactly, yeah.
A couple of people. How was when you went in, did you even know what you were walking in?
No, well, I mean, nobody knew, it wasn't a thing yet. It was just a show on HBO, which at the time was not a good thing. You wanted to be fucking CBS or NBC or one of these things. And So what's funny is everybody who's on the show thought it was a thing about singers and everything, and then when they told them, no, it's not singers, it's about Italian, like mafia shit, they were relieved. Or with me, I was like, oh, that's even worse. You know, I probably got a better chance of being a fucking singer because I'm a little Irish kid. I got freckles on my face, and every kid in the audition was like, you know, slick back hair with the fucking leather jacket, and they were all trying to play up the Italian thing. And I remember my mom was even saying, like, why did you even send him on this? You know, he didn't look like everyone else at the fucking audition. And every time I cursed in the audition, David Chase laughed. Every time. Yeah, in the auditions, then the callbacks, then the next one, he just kept laughing. And I guess that's how I got the job. I got David to laugh over and over.
So you were 12?
I was 12 years old.
When you're that old, like, young, that exactly, like, is it like a dream, or are you just there and is it fun? Like, what is it like? Because when you're an adult, you're like, oh, this is my dream. You're 12 years old, you're in 6th grade or something.
It's yeah, you're just kind of doing it. You're just kind of like, I remember doing the pilot and being upset, and James coming over and like, what's your fucking, why are you pouting? And I was like, oh, all my friends are at camp. You know, like it was summer camp time. I was like, I want to be with my friends at camp and not here with a bunch of fucking 30-year-olds, you know, sitting around drinking cappuccino or, you know, whatever they're doing. And like, I had a great time, but in my head, I'm like, man, I want to be with other 12-year-olds and 13-year-olds, and I want to be, you know, getting my dick wet for the first time and seeing fucking what's going on instead of sitting around here. But it was, you know, thank God, obviously, you know, because it was the greatest thing that ever happened.
How many days were you on the pilot?
I don't know. It probably, I would, if I had to guess, I would say 3 weeks, it could be 2 weeks, could be a month. Honestly, I have no idea. I know towards the end, they started doing some episodes that would take like 6 weeks because it just got so, like, if we did an episode where the whole family was there and we're all sitting around the table and, like, you know, the cousin or this, it would take a full day for a 1.5-minute scene because there's 8 people, you got the wide shots, you got the close-ups, you got to match the food. No, you didn't eat with that hand, you ate with the other hand. You weren't eating pasta at that point, you were eating fucking salad. You were doing, and you got to match. And then when they finally get your take, they go, all right, everybody go away for 45 minutes, and we'd all go outside and smoking cigarettes, bullshit and laughing, and they would be setting up the lights and the cameras and everything, getting ready for the next person's close-up. And then the next person, they had to go around and do 8 of those, and they do a wide shot, then they do 2 shots, so 2 people in each thing. There were times when we would have one dinner scene, and you'd show up at 6 in the morning, go till whatever time at night, and then you'd be showing up the next day again to eat the same fucking cold Chinese food for, you know, 12 hours. And said, but it never, I mean, maybe twice for certain reasons did it ever feel like work to me.
No. So you shoot the pilot, you go home, you go back to your life.
Yeah,
totally. You think about it, you're 12, looking to get your little balls licked.
Well, yeah, well,
how long do you get the call?
Well, what actually happened was, it didn't happen like that. What happened was, I got the pilot, and everybody in my family goes, he's going to be famous. You're going to be on a fucking TV show, and you're going to be famous. This is it. This is the beginning. And then we went to shoot the pilot, and people like Tony Sirico would be like, yeah, we fucking, you know, we do, 5 of these every year. You know, we'll never see each other again. And he just fucking shot all my dreams down. I went back, fucking 12 years old, back to my family, who we were broke. And telling them, yeah, you know, what we thought this was, it's not. He's like, they do these all the time. It's a show for HBO. People were talking, this is a fucking show for HBO. What do you think? It's going to be a fucking, you know, a big deal? So I remember going back and telling my family, breaking the news to them, that, no, this isn't the big thing, you know? And then they called and said, we're going to do a season. We did the season. And then I remember, it never really hit me, honestly, until I got a phone call and they said, there's a billboard with you on it in Times Square. And my family got in the car and we drove into fucking Times Square. We're driving through the traffic and we're looking around and somebody's like, there it is. And he looked up and my face was on the fucking billboard in Times Square. And I was like, oh shit.
I heard the premiere party was at a pizza place in the village.
I think so. It might have been a Jones.
Like a small, like HBO didn't even think.
Yeah.
It was really going to do anything, you know, like they had it in the pizza hall or something.
Yeah. But by the way, for then it was like, this is like I was fucking. I thought it was the great. I'm like fucking free pizza. Everybody's fucking. I mean, it was amazing. You know, I thought it was incredible. But HBO, I think about the shit. You know, but it's just crazy. Like I think when I was 16, because we were talking about where I grew up on 92nd Street and 2nd Avenue in New York. And I would be on a Thursday, I'd be in the park with my friends on a, 16 years old, like drinking 40s, smoking blunts, getting into fucking trouble and shit. And then on Friday, I'd be flying first class on fucking HBO's dime to LA to stay in the nicest hotel in fucking LA on Saturday, Sunday, whatever. I'd be on the red carpet of the fucking awards. There'd be fucking, Tom Hanks and this one and people talking to you. And by Monday, I'd be back in the fucking park. Drinking a 40, smoking a blunt, and the crazy thing is now I look at it and I go, this sounds insane. Where at the time I was like, yeah, no, I was in LA this weekend, yeah, fucking I met Tom Hanks, fucking I met all the cast of Friends, I met all we're all sitting together and having a drink, and yeah, they were great, I could fucking, like, there used to be this homeless guy who we paid to buy us fucking alcohol, like we could get beer, but it was hard to get like hard alcohol. And I remember like I'd be fucking telling the homeless guy about how I was hanging out with like Ray Romano the night before, and it's just fucking. I think about it now and I go, that's the craziest shit ever. But at the time, it was totally normal, I'd send HBO back the fucking tuxedo that they rented from wherever for me, and then I'd leave my apartment and I'd go to the park and be drinking, smoking, 3 hours later, just like with my buddies hanging out. It wasn't odd to me at all. Like I just thought, yeah, this is life. This is what's going on.
All right, so how many episodes before this fucking thing? Just because I had no idea. I'm on the fucking road, and people asking me, "Have you watched the show The Sopranos?" And I'm like, "No." But fuck, I was supposed to read to that show.
Right, you didn't drop the tape.
So the first time I ever seen it was I was in Cleveland, and I went back to the room with like a grandma below, and it was on the midnight show, because they would always have like a 6 o'clock in California, 9 o'clock in New York. You could watch it again that night.
Right.
And it was like maybe episode 5. I was like, what the fuck is this? And I was coked up, so I really couldn't absorb, my feelings. But I knew I gotta watch this shit again.
Yeah.
And from there on, I started watching, and it was by like the 8th episode, right? Once that was it, you guys were off the fucking
honestly, I don't remember it ever not being huge from the day I saw that billboard until, and now if I go to a mall in Jersey, it's fucking go nuts, it's still crazy. But when I'm living my normal life, I think there's something about when I do with my fucking facial hair or the way I shave or don't shave sometimes, or my hair, that there's some days where it's like, I see people staring at me and pointing at me and coming up to me and asking me, and then there's some days where nobody fucking, you go a full day and nobody even looks at you and it's great. But there was, because you think about it, right? 8 episodes in would be 2 months. So to look back and try and remember like a 2-month period where it wasn't big, but from what I remember, as soon as the fucking pilot went, it was fireworks. It was crazy. Everybody loved it.
And I was telling David, you got Bon Jovi, you got Bruce Springsteen, you got Queen Latifah, you got fucking Naughty by Nature. I come out here in 1997. I signed with an agent, and she goes, I need a bio.
Goes up, and just like that, with 12 seconds
I wrote from New Jersey. This is Bruce Springsteen, is over right 97.
Yeah,
Bruce Springsteen, Bon Jovi, all these fucking people in New Jersey. And I'll never forget her calling me and saying, listen, I'm changing that jersey to New York. Did you say you went to grammar school in New York? I go, yeah. She goes, I want you to change it to Hell's Kitchen or something. She goes, it's not cool to be from Jersey. She goes, it's just not. And people really don't. I told David that. I go, once this show hit, everything changed. Now you could put that you were from Jersey.
Yeah.
People were like, oh shit. Like it was that much of an impact. Like it was that much of an impact. And after that, it was all fucking running.
Yeah. Is it bigger in Jersey than it is in New York?
I mean, it's the fucking.
It represents.
It's the Bible.
And they bought it hook, line, and sinker because that's your life in Jersey.
Like I can't go into a deli in Jersey and get back in the car without somebody knowing. We're like in New York, I could, whatever. But you know what's funny too is like a lot of people come up to me in New York and they're like, "Did we go to school together, or did we?" And I'm like, "You're fucking 58. Like, what, did we go to school together?" You know what I mean? Like people always say they don't know where they know. People are like, "Did you?" Were you on the fucking softball team and this? And I'm like, no. And I don't tell them, why they fucking know me. But and they look and they go, oh man, I got somebody on my team just like you. They can't recall where they know me from. But in Jersey, and they don't look at me like, where do I know you from in Jersey? The second they see you, because I think that there's a lot of people in places where they go, oh, I did watch Sopranos 10 years ago. Where anybody who likes Sopranos lives in Jersey has not gone 10 years without watching Sopranos. No. They fucking, it's like it was, it was, they're like, oh, it's fucking, I rewatched the whole thing just 2 months ago, and they fucking, it's great, man. They love it. It's great.
It's crazy to say that my career started because of The Sopranos. Because before The Sopranos, I had booked a pilot for CBS as a Puerto Rican bartender in the Bronx, called Bronx County. And I booked basketball as a rep.
Yeah.
And then, I was going out to big time auditions, but I didn't have the chops. But then I went in for Mad TV for The Sopranos sketch.
Right.
First time they did it. And that blew fuck up.
Yeah.
Like, Will Sasso was a great Tony Soprano.
Yeah.
We had a great time on it. And then we were going to do it again. The Sopranos kind of stopped us.
Really?
I guess Jamie Lynn was going to host.
Oh, wow.
And they were going to let Jamie do a sketch with us. But I guess The Sopranos was like, she could host. But she ain't doing no fucking sketch. So we canceled the sketch. But after the sketch, you have to remember that mob culture just blew up. Commercials. I shot maybe 4 commercials a year. And I would walk in and book the film. I knew when I walked in, I was booking the thing because I looked just like this.
Yeah.
I looked just like it. Pennzoil. Fucking Sears had a Mafia garage commercial. I did a battery commercial for fucking somebody where you're digging the body up. You left the lights on to dig at night.
Right.
We went to start the car and the car didn't start. And they're like, if you were to use this battery, these mobs. I mean, I shot 20 nationals that we'd shoot, get paid for, and then they go, nah, the Italian American Foundation made them pay. Bud Light, I did one with, what's his name? At the end, they ran over his head.
Frank Vincent?
Frank Vincent. He got taken off. I think his lasted the most on everybody's. Like 4 of us did different mafia commercials. It was amazing the amount of mob action that was in this town.
Yeah.
I did a movie, You Got Nothing. It was all mob stuff. That was just short films that paid. They would pay me, even though they had no budget. They would pay me because I looked like Vincent Pastore.
Yeah, of course.
It was fucking crazy. And then I went to New York. I was doing the New York Comedy Festival. And Georgianne's assistant was in the audience. And she came up to me and she goes, are you busy tomorrow? You have to meet this lady. She's going on to see you.
For sure.
And I went outside. I was supposed to go to Buffalo. She walked up to me. Georgianne walked. She goes, can you leave a business card upstairs? Because we're looking for guys like you. Like, I'm here 11 o'clock. And we started talking. I read for Gigi. I read for Sharif's part. I read for the cop who's opening up a pizza place now. The federal cop that used to, him, I just bumped into him. He's opening up a pizza place.
Out here?
In Brooklyn.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Back to Brooklyn. I read for that role. And David Chase's note was, keep sending me everything that you do. So that, of course, got killed off The Sopranos. He was in a show called The Mezzos about 2 gay mobsters.
Really?
ABC was developing it. ABC got cold feet. got rid of the project. They resold it to Fox. I did the short film, and then I sent that to Georgie, and then she called me in to push his brother. It was supposed to have 4 episodes.
Right.
But they sent the sides to the comedy store. I was doing Spider-Man too. I was at Sony, so in those days you had to be home to 20 fucking seconds.
Yeah.
So I went to the store, got the side, and the girl spoke to Shariffa. But I think Shariffa, by mistake, said my friends are auditioning for this thing for Dom Herrera, and they called it like a confidentiality agreement.
Really? Get out of here. Yeah. But you know what's funny is, like, I hear, first of all, I think the reason why, I don't have social media, I don't do any of the fucking Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, I got nothing. And, like, I think about it now, and I think about how, I think, I see these shows like Stranger Things on Netflix or whatever show, and it's like, hey, we're here now. Look, we're eating up fucking. This is what we're eating. This is what we're doing. Here's where we're standing. Oh, look, here's the. And I think the reason, or one of the reasons, one of the many why Sopranos was so good is there was none of that. You never saw us sitting around fucking smoking cigarettes, laughing in our pajamas, because that's what we would do. They would say you got a fucking hour, or when we would do read-throughs, we would sit around it. There were no pictures of us anywhere. If you weren't watching me as fucking AJ and Jim as Tony and everybody, she was Carmela. She wasn't putting up Instagram videos every 5 minutes going, oh, we're in the kitchen now, we're getting ready to shoot this scene. And I think that it just takes away from the intensity of I think people watch this show, especially in New York, New Jersey, and they were like, no, that's Carmela, that's Tony, that's not. Where now today, I think it's like people know so much more about the fucking celebrities, and then I'm having lunch with fucking Jake, and and we're here, and it's just, I think there's and I think that's why now everything is shifting to fucking podcasts and actually knowing who people are instead of these. I just think the intensity of it. I remember somebody coming up to me once and asking if Tony hit me, and I was like, what do you mean? And they're like, well, does he has he ever given you a real beating? I go, you watch the show. Whatever he doesn't hit me when the cameras aren't on. What are you talking about? And they just they couldn't even understand what I was trying to say. They were just so fucking caught up in they saw me in the street and they wanted to know if Tony beat me. And I was like, it's whatever you see. I don't even know how to answer this guy asking me this question. You know what I mean? Where now it's they would see us fucking on Instagram every day, hugging each other and laughing and this, and they would never ask that question because they would know, they would be like, oh yeah, I saw you and Tony went to go get fucking, chicken fingers the other day, and they would never ask something like that.
Olympics in Tokyo 3 years ago.
Were
His
you
final
going to
was
school?
on at the same time as the men's 100-meter final. He finished his event,
When you
walked
shot
up
the
to
pilot,
us,
I mean,
and
you
he
were
could have
going to
easily
grammar
just
school,
kept talking
obviously.
and said, no,
Yeah, so I went to school up until about
we couldn't do it.
maybe 1 or 2 seasons in, and then I was working so much that I would show up to school and I wouldn't know what the fuck they were talking about. So then I just kind of stopped going, and I leaned more towards the fucking kids who were in the park drinking and smoking and that kind of thing. And then I ended up stopped going to school, and HBO got me a homeschool tutor for me to finish out and get a high school diploma. So I was just I would go to school. What I started doing was let's say I'd work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, have off. I would sleep until 11, and I'd go to school. Lunch would be at 11:30. I'd go right outside my school for everybody to come out for lunch, and then I would try and convince people to stay out and not go back in and hang with me and go to the park and fucking drink a 40 or smoke or do whatever. And then sometimes I would end up having a few beers at lunch and be like, hey, I'll fucking go back. I'll go back in. Yeah, let's go say hi to Mr. fucking whatever. And it was just, a lot of the times I shouldn't have, I probably should have been walking back in there. But yeah, that was probably, I probably gave up on school around 14, I would say. Yeah, and then no high school would really accept me because my days absent was so high. I had my days absent was higher than my average in school. So my average was a 56, and my days absent was 58 or some shit like that. I forget the numbers, but So all these schools would just see that and be like, no. And then I remember some amazing fucking school called me. I forget if it was like Baruch or like one of these schools, and they go, listen, it was the head of the school. The woman called my cell phone, and she goes, or she called my home phone. I guess I was young. So she calls my home phone and she goes, I want to ask you, I'll accept you into the school if you promise me when you're not working, you'll give it your all and you'll be the best student you could be in the school. And so you don't have to go to fucking MLK or whatever school in New York that you're going to have to go to. I'll let you in the school, but you have to promise me. I go, I can't do that. Because I was like, I'll be lying if I tell you that that's what I'm going to do. I go, I know where I'm at right now. I'm not going to all of a sudden fucking flip a switch and be. And she was like, well, thank you for being honest with me. And then I went to like a pretty shitty school, and you know, that was probably 9th grade, and I just never really showed up. You know, I showed up every now and then to. I don't even know why, honestly. You know, there were just some days where I'd probably wake up and be like, I feel like going to see everybody and fucking hanging out there. But I never even I don't even remember getting fucking grades or them to, like, it was like I wasn't there, you know? And it was like, there were a few people in the school who were cool and kind of understood, like, you're, you know, because Sopranos was fucking huge at that time, you know? So they kind of understood. And I just, after, I would say, like, I never stepped foot back in school after probably the age of 15.
That's like season 3.
Yeah, ish, like around there. And then they got me a tutor. But then what happened was, somewhere around like 16, 17, I really started going out and partying, and then the school just fucking, it kept slipping. So like I would show up to see her at it would be a struggle for me to get to my kitchen table because I'd be fucking hungover, I'd be feeling like shit, and by like the second hour, and she's asking me these questions and this, and my head hurts, and I'm just thinking about, you know, the fucking girl from last night, and then I'm just like, I don't know, you know.
I mean, you were living a life. You were on the best show on television. You know, you were shooting fucking crazy hours. How many months would you shoot? Would it take to shoot a season?
Sometimes it was 6, but towards the end it was more. It was like 9, I think. It started becoming more, maybe like 8. But then we did. I think I have such a bad memory, but for this, I think we started doing like less episodes as the show went on. But they just became. I remember it taking so long at the end. It was so, and I remember like sometimes they would come to us and say, hey, listen, you know, you're not in the next episode. You know, you got fucking 2 weeks off. And I remember people like Edie, if she had very little work or wasn't in an episode, would be upset. Like they would tell me I had 2 weeks off. I would be trying to hold in some fucking, you know, fist pumping and fucking, you know, being all excited because I was like, oh shit, I can go party. I could just go fucking hang out with my friends for 2 weeks, and I know I got this fucking the greatest show in the fucking. I have the greatest show to come back to, and then I'd be like, all right, you know, I'll see you guys on. Call me when you need me, and then I would just go and fucking hang out with my friends, and I'd get the call like, all right, the script for episode 4 is out, you're in it, and I would just fucking go but like it never felt like work. Just working with James and Edie and Jamie, they were so fucking good, and like you sit and you watch Edie Falco do a scene. And then you're like, I'm getting paid to be here. It's the craziest. And the way that I grew up, like, I grew up really poor. And basically, I kind of had the thing where it was like, if you do everything right, you'll get your grandfather's job. If you do everything right, if you don't fuck up, if you do good in school, you could take his job, but he was like the super of a building. And then you'll fucking, you know, in our neighborhood, he had the fucking great job. He had it easy, you know. He would fucking go into work at like 6 a.m. or whatever, fix shit in the building, and then at noon, he would go to the bar to have like a sandwich and a beer, and then he just wouldn't go back to work. He would just end up, you know, drinking. Whatever. Hey, if you need me, you know, I'll be down at the bar. He'd be a block away. But things were fucking cooler back then. You know, this is like the late 80s, early 90s, where shit was just, people weren't watching every movie because you didn't have a cell phone. They couldn't get to you, so they'd be like, oh, where's Bobby? And they'd be like, oh, he's, you know, we don't know, we'll tell him tomorrow. And then he would fuck, but he showed up every day, 6 a.m., 6 a.m., because he only worked a block away, you know. And then he was the super of our building too, so we got to live in our building rent free. So there were a bunch of us living in a 1 bedroom, and there was no door on the bedroom, so it was just like a bedroom with the door open, the kitchen and the living room, and we were just all fucking in there. So it's like to then jump to, like you said, now this you're on the fucking best show ever. Like this show could have stopped at season 3, and I would have been the fucking success story of, like it still would have been like, oh my god, he did the greatest thing. And the fact that it went on 7 seasons and people argue it's the best show ever and all this shit, it's crazy to think of how it all turned out.
When you were shooting this, while you were shooting these, what did you think of David?
I love David. I always love David because, I looked at him as he's the reason I'm here. You know what I mean? Like, he's the guy who gave me this thing. Like, I was fat, and yet I could still get girls. Because it was like, oh shit, he's on a fucking TV, like I love David. I love the way he was. I always thought he was a fucking, 13-year-old me, what do I know? But I always thought he was just some fucking genius, and he was the best. He was funny. He was always super nice to me. I remember one time where like I was 18 years old and we were shooting a scene, and it was me, James, Edie, and probably Jamie. I don't remember if Jamie was there. We were in the kitchen doing whatever. And I just remember like turning my head and seeing David walk onto set, and he went to go watch like on the monitor or whatever. And I remember like feeling nervous, and that was the first time I was like, oh shit, yeah, that's the boss, like that. Because I never when we went to go do the pilot, there was no giant celebrity. There was nobody who was saying, oh my god, can you believe blah blah blah's here? Can we get pictures with it? We were all sitting in the same fucking. We'd all sit outside laughing, bullshitting. There was nobody was from California, so nobody was. You would hear things about people being like, "I want the biggest trailer." Or, There was none of that. We wouldn't. Sometimes we've had trailers on set, and we wouldn't even go over there. We'd be sitting in the basement of the house that we were shooting and just fucking laughing, making fun of each other, making fun of people, doing whatever. We had. It was always just us sitting around having the best time.
When did you stop going off the reservation? Like, you booked it when you were 12.
Booked when I was 12.
When did you stop partying? When did you get the green light?
So when I was like 11 or 12, I think I was 12, I first smoked weed. And
welcome to New York City.
Yeah, I know.
Welcome to New York fucking City.
You know what I talk about all the time with what makes kids from New York City different than anywhere else? It's like, let's say fucking Tom lives upstate and he tells his parents, I'm going to Ricky's house. When he goes to Ricky's house, you know who he's going to see. He's going to see Ricky, he's going to see Ricky's mom, Ricky's dad, and that's it. He's going to see 3 people. When I used to tell my mom, hey, I'm going to Rex's house, I could see 400 people on my way from here to just going a few blocks to my friend's place. So you have to learn. You have to be always looking at like, what the fuck is this person up to? What are they? We're like, I remember when I was like 16-ish, I was doing stupid shit and got in a little trouble and got moved to my dad's out of the city for a little bit. And I remember talking to 16-year-olds upstate and being like, what do you mean your mom's going to drive us to the mall? Like, I can't even, that sounds like fucking, I'd rather sit downstairs and fucking stare at the wall than sit in the car with your mom while she drives us to the fucking mall, because it was like, by the time I was 12, it was like we'd be hanging out in fucking staircases and smoking weed and drinking and then, so it was around 12, 13, 14, I was drinking, smoking weed and that kind of stuff, but it was still just fun, It was like, hey, let's go weed over here and this, and then probably like 15, 16 became like, oh, somebody would, because we didn't have money to do all that shit, and then around 15, 16, it would be like, oh, somebody said they could get us fucking ecstasy, so we would save up and try and get it, but then I was probably able to, I just had a little more money and everything, but around 17, end of 16, 17, I started going out to clubs in New York and really partying and just getting whatever the fuck I wanted for free. Like, people would just come up to me with a fucking handshake or, but it's also around the time where I got arrested and I was in the paper for fucking weed.
For keeping that clean.
So people knew, so people would come up to me and just handshake with a fucking bag of weed. And then around 17, it became blow. And I started doing blow. And then from 18 to 22, I was doing blow every fucking time I drank. Every time. And then I would, so I would binge drink. I would drink for 3 days, just doing blow, staying up, fucking partying, everything. And then I would chill for 3 or 4 days, just smoke weed, take fucking painkillers, just kind of like stay in. And then at 22 or 20, no, maybe 23, I stopped drinking for a year to stop doing coke because I couldn't stop. I'd be like, okay, I'm not doing fucking coke anymore. And then it would be 3 days later, and we'd be somewhere with the fucking windows painted black, and we would just be going for fucking 3 days, party, everything. And like, I think the difference with me was like I didn't have a job, I didn't have responsibilities, so it was never like you do those impressions of those people all the time, and it's like that. Like I would meet people, and they'd be like, I had the craziest night with you. We were out till 7 a.m. And guess what do you? Like I don't even like people think of crazy nights and staying out till 7 a.m. because they have responsibilities. They got a fucking job. They got this. I was 18. I had my own apartment. I would get 9 months off from Sopranos at a time. And I would just go, all right, I'm going to go out. I'm going to drink. And one fucking night led into 9 months. And all of a sudden I'd be getting that call, like, all right, we're starting up again. I'd be like, oh shit, all I did was fucking do coke and drink and go party for the entire time. And then something in me, I don't know what it was. Let's say I had to work on Wednesday, I wouldn't even drink that Friday before. Just in case. If I drank that Friday, started fucking doing blow, it turned into Saturday, Sunday, Monday, then I wanted to sleep for fucking 24 hours and I woke up and I didn't know my lines or I didn't, so like, whenever I would have to work, I would stop partying or drinking or anything for a long time before, and then as soon as we were fucking, all right, you got 2 weeks off or wrap a season, that was it. And it was just, like you were saying, we never know it's bad, we never know we have a problem. So it's like I went from taking 3 Percocets a day to all of a sudden taking 15. And it's like, you don't go, oh shit, on Tuesday I took 4, and now I'm taking 5. And then it became to the point where I would have a fucking Percocet on my nightstand because I would wake up and I would just fucking feel like shit, and I would take the Percocet and I didn't even drink water with them. I would just put them in the back of my teeth and chew them, and then I would just fucking lay there, and then 15 minutes later I'd be like, all right, I could fucking get out of bed now and function. And then I would stay home for 3 or 4 days, smoking weed, taking Percocets, taking Xanax, watching TV, playing online poker, doing whatever, and then I would get the call like, hey, we're going out tonight, it's blah, blah, blah's birthday, and that would be a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, just drinking, partying. But like, I'm so grateful. I look back now that it all happened, because it's the reason why if I meet some chick today and I get married and everything, I could tell her, like, listen, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not gonna be one of these assholes who all of a sudden took a fucking business trip to Vegas with his friends and now he discovered fucking blow and hookers and like,
Yes, 18 medals, just 2 off our record from
yeah, I know what I want. I know what I want in life. It's not that, because even though I stopped doing blow, so I stopped doing blow when I was about 23 or 22, whatever. So I stopped drinking for a year. So I go back to drinking. I go, if I ever do blow again, that's it. I'm never drinking again. And about 6 months into that, I found Molly. And I was like, all right, well, it's not blow. And then I would just fucking stay up for days. I just replaced Molly with blow. And I would just stay up for fucking 3 days, doing Molly nonstop. And you just, you just start to be around a lot of people that you shouldn't be around, and especially with, it goes, but you don't even know.
Yeah, next minute it's Maximus.
You don't even know what the fuck happens.
With fucking pills and you're in.
Yeah.
That's what people always say. You're in. How was it once the show ended?
I wasn't sad about it at all. I wasn't sad.
Were you ready to move on?
I don't even think for me there was any sort of like transition. Like it was like on Monday we're doing the show. David said, "Hey, we're not doing it anymore." Okay, because it was like on one hand, I guess I just thought in my head like, well, I don't have to work. I don't have to take those times off from partying anymore. I don't have to fucking clear my head for a fucking 3 days before I go to work. I don't have to. Now it's just hang out with my friends. So my manager, when I was like 22. 23 was like, you guys keep working out. Sopranos ending, and I was like, give me 6 months or however long they said, give me a year. I just want to hang out with my friends and I want to fucking party and I want to do nothing. And then that turns into 6-7 years of just fucking nonstop partying, and like people would always just talk about like, how do you fucking drink so much and party so much? Like, because then I could go sleep for 20 hours if I want. Like I don't have fucking kids with toys banging in my head, waking me up in the morning. I don't have a wife. I don't have any fucking responsibilities. If I don't feel good, I want to sleep for 20 hours and then take Percocets for 3 days. And I just had no. And when I went to seek help, what he told me was the reason why I was having that anxiety, he thinks, is because I was just like, when you see a fucking piece of like lint floating in the air, he's like, that's how you were. You didn't know what was going. You were just, and even though you enjoyed that, your body couldn't fucking handle it. Your brain couldn't handle it. You needed some kind of anchor. You needed that thing that was going to stop you and make you clear your head for 3 days and go to work. And if you couldn't just be that piece of whatever floating around.
Or did you get sober?
So when I was 28, my 28th birthday, I went out and I took like 35 mollies, and I was fucking out of my mind. Like I was just, I went to go see a concert, and I was in fucking Madison Square Garden. So I show up to my friend's place, and I go, I'm going to take 5 mollies, and we're going to go to this fucking concert, and we're going to have a good time. So let's say the concert's at 10. I'm making up times. I don't know the times. So let's say the concert's at 10. At 7 o'clock, I take 5 mollies, and I'm fucking drinking tequila and hanging out. So now all of a sudden at 9:30, and I'm like, you know what? It's my birthday, and I kind of had in my head like, I'm gonna chill out after this. But I always did. You know, I always had that thing like with Percocets. I'd be fucking taking Percocets every day for a year, and every night I would get in bed and be like, all right, tomorrow we're not gonna take the fucking Percocets. We're gonna take 3 instead of taking fucking 12. We're gonna, and then the next day you just fall back into that routine. You forget, you know, you wake up, you fucking chew one, and all of a sudden an hour later you take another one, then you're fucking popping Xanax and this. So we're about to leave for the concert, and I go, you know what, I'm gonna take 5 more fucking mollies and just be off my fucking ass at this concert. And I go, there's nobody gonna be looking at me. It's gonna be fucking dark. I had like sunglasses on and a fucking, you know, a scarf, and I'm all fucking, you know, I'm like, we're gonna have a fucking ball. And it was like a DJ, so I was like, everybody's gonna be off their fucking ass. Then we'll go out and party after. So I take 5 mollies, and then I took like a bottle like this, and it was ginger ale, and I put tequila in it, and I cracked 5 mollies in there. And I was like, in case I'm in the concert and I feel like it's going down, because at the time I wasn't some guy who 10 mollies fucking, you know, ended my life like some dad from fucking, you know, the suburbs. I was already taking numbers like that, you know, if not a little less, but it was my birthday. I was going to take a little more. So I got this ginger ale full of tequila and the molly, and I'm walking into the concert, and I'm fucking like, my teeth are fucking chattering. I'm feeling good, but I'm loving it. I'm with fucking 2 of my best friends. I'm on top of the world. Everything's great, but it's now when I think about it, like I was fucking rock. And I get to the front of the line, and some guy who looked like a cop, but he's probably just a security guard. He's like, hey. And he sees me, and in your head for that 1 second, you just go, oh, it's all over. You know, you don't know why. You just go, oh, shit, he knows or something. And he goes, you can't bring that in. And I had the fucking ginger ale in my hand with the tequila. And I was so relieved that he just said, you can't bring that in, and not you're fucking coming with me or you're under or whatever. I unscrewed the fucking tequila with the 5 mollies, drank that, and walked into Madison Square Garden. And I'm on 15 mollies in maybe 4 hours, something like that, and I'm in there, and I'm just fucking lost. Like, I remember walking through the fucking hallways, and people have on the fucking glowing fucking lights thing, and I remember, like, getting to our seats, and people were also fucked up at our seats, so they're, like, high-fiving this, and I'm saying, it's my birthday, so I'm saying to these people, thank you for coming. And they're looking at me like, thank you for coming. Like, thank you for coming to my birthday. Like, I think somewhere in my head, I thought it was my fucking birthday party at Madison Square Garden with fucking 40,000 people. And I had a great night that night. We fucking partied, we stay at the concert. Everything's amazing. And so that's a Friday. Like Saturday, Sunday, I'm still up. I'm taking Molly every like hour, you know, taking a little. I go to bed. I wake up, and I remember like it was probably 4 days after that. I was supposed to go to a birthday dinner, and I remember being like, I can't get out of bed. Like I remember being like just feeling cold, feeling like shit and awful. And I was like, I think I might have done it this time. Like there might be no coming back from where I am. Like I would fucking hear something in my hallway and get sketched out. Like I was fucked up. And I remember saying I got to go to the doctor because I couldn't eat anything. I would eat, I would throw up. I'd eat, I'd throw up. It was just over and over. So I go to the doctor, and he's like, when's the last time you ate a fucking vegetable? And I'm like, I don't know, you got chicken fried rice. They got peas in the fucking chicken fried rice. I eat it. He goes, you got to stop what you're doing right now. He goes, you got to stop drinking for a while. He goes, you got to eat some fucking vegetables. You got to try doing some fucking kind of exercise. I hadn't done exercise in I don't know, 6, 7 years, like any sort of, and like even like a walking on a tread, you know, like I actually had a treadmill in my living room because sometimes I would get fat, like I would gain fucking 20 pounds, and I'd get on the treadmill on incline and watch a fucking TV show or whatever. But like besides walking, I had done nothing for so long. He's like, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. So that week, I remember I left his office and I went to a place that made fucking vegetable juices, and he goes, go get just an all vegetable juice. Like, all right, I drank that and I felt high. Like I felt high, because my body had no fucking nutrients for 7 days, but also like I felt good. Like I was like, holy shit, like I could keep this down. My body, I haven't had vegetables in who knows how long. I feel real good.
Beautiful.
I went to like the park the next day. I meet up with my friends. He's like, yeah, we're gonna start fucking doing yoga. You just start. So I start doing the fucking yoga and that, and I'm still taking the Percocets and the Xanax and everything. But I was like, I made the decision then that I was gonna stop doing Molly and stop drinking, and that was 7 years ago. I haven't been drunk since then. But I was at a dinner like 4 years ago, and somebody gave me a vodka soda by mistake, and I thought it was a soda. I just said club soda, and the guy thought it was vodka club soda because everybody was with partying. And when I took a sip of it, I realized there was vodka in it. And I remember people like freaking out, and there was this whole big thing, and I became obsessed with like not liking the fact that I was that guy. Like oh no, we don't know what could happen. He has no control over the. Who knows what would happen if he drank at this. So I called up my best friend. So I'm 34 now. I met him in preschool, like 30 years. His name is Rex. He's the fucking greatest guy. And I go, I need you to come with me to dinner, and we're gonna open a bottle of wine, and I'm gonna have 4 or 5 sips of a glass of wine. I just need to know what's gonna happen. If I have to live my life differently. I just felt this way. Like if I drink these 5 sips of wine and it leads to a fucking crazy night of partying and this, and I know I'm never going to drink again, whatever. But I need for myself to know, because I was laying in bed at night, like, what if that sip that I took was too big? What if there was more alcohol? What if there was more vodka in that fucking glass than there was? What if there was straight vodka and I took a sip? Would I have fucking fallen off? So I wanted to know for me, and I went to meet my boy, and we had a fucking couple sips of wine, and that was it. It was over. I was like, okay, now I know. I'm not so weak, or you know, and I'm not trying to say that somebody can't do that they're weak. I just wanted to know, am I this weak for around alcohol? If I have 4 sips, is it going to take over my fucking mind and make me do things? You know, just make me fall back into that same person I was. I couldn't shake that not knowing thing. And yeah, so it's been 7 years, and there probably have been 3 instances where at dinner I took a couple sips of wine. Otherwise, I haven't had a single drink. I haven't been drunk. I haven't touched Molly or Coke has been around the same. Like Coke was like 23 and I'm 34, so 11, 12 years, something like that. And then Percocets is less. Percocets is like 4 or 5 years, maybe 5 years. Xanax took me a long time to get off. Xanax is a fucking bitch. For me, everything was easy compared to like. People talk about opiates, and I guess obviously the withdrawal from something like heroin is a lot rougher than Percocets. But what I had to deal with the benzos is like a fucking. It's just the worst night because.
How long was the process?
Years. You know, it was a really long time because I was taking something like roughly 3. I would take like a bar and a half every day, maybe like a little bit more. But it just became, which is not in my head. I don't think anything is a lot, you know. But I feel like that's not a lot. But it became 6 years of doing that every day, or 7 years or something. And so I had to go see a specialist because I couldn't shake it. I'm like the Percocets I figured out on my own. The drinking, I was like, I'm just done everything. When with the benzos, I couldn't figure out how to even lessen my dose. And I'm going to tell you what the guy told me. Obviously, anybody out there, don't take my fucking advice. I'm no doctor. I'm just telling you what he told me, which was the first thing you have to do is get yourself on a schedule. Because your brain, when you're not on Xanax, then you take your Xanax and it's here, and sometimes you don't take it for 3 hours. So he's like, you have to get on a regular thing. So if you say 2 hours after I wake up, I take my first Xanax. Then I take one every 3 hours, and I take the exact same amount. So I was like, so that was my first step. That was my first meeting. He goes, just start doing that. I go, okay, no problem. Next time I came to see him, he's like, all right, once you get comfortable with that, he's like, you're going to go less and less, super slow, over and over. So you're going to go from taking 0.5 6 times a day to taking, half a 0.2, or however you want to do it. So he gave me, for the first time in my life, I had a prescription for fucking Xanax, which is crazy. Like, it took me quitting to finally get a prescription. I was just getting them on the street, And so he goes, because I'm taking the bar, so I'll give you milligrams so that it's easier for you to quit. Because if you have a bar, it's hard to make 0.25 out of a bar or 0.37, whatever you want to do. So he gives me these 0.25. So I start taking like 1.5 0.25s every 3 hours or whatever it is. And then once I got really low on the milligrams, he goes, all right, now start spacing it into every 4 hours instead of every 3 hours you're taking it. And then you're going to only do it 3 times a day. So this was years of a process.
How did it affect your sleep?
It wasn't too bad because I always kept that one at night, like right before bed. The problem became, what really took me a long time too, was the idea of having none, right? Like the idea of lessening it was something I really wanted to do. So it was it wasn't too hard. It was like, okay, trying to quit on my own is fucking insane. Like I said it to you earlier, the feeling, the only way I can describe it is like if you're trying to quit Xanax, for me, it's like if your biggest fear is heights and somebody takes you skydiving and right when they open the fucking door to that plane and they turn to you and go, are you ready? And the way that you feel right there looking out however many thousands of feet up, that's how I felt sitting on my couch watching TV. Like it was just all day that fucking rattling fear of, it was a fucking bitch to open my front door, it was a bitch to get into the fucking elevator, like everything was just, it was torture trying to quit on my own. Well, what he told me to do made it a lot easier, and then my sleep didn't really get affected until it was time to not do any at all. So what happened was, this guy told me, you're going to have to eventually not do any, and I couldn't do it. Like I was like, I can't not take that one in the middle of the day and that one at night. Like I feel like I'm holding on too tight to it. I don't know what to do. So he's like, all right, when you're ready, the same way you did this, when you're ready. So I had to come out to LA for a little bit. I come out, and this guy was a specialist, and he charged $300 to go see him. And after I saw him a bunch, I was like, listen, I can't afford to come see you anymore. So he's like, well, what I'll do is I'll charge you $150 to come see me. So I'm like, okay. So I'm paying the $150 to see him, but I'm also getting the Xanax from him. So in my head, I'm like, well, I'm saving this amount of money by not buying the fucking Xanax, right? So
and a little bit of grimace.
So he tells me, I'm going to LA for a while. So I come back from LA, however long I was gone, and we have our first meeting, and my bill shows up and it's $300. And I was like, oh, this guy forgot that we're on a fucking 150 schedule. So I hit him up. I go, hey, remember, it's 150, not 300. And he was like, oh, no, well, you didn't see me for a while. You were in LA. Now that you're back, it's 300. And I was like, what do you mean? We agreed on 150. When were you going to tell me this? And I don't know if it's the fucking Irish in me, if it's the addict in me, what the fuck it is, but I was like, fuck this. I was like, I'm not taking that Xanax tonight. I don't care if I fucking feel like I'm falling out of a plane. I don't care if I feel like I can't sleep for fucking 3 days. I don't give a fuck. I'm never seeing this dude again, and I'm not restarting this shit with somebody else. And I remember 3 days later, I'd never touched a Xanax ever again. So like I said to you, there's times where like I hurt myself in the gym and like I'll smoke a joint at night or take a fucking hit off a ball. Oh yeah, that's how I feel. But I don't like to say I'm sober and then somebody sees me fucking buying weed at the store. Yeah.
My thing was the alcohol.
Yeah.
I could do 1 drink, 2 drinks. When I was 20, once I did 3 Southern Comfort and Irish, you could rape me.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm telling you the truth.
Yeah.
When I was 20. The first one I could control. The second one I can control. The third one, we're going to Washington Square Park. We're copping 8 Valley, $10.
Yep.
And we're going to 135, pick up an 8 ball, and then we're going to stop at 181 and pick up some fucking F-66 Express, and we're shooting over the George Washington Bridge. So, for me, today,
the
Reefer
race.
is my teddy bear.
And
Yeah.
That
it's
is
going
my
to hurt
teddy
though.
bear.
Those
Right.
I can
downhills
look
hurt
these both
almost
in the air
as
right
much
now.
as the
I'm
uphill.
going to tell you, I
And
don't
they
even
can
think I
wreak
get that
havoc
high.
on these athletes.
Right.
Look how
I get up in
fast
the morning, I
Connor
do,
Mance now is turning
8
over.
bombs at fucking 7.
Well, yeah, I've seen the fucking video. I know what you're up to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I
So
do it to
Kipchoge
get
has gone through.
Yeah, exact. Yep.
If I don't smoke in the
So
morning,
Nate
I
has
won't
just
be
rolled
fucking
out.
home.
Kipchoge
Yep.
has
It's
gone
a
through in
drag to
58th
eat. So if I
place.
smoke, I'll do a
106.07.
protein shake, something.
Yeah.
So
Just
Kipchoge
so I don't go out and get
is
sick
a
while I'm
long,
driving.
long way
Right.
adrift.
Because if I don't
And
eat,
once
I'll
again,
get
he's
sick
just
while I'm
holding
driving.
that left
Right.
hip.
I don't consider weed
And it would be
at all.
a
Yeah,
surprise.
but by the way, there's some people who
Judging
do and
by
they can't
his body
smoke
language
it
at the
because they feel
time,
like that's a
it would
That's a
fucking
be a
game.
domino.
surprise at this
Absolutely.
Yeah,
stage
it's
It's a
a
if he
trigger.
was able to
Absolutely.
mount
And I
some
get
kind of
that.
comeback.
For me, I
And
need it
Faniel now is just
to keep
behind
well,
that
look, they
chase
do
group
sober October.
yeah, yeah.
5 or 6.
And I spoke to
So we've
Joe
got the
about
lead
it. I'm going to be strictly honest with you.
A chase
Do you
in
know when I
6th.
went off the most in my life when I was told,
And the guy
see, I'm Cuban.
was trying to
Being
close the gap
Cuban
on
is
those chasers.
almost as bad as being
With
fucking
Faniel
Irish.
just at the bottom
Okay?
of the picture,
Almost as stubborn.
detached from the
You're
chase group.
even more stubborn than you guys. If you said to me, Joey, I don't,
Atatürk, the
like
Mongolian,
when you want to
who's
see a doctor,
obviously
he
in
doesn't think you
last
should quit
place,
with everything.
contesting his
Yeah.
That's one thing.
6th consecutive
When you went on
Olympic
probation, I
marathon.
told you
So
you couldn't smoke.
all credit to
That's what
the
eats my
Mongolian,
cross.
who's
Yeah.
The rule
like he was limping
is
a
the
little.
one I
So
break. So if you come
it's
to me
going to be a
tomorrow
very,
and
very
look
long
at
day for
what's
him.
that
But
testing you
I
once
would
a month,
imagine, despite the fact that
you
he
know,
didn't
we're
finish
going
in
to test
Tokyo,
you for
I
whatever,
would
I'm
imagine
going to
he's going
smoke.
to carry on.
It's when you say to me, like yesterday, I got up, I didn't smoke
15
till
people
last
in
night.
that
Yeah.
lead
I
pack.
got
Now
up yesterday
everybody
morning
together.
in whatever, fucking Omaha,
Well,
and
they
I
must have
didn't
slowed
have
that group,
papers.
that chase pack
I
to
had the weed,
rejoin.
but I didn't smoke, and I got
I think
home
they
and I
went
got
through,
busy.
got their
And
food.
last
It
night,
always
9
kind of
o'clock,
packs back up.
Yeah.
and I was happy. I was hungry, whatever.
You can hear the crowd
But
just
that's
going
my teddy
crazy
bear.
for
Yeah.
a man that we've
Alcohol,
all
let me tell you
watched
something,
over
I
the
never
last
liked
few years.
I'll drink it to be social. I'll drink it to,
What an honour
Jesus
for Rabbi
Christ.
Buchanan, the
There's nothing
double
worse than
Australian
going to
cross-country
stand there with a
champion,
Coke
to be
or a
running
wine
alongside
and faking that
Eliud
you're drinking a
Kipchoge.
fucking Cuba Libre.
We are
Because
about
I'm
to
a
get
fag.
into a
Okay,
key
nothing bothers
moment
me.
in this
I'm
race.
supposed to have a fucking, either you drink it or you're fucking not.
Yeah.
If you're not
29K,
drinking, go to home
there
because
is
you're making me fucking embarrassed.
Yeah.
It's like when Christopher didn't post
16
Paulie.
cent
He's posting the reward.
There we go. You can kind of start
You know,
to see it.
if
This
you're
is
not
the
going to drink,
first
go
little
home.
bump.
Do me a
They'll
favor.
have a
You know those
little
people that go to the bar?
plateau,
I'm
and
going
then
to
they
drink
go
something.
real high for the
You're
next
making
big
everybody
bump.
get depressed. I grew up in the 70s,
And already
Robert, where every
this group
TV
is
show,
beginning to stretch.
if you watch any TV
But
show
look
from the
at
70s, when you
Nagasaki.
walk in a
This
person's
must
house,
be a
they had a
predetermined
cart.
tactic.
A little
Right,
cart
He's got to
with
go
2
hard,
bottles, no
hard,
label.
hard.
You didn't know
Well,
what
if
you
you
were
like
drinking.
hills,
So,
that's how
let
you
me
do
get a
it. And
Scotch.
that's just,
No.
it's
They
almost
poured
harder
and gave
to
it to
slow
you.
It was brown,
down
that's
and,
it.
It was brown.
and
Yeah.
to get
Right.
make
It could be
easy.
whatever
You wanna
you
just
drank
kinda
it.
get up
Right.
and get
Now
over
we
it.
got pussies. Now people are like, well, it's got 8
Regarding
calories.
this hit,
Right.
You know, in the 70s,
closer they
boom,
get to
bombs
the
are
summit,
hard. I wish
it,
I could
over
do
the
that.
next sort
Yeah.
of
I
600,
wish
700
Me too.
meters,
were
they
3
get
places
really,
every
really
day
steep. We haven't
and
got
just
to
have
the
a drink.
real
Let's
height
get a
yet.
let's get a
And we
tequila,
saw Tola
boom,
on
and
the
then
first hill
not
back
not
at about
again, like maybe
20K.
like at
Do
6,
the
have another
same
one,
tactic.
or maybe
He
go to
went
the
strong
comedy
on the
store and have
hills.
another one. You know how many times I go to the comedy
All of a
store
sudden,
tonight? I'm
this
drinking.
group has
Right.
split.
Get the fucking margarita.
Now
How long has it been since you tasted alcohol?
Saturday night.
Okay, yeah,
You
yeah.
I had
had
2
too
shots
much
of Jägermeister on stage.
Right.
Friday
your
night.
body on
But
these
again,
hills, and it can crush
let's
you
do
this last part of the
Yeah.
race.
I had 2 doubles of Jaeger, and it's just, for me, it's like,
I don't know
I
what
just
he's
went over
doing
my
there,
Weight
but
Watcher points with sugar.
Right.
That's what I
just
can
So it
getting
was
out
the
to
blow.
see.
It was all the blow.
See
That
where
was
the
my
split
win.
is.
Yeah,
I love the blow, pill, the alcohol combination.
The pill, like downers?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like
No way.
no speed, no, what's that shit? Adderall.
Yeah, I took that once and I remember I was like, I just feel like I can't sleep. That was it. I didn't like, for me, Percocet, like I said earlier, I love fucking Percocet. I love drinking. I love that shit. But probably, I mean, there's a chance that Coke was like the thing I did the most of. And like, I never even liked it. You know what I mean? Like, I remember there were times where I'd wake up next to a girl and see her doing fucking wake up doing Coke. And I'm like, oh, God. What the fuck is, but then, you know, I would think that was disgusting and not want to be around her. And then 10 hours later, I'd be like, where's that fucking girl's number? You know, like I'd be looking to fucking get, because I would be fucking 6 drinks in. Like, I got to a point where I would drink a bottle of tequila before I'd go out, before I would leave my apartment. So I would, I had like those red fucking plastic cups in my apartment, and I'd fill it with, like, I would be sitting on my couch feeling like shit. And I'd be like, all right, I'm going to fill a fucking cup up with tequila, drink it. And then by somewhere around the second one, when I'm fucking smoking that cigarette, and I put a fucking song on, and I start fucking feeling it. And then I had a place in the shower for my fucking cup of tequila. And I'd be in the fucking shower. And then by somewhere around the fucking fourth one, maybe, I'd start hitting people up. All right, where are we going? But what time are you coming to fucking pick me up? Am I meeting you there? And by the time that there was a little bit left in that bottle, I was ready to fucking go out there. I'd put it in a ginger ale bottle or a water bottle, whatever. I would drink it in the cab or in my friend's car. So, like, I have friends who I've been friends with for 10 years who think I'm the most social, like, only love if I could talk to the fucking wall and this, where because they only saw me outside of my apartment after drinking a fucking bottle of tequila, you know, where other, like, then I have other friends who, like, lived in my neighborhood who have known me since I was fucking 6 years old, who are like, oh, Rob will sit in his fucking crib for, 6-7 days, 2 weeks, like, there's times where he just doesn't come out, where I have friends that I knew from going out and from clubs would if you told them that I'm that way, they would be like, you don't know Rob. He's nothing like that. Because I wasn't, because as soon as you start drinking, I think a lot of my problem was like being around people, you know. And as soon I would be, if I was sober, like you put me right now sober, standing in a fucking nightclub, I want to blow my brains out. So that's why I would have a fucking bottle of tequila, and there's nowhere I want it to be more than the club, because nobody's fucking talking to you. You're just dancing. Everybody, I know that guy's got Molly, that guy's got fucking blow, and nobody, like, when it came to Percocets and weed and shit like that, I always had to put money up to get them. Where when it came to fucking coke and Molly, the amount of money, if you put the amount that I did compared to the amount of money that I spent on it, it would be, nobody would believe how that's possible, because you just go out to clubs in New York and everyone got it. Everybody's giving it to you. Oh, hey, you want some fucking Molly? Here's this, and then all of a sudden you're in somebody's apartment for fucking 3 days and there's a fucking plate of just a mound of fucking, that one's coke, that one's ketamine, that one's fucking Molly. And you're just fucking hanging. Girls are coming through. You're laughing. You're fucking partying. Music's on. The neighbors are fucking complaining, banging on the walls, and you're having the time. You've smoked 140 cigarettes. You're fucking in the. Oh, I love. What is this chair made out of? You know, you're just fucking everything. It's amazing. And then 3 days later, I'd be the guy who's not leaving his couch for 10 days. That if you told those people that that's how I was, they'd be like, nah, that's not Rob. He always wants to fucking, you know, he would be the fucking head of the Thanksgiving Day parade, throwing a fucking baton in the air, because that's how I was when I was drinking. I always wanted to fucking party more. No, let's not go to bed. Let's this. Where, like, when I would be on fucking pills in my apartment, I didn't even want more than 2 people in there, because I'd start to get fucking crazy. Like, oh, where are they? You know, where's he ashing? Where's he? You know, like that whole thing. Where if I had drinks in it, it would be like, hey, you could put that out on my fucking forehead. Like, you could fucking throw cigarettes on my floor. Like, I don't, you know, you just, it's crazy how it all fucking works. I go to the gym 5 days a week. I eat super clean. More reliable, you know, like I used to be, like I remember there were things for my family just not showing up.
When you're addicted, you don't know. When I was addicted, I was not. I could tell you I'll be there Friday. Good luck.
Right.
I'm going to feel what's going to happen Thursday night. I've told Lee 1,000 times. I was still doing coke. This podcast would not be intact, because there's just no way you can't control your life.
Yeah, and there was no. And then Friday you'd want to do it, and then fucking Monday you'd hate it. You know, you'd be like, I don't want to fucking be sitting in that room, or like you fucking heard. It's just
you want to hack today. How do you feel about it?
I don't enjoy I hate fucking reading scripts. I hate auditioning. I hate that whole part of it. So it's like, I still for a long time I was passionate about acting, but really I was passionate about doing soprano. I loved it. I stopped fucking drinking for it. I stopped doing drugs, like whatever. When that time would come, and it was never like, fuck, I gotta stop this. It was like, no, this is how it works. Like, I get to do this. Like, I loved doing that work. I loved hanging out with those guys. I loved all of it. Where now, like, the idea of like some agent is gonna send you fucking 4 scripts, and you're gonna sit in your apartment and fucking read them, and maybe like it works. And like, I don't want to do a TV show because
Belgium 2,
I don't like what they might tell you you're doing in a year. It was totally unpredictable. Where it's like I have all of these like things like so, you know, if they were like you're gonna be fucking smoking, you're gonna be fucking smoking a cigarette, or we want you to eat this, and I don't want to be a difficult guy who's like, hey, actually I don't eat that anymore. I won't smoke a cigarette. I don't want to be fucking doing this and that. So. That's like I love fucking you. I love Joe Rogan. I love the fucking Bobby Lee, Tom Segura. So I moved out here to start a podcast, and hopefully that'll be the thing that I'm doing.
I gotta be honest with you. How the fuck do you
It's
crazy. How do you go into a CBS show today and fucking bump up Johnny Director comes up to you and says, listen, how it's you worked with the best. You came from an environment that was healthy. Listen, last, not ashamed to say this, about 2 years ago, the 2 episodes of the show to Greg Garcia. First one was great. I walked in. I was the second scene up, and I left. The second time I went to shoot the same show, I had the first scene up, basically the last scene at 10 o'clock at night. So you're there from 9 in the morning, you do your 1 hour, and then you wait. Being in that room, no one knows. It's crazy. I love Greg. I acted like a fucking asshole.
Yeah.
And when I left there that night, I went home and I blamed on the anxiety. No one knows. But really what it was is like, I just don't think I want to do this anymore.
Yeah.
When I got the call for The Soprano movie, I put the audition on tape. I didn't think about it again. When they called and made me offer, I was thinking about not taking it. Like,
I heard you talking about
Tom Pop had to come in and say, take the fucking thing. When I was there, just being, after the first day of watching what David Chase was about, like I was trying to improvise, somebody came over and like, none of this, all this air, you know, that's where it all came from. I left there, right back to the room, rolled the 3 joints, went outside smoking, and I think I worked the day, and I have like 4 days off. For those 4 days, I just immersed myself with the episode, just to see the style.
Yeah.
And the second day I went in there, I was now already mentally to David Chase. This is something I've never seen before.
Yeah.
I've been a comic for years. You know, I've worked with some great directors. At that moment, he blew everybody out. And once I saw what he did that first scene I shot, I was like, I'm paying attention to this guy, to the fucking letter. Now, if he says sneeze, I will sneeze. Yeah. I didn't eat nothing of that movie either, by the way. I ate that shit too.
Yeah.
They asked me to smoke a cigar. I think I smoked one of them, but once you, like right now, somebody offered me a mom movie a few weeks ago, and I was like,
But see, what the thing is a lot of what people don't understand in this industry is like, if you're putting all of your shit aside, all the shit you want to do, or how I really want to be, and I gotta fucking focus on this thing, and I gotta what, but you know it's something that you think is gonna be fucking incredible. It's different than trying to put your whole fucking life aside, changing the person you are, everything for some show that might be okay.
And while you're shooting, you're like, nobody watches this. Yeah. And they come up to you and go, excuse me. And the script, he comes up to you and says, all right, the word is the instead of hot.
Yeah.
Does it really matter? You gotta be retarded to watch this fucking show. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck between the
and what was great about Sopranos with us is, you know, by seasons 4 or 5, people would be like, how did you prepare to go? Dude, it's like, you walk into the Sopranos kitchen, Jim pacing and sweating, and you see Edie banging her nail. You know, she had those fake nails, and she'd be banging them on the fucking counter. That's it. You're there. You know, we're like, we were a fucking some sort of a family. You know, as soon as you went back in, it was all the things were there. There was the place where you sat, and you had your thing. And like, they never told us any of that stuff. Like, you gotta stay this, you gotta stay on script, you have to do this. But we would see it when other people would come in. You know, so we would hear. You know, like we would do something off and nobody would say anything, but then they would make like one word wrong and somebody would come over to them, and then you would find out later, like you're sitting around, you're having a drink, and they go, oh yeah, they told me like, I said this instead of that, or that instead of that. And then you're going, man, not only am I getting paid to fucking work on the best show ever, but I also have some sort of fucking seniority where these people, like, I could fucking, they don't come up to you and tell you, hey, you fucking, like, of course the director would come up to you and give you direction and say shit, but nobody ever said, hey, you put the fucking, you said the instead of then, but they would say it to fucking other people, And you see that a lot. You see people come in for 3 days and they're fucking shaking, and people are all nervous. Like, oh, we heard that people are real strict around here. And then we would tell them, nah, nobody's fucking strict around here. Everybody's cool. So then they'd get all loose, and people would come over, and be like, hey, you said the instead of then. And they'd look at us like, I thought you said the. And we'd be like, hey, it's fucking, it's nuts.
What did you learn from Jim?
So much, I mean, just from the acting that I learned from watching him, because I talked about it before where, like, I don't think I was ever a great actor, but I think the actor I was from season 1 until the end, I think I did grow.
Yes, you grew dramatically.
Yeah, thank you.
Dramatically.
And I think it was from James and Edie, watching them. I mean, it was like, I felt like I was watching the two, like, greatest actors I've ever seen all the time. Like, you just show up and you see what they do, and you see why they do certain things and how they, like, it would be more so like, you'd watch Edie, and then she'd fucking come by, and in the scene, she would just come and, like, rub her nails on my back, or, like, something like that. And it would be those things where I go, oh, shit, she was there. She wasn't, what's the next fucking line, or where do I put this down? She saw the fucking look on my face and felt like she needed to put her fucking, nails on my back and let me in the thing. It's great, but really what I learned from him also, I think in LA, especially, or there's a lot of, like, this outward, like, we support whatever, we support your decision to, and standing from the fucking rooftop and screaming how good of a person you are and what you support. And I don't remember if Jim had passed away already or what, but I remember my manager coming up to me and telling me, like, he calls. And I'm like, what do you mean he calls you? And he's like, he calls me. And he tells me not to tell you that he calls me, but he asks how you're doing, what type of people you're hanging out with, what you're paying for fucking rent, like, to make sure that you're not, spending fucking 10 grand on some penthouse in New York City being an asshole. And he wants to know all this stuff about you. And he told me not to tell you. And I think that's the opposite of a lot of, like, this bullshit of, like, we love each other, and they were never like, like you see now Instagram and this shit of, like, we're so close and we're so
R.I.P. John Witherspoon.
Yeah. And you're like, what the fuck? And that's the thing is, like, there would be fucking some people from there was a thing that you felt on the show where it's like, why the reason is nobody's a fucking asshole on set, nobody's an asshole on the show, because if you are, David can kill you. David can end it all. You want to come in and act like you're a fucking big shot because you won some fucking award last year, or people are telling you your character's the best, and you want to come in and request some kind of fucking trailer, or that it's like somebody will put fucking 2 bullets in your head in the fucking show, and you're not on the show anymore. So nobody ever, if anything, we'd all be in fucking one person's camper, sitting around laughing. There was no, and I think a lot of that was also Jim. Jim never let. If anybody's going to be asking for shit, it's him, and he never did. He never said, hey, I want this or this thing. So everybody kind of, you follow the vibe on the show.
Example.
Yeah, for sure.
I gotta tell you something about Edie. I always knew Edie was a good actress. But when I saw her as a dangerous actress, was when Jim got shot. That scene when she's crying the whole way. She there.
She's unbelievable.
She fucking took me there. She took me there. Like, I know. It's like when Sean Penn finds out his daughter's dead. What's that?
Mystic River? Yeah.
The noise he makes, that's somebody who lost somebody. That's a tough recreation noise to make. Edie had her moments. I think And I can say this. Listen, I miss Charles Bronson. Look at that picture. Look at it. The second guy I miss is Jamie Gandolfini. Never met him. Never met him. I can tell you that. I miss him on TV. That movie he made with Hardy towards the end.
Okay, The Game, was that
The Game,
something?
Like that.
Yeah.
I remember seeing him there and going, how much do I fucking miss him from The Sopranos? Like, The Sopranos could have still kept going. And I think it would have lost no fans.
Yeah.
You know, you were on one of the greatest TV shows of all time. I mean, not no bullshit fucking Friends or fucking. I'm talking about a show that changed the fabric of society. You know, Ricky and fucking Desi type shit, whatever it is. Desi and Lucy.
Yeah.
You know.
I didn't have HBO growing up. I remember the night that the finale aired. I literally heard, I was living in Boston. What year did the finale air?
10 years after, so I guess 2009.
Yep, I was living in Boston, and I knew my friends were watching it. And I heard people when Black, I heard people go, ah! Like I literally heard people. I'll never forget that.
They thought the cable went out. A lot of people thought the cable went out.
And I was like, what is going on? Yeah. I'll never forget that. I was like, what? Sure. And then I went on Facebook, and I was like, oh shit. And then the thing I wanted to ask you was, because it happens a lot, but like you went from a kid, and then towards the end of the show, because I watched it later, you weren't like your character was not the most liked character
at all. Yeah.
What is that like? Do people like start hating you, or do people have a weird reaction to you when you were like not as much of like he's not that little kid anymore? Like,
you know what's funny? I feel like that's more like an online culture thing where people are like, fuck you, you suck. Like, walking around in New York City, nobody ever fucking says that shit, you know? People are just happy to see you, and they want to tell you they love the show and this. So, like, I mean, there were definitely people who would tell me, like, man, I fucking hate your character. And I'm like, yeah, and especially people who would meet me, like, hanging out and partying, they'd be like, man, I hate your character, but you're fucking nothing like that, you know, piece of shit or that little fucking nerd or whatever. But I remember like doing interviews and saying I get it because I see it. Like I want to smack him in the face sometimes. Like I want to fucking grab him and be like, what do you know? Like you fuck, but that's the whole fucking point of, you know, that's what people want to. That's the shit that, you know, that Tony sees in himself that he fucking hates about himself. You know, that fucking.
You had some great scenes, Robert. The scene when she gets hammered. And he brings her back, and you're like, go upstairs, AJ. And you're like, she's doing ecstasy, but I gotta go upstairs. And he chases you out. When you put the fucking thing under the crook of your arm, and you went to go to the military academy. And
the hat.
Oh, you sold it, Robert. You sold me. You're like, you had this look on your face, like you wanted to fucking shoot yourself.
Yeah.
You sold it. There's so many scenes when you went after. You know, Corrado, you went after him, watch outside.
Yeah.
That was a fucking tremendous scene with you and Jen when he told you about, you know, you always say you're a hypocrite, fucking Michael.
You know what's funny? It's crazy that you brought that up. That's the only scene I ever felt I did good.
That is a beautiful scene.
That's the only scene I ever fucking...
Oh, no, that was like, you know, you were seasoned by that, and you were used to it, but that was a beautiful scene. That was a real... father and son scene. But you had a arc when you're changing the flat. That's a fucking great scene.
I don't remember.
He goes, AJ, you like your Uncle Jackie or some shit? And then he goes, what do you know about it? And you were like hesitant. You're like, I don't know, whatever the kids say. It was the...
I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, he's changing the flat. He's like drying the sweat off. And you're just a little kid. And he goes, AJ, what do you know about me? And you're like, I don't know.
Mercy.
It's his Uncle Jackie's stole money from the Indians or something like that. He goes, you know, your Uncle Jackie loved you. Like all those scenes, you sold. Robert, you sold.
Thank you, yeah.
That, the crack hole. Oh, that's a crack hole.
Right.
You hit the black neighborhood and that. All those scenes. You know, even Jamie Lynn.
Yeah, Jamie's fucking great.
When they went up to Booton, he fucking chokes the guy. Okay. And he's talking to her in the car, and he's like, you know what I do? It was, if you've noticed, I'm surprised that they even did The Irishman. Because
I haven't seen it. You saw it?
No. No, not yet. Because
3.5 hours.
No, 3 hours. That's good. It's good for your asshole.
Yeah.
To sit there and watch it. You know what I'm saying? But it was such a show that covered so many, like the mob world could never recover. Mafia genre movies never really took off again. 10 years.
Well, it's hard to, when we had 10 years to develop a character, it's hard to then have to do it in fucking 2 hours. You know, when you're fucking, when you've been watching a show for fucking 5 years, and then that 6 seasons coming on, and you got everybody in the fucking living room, and the static from the HBO comes up, it's hard to recreate that, because how do you get people excited to walk it, to turn on the fucking TV? You know, now everybody's so fucking, everybody's a critic, thumbs up, thumbs down, I like that, I don't like that. There was, if you don't like the show, get the fuck out of the room. That's how Sopranos was. It was like, we're going to watch Sopranos, if you don't like it, get the fuck out. There wasn't no, you know, oh, I know, I'm giving it fucking 4 tomatoes, or whatever people are fucking, yeah, it's like people were, and that was the thing, it's like, I think a lot of people in Jersey just fucking loved it for what it was. You know, there was this book I was fucking reading about, The Mastery of Love, and it talks about, I'm reading a lot of these books now because I'm all fucking, you know, I'm trying to get my life together and be a fucking adult and care about people. And what it says is like, you know, it's like, let's say you say like, I love New York. When you think about New York, you love it and that's it. You don't try and fucking change it, you know, where with people, you go, yeah, I like that person, but they fucking, you know, they do this, I don't like that. It's like, you just have to fucking accept it. And I think that's what people in fucking Jersey did. They were just, they didn't go, oh, well, I like it, but, you know, he wouldn't wear his hat like that. It was just, we love the show. We're all in. They never came up with the, like, I feel like now these fucking movies are made and every fucking person on the internet is like, they shouldn't have ended it that way. Or that, I mean, obviously some people hated the ending of Sopranos, but besides that, I never heard anybody come up to me and try and fucking critique it or say, you know, how come, why didn't they do it this way or that? People just, I love the show. You know, that's what people would say.
Two of the shows that spawned from The Sopranos were Breaking Bad, obviously, and Sons of Anarchy. Yeah. There's a thread that somebody sent me one time about Sons of Anarchy because Jack Teller wears sneakers.
Right.
He wears white sneakers. Bikers fucking hate it.
Well, somebody came up to James Gandolfini, who was a legit fucking, but like, we meet these guys all the time who come up to you and go, hey, you know, what you do on that show, that's what I do in real life. So you've made it to fucking 40 by going around telling people you don't know that? Like us? Like you just fucking really, you know? So you meet a lot of people who pretend to fucking do whatever. But Jim met one guy who was legit, and he didn't say any, I'm doing it. He came over and he goes, hey, wise guy, he never wear shorts. Don't do that. Don't wear shorts. And then I remember I think Jim went to David and told him. He's like, I know, I felt what this guy was saying. You know,
Carmine Lupatazzi went to James
on the show.
I heard that John went up to the house for a barbecue last week. A boss never wears shorts.
Right.
James is like, what the fuck is he saying?
Yeah, because David would take shit, you know, like David's a fucking genius. He doesn't need me to do anything. But there were times in your life where you'd show up and there was a time where I was crazy about like Slayer and Pantera and just fucking smoking weed and listening to heavy metal and going to concerts. And then the next episode I was fucking skateboarding and listening to fucking Pantera and this. And it was like, you know, so he would take shit from his own life, but also from fucking hanging out with it. Like there was shit that he took from Tony Sirico like if you watch Tony Sirico for fucking 3 days, you're coming up with stuff. You know, like we would go away on a trip with Tony Sirico for 3 days, and he would come up to us on red carpets and he would have a travel bottle of Obsession. He always smelled like Obsession, and he would pour it in his hand and then smack you like on the face on both sides, and he would just fucking reek the entire night. And people, you know, you're meeting celebrities, and they're coming to give you a hug or a kiss, and they're like, "Geez, this fucking guy smells like a fucking bottle of cologne." And then actresses would also come up to us and tell us he hugged me, and I smelled like him for the rest of the night, you know. And there was so much shit that he, like, I remember one time we were doing like I think the DVDs were coming out, and like the Wiz wanted us to sign DVD. So the first couple of people come up, and the guy's talking to me, you know, oh, how are you? How's the show? Blah, blah. He's talking to me for like 5 minutes or whatever, and there's a line of fucking hundreds of people, but I'm not going to tell this guy like, hey, you can't talk, we got to do all these people. So I just sit there and I answer his questions or whatever, and he walks away, and Tony Sirico fucking puts his hand up to the guy who's sending people our way, and he puts his hand up, and he looks at me, he goes, Robert, sign him and send him. That's it. And he would do shit. He had these one-liners all the time that if you just stayed around him enough, the shit that he would say. And I know there's got to be, I didn't watch the show, so I don't know what Paulie Walnut says in the show. But I guarantee you, there's a percentage of that shit that just when David would be around Tony Sirico, because you hear him say stuff, and it was fucking hilarious. He was unbelievable. He came to my fucking confirmation in real life in the fucking, what is that, three-breasted, fucking double-breasted suit with the hair fucking slicked back with an envelope full of money. Like, there was no, it was crazy, man. We were, and people who were in my family were at my confirmation, and they're like, that's, you know, that's Paulie Walnuts. You know, nobody's going, oh my God, there's fucking Tony. They're like, there's fucking Paulie Walnuts. And then you had people who were the opposite of who they were on the show, like fucking Edie. You know, you meet Edie somewhere, and she's just like super, just nice woman with her dog, and she's like really friendly and understanding.
Really friendly.
Yeah, and just so like sweet and this, and then she'd go into the hair and makeup camper and come out to whatever hours later with the fucking long nails and the big hair and the Armani fucking matching outfit with the gold chains, and you're like, holy shit, that's the like Tony Sirico wouldn't let people do his hair. He came with his own shit done. He wouldn't sit. He would sit in that hair makeup chair if there was someone new. He'd be like, "There's a rule in this place. You don't touch this." And point at his hair. He's like, "You don't fucking touch my hair." You know, it was crazy. It wasn't like you said. It was like, if I don't know what my life would have been like now if I got some fucking like Disney show when I was 11, and I don't know. Because people meet me and Jamie sometimes together, and they're like, "God, like it must have been so crazy." And it's like, the cool part was we lived our life, because no fucking 15-year-old knew what Sopranos was. I could go fucking walk around and hang out with people my age all day. Nobody would say a fucking word. Nobody said anything. And then as soon as we'd go to a fucking store, and then somebody would be like, "Hey, aren't you're over there on the fucking cover of the fucking TV guide?" And you're just like, you know, yeah, let's go back to the fucking park. And I sometimes can't, you know, that I'm like, we got paid to be on what people say is the fucking best show. There's times where I wake up in the morning and I'm like, I just think about how fucking grateful I am for it, and how, you know, I told you when we spoke on the phone last night, there's no doubt in my mind David Chase saved my life. There's no doubt in my mind, because I know the first time I took a fucking Percocet, what it felt like. And if I didn't have, when I quit doing fucking drugs and all that shit, if I didn't have this on the other side, if I didn't have, like, I fucking just moved out to LA, started a podcast, I got a fucking apartment, I did all this stuff because Sopranos. You know, it's like all this freedom that I have and this kind of thing where it's like, if I didn't have that, if I had my fucking grandfather's job, I don't know. It wouldn't, I don't think it'd be good. I could be wrong, but I know, you know, there's times where you're fucking taking 15 Percocets a day and somebody fucking who's giving you those Percocets goes, you know, heroin is fucking a lot cheaper and it's not as bad. But I would go, well, I got checks coming in, you know, I'll stick with the fucking Percocet things, where who knows what would have happened if fucking, you know, if I was fucking 18 and had my grandfather's job or fucking whatever, I dropped out of school and fucking hated my life, and somebody said, hey, you know, heroin's fucking cheaper. I might have been like, yeah, well, I only got fucking $10 on me, so I guess that's what we're doing tonight. And I might not, I have no idea, but
What's the name of the podcast?
It's called Pajama Pants.
It's you and Jamie.
Me, Jamie Lynn, and our friend Cassie. And I just wanted to be like this. I wanted to be shit you talk about in fucking pajama pants, your pajamas, and fucking sitting around and laughing and telling old stories, making new stories, and just we're about 10 episodes in, and I'm so fucking happy to be doing it, because it's like I found in later years with me and Jamie, we always kept in touch, but every time we would see each other, it would be catching up, you know? And then by the time you're done fucking catching up with somebody and then you leave and then you see them a month or 3 months later, then you're catching up again. So it's so nice to see, guaranteed to see, like I went to her house last Sunday to watch football and like we're hanging out and stuff, but to guarantee every week, I know I'm going to see her for an hour or however long we fucking talk for and bullshit, and we could really get back into each other's lives. Like I was living in New York, then I moved to Vegas, and she was always out here, and she's got her kids and everything, and like we're like a family, you know. She's like a sister to me, and her not being in my life, I felt like something was missing, and it's great to have her back in, and it's also great to be telling her these kind of stories because there's a lot of them that she doesn't know because she's so innocent and so fucking amazing and sweet and pure that I would never tell her like back in the day, like, yeah, I'm on fucking day 3 of fucking doing blow in some place with fucking garbage bags on the windows and I, you know, we haven't let, and I would just say to her like, yeah, you know, I've been partying a little, you know, like nothing. I didn't want her to feel bad. I didn't want to put anything in her head. So now when I sit and we have microphones and I fucking tell her these stories and we get her real reactions for the first time, and we're just, there's a little bit of therapy in it. There's fucking great catching up. We just laughing. It's everything. And then it's like we had like Drea De Matteo on, so it's like getting to catch up with her and talk about the fucking Soprano stories and this. But then just, you know, there's some episodes where we go 30 minutes without mentioning Sopranos at all. It's just, it's all. I love it. I'm so happy I moved here, and I hope this is like the next chapter in my life. You know, I hope that's you know, you say like, who are you now? I hope it's a healthy guy who's moving in the right direction and has a fucking podcast that's you know, that'll be keeping me going. Because like I said to you, it's people tell you you gotta do something creative. You gotta do something creative. And you're living in New York, and you're like walking down the street, going to the deli, ordering the coffee, then going to meet my friend in fucking Washington Square Park, and then walking here, and then going taking a fucking boxing class. And I don't feel anything's fucking missing. And then I lived in Vegas for 2 years, and I felt like my fucking all of my organs were out of my fucking butt. Like I just felt like I was again maybe that piece of fucking lint floating in the air. Like I was just like, man, and I would meet people at the poker table who never didn't know Sopranos, anything, and they would just hear me fucking talking to somebody and be like, oh man, you should fucking write a book, or you know, you should do so. Like it pushed me back into thinking like, yeah, I do have to do something creative, because it also gives me there is a part of my life that I feel like is missing when I'm not doing it, you know. And you go and Vegas was just, you know, I took up gambling for a long time, and the last 10 years basically all I've been doing is playing poker. And I fucking loved it. And I hit a wall. I got to the point where I was like, I can't go sit at a table with 8 strangers every day anymore. Like now that I'm so, like I used to just take Percocets and you could fucking sit anywhere, you know? I could sit on the fucking tarmac in a plane for 6 hours and people would be like, oh, we gotta get off this plane. And I'd be like, why? You know, we're fucking, it'd be the same as I'm sitting on my lip. But now that I'm sober and when I'm sitting on that fucking, at that table with 8 strangers and they're talking about stupid shit that makes you want to fucking flip the table over, and by the way, one day it's fine, but when it's your life and you're going, all right, it's fucking Monday, it's time to go play poker, and you're like, oh my god, I gotta go sit with these guys for fucking 8 hours, and it's just torture. And I stopped enjoying the game. I stopped studying. Like I was always studying poker, and I was part of these like poker academies, and I was really fucking into it, and I loved doing it, and I was making money in this, and I just saw it all falling away because I couldn't handle being around these people every day. And it's like why I don't want to do a TV show, because it's unknown. You know, I'm going to sit at a table with 8 people. I don't know what the fuck they're going to be talking about. Some people are fucking, it's just, you hearing the same stories over and over and the same kind of thing. They're talking about their night last night in Vegas, and I just hit a wall, you know? So I called up Jamie and I called my friend Kasim, and hopefully this is the next chapter of my life.
Oh man, you got an open fucking door here. Anytime you want to come up and talk shit, your family here.
Yeah, you're the first person to have me on their podcast since I got on. I really appreciate you having me.
I'll call the door for you.
Thank you.
If you want.
I would love that.
You know, if you want to stop by the Improv tomorrow night and say hello to Joe.
For sure, yeah.
I'd love to shake your hand.
That's awesome, yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm a big fan.
Thank you.
That you got your life together. Listen, you're on the best show of all fucking time. You made your mark. You're like Tony Montana. You made your mark. You're going to fuss. Let me read some, man. Do not forget.
Thanks again.
Miami sold out. The Town Hall, December 6th. They added a second show, and I still got motherfucking tickets. Real quick, let me ask you something. We're in the middle of football season, all right? You like winning money? You like betting sports? I'll tell you where I put my money down. You ready? MyBookie.ag. If you're trying to bet on the NFL, MMA, UFC, Chinese ping pong, whatever the fuck, MyBookie's got it. They got the better incentives and more lines than any other sports book, period. I've told you once, I'll tell you again. This year they're running a super contest. $100 to enter. You pick 5 teams a week against the spread. You rack up the points. First place is guaranteed $100,000 fucking dollars. All right. They just revamped the site, and it's looking fucking tip top Magoo. So go take a look if you haven't already. And listen, it's Tuesday. Cut this shit. We're gonna double your first deposit right now. You're like, Joey, what's that? If you put in a nickel, we give you a nickel. Use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH, to get a 100% bonus on your initial deposit up to $1,000. So go to mybookie.ag today, bitches. That's MyBookie, MyBookie.ag, and use promo code CHURCH. MyBookie, you play, you win, you get paid. Listen, if you're still wearing those fucking socks from Kmart and those other dumpy fucking places with holes, you're making a big fucking mistake. All right? Stance socks are here to rock your fucking Christmas. Incredible design and comfort, unique styles you can't get anywhere else. And if you want to show a little love to yourself or the people in your life, give them the Stance. Now, when you show a little ankle, you're also showing off what makes you special. Whatever you're into, they collaborate with the best of them. Star Wars socks, Harley Davidson socks. They even got Grateful Dead fucking socks, and they're clean. They're not like fucking dirty Grateful Dead socks, just designs. So every football, baseball, basketball team, you got that on there too. Stance socks are incredibly comfortable. I got them on my feet. I'm on my feet a lot. And like I told you in the beginning, when I fly, I put these motherfuckers on. I got the Icon sock for myself. And for my wife, I got some cute little ankle socks that she likes. And I even got the Flying Juice, some nice blue socks that say goodbye, just to remind them of what's important in life. So do me a favor. Stance makes a great gift. Right now, for the church family, Stance has a great offer. Go to stance.com/church, and they're going to throw in a free pair of socks with any purchase. Trust me, you're going to love these fucking socks. They're nice and comfortable, tremendous. Like I said, I use them when I fly, when I got to walk around airports, and it just makes my feet feel fucking tremendous. That's stance.com, stance.com/church to get your free pair of socks. Because if they're not Stance, they're not socks. I want to thank Stance. I want to thank my bookie. I want to thank my main man, Robert Isla. I want to thank the Christ Killer, but most importantly, I want to thank you cocksuckers for always having my back and the whole thing. Do not forget, December 6th, 10:30, tickets still available. And that's it, and that's that. I want to thank you again, brother. You
Thanks
were
for
fucking
having
G.
me.
I want to thank you again, my little savage. And like I said, most importantly, you motherfuckers at the house. See you Thursday morning. Tip top, Magoo. Stay black. Kick that fucking real. Greetings from Podcastville. It's Wednesday, the 20th of motherfucking November. A week away from Gobble, Gobble, Gobbleville. Fuck it. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by Hymns. Listen, this holiday season is upon us, and Hymns is erecting the biggest Black Friday deal of them all. You can try a free online visit to get started with Hymns. 40% of men by the age of 40 struggle with not being able to get and maintain an erection. Why do guys turn to weird solutions or do nothing at all when they could turn to medicine and science? 4hims.com is a one-stop shop for hair loss, skincare, and sexual wellness for men. They have well-known generic equivalents to name-brand prescriptions to help you combat ED. Do me a favor. Feast your eyes on this. You can try Hymns today by starting out with a free online visit. Go to 4hims, FORHIMS.com/church. 4hims.com/church. Prescription products are subject to doctor approval and require an online consultation with a physician who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. See website for full details and safety information. Again, that's 4hims.com MyBookie.ag/church. The podcast is also brought to you by MyBookie. Listen, attention, past, present, and future MyBookie players. Nothing in life is without risk. These days, even going to the fucking grocery store, you can take a bullet to the fucking eyeball. But during Thanksgiving week, MyBookie's offering a risk-free bet on the Bears-Lion game. Choose a team against the spread for up to $250. If you win, you got some cash for the holidays. If you lose, congratulations to you as well. MyBookie will give you your money back. This is Thanksgiving with all the motherfucking gravy. So do me a favor. Log into mybookie.ag, make your first deposit with promo code CHURCH, CHURCH, and MyBookie will match your deposit dollar to dollar to jumpstart your bankroll. And that's on the top of the risk-free bet. Let me repeat. That's a guaranteed deposit match and a risk-free bet for Thanksgiving only. That's next week, a week from tomorrow. So stop waiting on the sidelines like a fucking mook. Jump on the fucking gravy train. It's the holidays. You need to make some do-re-mi. And it starts at mybookie.ag. Use code CHURCH. You play, you win, you get motherfucking paid. Kick this mule, Lee. What are you nuts or what? What's up, my brother Adam? Right?
What's up, doggy?
Always a pleasure to see you.
Really, it's truly the best.
Looking handsome as fucking ever, right?
Sound like my mom.
Hey, man.
I comb my hair.
Hey, you look good today.
What's up, brother? I'm chilling, man. Just enjoying the day. Enjoying the. I like this pre-holiday time. It feels good. It feels like everybody kind of lets their guard down a little bit, and especially in LA, where the road rage is always at a high level. I feel like just everybody on a whole just kind of, levels out a little bit.
It loosens up.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Loosens up for 6 weeks. It's kind of...
Isn't that crazy? And then just back to the grind of the bullshit.
And then like January 16th, there's traffic. People yelling at each other.
Dude, on the flip of a dime, people could be like, dude, yeah, go on in, dude, merch. Yeah, actually, you know what? You want to swap cars for a day, dude? I'm driving a fucking, Toyota Corolla. You got a fucking Hummer. Let's swap lives for a car. And then
I got my wife in the trunk. You can fuck her before I drop her off on the 170. Dirty bitch.
Well, trunk fucking. People used to be very generous with the trunk fucking.
Yeah, but come just pull over.
Fuck her real quick, dude. High five me while you're fucking her, dude. It's your day. Yeah, even if you do, I'll pay for the creams. Shit, come January 16th.
You believe it's November?
Nah.
It was just Halloween 10 days ago. Like, that's what it felt like.
Wow, dude. When you put it in perspective like that, yeah, people were...
What about last Christmas? Like, I feel like last Christmas was like 2 months ago.
Wow. What are you smoking where Christmas felt 2 months ago? I guess it did, though, huh?
It really did. This year...
The holidays are the benchmarks for, like, how you... It truly, right? It's kind of how we view, like, how slow or fast time's moving. Do you feel like shit slows down and goes quicker as you get older? Because I've heard both sides of the coin.
I think it's fucking quickened up. 1 minute I was 21, jumping up and down, eating Gorilla biscuits. I was 37 in some bumfuck room in Craig, Colorado, getting tomatoes thrown at me. The next minute I'm in Hollywood. I'm 44 years old.
Yeah.
Talking about quitting cocaine. The next minute you're having a kid at 50. I mean, it happened. Like I wake up in chunks. Like
I wake up in chunks, dude. Make that T-shirt. I'll buy that.
Wake up in chunks.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it.
It's like
these fragmented memories. There was a guy in Vegas once. This 92-year-old guy was talking to me at a bar at the Tropicana, and he looks over and he goes, "How old is he?" Probably like 5-6 years ago. He's like, "How old are you?" I was like, "Oh, about 32." He's like, "I remember being 32." He's like, "I was actually a pool boy here at the Tropicana. 32, what a great time." He's like, "I used to just live by the seat of my pants, smoke pot, do drugs, buy meth, sell meth." It's like, I remember one time at 32, I met a couple of foreign girls at the pool, brought them up to the room, paid them to scissor each other in front of me for $30. They bought me lunch. I was like, I think you're overestimating, what I'm doing at 32, but I appreciate it. There's no way, there's a similarity in the way you were living to how I'm living. But he was like, he goes, my point is, enjoy it. He goes, because I remember all that fucking watching lesbians eat each other out. Next thing you know, boom, I'm 96. And I was just like, I thought you were 92. He's like, who knows?
Sounds like you're talking to Joey who like time travel from the future.
Yeah.
Like that's what he tells me to do. Like every day, where's your bitches? I don't have any.
Oh yeah.
Every day.
But what would you do if you?
I would do that. I would pay them to scissor each other.
Yeah, that's first and foremost before a meal or a shower.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just get it out of the way.
It's like you think how life is so unfair.
It can be.
Well, it's not. Get older. You know, just trap, stupid traps.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you fall into a trap. I mean, like, just dumb shit.
Yeah.
You buy, what's those condos that people buy in Aruba?
Timeshares.
And then you never go down there, and then you're like, what the fuck is wrong?
When I ever think I was going to go to Aruba. Yeah.
We all make those weird things. You look back at, like, when I look at my life, I see 3 different people. Like, I see a kid that was just a geek, but just wanted to be accepted and did karate.
Oh, no way.
And I see this kid that his mother died, and now he's doing drugs and he's doing criminal shit. And then I see this kid that's doing comedy on the road. Wow, they're thinking about, like, I can't wait to feature. Like, thinking about, I can't wait to feature. Yeah, I'm featuring for Tribble and this guy and that fucking guy, but I can't wait to be a legitimate feature at an A club.
You put that up on a pedestal. It was like things are going to change.
Yeah, and driving like and not seeing anything for miles, just tumble bushes and going. You know, like that's when I think of my life. I see like 4 different Joey Diaz.
Oh yeah, well that's the one-man show. That's how you break it up. Yeah. Were you a geek before karate, or did you do karate because you were like, I feel like I got too much, geek vibes I'm putting out there. Karate will level me out.
Karate because I was a geek. I got beat up.
I see that. Wow, really?
Beat up. I didn't like it.
For what?
Just I got beat up at a park and I got hit in the head with a lunchbox. I didn't like the feeling. Like, my father was dead. I couldn't speak the language. And I was being raised by a mom. So when people talk about going to a Knick game with their dads, I felt left out.
Oh, I know that feeling.
So when you have that feeling of being, like an outsider type, and getting hit with the head with the lunchbox. And it wasn't called bullying back then. It was called kids.
That's assault. By the way, getting hit in the head with a lunchbox, even if it's your favorite cartoon.
But it was what it was. In Central Park, there ain't no assault. There's either murder or you walk out alive. Central Park.
The most dangerous park in the world, huh?
Yeah. Well, at the time.
It's too big to really track all the encounters.
Right. It's huge.
Even the birds are like, dude, I don't be going there anymore.
Part of that park ends up in Spanish Harlem. Like, there's a tail end of that park that's in Spanish Harlem. So the junkies would go in there and shoot. But this was way before. Like, when I got hit there, I just went there as a little kid, and the kids my age.
Yeah.
They wanted to take my lunchbox. They hit me in the head. And I felt so insecure that I joined karate. And then the kids that were in karate with me were geeks. They went to Bruce Lee movies. And I moved to Jersey and joined karate. And we were geeks. We went to Bruce Lee movies. We went to Chinatown on Saturday. We looked at Chinese magazines.
Oh, yeah.
Someday we're going to go to Hong Kong and fight the masters.
Yeah, but you know what, dude? Having that sense of community, huge. Looking back, like those guys that were in your world to kind of like,
4 or 5 of us.
Yeah, dude.
Drugs were very helpful. Then when I dipped into drugs in my neighborhood, I had to live 2 lives. I lived the drug life with my buddies from North Bergen, and I lived the karate life with my buddies from Union City.
Jesus Christ. Now, if that was karate, if that was the plot of Karate Kid, I would have watched it at least 15 times.
I was getting high.
The Karate Kids didn't know.
No.
You were living separate lives.
So some Saturdays, like, well, I can't see you guys. I got to work at my mother's bar. Fuck you. I was going to the city with my other buddy to spawn Angel Dust and play 3-card Monte and fucking, go to strip clubs.
Now, did those guys, did the drug buddies know that you had karate skills at your disposal?
They knew that, yeah, because in those days you didn't have black bags or Nike bags like you have today. You rolled your gear and you rolled your belt around the gear to control it with the cup in the middle, a towel, and a shirt for afterwards. So you go to karate with you, especially once you got a purple belt or a green belt.
Oh, yeah.
Show people.
Of course. That's a proud color.
So you got the boss with a bunch of green belts and brown belts. And, so that's another part. Like you look at your life, you go, like Lee, right now, even now at 31, there's the podcast, LA Lee, then there's the Emerson.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's 2 completely people. The guy in Emerson didn't smoke pot. The guy in Emerson didn't hear anti-Semitic slurs. The guy in Emerson
didn't have scissor dreams,
No, that stayed the same. But
that was consistent.
It is crazy how it's just like for me, it's completely different people, almost. I guess to a little bit. But do you think people change? Like on the inside, I still feel similar, but I guess I act a little bit differently. How similar do you think you are, or do you think you've changed 3 or 4 times?
Yeah, I think so. I think whether you can see it or not in the mirror, like just because your experiences from 5 years ago are completely different. The people in your life, even if they are the same, they're different, right? So you're always getting, new perspectives and new thoughts coming at you, and that's just gonna like continue to, shape and form who you are and what you think about. Like even my sister has chilled out big time in the last 10 years, and it's like and that's affected me because she was so fucking crazy and off the rails and had to go to a boarding school, and now she's like, I look at her as like a person with like who has self-worth and like, and actually a good parent now, and that's seeing that happen to her has made me probably subconsciously just have even more, I don't know, hope, or have that bleed into this business where you might get down in certain points, but you're like, fuck man, there's always room to grow, and there's always new avenues to go down. And I mean, I don't know, dude, I don't think you ever level out as a person, and that's why
I think my beliefs stay the same.
Yep.
I had beliefs, and then when I got to stand up, I looked over beliefs in a different way if I wanted to be funny. Because once you become a stand-up, you have to look at your beliefs where you actually think is sacred.
Yeah.
And you have to goof on it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just have to goof on it a little bit, even though it's sacred to you. Whether it be
the audience appreciates that, yeah.
Whether it be anything, you really got to attack yourself first.
Yeah.
And tackle all the shit that you're going to have a hard time saying. It's not hard to say what you want to say sometimes on stage if you really want to say it. Last week they had a thing about some chick that was from America, and she went to ISISville and blew an ISIS guy, got pregnant, and now she's trying to come back. My beliefs as an American is fuck that bitch. Let her fucking rot over there. She crossed borders to go suck ISIS dick. Now she gets what she's coming to.
Was that true? That's what she went there for?
Yeah.
She boarded a plane.
They call her ISIS bride, yeah.
ISIS bride.
She had a long distance relationship with an ISIS guy. Went over to get some terrorist cock.
Got pregnant, yeah.
Got pregnant and wanted to come back with a terrorist baby?
Yes.
And I have and I said some things on there. And some fucking people hit me up and they're like, you know what, man? Some people get offended by your terms, but I don't, because I know they're coming from your heart.
Yeah.
You're very anti-terrorist. Like, I think that there's people that steal, and people that lie, and people that have death coming to them. If they get hit by a building, nobody would care. But I don't think it's fair that Lee and his mom go to a mall on Sunday and get shot just for being there.
Yeah.
I don't believe in that. I believe people have things coming to them. There's a lot of bad people out there.
Karma's real for sure. And it is rich, and it'll come get you.
But I don't think you should be at Walmart getting school supplies.
Fuck no.
Some 15-year-old drives 10 hours to shoot you. Whether it's homegrown terrorism, whatever, the ideology, all of it. I was in New York in '94. I was in New York when they tried to bomb the World Trade Center. I was packing out. I was doing stand-up, and I was passing out packages for a phone company. The guy would give me $400 a week to just go into a building and pass out intro packages on Sunshine Communication.
Yeah.
Tells you what you get and stuff like that.
Right.
And I'll never forget that it was like Adam Ray was supposed to call me at 12. All these people were supposed to call me for Coke because it was Friday. So
It's Friday Coke Day?
Friday was Coke Day. So
what was Wednesday?
I'd be in the city, and you would call me and go, Joey, do me a favor, pick up a gram on the way back and give you $60.
Yeah.
Into the city, so it was Coke Day. So when I realized it was like 3 o'clock, I hasn't nobody got to me. And then I stopped at the store and said, because you don't know what happened. They just tried to blow up the World Trade Center. And that's the tower that controls all the communication to the pages. This is when they first tried to do it, 94, 93.
Yeah, I remember that.
Basically, the truck, and they went back and asked for a deposit. And they just,
something blew up, right? There was an explosion.
Like a just did, yeah. But I still remember seeing people on the A train. Seeing the looks on their faces. Like, how could something like this happen? Never mind 9/11. Never mind the Vegas thing. Never mind all these things. You're in Vegas enjoying a country western concert. So you get shot out by a fucking window. Yeah. So all these acts, no matter what you call them, I have something against that. We went away from what we were talking about. But it's like, when I got off the coke, I got all these strong beliefs about myself I had before I started. These were beliefs I believed when I was 13.
Oh, wow. Went all the way back.
Yeah. Like those beliefs.
Damn, dude.
Started coming out.
So coke is just blocking so much clarity, huh?
So much clarity. I remember I was a man again.
Wow.
So before we were comedians, you come up to me with that stupid goof on your face, knock it off. And before we became comedians, we were men. So knock it the fuck off. So all that came back to me. Like all that had covered up all those emotions. I think your emotions and your beliefs stay the same.
1,000%. I agree.
I goof around a lot on the shit that I have strong beliefs against because it makes me a better comic.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, it's like I tell he's like, I don't like eating that. For you to become a better comic, you're going to eventually have to eat somebody's ass. Because that's part of the discipline.
Yeah.
Do the things you hate doing.
Stepping out of your comfort zone.
Stepping out of your comfort
zone. That's how you figure out who you are. It's the only way to do it.
The only way to do it. So I don't care what you want to do. What you want to do really makes no difference.
Yeah. What do you not want to do?
What you wanted to do has gotten you to nowhere.
Wow.
So if it's gotten you to nowhere, why are we still playing this fucking charade?
Wow, dude.
Just do what needs to be done. Go outside. I think for me to really start hitting with comic, I had to say shit that I didn't understand. Catholic religion. Are you kidding me? I love Catholicism.
Sure.
I was raised on it. Never blasphemed. I'm up there talking about pedophile smoke. You know, so I want people to understand.
Yeah.
I'm a church guy. I'm a Catholic. I don't ever want to hear a fucking Jesus joke. But for me to become a better comic, I had to say Jesus joke. And I had to come to the conclusion that the Jews killed Jesus. You know, and what the yeah, they didn't go last supper. No, they went. Yeah. I jacked that. They knew what time it was. You want to buy all this religious shit, and the light came in. Takes my bread, the bread that's my body. That's not the way it was.
Yeah.
Jews didn't even let you pass the bread around. You know what I'm saying? They came in with knives out.
Carbs, what can I say?
Yeah, they came in knives out, started stabbing motherfuckers. So all those things you have to, that was my first attack.
It's so funny that you say that even just getting like the balls to split that line and have something that means so much to you, be able to poke fun at. It's like, I just got slammed. I just did the Dolby with Dan Cook last Saturday. I did this joke about being Jewish, wanting to be in the NBA. And I just had this new tag where I make fun of how I don't say I can never be in the NBA, no Jews in the NBA, blah, blah, blah. And then I tag it with, I go, Jews never be in the NBA. We're done showering in groups. And then people kind of, it gets split with like a lot of ohs, but a lot of laughter. And then I go, fuck you guys, it's a good joke. I go, you don't have to like it here. You can laugh on the way home if that's more your speed. And then that gets like also another reaction. But I haven't stopped doing it. And I've got a lot of comics, friends of mine that I respect. Be like, man, it's a good tag. You know, it's a funny end to that. And, you know, shit, man, I've been to the camps, bar mitzvah, I'm Jew through and through, you know, but again, it's like at some point I had that thought for that joke.
There's
got
to be something about your religion, you know.
Yeah.
There's got to be something.
There's a lot of stuff about it.
You know, when Sebastian first did that bit about going to a Seder.
Oh, it's true.
How bad the food is.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, damn, this is a good joke.
Yeah.
I think it would have been a lot better joke if a Jew would have went up there yelling.
1,000%.
Fuck that food.
Yeah.
Fuck Nana. Whatever you guys call grandma.
What do you call grandma?
No,
Booby or something? Yeah. I know it was some private part.
You can't say fuck Bubby.
You can't say fuck Bubby.
No, this is what I'm saying.
You have to say
once you're a comic, you gotta say fuck Bubba.
Yeah. Fuck you and your gefilte fish.
Yeah, with Rothschild shoes on. For a Jew to really break through as a Jew, he has to go up there and do one of the weirdest things ever. And that's making Auschwitz show. You know, he had a band. Cool.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you don't respect that experience and that you don't have empathy for that, you know. And that's what this woman was coming at me for on Facebook. She was like, I just think you, as a Jew, to make that joke and to comment on a situation, what, and then she was, you know, she's like, do you even know what the Holocaust is? I mean, now she's just questioning my, you know, understanding of historical events. And I'm like, yeah, I just put, thanks for coming out. Glad you enjoyed it. It wasn't worth getting into trying to break down to her that, you know, like you just said, we have to take these risks, and you have to, find the funny in things that shouldn't, that not everyone's thinking of finding some humor in.
There was a little Jewish guy. I forget what his name was. He came into the internet.
Ronnie Leibowitz.
No, he came into the deli.
Yeah.
The deli zone. I used to hang out at the deli zone.
It was called the deli zone? I love that.
It opened up at 8. They served a mean ham and egg sandwich. Ooh. I forget what his name was. Then I asked him, "What the fuck you been? We were worried about you." He goes, "Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself." He was like a little bit. Yeah, what the fuck? I just want to tell you. Oh, one day we were just talking, and I was just, it was 93. I'd been doing comedy like 2 years. I was still not doing Catholic jokes.
No way.
No way would I do it.
It wasn't even the realm of possibility for you, right?
A possibility. I would not even consider doing it.
You'd see people doing it, and you were like, how do they do that?
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that.
I know, you dirty motherfucker.
This guy's up here fucking boobies. And
one day, 2 of the owners of the deli zone were Jewish, and the other 2 were like, that new nationality, Albanian.
Oh, yeah.
So was Albanian. Italian life, they always make pizzas and shit. One of the best Italian restaurants in Jersey is owned by Albania. That's a big secret, but nobody's supposed to know.
Oh, my God.
And I'll never forget, he made a statement one day.
From the Stade de France in Paris, welcome to the closing ceremony.
Because this place balls in Paris, you can get pizza here. You get better pizza in Auschwitz as far as I'm concerned.
329 events, 32 sports.
Because I had never heard it.
Oh, yeah. From a Jew at a Jew deli.
What can
The best Jew jokes I've ever heard.
Can stare at the setting sun.
Yeah, man.
Can take a moment to breathe,
solid Jew joke.
to smile.
There was this guy up in Boston, right in the comedy club, the Club 56. One day he had me like, like when people give you a joke, you're not prepared for it.
Yeah. 2024.
Like a real story.
And yet it feels as though it has barely begun.
One day he's like, man,
How recently we boarded boats on the Seine, propelled down the river by the engine of humanity.
A rabbi and a fucking cardinal.
And small,
and he's telling me the story. Like, really?
And small.
His convincing delivery. He was like, wow, what an odd grouping.
And also Jesus came by.
Here's the joke.
Jesus went up to the cardinal and says, what can I do for you, my son?
Careers
And
beginning.
he's like, I got a sick aunt. Say a
Careers
prayer for
ending.
him. God,
Tears
please.
of joy.
He goes up to the
Tears
priest.
that were
What can I
different.
do for you? And he goes, I got cancer on my
Outcomes
foot.
diverse.
He looks at the rabbi. What can I do for you? He goes, don't touch me. I'm on disability. First time I heard that joke,
United
I
equally
thought
gender
my
diversity
balls were on
of
fire in my
diversity.
fucking head. Because I grew up in New York, and every Jew's on disability.
This is
Don't
Paris.
touch me.
Fuck.
Where
They
both
all play
medals
don't touch me.
and people
That
shine
is
in the city.
hilarious.
That's so funny.
Hilarious.
Yeah,
The
it's a
opening
common,
ceremony was a monument to
and
Paris,
real
and
stereotype that Jews
the
are a little,
closing ceremony is a
little
monument to
paranoid, little,
humanity.
not standoffish because we're very loving and forward personable people, but there is like a,
Oh, yeah.
Stadiums for a closing ceremony.
He said 34 years ago today, I was somewhere complaining about something. I'm like, that is fucking
during the opening ceremony.
tremendous. But it's so weird how you have to become a really good comic. You got to do like 3 or 4
title
things
of tonight's
that
ceremony
you
is
don't really want to
Records.
talk. Like I
Play
hate
on words
talking
that
about
evokes
emotion on
Olympic
stage.
records,
Like
but
when I
also
was,
recordings.
Why?
Great
just
music,
I don't
great
need
moments,
to put that
great
in
memories.
people's hearts.
Now, do you feel that
isn't
there's
just
certain
about
things
who
like
we
that
are in
that should be off
sport,
limits,
it's
or
about
just
who
for you
we are
personally, you're like, I got nothing funny in that?
My name is Ollie
Just
Hoffman,
that I
and
heard.
it's my
Yeah.
honor
I
to be
think that
joined by
people got
two
Doug Stanhope.
absolute greats.
When Doug
Firstly,
Stanhope got big
three-time
20
Olympic
years ago,
medalist Nicole Livingstone
he had a
from
great
Australia.
abortion, but it's something
Nicole,
from there.
you've been there
All these
as
young
an athlete
people
in
that
a
open
closing
the
ceremony at the Olympic
and they all
Games.
had the same
I have a
like
simple
kick the
question
head of
with
his
a
aborted
complicated
fetus.
answer.
Yeah.
What's it like?
You know,
Dead baby jokes.
It's different for different athletes.
Yeah, yeah.
It depends on the Olympic Games that you've experienced.
Any
For some,
subject could
it's
be made to
absolute
sound
elation
brilliant.
and
I hate when
relief
people go,
and
well, that's a happy subject.
I guess
If it's a
proof
brilliant
in
joke,
what they
it's
thought
funny,
of
funny, right?
themselves
I don't
coming
give a
into
fuck if
these
it's
games
happy
and their
enough. Like,
potential.
really
But for
fucking
some,
joke. Yeah, you drop
there's
knowledge.
just a
Yeah.
little taste in your mouth. That
I mean,
makes
so
you want
even
to
just though,
more.
aside from comedy, like, the reason why I asked the
The
question is
athletes are
like
looking to
that's
celebrate
sort of
and
what I'm
relax
struggling with
and
is like
really show what the
I came here.
family is all about.
I don't know if it's my upbringing or what it is. But like I'm too naive. I still trust people. Like, oh, let's go do this. And, like the whole LA stuff. Like I feel like I need to get over it and grow up a little bit. But I don't know if I'm gonna be 50 years old still. Like, oh, I trust everybody. Everyone, like, it's just even outside of comedy, like even though you can change a little bit, I'm like I feel like I'm still that 8-year-old kid inside who goes to Hebrew school and like to eat snacks and watch TV. Like, it's I don't know if that like what's deep inside of you ever changed.
And
Like, that's what I'm worried
athletics, which was just magnificent stuff. 70,000 every morning, filled to capacity. 70,000
Yeah, you'll be a different
plus
person
in the evening, and it was.
You know, I didn't like broccoli when I was a
64
I still
Crayola
don't
bus,
like
national
You're right.
colors, and waving
I didn't like
flags.
cauliflower when I was 8. I still don't like cauliflower. You put a beet on my dish and that red juice touches my mashed potato.
You're going to be on disability.
You know, this.
I had had yogurt since freshman. I'd never had yogurt until freshman year of college because I was so baked, and the campus store was closed. My buddy went to his dorm room and he's like, "I got some yogurt." So I'm like, dude, anything. I'm fucking starving. I start chowing down on this, and he's just like, "Dude, you're eating that like you've never had yogurt before." And I was like, "I haven't." And he was like, "Are you kidding me?" So then he opens his second fridge. There's like 30 flavors. I go, "You gotta be fuck." Imagine discovering yogurt for the first time and seeing that there's fucking 90 flavors. But I mean, you know, there's a lot of things that that to me was so crazy that it was such an eye-opening moment too, because I was like, man, if I haven't had yogurt until I'm 19, like, what am I gonna experience or discover like in 2 years from now? You know what I'm saying? And it was, and again, I had to put myself in a position that was like leaving home to go to school and like smoking pot for the first time, and then, you know, hanging out with kids in the theater school that I didn't necessarily have a lot in common with, but pot brought us together. We had some cool conversations. It brought us all back to somebody's dorm, and then we're hanging out, listening to music, whatever. There's some girls on that floor that somebody's trying to fuck, and then all of a sudden there's a fucking yogurt smorgasbord, and just, you know, I don't know what the point of that story was, but, you know,
I didn't need
new experiences. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. 32?
30.
God damn.
The American delegation will be
God damn.
forward to it, John, after their performance.
Is that an active choice?
In France.
You've been around it, right?
Been around it. I saw Desperately Seeking Susan. Cab driver Tony Longo had a great wine. I tried sushi once. Wasn't that good, so I brought it home and cooked it.
One of their best showings.
The dumbest line in the world. But I just always remember. I'm like, I don't want to eat raw fish.
Yeah.
And then Cinderella bought a California roll one night. Oof. And I tasted the basic California roll. I was like,
oh yay, we're happy. There was some pushback. I don't think there's any of that in 2020.
Tried a couple things, some things I hated, and some things I fell in love with, and that's just fucking history.
I'd never get sushi on an airplane, would you? Yeah, that seems like the gamble of all time. When I hear people being like, you know who's got terrible fucking California rolls? Delta Airlines. I'm like, the fuck are you even rolling the dice
You
for?
know, I don't even like taking sushi to go.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't hold up. Something happens on that car ride.
Something in the 6 minutes or whatever.
Dude,
Sushi, so instead of fucking with it, just eat it there.
keep it at the home base, man.
I'm not gonna lie to you again. When things are rough, I pick up a spicy roll from Ralph's, but it had to be at 9:30 in the morning.
Yeah, when they just got done cutting it, right?
You watch it like a hawk. I go in there and watch that bitch like a hawk. Especially Rock and Roll Ralph's, because
Oh,
they
yeah.
the butcher at Rock and Roll Ralph.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, you know the butcher?
I used to. This was years ago.
Oh, that's exciting.
There's a black butcher that was big at Rock and Roll Ralph.
It's awesome.
And I used to get him to cook fish for me. Like I'd pick a fish and he'd deep fry it in the back, and I'd just take it to go back.
Fucking incredible.
Little nuggets.
You were homies with the local deli guy?
Always gotta be.
That's the dream. You gotta be. You gotta make relationships with your local vendors, you know?
If you're a fat fuck, you should know the owner of every restaurant you frequent. You should get to know them so you can take a peek in the kitchen. That's all what I always do.
Yeah.
Take a peek in the kitchen. Let me see what the kitchen looks like. Make sure the people aren't picking their noses. I don't want to eat unless I know somebody at that joint.
Dude, yeah.
I have a relationship with them. You know, it's my loyalty for different products is extraordinary. Like if I find something that works for me, there's no reason to go anywhere else. Yeah, but it's better. Don't take your wife. Take your mother. Don't take me. I found utopia. You know what I'm saying?
Would you ever start a restaurant or own one or invest in one?
It would have to be the ideal location. I know exactly what I want in a restaurant.
Oh, yeah?
I know exactly what I want and what I can cover the spread for. The days of carpet joints are done. You're just you can't keep up with the Joneses. It's too much to keep alive a restaurant in the daytime. It's too competitive.
Yeah.
And, food, salmonella, and all that risk. I would like a bar that served the late night menu.
Yeah.
Okay, if I moved to Louisville, Reno, Tahoe, or something like that, I would consider a bar 10-seater.
Oh, intimate.
Couple tables. I don't want it to be, Brad Pitt's house. I want it to look like if you fall and slip on the floor,
that could be it.
Rain go into your blood system from the floor.
You want to hear people be like, was that cum or puke?
But I want the kitchen to be spotless.
Yeah.
So